Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hulk.
January 30th, 2023, and if you can believe it, the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Winter Tour, brought to you by ePulse and EBN, is coming to an end. After 21 days of gameplay, we started on January 9th, and now we're just about ready to figure out the last two slots here in Southeast Asia, and I'm going to be guiding you through it. My name's Tsunami, and it is my last day here in the Mammoth stall, but I've got my two favorite guests here, Pi and Ninja Boogie. Well, you seem like you don't believe me, Pi.
And I never, any praise for myself, I don't believe.
You're too self-critical, Pi. You're an expert in these situations. Actually, are you? This is a down to the wire. Have you ever been much of a tiebreaker kind of guy? How many tiebreakers have you played out in your day?
I don't know if I played any tiebreakers.
How about BO5s? How many game 5s have you been in?
He's probably played in a lot, being in finals.
That's what I'm saying.
Many BO5s, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if I have a especially good record in them. I mean, I'm just thinking the only tiebreaker that I can remember was a TI4 tiebreaker.
Okay.
But it came down to that we didn't have to play it.
Oh.
So, but we went through, so that was nice. That was the.
Why didn't you have to play it?
I don't know. Valve, like, the rules were kind of like weird. We were like 4 teams on
Valve
the same
and
score.
rules being weird. I've never heard that be the case.
Yeah. And then basically we had like somehow they like grouped us in a group, blah 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 blah. And
Okay.
yeah, we went through and we got to go to the main event.
Okay, all's well that ends well. I suppose things have changed since then, though, Mike, because we gotta play these out. We not only have to figure out which 3 teams, well, which 2 remaining teams are left to go to the major, but we also have to figure out in the middle of the bracket who's gonna be getting more points. So let's take a look at everything that happened on Friday when we last left the Southeast Asian DPC. We had Geek Slate get 2-0'd by SMG. Mike was in shambles.
Hey. That was personal. Just don't bring that up.
Don't bring it up. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next one. Boom Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry. As we know, time and time again, Blacklist famous for losing game 1 and coming back in 2 and 3. And the most surprising result of the entire day. Pi, you catch this Fnatic versus Talon game at all?
Yeah, I was kind of dozing off in the chair, and then like I kept waking up and I was like, what? Who? What? What's going on?
Am I reading the scoreline backwards?
What's happening?
It happened twice. They got a 2-0 versus Talon. And if Talon won that series, then this tiebreaker would be one team simpler. But because they lost, now they are in a 3-way with a Blacklist Rivalry and Geek Slate, which is not a situation I imagine they were hoping to be in, especially with Fnatic being the fully defeated team in the DPC, already relegated, nothing to lose, only spite to gain. But by golly, they succeeded. And I'm sure maybe Talon just need the extra practice, but
yeah, like that. If they end up not qualifying to this, it's gonna be like rough.
Ridiculous. They looked like they went back to like the start of DPC, like they came in with their first series.
Yeah.
They played like the same stuff. They played like similarly.
I saw Jab playing like offlane Rubik.
Yeah, and then they were playing like Visage Luna they brought back.
Yeah.
From where? I don't know, but there it was.
2021 probably.
Yeah.
Game number one, series number one was Geek Slate going up against SMG, and this was the, I think, debut of Bristleback. Bristleback was completely uncontested in the entire DPC, globally uncontested, but SMG pull out a somewhat corny, cheesy, coddle Bristleback strat, but it worked extremely well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I loved it. It was, I mean, and we had the interview also with Boomy afterwards, because I was a little curious, because the series was basically Geek Slate picking Beastmaster 2 games, and this Beastmaster getting absolutely dumpstered both games. Like, literally, the Beastmaster lost them the game, because his lane was so bad both games.
And then just like based on drafting, I think they were like just trying to remove that from
Right?
SMG's lineup because the SMG do run a pretty good like Beastmaster lineup, and they like start hitting high ground at 18 minutes. So yeah, like the way you mentioned, it's like it backfired.
Yes. Yeah, no, when you think, yeah, we're taking away their hero. But they were prepared to play versus Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Series number two, it was Boom versus Blacklist Rivalry.
They were so close.
It was so close.
Like, yeah, this was a good series.
They were like leading, like I think the first half of the game, and then eventually this Drow just can't really stand their ground, and Blacklist can just run in with TA, Tide, not fearing like he can die.
Still, there were so many times that Natsumi was like seemingly unkillable.
Yeah, no, this series.
Yeah. So
this is the last one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw a little bit of this one. And then Jab is just getting caught off guard over and over again, and then Fnatic just going ham.
How much of a meme was the offlane Rubik pick? Do you think that they just weren't respecting Fnatic, or there was some legitimate strategy behind picking this in a very, very crucial game?
I mean, there is some strengths to, obviously it's going to be a rich Rubik, but again, if there's no like real defensive hero that can help the Rubik once he gets a jump, he's just going to die as easy as everyone.
Yeah.
Maybe his itemization could be a little better. Like maybe he needed an Aeon Disc for that one particular game because he was just getting caught off guard with a lasso.
Now, the thing with core Rubik, it's like a very weird thing to play because you have to play around your passive, right? So like, and honestly, like what a Rubik build can look like is basically you go on super early Dagon 5 and you're playing versus like Morphlings, so with like Terrorblades and stuff. Like that's actually like kind of how you have to play it. Yeah.
I don't know, I'm turned off because I was watching South America. They just had their final series as well. It was Beast Coast versus EG. And EG lost with a core Rubik.
Oh,
it was Chris Luck.
Was it Whisper?
EG lost 2-0. It was Chris Luck on Rubik.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so they're not first in their division?
They're not first.
Wow.
East Coast is.
So
They're both going to the major.
So both ex-EG and current EG are...
Both got second place.
Okay.
The brand is cursed. You think you can run away from North America and get first place somewhere else? You are mistaken, my friends. But yeah, that was South America resolving themselves. And now we need to resolve the last two check marks on our menu, our chef's recommendation. Because Execration, they locked things in last week. And now Geek Slate and a Blacklist Rivalry need to play their final standard series. But the loser of that is going to have to play Talon to figure out who gets the next slot. Do you think that's an advantage for the team having to play two series? At least they get to come in warm? Or are they shook after losing? They're like, oh God.
I think it depends on how
they
badly or like, the first series goes, because it's going to be hard to... I mean, you do have one BO3 break, right? So you can recover mentally, but it's still not a good spot to be in. It's kind of like dropping down from the upper bracket to like the lower bracket and then having to play right away. It's
that can be hard, yeah. Because it plays out in like if they all had bad pubs like the day before, or like they had like something like the scrim, like because you can see Geek Slate playing that. I don't know. They're not looking that confident anymore. Like they were very confident when they were 4-0. They're like, we're gonna go 7-0, and that's how it is.
Something trickled into their mental.
So I'm a little worried for them.
Ever since they lost that... Well, who did they play when they pulled out the Meepo? Was it Talon? Or
Oh, I think
it was Talon, yes.
Yeah, like they kind of like turned off the gas. You know, like,
Power off.
Yeah, the foot went off the pedal for a little bit, and now we need to figure out if they will be able to take their first series, because I'm sure they're hoping to get it against Blacklist Rivalry, which will be our first series of the day as we take a look at the schedule for the last day of the DPC, at least here in Southeast Asia. I think after this one ends, Western Europe is going to need to figure out their last 2 slots, and then after all of that ends, China needs to figure out 3 more slots because they took a break for Lunar New Year. First series of the day, Blacklist Rivalry versus Geek Slate. Second series, SMG versus Bleed. Okay, I can get a fair assessment from both of you. Pi, SMG versus Bleed.
Yeah, I'm not hopeful for Bleed.
Okay.
Like I think they're in the position where they just want this season to be over with.
Yeah.
Like take a little break and then like get back into it, because they have been looking pretty bad after like their first 3 series.
Yeah, it's been a kind of tragic downwards trajectory for them because so many teams that we interviewed held Bleed as being one of the 3 major contenders. And it's a little bit surprising to see them in this position, but they're not relegated. The 2 relegated teams were Boom Esports and Fnatic. And the final series, after you get a BO3 break after losing the first series, then you have to go up against Talon, loser of Geek Slate versus Blacklist Rivalry, which I guess we would have previous performances to look after. So Talon got 2-1 by Blacklist Rivalry, but that was like in the very first week of the DPC. And Talon, as you mentioned, Mike, 2-0'd Geek Slate, because Geek Slate were pulling out some Meepo business.
yeah. And I don't know. I don't know who I give the edge there, because it's like on one side, Blacklist Rivalry look like, if you just compare like week 2 and week 3 performance, looks better than Geek Slate, because Geek Slate didn't even win a single game since they had that 4-0.
Correct.
But yeah, it's like they're very inconsistent, so it's like it's hard to say.
Yeah, it feels like Blacklist Rivalry, they kind of like, I don't know, they're like crawling, they're
clawing their way.
scraping by.
Yeah.
That's the word.
The fingers are on the edge of the cliff,
Yeah.
trying to make their way up.
Exactly. No, that's how I thought Fnatic. I mean, my top 3 was like Fnatic, Bleed. I don't even know what.
Probably
Completely
Boom.
wrong. You know? So, but then Blacklist have kind of performed like I would like think Fnatic would do, like worst case scenario.
Right.
I mean, obviously there was a worst.
There was a worser case scenario.
At least they didn't end 0. You know?
They didn't end 0. That is true. And like we got a chance to speak to KP after the series. He was equally surprised by the situation. He was like, I didn't think we would have a post-game interview with you either. And all things considered, they were in better spirits than I expected. Obviously, KP, for what it's worth, he has been in Div 2 before. He's been grinding out Div 2 last year. And so dropping down to that is not the biggest surprise for him. But also, it seems like things were starting to crystallize for them in that series against Talon, that they were like, oh, maybe we do know how to play Dota with 5 amazing individual players. And just the sauce to put it all together wasn't really there. And I'm sure part of it was also that we spoke to him, they didn't have a coach. And we asked him the influence of Hyde, and he said that Hyde was purely there for draft, but as opposed to any sort of outsider looking in being like, hey guys, maybe you could improve the communication here. Maybe you guys suck at pushing high ground or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said that, Mike, that you didn't think that they had anyone in that team that could like lead the difficult conversation.
Like it's not a natural like transition for any of their players, you know, because they're kind of like they're more focused individually, and it's fine, you know, yeah, but you definitely need one player in that team that is willing to step up and take that brunt of the responsibilities and be the bad person in some cases.
Yeah, which I think it's kind of been famously lacking in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
So many times, like if I had a nickel for every time, everyone's like, well, Mushi, he's the exception. He leads everyone, and I'm like, yeah. But that's one person for an entire region. I don't think that's enough.
I mean, at this point, you have to give credit to Kuko too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he probably, I would guess he's not like Iron Fist type of guy, but like I think he has a clear like vision of what he wants to do.
And you know, he's kind of like dealt with some stress in his life, Dota related.
True.
So you know, he's grown and he can like kind of like take that shoulder of the responsibility.
battle hardened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it feels like every team he's in, like at the end of the team, he becomes the meme somehow. Like,
Well, that's part of the reason why I imagine people don't like having to take the responsibility.
Oh, no.
Because then if they get to like put their face on it and being like, I'm the one who has to lead these other 4 players, then obviously you get your share of the successes. But the failures, everyone points the finger at you and saying you must be responsible for it, when these things are much more collaborative than that.
Yeah.
So
It's not fun. It's not a fun position to be in. But obviously, if you're like I think it's advantageous if you played in a sports team growing up, and you kind of know like that dynamic, and like you can learn from that a little bit, and then once you transition to your Dota, it's like
feels more natural.
yeah, because I feel like a lot of Dota pros, they haven't really had like a competitive background prior to Dota.
Bro, they don't have any real world experience. Forget sports. So many college dropouts, so many people who have never had jobs before. These are leadership situations that you're never really thrust into. Yeah. But no guts, no glory. So let's see which team will be led to glory in this game number 1. We'll be right back with the break, and then we'll start the final day of the Southeast Asian DPC.
Three, two, one.
Time to take out like the Blame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Who would have thought we would be here today, watching peanut butter be spread onto fish?
Is that fish? That looks like hot dog. Okay, maybe not fish. I mean, not. No, wait, that's like puto.
What did
It's
you
like
call me?
Parmesan cheese?
It's like rice cake kind of thing in the Philippines.
That
I
was
think.
what was the grated stuff on top?
That I don't know.
I thought it was cheese, but it could have been like coconut shavings or something.
I think you're right with the coconut shavings.
Was it actually peanut butter?
I think it might be peanut butter.
Whoa. Okay. Well, basically every single time these food things come up, Twitch chat, whichever region it is, immediately starts shouting it out, and then it's just like, you morons! How do you not know? You actually didn't know something that was Filipino.
No, yeah, the one that I said it was like chicken and then potato.
Yeah, it was banana Q.
Yeah, it was banana Q.
What is banana Q?
So it's like they deep fry like bananas and then
They're
put
literally
it,
bananas.
Yeah, like they put like some sugar and stuff.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it's pretty good, but those look so big.
They were-
It's
that's why-
they did not
deep
look like
fried it for
bananas.
like 2 hours or something. So if you know what that peanut butter, coconut shaving, watermelon fish looking thing was, feel free to put it in chat because I would love to know. It's been fun to learn about all these different foods. But now I'm here to learn about the Dota. It's the final series, well, no, the final day, the first series of the final day. It's going to be a banger because these are two teams that have been moments of impressing and moments of disappointment. Geek Slate started off immensely strong. I was giving all the credit to Execration at the beginning, which, if I could, pat myself on the back, they did get qualified first, I'm just saying.
No, yeah.
But Geek Slate was hot on their tail. And then all of a sudden last week they got off the tail.
No, for sure.
Let's see. So Geek Slate, they start off with a 2-0 versus Fnatic, and then a 2-1 versus Boom. Okay, nothing too impressive yet.
Yeah.
But then they 2-0'd Execration. That was the moment where I was like, oh man, okay, these guys are legit.
Yeah, they made
did
it look easy too,
They made it
right?
look easy. They did it with a gyro IO strat, which
Yeah.
they tried to do again against Talon and it didn't work. And I don't know. I feel like maybe Skem was doing some experimentation later on, but week 1 and 2 they were on point.
Yeah. And yeah, they I feel like they kind of like lost their identity, moving to the third week.
What would you have considered to be their identity? Because for me, I was kind of giving it all to Skem. Skem shot up my ranks of best carry in SEA, which I was not expecting before the series began. Whereas everyone else seemed like the supporting staff.
Yeah.
Force was impressing as well, but
Yeah, no.
I would say their identity is Force makes sure he has a good game.
okay.
So like the offlaner, like he will do, it's like, oh, tri lane for me, or I need the safe lane, blah, blah, blah. And Raji plays like weird supports sometimes.
Yeah, he'll play like pull out like a 5th pick IO or like a disruptor,
Yeah.
like what the team needs.
Okay.
I mean, he can play. I mean, if he could like pick support, he would like play
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker 5, Zeus 5. He probably won't, like, he's not allowed that much to do that stuff.
He's not the one clicking the button, that's why.
Yeah.
They're boss, right?
Wait, where did this Bloodseeker 5 come from?
It was after TI9.
Yeah.
The SFG started like pulling it out and whatnot.
Oh, wow, okay.
Hey, it's not too bad.
It's not bad. That was like the era of like the Zai offlane's Bloodseeker also.
No, but I actually like thought about it during TI9 when it had the old Blood Rage where you could like you give it to your carry and then if he last hits he gets the health back.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Then I was like, oh, this seems pretty good, and then they changed it. And I was just like, oh. Okay,
It was
never
also
mind.
better when the Ags was 2 ruptures, so you had like a really powerful item too.
That's true.
Yeah,
Now it's I don't even. It's like,
it's a crazier rot.
rot. Yeah.
It's like a garbage version of Rot, is my understanding. Which on the topic of heroes being garbage versions of other heroes, do you know the one uncontested hero, one unpicked hero actually, not picked or banned, in the entire DPC globally?
Winter Wyvern.
No, Wyvern we had picked in this region even, I think.
Really?
I think so.
Okay.
Wait,
But it's
give me
not popular.
one
It's a core.
second.
It's a core.
We can take a look at the Blacklist Rivalry roster while you guys mull this one over.
Can you say which attribute?
He's an Agi core.
Faceless Void.
No.
Faceless
wait.
Void was actually picked in North America like yesterday. I think RTZ was playing him. I'll give you a hint. He's basically just a bad version of Lina. Everything that I think Lina can do.
Oh, Clinks?
Yes, correct.
Huh.
Clinks has not been picked a single time. He's the only hero who has not been picked in the entire DPC. Every hero has been picked at least once globally.
That's surprising.
It's crazy because it's like, like the itemization, like usually he likes going Glipnir and then Daedalus. So his like timings are pretty fast.
I'm with you, but Nature's
And-
Prophet does the Gleipnir better, and Lina just does everything else better.
It's just his one big drawback is like if he gets caught off without his ulti, he's very squish.
Yeah. He hates building BKB. And I don't know. I feel like there's usually some China team that picked in one game and like destroyed with it.
True. Which China does still have to do the last week of their DPC, so I wouldn't be surprised. But
Ahmed likes to. I mean, he's not playing anymore, but back in the day,
pour one out for my boy.
he used to pull it out at least one game. Out of the
Like
DPC.
Klinks is really good at like ancient farming.
Yeah.
Like, you just rush a maelstrom and then that strafe, like
You're just describing things that Lena also does.
I know, but yeah, that passive, man.
Yeah, I know. Why bother getting agi levels when you could just have a passive that gives you all your attack speed?
It's disgusting.
Blacklist Rivalry are going to be Geek Slate's opponents, and as for Skem being the leader from the carry position, it's definitely Cuckoo being the leader from the offlane position for Blacklist Rivalry. What's been your favorite Cuckoo hero of the DPC so far? Because I know Dude is constantly getting banned on his Broodmother, which we'll find out if it's going to go through in this game number 1. Oh, it's still Kunkka. Great.
There he goes.
Tell me.
I'm pretty sure I like his Furion.
Okay.
His Broodmother has been like hit and miss. Miss
well,
and hit.
You're gonna see it.
Yeah, we'll see it again.
I like his Centaur, but obviously it's not like the flashiest and like most like single, like you can do individual stuff with Centaur. But I just, being his teammate in the past, like I know what he's capable of when he has those kind of heroes.
You say that, and you were saying that he's not capable on Broodmother, and he roasted you for that
No,
on the interview.
I know, but and I also I understand why they're doing that, because you want to put that threat. You're like, guys, we're gonna pick, even though we can't pull it off. You
We just want to scare him.
yeah, because it's like if you need those heroes, like for if you're first pick, like because you can only ban 2 heroes, so if you don't have that many openings, you know, it's not the greatest. And they get hoodwink, and we've seen them destroy lanes with this combo.
Yeah,
Is this every time they draft it? Because I feel like what I'm remembering is every time they draft it, it's Cuckoo plus Tim's.
Yep.
Yeah. Whenever they take the brood, they're most likely gonna get this.
Yeah.
It's a good combo.
Oh wow, they've been watching Entity play.
Yeah.
So Entities play. They play Slark or Pudge every time.
Yes,
they
that is
face
true.
Brood.
Yeah, I think Blacklist, or there was a team that Blacklist picked the Slark versus Brood.
Yeah.
Like 2 times also. I think that was against the Execration game.
No.
They lost though, but like it was their go-to. But yeah, definitely good against both Hoodwink and Brood.
Yeah, it's very hard to find good carry matchups versus Broodmother. I mean, basically the 3 popular ones are banned out now.
Naga, Slark.
Yeah. PL is like playable, but that hero is not. It's not the hero
Just
you
needs
want.
so much
Yeah.
to be like a factor.
I mean, you need to see more, right? You basically need to see the entire draft.
And then you just get one hero that counters, like who's an Elu killer, and then
Yeah.
you're like, oh well, we found the real one all the time. CM Tuss, very flex. Seen a lot of core Tuss, but
Why do you think they went CM over Rubik? Because I'm seeing Rubik be the de facto
is it still number 1? Like in all?
He's still number 1, yes, by quite a big margin, actually, in the entire DPC.
I think the main reason is just because it's against a Brood. CM, the freezing field can
it's
like you know
Frostbite.
She has more chances of surviving
Yeah.
when she sees a bunch of spiders come
I
at
mean,
her.
yeah. I mean, if you have a stun with it, you can actually kill the Brood. So
Yeah.
it's. I don't know. Maybe the Rubik is better, but I mean, I like the Tusker if they would play it core here. I think it's already like really good versus both these. Like if you're a Hoodwink and he has a Desolator, like you're
That's true.
You're
He's very
gone.
squished. Like
Yeah.
when I was practicing this hero, it's like you want to go for a vessel because you need that vet booster, like
Yeah.
added HP. But if not, it's like you're very squished.
Yeah.
So I've seen like DJ and I forget who, they just rush the Octarine cord because you just get that.
Oh, on Hoodwink?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Fan Rider. Can't go wrong with this.
I mean, this is one of the what is it called? Force. He also plays he also plays offlane bat. There's like a few offlaners.
That's true.
Whisper from it's EG, right?
He's on EG.
Yeah.
No,
Jabs
no.
also runs
He's on.
here.
He's on Beast
He's on
Coast?
Beast Coast.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he plays a really good offlane bat. There's like a few of these offlaners that can pull it off, and I think Force is one of them. At least they have some sort of flex with that.
And maybe if they go in your direction of picking an illusion carry, then it's kind of like a denial pick also, where you pick the Bat Rider and they're like, oh, we can pick PL, and then they take, I don't know, a Naga, or Naga's banned, actually.
Oh, you? Okay. Forehead.
Yeah, but I just don't like. Ever since like I saw Natsumi, like it's not really his fault. Okay, maybe he could have.
If Winter was on the panel.
He could have done like better jukes and whatnot, but it's like he was able to go Midas, you know, diffuser. He was able to greet it out, but it's just like you put those network in like a hero like Lina, like the in carries. It's like you can feel the difference.
Yeah, preaching to the choir, Mike.
Silencer.
Speaking of Lina, it's not banned or picked.
Yeah.
Like, an interesting. Did any of you guys catch? What do they call now? Shopify Rebellion versus.
Oh, TSM.
Yeah,
Yeah.
TSM.
I just saw like the tweet like Tomatoes Lina was. Like,
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got
they gave it to
Lina.
him
You can
twice.
say that. That's all that series was. They got Tree and Lina.
Pretty much. Southeast Asia, though, has not had the highest win rate with her. She's dipped below 50% in Southeast Asia, which is not the case for most other regions.
Yeah, no, there's been. No, it's not looked unstoppable, right?
It's looked very balanced here.
Pango, sure. I mean, it's kind of confusing, right? To see Geek Slate's heroes. You're not really sure what's going on.
they have to decide now whether they're gonna put the bat mid or off lane.
Yeah, because I mean, Tusk looks so good mid here.
Against Pango.
Pango is like, it's a fine matchup. It's just you both farm, but all of them, they die so fast.
I feel like it's a bit risky playing a Tusk core though, like with a silent. There's a time where he'll start being aggressive, and then if he gets caught by a global silence, he's just like in the middle of a fight. It could go both ways.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if I like seeing Tusk core and Bat core.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, it's not the best synergy.
They're both very like single target.
I guess that may be the idea of the silencer pick, is they were like, they know Geek Slate like to pay Bat off lane, but you don't want to have to lane Bat into a silencer, so
Yeah.
go send him mid.
Yeah. I mean, if you're creative, I feel you can always pull off a bat offlane. Like, just get those ancient stacks up and just make sure you don't lose mid.
There's like I feel like it's hard to lose the offlane nowadays because you can, especially if it. No, I mean like because you can.
He saw the
Not
hero,
you,
huh?
Mike. It's the hero.
But it's like you could just keep doing the creep pulling behind. Like sure, maybe like the support can get one, but then if you coordinate well with your offlane, you know, it's one player versus two that's trying to cut creep. So
Especially with a Tusk.
He's still gonna lose the lane technically because the carry's obviously getting full XP. But you know, like you said, you add that with like the ancient stacks.
Yeah, no, I
always a
agree.
comeback mechanic.
Like even if you're like 1k behind, if you have some stacks, like it's completely fine.
All right, I would love to
Troll. Okay,
Love
this
to hear.
I do not. I mean, obviously it's good against Brood, but again, this is a hero that hasn't had any luck winning. Like, what's the win rate? Can you pull that up?
You want global or you want Southeast Asia?
Okay, let's start with Southeast Asia.
Let's start with Southeast Asia.
How many has it been? How many times?
I think it
has
might
been
be
picked
two.
there?
Troll Warlord has been picked 2 times, 0% win rate.
And then what's the
Globally, Troll Warlord has been
20.
picked 22 times,
20%?
36% win rate.
Okay, that's at least. It's better than.
It's better than 20, yes.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, and okay, fine, I can justify him against Broodmother, but global silence when your entire ultimate is like dependent on being able to cast spells, constant disarms from a Pango.
Yeah.
And I think the one thing, like, let's say if Valve or Ice Frog really wants to keep this ulti, they have to remove the mana cost. Because it's like,
Oh, that's a good idea.
the diffusal is
Like
like
Enrage.
such a, like, you know, it's like kind of like the old BKB. Like there's times where he's just like, well, guys, I have no stick charges, and
Because I
just
I
dead.
believe he's still the hero with the lowest int gain in the entire game. It was either him or PA.
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah, and so that's a good idea. But I would rather they just rework it.
yeah, no, for sure. But you know,
I mean, I like the concept of the ulti. Like, he just goes absolutely
Sure.
bananas.
But if you could just have control, just give me a little bit of
A
control.
little bit of control, or yeah.
Like, let me pick the target, I'll run to it, and then like I can only change targets every 2 seconds or something like that.
yeah.
But
No, I mean, you're right. Like, I wouldn't even say he's good versus Brood. Like, I can see him doing okay in the lane.
Yeah.
But then this mischance by Brood is.
Exactly. I
Oh,
wanted,
it's true, yeah.
I wanted to bring that up. It's like he just fucking cast that on
Yeah.
the troll. It's like, well, now I can't hit.
Yeah. I guess if he should do like farm well, right? Because he's gonna go for the Ring of Health, like try to go for the Battle Fury. So,
Yeah.
but then I'm imagining when Brood hits 6, like he'll be kicked out.
Time to leave.
So it's like the mischance from the Brood,
Yeah.
disarm from the Pango, Bushwhack. It's like
His Aghanims can only dispel so many things, you know?
No, because I would imagine that's how you play like a cool troll. Like you play around the Aghanim's,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But this is not even that good of a game
No.
to play around the Ags. Because you get global. Get chain stun.
Geek Slate
we'll
take
see,
out
though.
some carries that I guess Troll would have issues with. The Drow Ranger, the Faceless Void. Lina remains in the pool still.
I mean, it's very important when you have a troll that you have one other core that's like also really farmed.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Which none of these
any
it's
lineup
definitely
that
not
Troll
a
carry.
It's not a single carry hero.
Yeah.
for sure. Like you need like your mid to be scaling and be another threat, and then
I mean, Blacklist, they ban out offlaners, though. So they were expecting Geek Slate to let the Bat Rider go mid, which I feel like so much is on the shoulders of a Troll Warlord if the Bat is your other core.
Yeah, I mean, if the Bat prioritizes a lot of farm, like that hero is very, very strong. Like when he gets up to that Octarine,
kind of dig
you
the
have so many
Enigma.
items you can get.
You're digging what?
Like Enigma, but it's like it might be a bit too greedy.
To,
Like, and it's also playing into a silencer, but it's just like if he can become that threat potential, you know. Because I'm assuming Bat Rider's gonna do fine mid, 50-50, and then like they like to play this like Narman likes to just stack the ancient, so he can like, and then Enigma can kind of just like solo top a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like it if it not for the. It's already Pango too. Like it's quite
Yeah, you have
annoying
that
heroes
bash.
to
You have
play
that.
against.
You have that bash.
Wow.
So off lane Tuss.
Let's see.
Or the
I
Bat.
wanna know.
That's another
Well,
dispel with the. Is it the shard that dispels?
Yeah.
yeah, after like a 3-second delay.
Yeah. No, but it's still. Is it constant? Oh no. So it's
No, it's
only
at the end,
Okay.
whenever the Inkswell detonates. I wish it was like a Slark Dark Pact, that would be great.
It's also a Pango counter, right? Like if you can let leash
That's
to
true.
another
Yeah,
hero.
like decentish. Actually, did they remove the vision? I think they did.
Yeah, like
Ah.
a lot of spells got
Vision
nerfed.
on Soulbind?
Yeah, because you
still
could
get
just
it.
single target it and you could see them. But
You still get it.
oh, you still get it?
I think,
Okay,
I'm pretty
okay.
sure you still get it.
Yeah, interesting idea here. I'm not really buying it.
I'm just not a fan of Troll. Like this hero has not been a thing for a long time. So,
Yeah.
and we've seen this hero carry to carry matchup, the Ursa versus Troll, and like Ursa just scales. Yeah.
Yeah, because even disregarding how the heroes go head to head, just the fact that Ursa can take Roche.
His ulti doesn't need mana.
Yeah, his ulti does not exactly. I mean, we're talking about heroes that are just like a better analogs of heroes. I think Ursa is just a better troll in 99% of regards.
I mean, at least Geek's lineup, they have like extremely good heroes at killing with like 2-3 heroes when they go together, like Tusk
Yeah.
with Grimstroke, just Batrider, like all of them can come nice together. So they have the potential to snowball at least. Because Troll can end the game.
Because Tusk is on the team.
Tusk, yes.
Casters! I would love to hear your input as we stroll into the restaurant for the last time.
Yo.
What up?
I heard you guys talking about the Silencer versus Troll matchup.
Yep.
I looked it up for you. I'll let you guys guess. So the second to, so at level 30, the hero with the second to least intelligence in total is Riki at 51.7. Anybody want to guess what Troll's is? Because he is the absolute worst.
49.
No, I think it's lower. I'm going to say like 37.
Whoa. No, 42.
What? How did Pi just get it on the money? It is 42.
What
the
a player.
hell?
Yeah, isn't that the answer to the universe
Yeah,
or
that's
something?
correct.
Yeah.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Troll Warlord's Guide to Losing the Game. Cap and Avery, enjoy game number 1.
God damn.
The answer to the galaxy, the universe, and everything is apparently Troll's intelligence. Who knew?
Now we know why Pi's on the panel. God damn.
Yeah,
You nailed that one.
He kind of ruined your segment, to be honest. You thought you had him there.
No,
You
it
just-
made it better, actually.
Oh, that's one way to look at it.
I mean, I'm okay with making other people look good. That's why I'm with
I
you.
thought the whole point of Talon was to make everybody else look worse. I
Well,
was told
yeah.
wrong.
That would be the public perception of the
Was
job.
anything you said in that Cabal meeting true, Cap? I don't know. I'm starting to doubt it.
Avery, we're not supposed to talk about that in public. That's rule number 1.
I'm not good at this.
All right, welcome everybody to Geek Slate versus Blacklist, where we are currently in a situation where whoever wins this is guaranteed going to the major. Whoever loses will end up in a tiebreaker against Talon. And you had some interesting ideas about the draft, Avery. You said to me that Troll needs some sort of buffs, and well, their last pick hero doesn't do that exactly, but you were still okay with it, it seems.
I just saw this Grim pick has a lot of synergy with their lineup. It's pretty rare you see a final pick support that can enable multiple things about your draft, and Grim is one of those niche heroes right now that can kind of do that. So if you think about what he does in this game, you were talking about he can kind of deal with some spiderlings a little bit. There's some little value there. He can provide the ult for the bat, so you're getting double lasso, so you're buffing up the scaling team fight of Cox in this game. You're providing an ink swell for double melee core between Troll and Tusk, and it's a dispel. So we're talking about this Troll fighting into Silencer Goo, Pango disarms, like Brood slows, right, all of this gunk.
Yeah.
It helps him get in that fight and not have to pop his ult to BKB early when he just gets bushwhacked once. And so I think all of those things are pretty damn nice in this game. You think about what this Grim can provide. Now, it is a Grim stroke, though, so you kind of have to keep your expectations a little in check.
So it's a good pick, but a bad hero still.
I feel like this hero is not that bad, but he's definitely got some holes. And he suffers in this like group up 5-man aura meta, where it feels like his spells just don't do enough in the fights.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that. Like, he's just a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
but not enough to actually single target burst somebody.
Yeah, but I feel like the games where he's good is when he can deal the damage, you get the dispel value and ult value. And he has ult value because he helps bat and he screws the Pango's ult, right?
Yeah, he screws over the Pango real hard. I think it's a decent way to hold back the Ursa as well.
Yeah, so I think his ult has offensive value in terms of camping his team. It has defensive value in slowing the enemy spells down. There's a lot of things that go in cool ways for this Grim Stroke. So I'm hoping it shines, because otherwise I will look like a fool. And I like this hero, so I'm biased. Biased casting.
That is the ultimate kind of bias casting. You want a hero to win. That's because everybody can identify with that. Like, I'll be honest, I don't give a goddamn shit about most of these teams. You know,
Jesus.
You know, they do what they do. I'm just, as long as you guys are giving me some good Dota to cast, I'm happy. You know, like, it doesn't matter who you are, just give me some good, exciting Dota.
Okay, well, I care about all the teams,
but I do care about certain heroes. That's for sure. Anybody, any techies pickers or?
Nobody likes you, Cap. I want you to know that. Nobody cares about you and your stupid techies fascination. As you said, the stakes for this match, as high as they get. All right, you win this, you go to Lima. You don't win it, you get another chance, but then you're kind of demoralized.
Yeah, and playing against a Talon that, I mean, Winter has been pushing them as like the one of the best looking teams of the DPC, even if their record doesn't reflect it.
Winter pushes a lot of things. I don't know how much I trust that guy's assessment, but yeah, they're on the up. Like, they have momentum. Yeah. You're pushing into a team that's developing stuff like them, and SMG came up from the bottom, so you're going down, they're coming up. You see each other on the elevator, and only one of you gets a ticket. That's a rough scenario. So this is definitely the match you want to win. It's all on the line. Who do you trust here? Do you trust the Bosku Spider? Trust the Cox Bat?
Who do I trust in this game?
Now, what is the hero player combination you're going to most rely on?
I don't know. I think we casted Geek Slate last week, and I think we trusted Skem in a game that I don't think he actually managed to pull through.
So I trusted him, and he betrayed me.
Yeah. So. Oh, a little bit of action here as the Inkswell is going to be able to get the stun onto Raven. We're going to try and chase him down, but yeah, Raven's going to turn around and kill Narman real quickly. Fairy Fire's not going to be enough to save him. In fact, Raven's healthy enough. He can get the first blood and still keep on trucking.
Level 2 Curse now up, but even the level 1 putting in work to get the extra glaive damage off the steal from an in-hero. Enough to seal the deal, and now Raven's super happy because he was already up to ring. That was kind of their one go to try and all in him with this combo before he becomes too tanky. Now he's just too tanky.
Yeah, I feel like this, like the Tusk Grimstroke, there's no other way to play this but fighting the enemy.
Yes.
And I feel like Ursa and Silencer are pretty good at fighting back, especially if the fight draws out.
It's annoying because Ursa can always Urshock over the shard too.
True.
There's just your all-in's not there. I think they honestly would have preferred to put the bat versus Ursa if there wasn't a silencer in this lane.
Yeah, that's
Because then your aggressive potential is really high with this bat Grim versus the melee, but silencer just cuts that off. Like, you cannot lane bat into this hero. It's way too devastating.
pretty good read on cooldowns there by Cox. He actually went on Carl with Shield Crash and Swashbuckle still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. So Carl actually had to TP back to the tower as a result. And I find little stuff like that really cool just because like having a strong understanding of the enemy heroes' cooldowns, especially short cooldowns like that, is I think impressive to keep your mind. Like,
oh, it's definitely nice. It's how you win these small regen trades, and those small regen trades add up into bigger regen trades, which add up into tombstones. So everything starts small.
So you're saying big trades are made up of little trades?
Exactly. Sound familiar?
It does. It does. Sounds like an ancient bit of wisdom from an old wise man.
And the big thing about this mid is kind of who gets 6 first, but Carl has honestly done a very nice job just playing the lane in general. This matchup can, sometimes you can just die on Pango in this matchup, but he's just out CS Cox here and has the level advantage, so he shouldn't get all in lasso killed. I say that, and that probably means he will get all in lasso killed.
You can see him committing to kill the creep wave. That way he has his level 6 and will use it now to escape the fire and flames that were being a bit of a problem. Now means it's on cooldown though, and he has no mana or anything. Bottom lane, they do manage to get the kill on Tim's and still able to fight back because, I mean, the Broodmother, what can you do against a troll? This just looks like a very bad lane matchup.
Get level 6.
Yeah.
And then you actually kick him out. This matchup is, it's okay. You dominate the early waves with Troll, but I don't feel like Brood is that abusable in the early ways as she used to be.
Armin, dead again.
2 int.
Oh yeah, AU's stacking it up already.
Come to Papa Intelligence, my son.
Wait, you think Broodmother's actually going to be able to kick the troll out of lane?
I mean, I just don't think this matchup is like that debilitating. I don't think, the way Brood plays nowadays, I just don't think he really cares about these types of carries. Or really any carry in general, but as much as he used to. Like, it used to be you sit a carry here and you kill spiders and you fight him back and you prevent this tower taking, but now he can just get 6, start nuking you, you bring one support with a stun, you might just die. In the fight, he's building auras, he can get ags, he can kite you out, right? It's a different type of hero and playstyle.
Sure.
So I don't have as much faith in these like one-on-one matchups, but definitely for the first 5 to 7 minutes or so, like Troll sits down here and he wins the lane, he free farms. So if you're happy with Troll free farming in a game, then you're very happy with this type of thing. But if you're looking for Troll to shut down a Brood, I don't think that type of thing happens anymore.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I was looking at it just from a free farming Troll good.
Yeah, I think that can be good. But then to me, that's like, okay, well, what does the overall game look like for Troll after that? Because the first 7 minutes here, he free farmed, but that's like, you know, whatever, right?
do you think it's a bad Troll game? Or just like not free?
I think it's pretty hard in a lot of ways. Like, this Brood and Pango are pretty good at slowing you down, kiting you out. I think Pango destroys Troll.
Yeah, that hero is a big counter to Troll.
You get Diffu, you get Disarm, Hoodwink, another range support with Disable, Silencer, range support with slows, and a global that might just screw you up in a fight.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a very straightforward Troll game. So that's where I kind of feel like he's free farming, that's cool, but it's, what are you going to do with him, you know? Maybe that's where this Grim pick is designed to help him play and also help his other core scale. So it's not all on the Troll. I could see something like that.
Battle over the runes, but it's going to be snagged away by Force, who get the kill on AU. Carl threatening the Rolling Thunder just to keep Cox back.
Yeah, let that be a lesson. No one steals 6 intelligence from Norman. You can have 4.
Can steal it back.
That's it. This Ursa's top of the chart. First blood for Raven. He's just pulling big camp now, getting the extra farm. I don't really know what pressures him out of this either. Like, Tusk is not good enough to do it. You just get man fought back. So it's kind of, does Cox want to go up here with a lasso? Try and kill him? It's not even an easy kill, right? He gets ult off if there's a counter gank.
Yeah, and he's trying to build up the boots of travel, so rotating before that is probably not a great idea.
AU smoked and warded triangle, and it got instantly dewarded by a pre-planted sentry. That's that feels bad.
They're gonna go for the kill on Scam. Rotations are gonna be needed here. Scam's gonna be bumped once. Ready to pop the ultimate. Doesn't pop. Oh, he does pop it, actually. It's that second Rolling Thunder hits. Now he's going to be pulled out of position.
Yeah, this ult.
And the swashbuckle isn't quite enough. Or is the bushwhack? It doesn't actually land. Bosku hunting for him, but the Walrus punch in the air. And now he's put himself too far forward, right under the combo of fire and ice between Force and Cox.
Troll ult, baby. That's what it does. Baits the enemy in because they're so used to it being terrible. And sometimes it works out.
It's such a bad bait that it baits the enemy team into a bad situation. Whoa, what is this stack? Oh no.
It's Carl's now. Double neutral drop too.
Triple.
Honestly, I'm 99% sure Skem should die there. But
yeah,
sometimes the troll gods show mercy.
Yeah, did Carl get the swashbuckle just didn't do enough damage?
I think
or he didn't get it.
The tip hit him. That was it. I don't think all of it did. And the bushwhack, I should have secured it.
Lasso going to be used, and they will be able to blow up the Pango in time. The Batrider falls shortly after. AU trying to get out, though.
+2.
Another +2.
+2.
Another -1 on the raindrop charges.
I mean, he's getting all the +2s off the int heroes, too, which
Dire's bottom tower is under
a little
attack.
extra value, I guess.
I guess that's one way to look at it. I would look at it the opposite way. That's stealing the intelligence from the agility and strength here.
I mean, yeah, if you lower troll here, you're getting real happy. But honestly, you take whatever you can get on this hero.
Yeah.
It's like a mini game.
And you're not really playing Dota. You're playing
Playing Intelligent Steel Simulator.
Playing some of that last night, actually. The Dota pubs.
Yeah, ranked Q.
Yeah.
Ranked Q steals in from you.
Yeah, we say a lot of intelligence is stolen from me.
Under attack.
There are some real dumb things happening in my games.
Yeah, I think if I didn't go into Dota, I'd probably be like working at NASA by now.
All right, let's not overestimate your capabilities too
I might
much
be
here.
underestimating how much Dota is destroyed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You'd actually be on your way to, winning a Nobel Prize.
Anything's possible.
Are fortified.
How much have we lost from humanity?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
How many wards have been lost
Dire's
this game?
top tower
Yeah, it's a lot. Raji is sniping all of them, man.
Yeah, you look at dire wards on the map right now. You can't because there are none.
Wow.
Have all been slain. That's rough in this early game. Honestly, it hurts. You go into these
Radiant are
daytimes,
scanning.
you want to get the wards up for the night, and then they're all dead. You have one debuff that just went down from Tim's. Carl forced into another ult here.
Yeah, that is one thing. He may be able to defend himself against the Batrider, but he really hasn't used the Rolling Thunder aggressively.
And his courier dies.
More than once.
What a rough one. And now he's getting
Might be able to
flanked.
catch him here. Global Sound's going to be used, giving an opportunity for Carl to jump away.
That enough space?
Can he get the frostbite? Oh yeah, he's going to get it around the corner, and that's going to allow the troll to catch up. They get the kill, and Raven's going to be forced out of lane as well. All these heroes from Geek Slate, once again, just rotating a ton of heroes all in one direction. Felt like this was a Geek Slate MO.
They're just leaving the Brute alone, which means you're going to get outnumbered. They're bringing 3 core. It's like Carl doesn't really know what he wants to do in this game, which isn't necessarily his fault. He doesn't have the best supports. Like, this Silencer and Hoodwink do decent damage, but they're kind of awkward in these random river fights where the tree can get cut, or you have to land your curse. If you miss the curse, then the fight's just a free go for Bat.
Yeah.
This early game is very awkward for Carl.
I mean, another thing is that trying to bushwhack a Batrider is just always really difficult.
Yeah, it's bad as
Firefly burning down things.
Bat has been annoying for them. And you have to think about these early fights because you want to start winning these river battles, securing vision, so the Ursa Roshan that comes later is a bit easier. If you start falling behind in this core net worth, your Pango's behind, the Batriders ahead. Like, this Roche contest might be in the cards for Geek Slate because they have pretty good heroes for fighting around the pit, to be honest. Like, you run in there with a Link, the Spider has to walk all the way across. I don't know if this is the most straightforward early Roshan for Ursa. It might be a game where Raven has to just kind of play it a bit slower and abuse his Battle Fury, which this is a very fast Battle Fury treads for an Ursa. Like, he has at 13. He's going to go to town.
Got a double ancient stack to be able to farm up too, so yeah, his stocks are going to start skyrocketing here.
I mean, I would like to see some aggressive early smokes maybe from Geek Slate because they have the heroes to do it, I think.
You're talking about the difference between old Broodmother and new Broodmother. I would say that I think leaving the Broodmother alone in lane to free farm is less debilitating than it used to be, right? Like the old Broodmother would just like rat you out. This one's such a big team fighter that I don't think I care as much that it's free farming and just taking over a lane.
I feel like you say that, but I think once you go in a game versus a really good Brood, you're going to be feeling different.
I guess my point is he's got pipe right now, but the pick off on Raven, you wanted to see a rotation. It looks like they got a beautiful. How did they all get here? And how was Raven alone down here? And what happened?
Yeah, that is weird. Because the thing is, Brood is occupying the space anyway, so you're kind of overlapping the cores.
Yeah. And
then the Brood's not even scouting for the Ursa when he's down here, so it's like Ursa is tanking the gank for the Brood. It's a little backwards.
I think they got lulled into a false sense of security from this really deep dire ward that they have.
Yeah,
above
probably.
the tier 2.
I mean, just a quick move from Geek Slate to have the blink on Tusk. You have the bots on Pat. This stuff can happen pretty fast.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I thought they can get aggressive here, because I think their 4-man combo between the Bat Grim Tusk with the maiden damage on top is pretty nasty at this point in the game. Like, what does Blacklist really have to fight that back outside you land a crazy curse? And Silencer's a very slow, mobile hero. I mean, we see him running around here with 350 MS. This hero's clunky as hell, so you can usually set the fight up where you kind of kite around him. Or you just go on him first, he dies, and then what? But either way, Carl does get to his defusal here. He has been farming a decent amount.
Back they go. They're going to catch Tim's. Oh, no, the silence. I remember this pain.
A slow and painful death.
Yeah, the squirrel pops the sharpshooter, and then you just get a phantom on you, and then you're like, oh, now I'm just sitting here for the full duration of my ultimate, charging up, unable to let it go.
Again, begs the question, when do Blacklist want to group up? Because at some point you want to fight for this mid-tier 1 in Roshan, and it is dependent on the Brood's auras. Raven's going second item blink here, so he probably wants to get active with that. Like, these silencer lineups are a lot better when you're the initiator, I always feel.
Yeah.
They don't really function that well when you're getting jumped. You're the one just getting run at. The silencer has to debate when to throw this global. You throw it, they back off a bit. You don't have the best catch here. You have one stun, it's Bushwhack. This is not an easy silencer games in terms of using global. He's kind of just there to throw the curse, but that means you need to start these fights through a consistent mechanism. Is that just Raven blinking in? Is that Tim somehow landing a crazy Bushwhack? I think this is the difficulty Blacklist is facing. They're going to try and figure it out here.
Do you think it would have been better served for Carl to get a blink dagger in that regards? If you were talking about like, okay, maybe you need more stuns and initiation to enable.
I mean, I think at some point he does want the blink. I don't think you go at first because Diffu is just way too important in this game. And you're not looking for that super early timing either. I think their lineup's looking to hit this around 20 minutes, so we're coming up on that. It's just you have to have a game plan of what it's going to look like.
Okay.
And that's also why I thought Geeks could have abused this early window a bit more, because I don't think this Blacklist lineup really had ways to teamfight like this early on, outside of them clumping and you run into the clump. But they were not clumping, they were just farming the whole map. So I think they're getting through this period. And Carl is thinking about second item blink. They're going to smoke up here.
Another smoke.
This is a hard smoke though, because again, what is the jump?
Yeah, by the time they move up to top lane, I bet Cox is already going to have left the lane. But they might just run into a random troll. Skem actually breaking the smoke on Tim's. Just a quick 180, and now gets, okay, now he gets grabbed. I don't think he saw anything there. And because he's silenced, unable to get off his ultimate, another 2 intelligence.
2 int from the troll man. Okay, I mean, I was saying, like, I guess you can just run into troll. That's what they did.
Cox, you gotta be careful there, jeez. He really wanted to finish up that BKB.
Come and fight me.
They're looking for Brood. This is not an easy catch. He has pipe. I don't think you're killing him.
No, they need vision to be able to get the Ink Swell Walrus Punch combo off.
Oh, Bosku looking for Raji. Won't find him. The wolf escapes the spider's grasp for now.
She's just too fast. What can you do?
I think they should make reverse personas for heroes. Instead of turning Crystal Maiden into a wolf, turn Broodmother into a human.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right. Does it still have 8 legs or arms?
No, it's literally just a normal girl.
Okay. What did the spiderlings become?
mini humans. Like Pikmin or something. Except not Pikmin, because of course that is an IP we do know.
Yes, of course.
But something that might look eerily close to Pikmin.
Some plant-like humans, yes.
Well, that is a good smoke. This is the kind of smoke I thought could happen a lot more in this game. Now you just have a free Roshan, I think.
Yeah, an Ursa lineup that loses control of Roshan like this is pretty bad. I didn't actually think about the fact that they could do Rosh themselves on the side of Geek Slate.
Oh,
but
Carl, we're going to get
comes the contest, and the bash is on force. His health. I'm being bashed by Roshan.
Ball
he
on
uses
ball.
the snowball and blinks away. Really nicely played there.
He dropped his item off. What? He dropped his ogre staff off Courier so he could pick it up fast. I don't even understand what Force was doing there, but I'll think about it. Skem's back in the pit now, and no Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, no Rolling Thunder, so might as well go. No Global Silence for a little bit longer, and Tim's already dead, so you don't really have anything left. Now they're going to pull back the Pango into the pit, grab the Aegis, kill the Pango one by one. The Geek Slate is going to start running over. Okay, there goes the Global Silence. They'll reset again and be like, okay, that's cool.
Tim's ball back.
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy commitment. Again, I think they were thinking it's a Roshan or an Ursa lineup. We can't afford to give up Roshan, but
this contest is just terrible, though.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. Like, this contest was awful. You have the Brood Pipe, so maybe if you group up, you wait for your Silencer to respond, you throw like a spell and you stall, you play it like that. But I don't think you can just charge in the fight unless you're 5 with the pipe and Ursa commits with you, because otherwise, exactly what happened, right? Someone's just getting jumped by Tusk with an Inkswell, and then if Pango commits, you're getting linked. So no one can commit with him on the roll, because otherwise you're giving the free link.
Sure.
So they just wait that out. I don't know, super disconnected engage. Now you're feeding more on top of the Roshan, which I don't think was that contestable without Silencer anyway. I mean, remember how early Raven had this battle for Ursa? I think he could be 2 or 3K more ahead in this game. And he's only had one bad death. It's not like this game has gone terribly for him, but you're definitely giving a lot to this troll.
Yeah, he is barely outpacing the troll at this point.
And I think he should have been far ahead.
Yeah.
Like, based on how rich he was with ancient stacks.
And you could have reached a point where the Ursa is able to man-fight the troll when you get, like, the 3rd or 4th item Basher. You get BKB, you get Basher, and then you're just, like, you're down to just jump the troll over and over again.
Yep.
This is gonna sting.
Armin's going mech on this Grim. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he rushed the shard like you were talking about. Now he's going mech. So a lot of things that you said about like how to enable troll, he won saves and dispels and stuff. That does seem to be his focus.
Sense. I'm still debating in my mind if Grim is a hero you can buy this much utility on. I do feel like this is one of those heroes you have to be a little greedy in terms of like maybe a single Aether or a Blink. Just something to help get your spells, because you last picked this Grim for the spell utilization.
Yeah, it's really hard to get off a good Soulbind without that extra cast range.
Well, I just feel like this is a hero you need it on almost.
Yeah.
But I can understand, obviously, your game plan is to play through the bat and the troll, right? So, like, buying these utility is working towards your win conditions here, as opposed to being greedy on the Grim. But it's always an internal debate. I don't know if there's a right answer. It just comes down to how you execute the fights. But he does have mech now, so some extra sustain, blink bat, silencer counter for what? For nothing.
Oh, he's a bait.
Like, he tanked the lasso.
Said lasso's down, guys.
It's true, it is down. You're also down, but I mean, Skim is just going to take the map here. I don't think he's afraid of anything with this Aegis. Brigand's Blade as well. Probably like the best troll item, right?
Oh, yeah.
Does not get much better than this. I mean, I guess Ex Machina or something, but...
No. Even at 60 minutes, my man's still going to be rocking a Brigand's Blade.
I mean, you got to think about these things with troll. You know, this is the type of hero you go in games, you're like, what do my timings look like at 60 minutes?
Cox? I mean, you're going to do some damage. I don't think you're actually going to get him close, nearly close. Oh, he went for the TP out.
Ooh, he dodged himself.
No. I mean, I think that was kind of a hard kill to go for in general, but if he had stopped that TP, all of a sudden it's free.
That's that invisible force shield. Force the Pango around him. It's the special compendium purchase.
You're full of all kinds of whack ideas today. Geek Slate?
We're still seeing the struggle for initiation. It's just Tim's running with a ward,
Yeah.
trying to bushwhack a bat.
Yeah, they see all these heroes, but they can't do anything about them.
It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't know. I feel like you don't try and you almost don't force it. Just farm the
Radiant's
Ursa
bottom
Basher, and then
tower
he can
is
just
under
go in.
attack.
Because you have global to bail him out.
Yeah, I actually think that this is where the game has gone wrong the most for Blacklist. I think they were pretty happy and chilling and farming with the Broodmother, like free farming bottom
Dire's
and
top
Raven
tower
free
is
farming.
under attack.
Yeah, I think this was a game you honestly,
Radiant's
I
middle
hate to say it,
tower
but you
is
could have
under
AFK'd a
attack.
bit and just like play the defensive plays, let Geek Slate run into you, and then take the fights around the towers or around an overextension into your triangle or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're that enables your supports a lot more,
Yes.
right? Like maybe you're right about them not being the best reactive heroes, but playing on their side of the map under like their towers and stuff.
Oh, that's where these silencers shine. Like when the enemy's fighting into you and you get the vision, and the silencer can just throw his spells because they're going on a frontliner like a Brood or a Pango. That's where he can turn the fights around and you're really happy. These aggressive moves are just difficult for the hero. And if Geek Slate don't want to give it to you, then I feel like in this type of game, you have to be happy with that type of map state and just scaling late with like the Ursa Troll matchup and the, you know, the Brood Pango getting the late game utility and Hexes and Lincolns and this type of deal. Which I think they should be. Here's an aggressive move.
Of course, he's going to go for the snowball save, and he gets it. Now the question is the Bat Rider still going to be alive afterwards? Does manage to get the soul bind lasso a little bit afterwards, so that's kind of awkward and immediately dies to the Ursa. But the BKB Enrage is now wearing out, and they want to keep fighting this. Blink away just in time by Raven, but the snowball's going to catch up. It's going to go through. They're diving in real deep for this one. A blink up by Force. Yeah, they're saying we have engaged too deep at this point in time. Reset a little bit, especially without their mid laner.
Here comes that poke, though. Yeah, I don't think you're running from this.
Skim? Yeah, okay. He can only do so much to protect his supports.
What an awkward fight. Maybe if you get the double lasso, it's different, but I think Ursa got his ult off anyway, and Cox just melts.
Yeah.
This bat does not want to be the target getting initiated on. If that happens, the fight's terrible. Because then he has to use BKB, and the second that happens, you can global, and the fight's just awful for him. So he wants to be the one initiating. That's a pretty good recipe for Blacklist here if they can find it.
All right, well, the first little good fight for Blacklist in this game, and that'll push Raven real close to the Basher. So we're kind of getting to that point that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm getting a little worried for Geek Slate in the next 10 minutes here. Like, with the next set of items coming out for Blacklist here, it looks tough to take these fights. Bosku is super farmed. He has full Greaves Pipe. You're getting
Watch
to that
one
Basher.
again. Comes out of the snowball, immediately goes for the lasso, but the Enrage just...
Yeah, the Enrage is there, the combo's not there. Skem is in the back, he kills Silencer, that's great, but just can't really find anything else here. The downside of Troll at this point.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times you see Troll pick up a Blink Dagger just because you want to get on top of heroes instantly and you get kited around too easily
he went
otherwise.
for Manta in this game.
Yeah, why did he go Manta?
Extra Dispel for these slows and curses. Random disables.
I feel like the better answer to that is just blinking on them and activating BKB.
I tend to agree because I think you're pretty dependent on BKB anyway. I'm not a huge fan of this Manta. I think even if you want extra Dispel, like Satanic or something. Or even Sage and Yasha for some statuses, I don't know. Manta just doesn't... It looks weird to me this game.
All right, Skim just denied an Invis Rune at melee range.
Radiant are scanning.
This is also one of those carries that does not use the Manta illusions at all on the map.
No. No, that's not those aren't illusions that are gonna...
Yeah, I don't think anybody has ever been like, guys, I gotta go back. There's troll illusions pushing top. I just don't think I've ever heard that phrase in Dota.
It doesn't sound particularly intimidating, no.
It does give him a little extra intelligence, though. Yeah.
All right, that's true.
If he's worried about getting his mana burn and some install and having a small mana pool,
then he could have gone Scotty.
I mean, yeah, but Manta is badass.
Oh, lasso. Got the pullback on a Broodmother. If they can blow her up right away with the Aeon disc. Uh-oh, this makes things a little bit more awkward. They're still going to stick through him, though. But Force Staff after Force Staff gets him away, and the Ursa's on top of the back line with the help of the Rolling Thunder. They've already killed the Crystal Maiden Force backwards. Caucus is going to go for a desperate TP out. He does manage to make it. Skem, similar situation. No bushwhack, no stuns. Once again, Blacklist and their lack of disables hurting them a bit. Otherwise, that would have been a great fight.
They just weren't aware of this Aeon symbol on Bosku.
Yeah.
He baits it out perfectly with the front line. Easy anti-lasso. You get the whole global till later. That's the type of initiation Cox wants, but just not on that type of target. They're looking again here on this award, though. They're debating going in.
That's kind of crazy because they still have the BKB on Ursa up. But I guess if they blow up a hero, get a pick off fast enough, here comes Raven, though. BKB immediately goes for the Troll. The Troll doesn't have his ultimate, so he's just dead. Again, going for the big team fighting frontliner.
The single target damage is just not there.
Yeah, Troll doesn't do damage, guys.
I mean, Manta Troll, definitely not. This is not the single target burst build. I mean, remember, this is what... Did they get tag team off? They must have got tag team off, right? It just didn't feel like it. That's very concerning. If you can't get that kill, I mean, how are you killing anybody?
I actually don't see tag team in the list of used ability.
Yeah, I feel like he did not get tag team off, which I can't help feel like should not be happening.
Yeah, that is pretty crucial with a Troll.
So maybe that's one reason Cuckoo lives there, but
even then, it was still going to be a bad fight.
Yeah, you're still getting turned around on. Raven still gets the free jump. Now he gets the Roshan. He's hungered for all game on top of the shard. Kind of got him there for you. He has Titan's Liver for some extra status. He's a monster now. I don't know how you deal with this Ursa.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Nobody is man fighting him. You don't really have the best spells to kite him and force his ult out. He is a problem. And the stuns are coming. You had the lack of stuns early, but now you're going to push towards this Basher pretty fast on Carl. You have the Basher on Raven. Double Force Staff for the supports.
Yeah, not just Basher, full out Abyssal.
I have Abyssal now. Lincoln's on top of Carl. You can't lasso him. Can't lasso the Brood. Can't lasso the Ursa. There's a Lotus on Pims. Maybe you can't lasso him.
I mean, making that lasso even more impossible. Raven is apparently thinking about going Aghanim Scepter next.
Good luck. Good luck to this Cox path.
Good luck to Skem trying to carry with the Troll.
Did get a Psychic Headband, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, for the Baron?
Dire's
Yeah,
structures
so-
are fortified.
Open a little bit. Yeah, at some point, the Troll has to
Radiant's
kill people.
middle tower is
There's
under
no other
attack.
real sustained damage in this lineup. Does have Basher now.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's not like Force could or did go an attack damage build. I mean, offlane Tusk just doesn't do that, right?
No, he's going for the Zags, which there's another displacement. But you're displacing who into what, right? I don't know. Like, you really want to kick this Ursa into your Troll?
Yeah, if he gets kited enough, like you force out the Enrage and you kite him around a little bit and then you get the lasso while he's still trying to get back to his team, that doesn't sound the worst.
Yes, you can kick him and lasso him into the fountain. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, there's your real carry. I mean, that is a unit that hits faster and harder than Troll.
That's true. We should give the Brigand's Blade
to the fountain, of course. Ursa sees the opportunity to initiate on a Bat Rider. They do manage to disengage, though. Trying to save him. Nice use of the shards to be able to block out the Ursa a little bit longer. Now they're diving in a little bit too deep. Raven's going to be forced to
the Lotus.
Oh, no, the Lotus! What a play with the Lotus Orb.
Himself of everybody.
Cox, and now Carl just goes right back in, killing all the backline heroes. Oh, actually, Force gets away with the use of that Ogre Seal Totem.
Just no damage.
Yeah.
Soulbind hit a Lincoln's on Carl,
Middle tower.
so you don't even have that for this fight. Devastating. All the ultimates of Geek Slate throwing back against them. I think it hit their own team more than the enemy.
Radiant's middle tower has
Is Skem chipped out? Skem's out.
Yeah, he says,
Yeah, I'm going to go farm some more.
Radiant's
Later,
middle
boys.
barracks are under attack.
I mean, there's no bounty rune into buyback here. He's just kind of,
Radiant's middle
yeah, he's just out of there.
He's just going into the enemy triangle, finding the only farm he can get. And apparently, Blacklist are just going to keep going. Go for 2 lanes. Carl's just messing around at this point.
These last pick Ursa's been devastating in this region. I don't think a lot of teams are prepared for them, honestly. I don't know how else to put it. I feel like these later pick Ursas have such a high win rate.
Yeah.
This hero just destroys games. You don't have the ability to man fight him or just block the early Roshans. His scale is still insane.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, right? Is that like it's a hero that you need counters against because it used to be an early game hero, but now it's been given so much power creep over time that it's also a late game monster.
Yeah, I mean, I consider his really early game the weakest part.
Yeah.
If anything, the later the game goes, he just becomes more and more obnoxious. There's like this super late game territory where you can sometimes feel like it's hard to commit. There's too much kiting in HP.
Yeah, like Aeon Dis and Force Staffs and Ghost 7.
Yeah, people become too tanky to burst, but outside of that, this hero doesn't really have many downsides. Great Ags, great Shard, great Talons.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact it's like the premier Roshan hero, and he has an amazing Shard and Aghanim Scepter, like that feels a little bit much, you know?
Yeah, it's just, he has great game flow as long as he doesn't get destroyed in lane. And it doesn't feel like there's much, like that's what I'm saying, when you later pick him and you see the lane. What's really the downside of this hero? There's not much if you're confident it's like good Ursa game, right?
Yeah.
Like no one's playing these Viper Venos too much.
Radiant's top tower is
And if they
under
are,
attack.
it's an early pick, you see them, okay, and you have a choice not to pick Ursa or something. So I think this hero people need to keep in mind. I've been seeing it banned second phase a lot more, but I still feel like he's a little undervalued. I mean, he's got ads sitting in his backpack, man.
Yeah, he's waiting for the Aegis to expire. Now he'll slip it in.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Okay, last fight for Geek Slate, potentially, in this game one. And you still have a full series.
Who do you jump here if you're Geek Slate, though?
I think you sell your BKB and bracers and buy an Aghanim Scepter on Tusk.
That is, yeah, that is a route.
Like I legitimately think that probably increases your chances of winning this game.
I think it does, but at the same time, I'm looking at who are you even kicking back?
I don't know
can't go
exactly, but
anywhere.
all I know is that you have to isolate somebody because this 5-man is not. I don't think you can beat him.
I think you kick your troll into them.
Go get him, boy.
Skem is still on the other side of the map here.
He's still trying to work on a nullifier, praying that Blacklist do not go high ground.
I mean, I respect this. It makes sense, right? Then you can nullify this Brood when you kick her in. Maybe go for some kick lasso shenanigan.
Still haven't really seen the Manta be used
No,
at all, really.
I haven't really seen this troll be used. Outside of the fact he got the Roshan early over the Ursa. But
Skim's going to go back to the triangle here, and Carl's like, wait a minute, there are no creeps here. Wait a minute.
That's not an ancient camp.
Oh, that's a big troll. All right, they're going to catch him. Let's see whether or not he can, like, BKB. No, he can't even BKB TP out. So no nullifier for you, no buyback. Oh, God, no buyback. He just bought the Sacred Relic.
That stinks.
Oh, no. If they see that Sacred Relic, they're definitely going to intuit that he doesn't have buyback.
I'm pretty sure Carl went there and he saw there were no ancients and he stood there and he was like, "Yo, team, did anybody farm this?"
Yeah, there's
And then they knew it wasn't. He just sat there and waited. He's like, "All right, where's this guy gonna go? He's gonna come back, right? It's spawning soon." Decent heads up play, but yeah, I don't know if they know he has no buy though.
I mean, even funnier part, he almost seemed surprised when the trolls showed up.
I think they both are surprised. What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
You're supposed to be taking megas right now.
Skim didn't know why he wasn't droning him. Carl didn't know why Skim was there.
If this is a pub, Skim would have been all chatting like, go down mid. I don't know what you're doing.
Just got sniped.
Yeah, he did.
Literally.
Snowball going to be used. See if the Tusk can get out of here. The Lotus actually going to pull the Pango out of position here.
Better than a kick.
Can they stop it? Oh, they didn't get a stun out. That feels bad.
Feels bad then.
Well, it's going to be Megas. Very chill.
And Soulbind. Your souls have been bound.
Forever. Any GG fans or? All right, we're gonna fight out through Megas.
You got one more fight here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Skem's been working hard on getting that nullifier.
Let me
He wants
tell
to
you.
at least use it once.
Let me tell you something. If you're in a dire game, you're playing for your major life, if there's one spell that can bail you out, it's definitely Battle Trance. You just
Battle
need
Trance,
a
go!
You just need a really good Battle Trance. I mean, you have Nullifier, so you can bypass some of these Aeons a bit. You drag a good target in.
Yeah, if they actually get the Aghanim Scepter on force and then nullifier that person, kill him.
I mean, it's pretty much only Bosku. I don't think you're going to see the supports here. And you have Lincolns on the Pango, you have Ags on Ursa. You got to find the spider.
Gold and sweet.
Am I crazy? I feel like a Maelstrom, the old troll that went Maelstrom all the time, I felt like that was like, I always felt like that was more damage.
I mean, it is. It's more damage than an earlier Power Spike, Maelstrom or Gifu. But I think people feel the scale and ramp isn't as good. I don't know, this hero just doesn't scale that well.
No.
That's why you need the buffs. You need something to help him and start the fight without him just getting 6-slotted and blink ulting somebody, which feels bad anyway because everybody is building double Force Staff these days. So
yeah.
Then you need Nullifier as well. Zero needs too many things. But they are up against Megas, and they are now up against Cheese, Aegis on Ursa.
Well, this is where the troll finally comes online. Battle Fury's going to go to work.
Yeah, yeah.
Kill a lot of creeps.
See what it does here. Worth noting that they also gave the second Ags to Carl. So this Pango is now top net worth in the game. Very terrifying.
Carl had a great laning phase, so it feels fitting that we see him on top of the net worth because I think he. And we talked about how it was not an easy game for him to play because he didn't really have the best heroes to play with him. But
I still think Blacklist got it used in that period, but the fact they got through it, now their lineup doesn't have those weaknesses in terms of engagement and stuns. It's all been built. So yeah, Carl got through that awkward phase for him. Those teenage years do a doozy on you.
Yeah.
But now he has grown, matured Pango, refined taste.
Here comes Blacklist, smoked up. Carl's gonna make the initiation. Immediately the snowball save. And they managed to get the soul bind. Oh, but they bumped into the ball. Oh, God.
Okay.
It all played against them because the snowball was on Carl.
Yeah.
And they just instantly got stunned when they came out of it. I would have thought you would have been able to get off BKB on Batrider. Okay, well, they're going to get the BKB. Oh, Nullify. And they immediately just walks it off. And now the Ursa's going to start going to work.
All right,
trying to get force. There,
Time to shine.
Trying to fight Raven.
Time to
Raven.
shine.
Oh, we got the bash. Going to get another one. All right, that's life number 1. Schem, refresh, and do it again.
Yeah, he's
Oh, God, he's dead.
all right, well,
What a monster hit from Carl that was. Jeez.
I mean, he did kill the Ursa.
Geek. Got him once.
Here's the Lotus Snowball Drag him in strat.
Do it again.
These Bushwhacks have been nasty all game, by the way. I mean, I don't think it's a particular hard game at this point, but Tim's did work. He got 2 3-man Bushwhacks so many times in these fights. Just nasty. That is the Ursa Troll matchup in a nutshell, I think. If you are not snowballing in that game heavily, getting the Roshans, yeah, maybe you kill him once through an Aegis, and that's about it. There's just no gas left in this tank for Slate. In hindsight, this is a game they really had to snowball early. Like, be very aggressive on the lanes, make some early smoke moves to triangle, slow the Ursa down, use the Aegis better somehow. I don't like this Tusk Bat core combo. I feel like there are 2 heroes that do the same thing.
Okay.
Which is a single target jump with displacement and burst.
Yeah.
They're both trying to do that, and then neither of them ends up doing that because they don't have any follow-up. There's no AoE team fight behind the displacement. There's no counter initiation if the enemy clumps after you drag somebody in, right?
And the troll is also single target.
Yes. What happens when you lasso pull somebody in and the fight collapses around that point, right? If anything, Blacklist had better counter team fight, and they're happy when the fight turns into that like choke point type deal, because then they can global, the Pango collapses in, you get a good 2-man Bushwhack. On the other side, it's like you single target initiate, pull someone in, and then you single target punch, pull them in war, and then your troll single target starts bashing that guy, and it's like, At some point, something else has got to happen. You know, it's a little too much.
I think Avery has been broken by this game number 1. Hopefully our panel has some better things to say, but why troll, guys? Why troll?
An excellent question, because I looked at the numbers again. Ursa in the Southeast Asian region has now been picked 9 times and has won 8 of those games. Troll has been picked 3 times and won 0 of those games. Coincidence? I think not.
You've been infected.
Well, that's the only thing Force infected me with, because he didn't infect me with a win. That was a hell of a way to start your potential way to make your way into the major. You pick second phase Troll Warlord into a Silencer, into a Hoodwink. Yes, the Broodmother lane did go well before level 6. And then you're Troll Warlord. And they got the first Roche, which took me by surprise.
No, they did. No, but I think Avery had a point there. It was talking about, like, you have Tusk Batrider. Like, if I move away from the Troll for just a little second, we'll go straight back to him. But it's just, I think that also plays into Geek Slate, that they, when they have absolute last pick, they end up last picking supports a lot of the time.
True.
Which to me is very weird. Like, I think it should be super rare that you do that.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling like more than 50% of their games, they end up last picking a 5 or a 4.
Yeah, the Force flex does not work the way that I would expect it to, because Force plays a lot of these heroes that I would consider support. Like, he played Phoenix, he played Snapfire. I guess here he could have had a different offlaner besides the Tusk and let the Tusk be the support. Instead, they last pick a Grimstroke, which...
Yeah, they see the matchup, right?
Do they?
Yeah, they saw Ursa.
And the value of that last pick Grimstroke, it didn't show. You know,
Yeah.
like what was the purpose of it? Like just another mech purchaser? Like, yeah, like they never really did a lot of Inkswell plays, and Avery was spot on with. Like, I can't argue with what he said.
Yeah.
And that's
displacement heroes.
the perfect summary of the game.
And Troll Warlord's like, stop dragging people away. I need to hit them.
Or he's just alone fighting by himself.
Which we also spoke to you guys were, as the game was wrapping up, mentioning how Troll Warlord is generally paired with a buffing hero, which he did not really have this game. I guess Tag Team was the only buff.
Yeah, but then they pointed out during the cast that the only time they didn't press the button when they jumped.
When they jumped that Brood.
Yeah.
And then the troll died, and Sag.
Raven, our rivalry MVP from Blacklist Rivalry, and I mean, honestly, I don't, like, even based off of the webcams, Blacklist Rivalry weren't like, hell yeah, we want a difficult game.
No.
It was more like they were like, what?
Yeah, what happened? No, they kind of messed it up for themselves first, right? Like, they were like, oh, we probably have to do something now, and then they like tried to do stuff, and they kind of, it didn't even go that bad, but they kind of lost, and then they were like, we'll just farm for a bit. And then suddenly, it's just over. The game is just over. It looks absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, that goes down to like when your lineup's just so single target.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really do anything, especially if you can't burst anyone.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
it's fine if you have like a PA that can, like, once you lasso, that target's dead, and then you go.
It is funny though, when they were gonna like show off their lineup, you know, he catches the Broodmother in lasso, but then she just bought A on disc, and they basically lose the game on the spot when they're like, let's go, show it, it's time. Lasso into Troll Warlord, and it says GG.
Which I guess, clever itemization from Cuckoo in that situation, because not an item that you would typically expect, but he knew, like, what the hell else?
No, this was, I remember the Doom game he had when he just kept feeding. This was like the opposite. He's like, yeah, go on me, and then we'll see what happens. And yeah, you get wiped.
I think Geek Slate are still shooketh from that Talon series that happened at the beginning of last week, because so far it seems like they don't have the juice that they had, at least in week number 1, and even prior to week number 1. A lot of teams were considering them to be one of the front runners to make it to the major based off of performances from M88 and so on. It's not quite done yet, because typically we expect Blacklist Rivalry to lose the first game and then win 2 and 3. Who knows what happens when they reverse the dynamic? It's only one way to find out, and that'll be with game number 2 after the break.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
That ticker might just be true. 2 full Filipino teams making their way to Peru, because Execration already has it locked in, and now Blacklist Rivalry are looking to be the second full Filipino team to make their way there. What is Lakas? Is that in the same vein as Lakad Matatag?
Oh, Lakas?
Yeah.
Lakas is like strong.
Strong.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then Lakad Matatag was like walk strong,
It's like
right?
It's like walk strong or like walk with swagger.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, it's looking like a possibility. Assuming that I don't even know what pocket Geek Slate strats they could fall back on at this point. I feel like they've been going through the filing cabinet and they're like, oh, remember when Troll was good like 3 years ago? Maybe we could try that again.
I just feel like they have to kind of go back to the mindset that they had between week 1 and week 2, where I feel their drafts were really like well-rounded. You know, like normally during that time they'd end the draft with like Force, and he'd like pull out like last pick Tide, and like he's just standing in front like being a boss. Like, what are you gonna do? And then now they're pulling like these 2 cores, and we did speak about it a little bit in the we didn't like that if they were both cores, they're doing the same thing. And I don't know, it's just
visually it doesn't look right.
You gotta have a better picture of like how the game the fights are gonna happen like before high ground and during high ground, because that's a sign of a good drafting team.
No, I wish Force would. I mean, they had the last pick available there. I just wish he would end up on some relevant here. Like even give him Visage there. I don't know, or like if he can end up on a Doom or a Tide or.
That's why I said Enigma. Like even though it's against a silencer, it's still like you have that black hole threat. Like let's say Blacklist like screwed up and cast Global Silence. Now it's like, guys, we have to think of the black hole.
Yeah.
But there's like an additional threat, not just like, oh, we have to worry about the troll.
Yeah. Or we just have to worry about our one hero getting snowballed on, walrus punch, lassoed, or whatever like that. But what about the other 4 heroes?
Yeah.
How do you take care of them? And so I like the idea of putting Force on a team fight hero, because now that I look at the supports, I guess Crystal Maiden was kind of a team fight hero, but it doesn't really seem like Geek Slate get much of their team fighting from the supports. It seems like it primarily comes from their mid laner, or it comes from Force. If he's not on a Bat Rider, but if he's on like his Tide Hunters and stuff like that.
Because like Earthshaker's not really a thing, and that was kind of like the biggest team fight hero. Yeah.
He played some Magnus in this DPC. He played the Tide Hunter, like you mentioned.
They did so well. That's when they were looking so strong. Like I don't know why. Like they switched it up all of a sudden.
He played Beastmaster. He played Brewmaster.
Oh, they won't be picking any Beastmaster.
That's why I feel like the losses made them like lose their identity as a team, and they're like kind of like just trying to copy another style.
I wish they would have gone Ayo Troll then. That's at least a cool combo.
I mean, if they do Ayo, they're probably going to go Gyro. They've ran that twice now, but just don't pick the Troll. I don't care if you had 4, but I don't care if you had Marcy, Magnus, Alacrity on Invoker, I don't know what other buffs would come from other lanes. Whatever the case, don't pick him. Bad hero, 0% win rate. Lina, on the other hand, also bad hero, at least in Southeast Asia. I know globally she's been doing pretty fantastically. In Southeast Asia, she is currently, 54% win rate, 90 picks.
What's
I don't think that's bad, right?
what's,
That's not bad.
What's
sorry,
Raven?
never mind. That's globally. Let me look at Southeast Asia.
Ooh.
I know.
Southeast Asia.
I'll guess
probably,
like 42.
This is Southeast
Dude,
Asia.
how?
Dude.
Hi, how? You can't just keep saying 42 and being right. Yes, 19 picks, 42.11% win rate.
Production was, whispering in the
Of
ears.
course they were. Yes, yeah. So Lina, not that on Imba in Southeast Asia. Treant Protector, though, he is still goated with the sauce. He is.
Definitely a 42. We're on him too.
He's a 50. Nice try.
But, this is AU Treant. He had some pretty sick OGs during the...
Yeah. I mean, just this lane too is nasty.
Yeah.
Like just how these heroes work together, they're so strong.
I'd like Geek Slate to think of putting this bat in the offlane because there's that potential that you can kind of crush the lane. The Treant gets caught off guard and he's stuck in the cogs and whatnot, or you can push the Lina in with the bat.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, sure. You can try that.
But has Narman played Clock? I mean, obviously
Narman
he would be.
I can probably play it.
He
right?
played Clock once against Bleed, and they won.
Okay.
All right. It's locked in. 100%.
E.
100% win.
Yeah, get rid of this Ursa, Dro, and then Spectre probably would be the last man for Blacklist. Yeah.
Bam.
Who is this guy? How likely do you think it is?
Well, I guess there's only one carry left, boys.
Troll. Time to pick the troll.
Treant Lina, you can fight through it.
They did run an Io Gyro up against a Lina before, but that was when Cooks was Brood Mother and he destroyed Bob mid. Let's see.
Yeah, just pick an open support here. Isn't Rubik still available? Sure, let's get Rubik.
I think you just remove the Pango, just because just based on their bans, they're banning this Carl hero mid, and if Treant and Pango can cause a lot of chaos in the team fights and a lot of control.
Actually, I wouldn't even mind banning Queen of Pain. It's it sounds kind of funny, but
has it won though?
No, but in this game,
I've seen it twice so far.
Yeah, it just has a very good matchup versus Bat, and it's a very nice hero to play with Tree. Because you feel good giving that hero armor.
Well, I think Narman hasn't lost his Rubik yet.
Oh, they won the Rubik. Nice.
Yeah.
I think this is good. Now we get to see some stuff, and let's pick a good core hero that counters something.
Yeah. Now they kind of if they base off the bans, probably gonna be a bat mid just because it's weird you pick a core hero so high up and then you're not banning the same.
Yeah. I mean,
But at least they can flex it. They can still do your thing. Just put the bat offline and play for that. Worst case scenario, the Lina is infinite farm, but that almost happens anyway. So
True.
late game, you just lasso or something.
Yeah.
I mean, they can just run it back, pick the Pango to go mid versus wherever they put the Bat Rider.
Yeah. Pango. I mean, Pango is fine, but
It just feels since watching all the majority of the games, Pango is a hero that you don't really shut down, and he's just so impactful all throughout.
I know.
And even just with one defusal, he can the supports are food, and you set up so many kills, and he just does so much damage when that third skill procs.
Yeah. No, I mean, no matter if the lane goes kind of bad, it's always nice to have your insta-kill clear creep waves, with 10-second cooldown. So if you want to get farmed, you can always get farmed.
So I'm assuming they're putting Tiny mid against Bat. Carl doesn't really care about the matchup. I think it's also a good approach because Tiny's a good scaling mid carry.
It's funny though. Now that you mention, I was just looking. Okay, so this is Blacklist Rivalry, and they did not pick Cuckoo's hero in the first two.
That's a good point.
Oh, Cuckoo has run Snapfire offlane, so
kind of odd heroes though. You see Bat and
Yeah.
Rubik, and this is what you pick. I guess they weren't really sure themselves. They just want, I guess they just want some, one support that can, or whatever, a core, like Snapfire that can launch these missiles on overgrowth targets. Just some sort of combo.
Yeah, I mean, the burst potential on Blacklist Rivalry is very high between Tiny and Lina. And
The Tiny I don't really understand. Maybe, I'm pretty sure Bat like eventually runs him over mid.
yeah, I have to imagine. It's not like I think up to like level 5 you're pretty safe. Obviously, once Lasso comes out.
I'd say like level 3 maybe.
Really?
Maybe level 4.
Okay.
And it's one of those also, like, it doesn't really matter when you get your 6. Like, that armor is not doing anything.
It's negated by all the magic damage. I think this is a tiny support though, because I'm trying to understand Blacklist Rivalry's mindset here. And it's just like snap Tiny. It's a lane that if you in the off lane that you can't really shut down.
Yeah. CA, okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Avalanche removes all the refract charges, right? If it's like at the beginning.
I don't know if it's all, but almost. I'm pretty
think
sure.
so,
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure it is all, actually.
But I have to say, like, visually, I don't like Blacklists, like what they look like. It's a lot of, like, it basically everything hinges on that the Lina will deal a lot of damage and be there in the fight.
Yeah, Tiny needs his dagger.
Yeah.
Otherwise, their initiation is pretty bad because you never want to like lead up with a Lina stun. Then it just makes you vulnerable.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking the other 3 heroes, they go and do something, right? Like one mech, you're almost like negated.
Yeah.
Everything you do. Not to speak of like when they have BKB, like you absolutely do nothing.
So I think for Geek Slate, it's been Cooks that has been playing the TA. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tsunami.
They have not actually picked the TA at all.
Oh, I'm thinking Execration then. My bad.
Yeah, so could be Scam, could be Cox.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm imagining it should be a scam. Like this is, I don't know, someone mentioned this. It's like a decent pickup versus Lina. Like you blink on top of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has low armor. So you have like this timing in the game. The problem, of course, is it's a Lina. She farms very fast. So eventually she will have Assault. She will have Pike. And it's not that easy to just go on her.
So they're assuming this is a bad mid and leaving Force at last pick, just because they're removing off lanes. Likewise for Geek Slate, Viper, just in case they decide to throw in the safe lane. Never fun to play against that hero.
Yeah, given that ban, I'm assuming a safe lane TA and
Probably like get rid of Darks here, like untie. Okay, that's a Force hero.
So what would Force play here? If Bat is not offlane?
Centaurs out of it. There's Doom, but again, they run into the problem where they're single target. But
Yeah.
This time around, they have a Rubik, so you can kind of get a little AoE.
You take
Avalanche or
the rivalry.
something. Yep, use their spells against them.
he played some Brewmaster, which,
Okay.
now that I think about it, why don't we see Brew against Lina more often?
No, I'd like that.
Yeah.
I'd like that idea. I mean, Fnatic would have loved to do that every game, but
Well,
That's
that was
what
the only
happens.
thing that kind of worked for them, so they never got to see that hero.
That's what happens when you only have one hero that's ban-worthy. So Doom, okay.
I have no idea where any of these heroes are going.
Has to be as tiny mid, right? There's
Yeah,
no way you pick,
yeah.
or it's no. Snapfire can't be a counter to Bat.
No, it's Tiny Mid, then Snap for Cuckoo.
Doom. Okay.
He played a pretty meat, like game one, like his previous series, game one, his Doom was really bad, kept dying. And then game two, like
Yeah.
he played that bait position again and he really punished. I forget who they were playing against. I think it might have been.
It was
Nat.
Boom, right?
Oh, it was Boom, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Boom, yeah.
No, it was a big step up.
And I that's why like he's one of the few players that I respect, his mindset, even though he gets crushed.
Yeah.
Game one, he's like, yeah, we'll do it again.
Skill issue.
Marcy.
Okay.
So Palos, runs Marcy carry.
I think this is just an offlane Marcy, don't you?
Yeah.
Off
No,
lane?
I think it's Scam Marcy.
No,
Really?
it has to be. I feel like I've seen Force play this.
Oh yeah, because it's against Alina. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little sketched out though. They're running into like similar-ish trouble where they don't have much team fight at all. Like everything kind of goes on the same target.
Uh-huh. But they have the Rubik. You know.
Yeah, but on the other side, Rivalry, like they need a lot of time to get their heroes going, and I expect the mid matchup to be hard. Oh, damn, you were right.
So it's mid TA,
TA?
and then bat off. Yeah.
There's no way it's offline TA, right? Like
Yeah,
that would
no.
be insane. Whereas Alina, like no. Yeah.
No, I'm kind of digging Geek Slate's lineup. Like, they'll reach their timing a lot faster, and as long as they don't, if they can play the way they're clean game, then I think they can hold out. But if not, I think Blacklist Rivalry is like more punishing towards the later because of Doom.
Okay, so Skem's been kind of going, he's been wilding out with his carry picks. He had the Meepo, he had the Troll. What is Marcy good at that no other carry would necessarily be able to bring to the table?
I mean, she's pretty
Sidekick.
Psychic, true. She's
Yes, but that I feel like that is for someone else.
No, that's how I TA, right? Like,
Oh, that's true.
Like,
Okay.
he gets Doom, you just sidekick him,
Yeah.
and like, well, let's fight them together, and then hopefully he doesn't get OG'd, so.
Yeah. Okay, I'm into it. And then the lane, I suppose I'll get another brain to weigh in on that. Avery. Ding dong.
Hello.
Hello. Shut up,
What am I,
Cap.
chopped liver?
Shut up, Cap.
Huh?
Shut up, Cap.
What would you like to know, Neil, from a professional opinion that Cap would in no way be able to provide you?
From a professional opinion, which lineup do you prefer?
Honestly, I'm feeling the Marcy TA duo here, but I do feel like they don't really have consistent gap close for Lina late game. So I do feel like if this goes really late, Lina does take over.
Amusingly, that's like the opposite problem that they had last game, which was there was too much gap close and not enough damage. So have they overcorrected? We'll find out. Game number 2, Cap and Avery. It's all you guys.
The troll problem.
Thank you, Tsunami, for that professional hosting and asking such titillating questions such as, what draft do you prefer? Could have asked me that. I have an opinion on drafts too,
But I gave
Neil.
him a very nuanced answer, whereas you would have just said, Team A.
Nuance my ass. Holy crap, there's a first blood fight. Nobody's gonna die.
What are you talking about? There's nothing happening, Cap. See, this is why Neil didn't ask you anything. You just build fake hype with fake answers to good questions, and that's why the community doesn't respect you. But Skem got beat up. Skem definitely got beat up.
Yeah, Skem got beat
Is
up
he really
a whole
not
lot.
healing here? Seriously, Skem?
You've got so much time, Skem. Just go back.
He stole Raji's tango? Okay, that's some, I don't know. I'd be mad, dude. I'm not giving you a tango to go heal.
He needs another tango.
I mean, he wants to contest the runes here, but I don't know. I would have gone and healed.
The battle
I'm kind of
begins.
mad for Raji. Why'd you give him that, man? You gotta stand up for yourself. You gotta stand up for supports. You can't get bullied like this.
You know what? That is the. I feel like my experience so far with the C server. That is a professional support in the C server. I think right there, because everybody wants to play carry for whatever reason. There's a huge obsession with playing carry here. That you play support constantly, and I think you just get beaten down. I think every support in C is a beaten spirit. You know.
Sounds rough. You gotta stick up for yourself.
So that's what Raji's, you know,
fact, you gotta
keep your tango, and
gotta
Raji's
go the
like,
other way.
yes, sir.
Job's done. Job's done. Right away, sir. Yes, my lord. Yes, Miss Kim. Honestly, I would have not given him the tango, and I would have eaten a tree in front of him, even when I was full HP. That sends a message.
Radiant's courier has
That's a
been
play.
killed.
I like the sentry blocking up here, though. You notice Raji blocked both.
Oh,
camps
yeah.
That Doom wants to go and eat at.
Yeah.
You only get the small one, which unfortunately for them was a Harpy camp.
Oh no! Oh no!
So maybe you should have blocked all 3 here. I think Cuckoo's going to be fine to eat the Harpy here. It's like one of the better small camp spawns you can get in terms of aggressive potential.
Yeah.
Which they can be aggressive on this lane because it's a Marcy Rubik lane, right? There's not a lot of defense capability here in terms of dealing with the Harpy lightning spam plus Snapfire. I mean, they might just kill him with this thing. This thing is insanely efficient damage. It's 140 for 50, and you can bounce it.
They found it. Raji sees it too. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, this is where you go into that replay and you're like, why did you block this one too? You're like, bro, I blocked all the others.
Yeah, I wanted easy camp to stack. We weren't going to be able to fight this duo very well.
So this is going to get rough for Skem. This lane's going to shove out now too. And you might start spamming him down.
It does hit level 2. It's a little damage on Bosku. Our mid lane matchup, Carl versus Cox once again. Tiny versus TA. And Carl is going to take a bit of damage here.
Should be a matchup where Tiny's probably happier to see the TA here than the bat, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think Carl did fine last game as well. I don't think they were too worried. I was surprised they didn't go for the Pango as well, like they did last time, because they were kind of looking at a similar type of draft than Hero, but opted for the Tiny. Maybe felt they just wanted the better initiation. Then last game it felt a bit, stagnant for them. They didn't want to fall too far behind. So maybe that's part of the opinion when they went for this Tiny as well. Now they have a clear just jump stun, toss back.
Bosku. A lot of damage on Bosku. Not enough to get anywhere close to killing him, but...
Now my question is, does he not want to spam these lightnings out when he has 5 mangoes?
Yeah, that is a good point. He probably should just be spamming it non-stop, right?
Just last hit with it. Well, see what pays off in the end. I might have been spamming it a bit more, but wants to save his mangoes for the region. I can understand it. Oh, Scorched Earth, little harass, but no kill. I'm kind of surprised they didn't find the kill up here, though. Like, this Rubik just dies if he gets cookied on.
I feel like the lanes all around are pretty decent for Blacklist. Because I'm looking now at this off lane of the Batrider, Force, and Narman playing the Batrider Clockwork, which I have to imagine Lena's totally free farming in this setup.
Yeah, with a tree especially, you can just spam free leech seeds because you get all the 6 charges back.
Yeah.
Like, I actually don't really mind this matchup too much as tree nowadays, as long as you don't die level 1 and 2, which I feel is pretty hard if your carry has any active spell. And then you just get free leech seeds for life.
Yeah, there's the later downside of Batrider is good at like catching you when you're trying to defend towers. Is Carl. He does pick up the water rune, and Avalanche protects him. Cox doesn't want to be wasting too much time away from lane, so he'll let Carl go for now.
You can live.
Gets an extra spiteful deny in there.
Yeah, the later matchup's rough for tree, but I always like the lane. I mean,
well, I would say that even like one nice thing about the tree is that Batrider as an offlaner is not good at pressuring the tower. Like himself doesn't do very much damage,
yeah,
and I think
terrible.
high levels of living armor actually slows down what the Batrider, because the Batrider wants towers to fall because then he has more space to work with, right?
Sure. It's definitely something you can think about. I don't know, I just like tree in general, so maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, well,
I feel like you can win
right there.
I feel like you can win almost any lane with this hero.
Yeah, that is my go-to 5 right now. That hero just feels free when it comes to laning, especially at this point. Now you got level 2 leech seed. My God, that spell is so incredibly good at trading. 35 damage, a heal.
Just got nice value buffs.
Yeah.
You know how to abuse the tree lines. You get the extra right clicks in first, so you start to build the advantage. This hero is just a very powerful laner for a melee hero.
Nice first blood there. Raji
Other way around.
picks it up on Tim. So not the way that Blacklist were really expecting, I think, this lane to go. Bosku maybe going to try one more lightning. I don't think that'll be enough by itself, though. And
I still think they had the advantage on this lane with the Harvey creep.
yeah.
Like, Cuckoo has the arcane boots. He still has mangoes left. You just spam him down. Raji, I think, south once and didn't even buy any other region.
Yeah, like Chain Lightning has to be the most efficient damage to mana ratio spell at the start of the game.
Oh, yeah.
It's 140 damage for 50 mana.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like old Timber Chain.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like this lane could have gone better for them. I also understand they would have wanted to just play it for like defensive, you deward this big camp, abuse the stack, just ultra farm Doom or something. But that kind of didn't happen either. I feel like Skem is out CSing Cuckoo here, didn't have to invest in heavy regen, and is still not buying regen. He's just pushing towards this Falcon Blade. Like, this is where this Arcane Boot Doom with Lightning should go to work.
Carl's having a lot of fun tossing Cox around.
I feel like Geek Slate's pretty happy with this laning phase.
Yeah, I think it's going better than it should, for sure.
Cox is winning mid. Pretty happy. Just free farm solo levels on TA. Skem's doing pretty well, and the bottom lane went decent. Another go here on Bosku. Take a lot of damage.
Maybe a Cookie to save him. Cookie to go in. Hits a two-man stun. Doesn't actually hit the scatter blast on Raji. Almost felt like they could have turned that around and maybe gotten a kill, but opted for the safer approach. Nope. Got the healing salve canceled. So Bosku not getting the full value out of that one.
Coincidence? I think not.
Bosku getting forced back again.
Narman getting some big ancient stacks going for both the TA and the Batrider, depending, I guess, who really wants it or needs it.
It's about the dominance in the team environment. My salary's bigger than you, bro. I'm taking it.
Are scanning.
I've heard crazier things. You think I'm joking? Dota players.
What is the craziest thing you heard one Dota player say to another on a team environment?
I don't know if that's PG for stream.
All right, what is the craziest PG thing you've heard?
I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff that has made people cry.
Wow.
Like post-game,
Yeah.
I've literally had teammates cry post-game because of things people said in-game.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard a couple of, there's always these classics like, there's these pub things that people don't think get said in competitive teams, but they do. Like a classic one is, just let me micro your hero for you.
Oh,
like just share control. That's one of mine because I love saying that in pubs.
Yeah,
If someone's bad, I'm like, just share control and I'll play better for you. Don't worry. Well, I've actually heard that in competitive teams. It's brutal.
It wasn't you, right? Tim's gonna die here.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I think we'll leave it at that.
I mean, you said that with a little bit of pride. That's one of mine. I love saying that.
I mean, I like that phrase kind of ironically, but I've heard people say it sincerely. Of like, dude, if you're not gonna hit these spells, share control and I'll hit them for you. So that's pretty toxic,
Yeah, it is pretty messed up.
So I'm just saying, when it comes down to these ancient priorities, I wouldn't put it past. There's some internal dialogue of like who deserves it.
Well, Cox is going to make the move before anybody else does. And to be honest, I think that's right because Force is not having a bad game. If Force was getting like shoved out of lane, he wasn't able to get any farm, then maybe he could use the recovery. But he's totally fine. And now he's 1v1 against Batrider because Lina has now gone to do a bit of jungling.
Carl wants the rune, and he might find more. Okay.
Yeah, he will find it.
Looked a little weird, but you don't want that, Carl?
Damn, Carl just left it for Tim's.
This guy running a charity out here or what?
I guess so.
I mean, Carl has talked a lot about how he likes to play for the team, or at least try to on these tempo heroes. Because I view him as a very heavy farmer. So I feel like sometimes when he's put on these heroes that are clearly like, Tiny is the third priority in this game in terms of Doom and Lina heavy farm. So I feel like sometimes when he's in that position, he tries to like purposely be unselfish because normally he's on these more selfish heroes. So
Sure.
Maybe it's part of that of it.
Yeah, and the Sapphire, they're going to be able to get the Cookie Doom. Now, TP rotations are going to come in. I think Skem is going to be okay just because how many heroes from Geek Slate are rotating over, and it's actually going to be Bosku who's going to be the one dying underneath the tower after a good snag from Narman.
Yeah, this was way too ambitious. I still can't believe Skem got out of this lane with 0 deaths. And now it's even worse. You're giving more to this Force Bat, who had a really good start, went Drum. So I like this Drum pick. I think when you have this good of a start on Bat, and you don't have to be some crazy initiator, you're versus the lineup with a lot of like slow, clunky heroes, right? You look at everybody outside of Lina, they're pretty much 4 melee heroes with no innate mobility. I feel like the Drum on Bat makes sense here. Just run in, be a little tankier, be the front line for your team, set the fight up for Skem and Cox to go in, right? And then you're super happy.
I'm down with all those reasonings. That all makes sense to me. The only thing that I feel like Boots of Travel would be nice for is I think Lina and Doom are inherently very greedy heroes and are going to be splitting the map quite a bit. And I feel like Batrider hitting a very strong 15-minute timing with Boots of Travels could be worthwhile.
I could see that argument as
Lina.
Raven.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Hey. If Force doesn't have to be the only guy making moves, in fact, he's making schmoves right now, killing Bosku, while his team was also killing the Lina. So, if Skem's going to be active, maybe you don't need the Boots of Travel to be everywhere at once.
Yeah, this was why I think the Drum is good, too, because I think between the Marcy and the TA, you can have these cores get active pretty early in the game. Remember how this region's been playing TA too. It's like some Dragonlance Crystallis go fight type deal.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So if you get traps set up on the map, all 3 of your cores can kill in this game. So the bat doesn't have to be the one setting up 100% of everything.
Right.
I think it's a nice way for Geek Slate to view this game. And this is more in line with where I feel like their strengths are as a team. It's like all being on the same page about how they want the game to progress, and then they itemize for it, and it syncs up.
I mean, the best that Geek Slate looked was when they took down Execration.
Yes.
Right?
That was very fast and very in sync on the same page, right? So this is giving me some hopes that they're kind of back on that recipe. This game's looking a lot smoother for them. Whereas, I mean, it doesn't hurt that this Blacklist lineup is a little slow to come online. You need the Tiny Blink. You need Doom to get his auras and farm up. Of course, Lina is just Lina. So you kind of have to push into that mid-game if you're Blacklist here, which gives a decent amount of room to Geek Slate to farm up their TA and get to whatever early timings they want.
Why does Carl have a Gloves of Haste?
Why do you have a Glove of Haste?
I don't. And I don't think Carl should either.
I think he was debating Midas. And
Yeah, I mean, that's the only option, right? I've never heard of an Armlet Tiny, though it sounds kind of sick.
that does sound pretty good, actually. Yeah. Someone email Thompson.
I'm sure he would. You go like Armlet straight into Ags or something, you know?
Armlet, Daedalus Tiny. Now there's a build. I mean, I think the Midas is not bad this game, because the lineup wants to go late anyway.
Yeah, but he already has the greedy heroes on his lineup.
Sure.
I mean, maybe this goes back to what you were saying about him.
Yeah, I think it is.
The difference between him, like his nature is to be greedy, but he knows he needs not to be, so maybe his nature betrayed him for a second.
Yeah, I think it's Carl, so he probably thought he was playing Doom this game, so he started going Midas, and then, oh wait, I have to be an initiator. Wait, what item do I buy to initiate? And then, you know, you gotta switch it up. Because when I think of Carl, I think of like these carry mids.
Yeah.
Or maybe not even the carry mids, but playing these heroes in a way that scales super hard. Like this guy just wants to always scale and keep up. I think that's where he shines too. I think he's really good at it. It's almost like Abed, I think, is similar. Abed plays a lot more of these like spirits and stuff, but I think the role in the team is similar.
Well, he's got the Blink Dagger now, and look at Skem go, man. He's just charging all by, like, basically by himself.
Once some ancients. Won't get him though.
He will get a little bit of experience, but
look at how far Bosku pushed him bottom. Uncontested. He's super happy about this. Blacklist got a lot in this last minute or two.
Force is going to be able to find AU, and they're going to be able to get the hook shot on the Tiny. I'm not sure if that's what Narman wants out of this, though.
Does not.
Tossed away onto the Centaur. That's key play from Carl. Oh, when he gets the Avalanche to stall. Skem was just about to hit. A good repositioning. He's still going to get it, actually. Bounce back with a play break, and then alley-ooped by the disposed, dunked on by Cox.
Damn. Nice team play. Also, the drum is big in these types of fights.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the extra move speed on the effective double melee core between this TA and Marcy is really big. Just chasing people down with the extra trap slow. So this item definitely paid off here for Force. I like it. Again, they're all on the same page about where they want to fight and when. That's a pretty good move that results in some decent core kills. Another rune. You're setting up for this Deso timing from TA to secure Roche into a lineup where... What's the Roche contest? Snapple? That's about it.
I cannot overstate, I think, how important this first 20 minutes of the game going this way for Geek Slate is, because this is a team that started off the season going 8-1. They were absolute monsters, and then they just recently went into a bad run where they went 0-5. So I think not just like this game too, them being able to have some sort of competitive game is important, but even if they end up losing the series, like reminder that there is a tiebreaker after this. I think if you just get 0-2'd, I think you're broken as a team. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to win that tiebreaker.
You're definitely. You do not want to go into a tiebreaker for a major 0-6.
Yeah, 6.
That is
going into your potential 7th loss in a row. Like that sounds awful.
Very rough. You're kind of sitting there like, what is going wrong for us? Instead of thinking about who you're going to play and what you want to do versus them, you're just thinking about trying to get anything going for yourselves.
Yeah, like what's going wrong with our team instead of like how to beat the enemy.
And that is usually not a recipe for success in a match where the other guy is watching you and like, well, I know what I want to do versus you.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stolen Avalanche from Raji. offers some interesting opportunities, but the Spartans are going to spot each other, and Tim's is going to react first. Raji, he's not going to get anything off, apparently.
Raven's killed Laguna.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, he wanted the last hit on that kill.
I'm just always surprised these carry players that are notorious for like ultra farmers skill anything on Lina outside of just stats and passes.
I mean, he also maxed out LSA. Was Raven the one who went like only 2 levels of LSA in stats?
Yeah, I think there is a 1-1-4 build on this hero. That's honestly not bad in a lot of situations. Just depends on the game.
Catches up in the end. Big kill on Carl. Boy, Blacklist. Kind of falling apart. Ooh, Narman. Blame it on the ping, my friend. Blame it on the ping.
Well, Force is definitely carrying them into this mid game.
Yeah.
He has put in work this game. Cannot complain about his impact. Skem is just not finding the farm, though. I'm worried he's falling a bit far behind on this Marcy.
I mean, isn't that a general Marcy core problem? Because she doesn't have like the best farming capabilities.
So, but I think the new tech, honestly, I was looking at some of Pure's games.
Okay.
He goes Battle Fury on this hero.
And
I actually think it's pretty good in a lot of these types of games where you are playing like a traditional carry and you want to scale, because you get the built-in mana regen from the Void Stone, right?
Okay.
So you can not go this Falcon Blade necessarily. You can go this Battle Fury, and then you clear waves and you actually keep it on the farm.
Counter
And
to your counterpoint,
you have
though.
natural attack speed for the damage.
Isn't part of that clearing ancient stacks, though? Which he doesn't have in this matchup, right? Because
Well, you gotta assert the dominance, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're stone cold Skem, bro. You gotta steal that shit. What, are you gonna give it all to Cox?
Gotta show Cox who's bigger.
Exactly. Cox can only grow so much. You have to outsize this man at some point.
3-8, 17 and a half minutes in, a 2,000 net worth lead for Geek Slate. As Skem and Force are on the hunt. I mean, it just seems to be their ideas to scale in this game is to go get kills, and they're going to be able to find it on the Tiny.
Where are you going, son?
Carl drops the Avalanche, tries to create some space, but even though they don't have the lasso, they didn't need it.
DD for what?
Radiant's top tower.
Nothing. Overgrowth.
Oh, no, all their farm is on Cox. This would be a huge loss, and they're going to throw everything they have to get this kill. Quick and clean. They are going to get some rebuttal, though. Looks like AU is going to fall. Tim's might be able to catch up with them. Or not. Looks like they may have left. Tim's turning. Tim's going for it. Raven, he'll deliver the damage to kill the Rubik, yes, but all the heroes are here. Oh, man, they can't actually fight this Maelstrom. It does too much damage. Bosku's here as well. We had the Guardian Greaves, so it's a big helping hand in a fight if it had gone that way.
Nice read by Tim's. I mean, they had Lina BKB there. But that's probably giving them the confidence to turn as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, why am I running? I'm on Snapfire. I have a Lina.
Yeah, Raven probably feels like the strongest hero right now that he's got that BKB.
I mean, he is the strongest hero. He's had a pretty free game. Nothing's really contested as far. He's needed 180 CS, pretty much 10 CS a minute. Right on par with where you want to be with this hero. And
do you think the TA beats Lina?
In the ultra late, not without some help.
Okay.
Like in the pure one-on-one, I don't think you do. Because I think you get the Hurricane Pike, Satanic, AC, whatever combination of this, and it's too hard for the TA to stick on you. TA doesn't really build like Abyssal or anything like this either. So you don't really have the innate lockdown.
Yeah.
There's maybe some like cheeky stuff you can do with like late game Hex, TA, like these types of things, you know, with some Ags, traps, whatever. But generally, she probably needs help in an isolated scenario.
Yeah, I was thinking like this Blink Dagger is one of the timings for TA in this matchup because you still have this window where the Lina isn't super tanky.
Yes, like at this point, the TA matchup's still good. You know, it's a good matchup for a lot.
Smoke's gonna break. This is an interesting period because they were doing Roshan.
Yeah, they scouted it with these Doom illusions. They have another one in the river.
Oh, that's nice.
So they see Cox going to this, what prompted the smoke, but the smoke popping, that just sucks because now you have to walk over the traps. It's like double the value here in terms of that smoke break.
Yeah, and Geek Slate got a lot of information out of that, so they just back up, go farm. They can always try that Roshan again soon.
The fact that it's getting stalled is a bad sign for Geek Slate though here, because you did get this Desil timing on Cox, so you kind of wanted to use it. Secure that objective when you get this item, but they definitely don't want to force it into the 5-on-5 fight. Like, you don't have BKB on TA, I don't think you want to force that 5-on-5. You're just going to get Snapfire, Doom blinking to the pit, and then there's an overgrowth waiting when you run out.
Sure.
That's a rough place to take the fight. So this will buy time for Skem to get to his BKB, which is flying out. Carl pushing towards his Midas. He did go back for. So that's why he had the glove, you doubter.
Carl does have a haste rune, so he can keep up here. Bosco's going to lend a helping hand. Skem gives him the hook shot opportunity, though, so Norman can escape.
Another combo,
Carl's
too.
going to go again. Oh, he actually got the Cox push back now. Norman's probably still going to get caught here, but that was cute.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Burn some extra mana at least while you go down, you know? Gotta take what you can get out here when you're 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's you can tell I'm a support player when I get excited about something that
Yeah, that was a little over the top, but
I mean, it's just like, oh, I'm a support player. You know you're going to die anyway, but you get something out of it. That's the important thing.
this is why the community doesn't trust hype casters.
Oh, what a cog!
Burn 50 mana! Wow.
It was cool, all right? I have a strong appreciation for small mechanical plays.
No, that was pretty good. It didn't change anything, but it was pretty nice. This might change lane, though.
That is a big kill.
Cuckoo.
That is big team fighter. There goes your Guardian Greaves.
That was just so greedy. He blinked in for it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, sir. You gambled and you lost. Isn't that the Doom line?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Doom lost this round, so a big gamble from Bosku does not pay off. That'll give him the Roshan. That's a very big death. You're kind of stalling out this period for Geek Slate. Now you just handed it to him.
Yeah, now that pushes over the line to get the BKB on Cox. So now we're getting into the full swing of things where Geek Slate should, in theory, dominate the next 10 minutes of the game, I would say.
This is their time to strike. They have the BKBs, they have the initiation tools. You have Clock Hook, you have Force Staff, you have another Force Staff on Force, which is Force Staff squared, and then you have a Blink Bat. You have everything you need. You can start the fights, you can take the fights, you can commit to the fights.
Well, let's see how well Geek Slate actually execute this timing. They did a very good job. Again, probably the best showing that they had was up against Execration. Closed out 2 different games in 25 minutes, basically. Both games were pretty much one-sided in the first 15 minutes. So they have shown a bit of a propensity for being able to take early games and run with them. But Blacklist, I feel like that's to Bosku, I think this man's got a pretty good read of dodging fights and farming, you know? I mean, he's kind of greedy as an offlaner in that regard, so.
He also tends to just tank stuff, too. At the other end of that spectrum.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that Rune Blink.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough one.
I don't know if he was dodging much there. This is a man who plays at both extremes, you know? He burns the candles at every end and in the middle. The brightest
It's just
flames.
a wick sticking out of the middle of
He
the
is
candle.
just you know, if Bosku were a candle, he'd be a canister of gasoline. That's how I think about it. There is no candle. It's just pure fuel and adrenaline. And I like players like that because I think it actually does decent on land. Like when you're just hyper aggressive, you're not afraid to take initiations in the game. Sometimes you have to be
just
smart
play to
about
the
it.
extremes.
Yeah, I think historically it's better than being too conservative and afraid to do things, you know? Because the worst case scenario is if you do crazy stuff and it backfires, you're going to learn from it. And you'll become a better player. If you're too conservative and all you do is play defensively, you never take the risks. How are you going to learn, you know? If you never get up on that bike and fall off and scrape your knee, how are you going to learn to ride the bike?
I kind of feel like Geek Slate need to take a bit of that philosophy. All right, there you go. Force just, all right, straight into the triangle. Let me just take all this farm from you guys. They do have Scotty now on Lina, so now we're getting to the point where the Lina is actually really hard to burst.
Yes.
It is a huge difference with the Scotty plus the living armor, an extra 12 bonus armor. She's not going to die quick.
Oh, she's tanky. This hero has a 350 HP talent. Probably a little more than she needs, but it is there. I think they're waiting for Cox's Blink, which is flying out now. So that gives them the like triple core initiation
Radiant's
power,
top tower
where they can all
has
jump in and commit to the fight.
I mean, they're
during
making a
the-
4-man move, and the TA is going to TP mid. The Blink Dagger's not here quite yet.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
has
the
been
Blink Break hook shot. Oh, no.
Not like this.
Carl's going to apologize for Force on that one.
I also think some of these traps have to be going off, right? Like, I'm not looking at every trap and seeing whether they're on top of it, but like this trap around the Radiant Ward mid, for sure, this Tiny was on top of it.
Yeah, there had to be somebody there you could
So
have caught.
this is where you got to share control, or have some people help you out or something.
Give me control of your hero. If you're going to pop those traps, I will.
Not in the toxic way. This is a hero you're actually supposed to share control on.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you could do it in a toxic way too, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cox, you're not gonna pressure trap.
Dire are scanning.
Do you even want to go to Lima?
Trap you in the basement if we lose this game. That's the toxic right there.
All right, well, we're going to trade out towers here. Tier 1 for Tier 2. But that does feel, even though it's Tier 1 for Tier 2, it does feel to the advantage of Blacklist because they don't want to fight right now anyway.
I mean, if
The
you
Aegis is about to expire.
if you let Raven get to AC without a fight, I don't know what to say. That should be unacceptable.
I mean, Geek Slate's trying, and
Okay,
they
here
get
you
to
go.
finally get a hook shot, and a lasso pullback on the Lina, the perfect initiation, but where's the damage?
Where's
the
the
TA
TA?
is still trying to TP in.
Get
It's a
doomed.
long TP, finally gonna show up, start throwing some melt strikes around. Skem was trying to do some damage, but he was all alone. Cox showed up like 10 seconds too late to that fight.
Where was he?
It was a long TP. It was one of those like 5-second TPs.
Radiant's top tower
That's
is
brutal.
under attack.
That should not happen, right? I mean, there's just no way around it. Like, you get the best initiation, you get the chain, you dodge the tiny counter initiation. If TA's there, you can commit. Instead, Skem just wanders in alone, gets doomed. Does nothing. Feeds his life. In an initiation that should go your way, you find nothing. Now, you're losing even more time. This is your Aegis window.
They didn't even use Overgrowth, so they want to use it right now to be able to kill the TA.
This is a
Oh,
disaster.
no. Geek Slate is falling apart now. Pops the BKB.
Oh, we got the silence.
Oh, never mind. The silence goes off. Oh, we still got off the Overgrowth. Refraction, trying to protect him. Raji Sam coming up, Telekinesis, bro. Get you out of there. Away from the scatter blast. A blink away from the avalanche. Bullets dodge left and right. Cox is still alive. And now the rest of the team can follow up and kill Bosku. Get AU. Tim's is on the run too.
It's a disaster for you.
And he gets away, barely.
How did that get turned around?
I mean, the silence, the Mindbreaker.
Oh, the
I
mind.
hate Mindbreaker.
That bailed him out.
I hate Mindbreaker.
Okay, well, calm down, calm down.
That item is so...
This is why I love Mindbreaker. This item,
How do you plan for that? If you're AU, how do you plan for that?
you should look at his neutral item and say, I'm not going to get hit. That's how. I mean, honestly, I don't know if it would have mattered, but Cox wasn't dying here anyway, right? Because he can overgrowth here, he gets it off. But then,
I mean, if he
no
overgrows
difference.
sooner and then they turn around, they just all hit him. I mean, he's so low.
I guess, but,
Faster
like,
you burn through the refraction charges.
he was not really dying there.
Yeah.
Now another kill, another lasso mid. They found Carl. Man, it seems like every time something terrible is going to happen for Geek Slate, something
Providence just
good
shows
actually
up.
happens. Yeah. And every time it's like, this is going to go well. It ends up terrible. I don't know what to make.
I mean, the fact that he gets telekinesis out of the scatter blast shot and then blinks right as the avalanche comes
Yeah, I don't even
through.
know if they like saw the tiny flanking. I think that was just he was getting out of there. Maybe he saw him. That was insanely fast. But
Well, you said a bit ago that if you let Raven get to AC,
yep,
you're in some trouble. And he also got the Paladin sword, so he's got free life steal. So
He's
I
getting
think
there.
that's pretty sweet.
he's
Pretty
getting
sweet
there.
deal.
It's gonna be brutal. I don't know. Like, once he has AC plus living armor, it's so much physical mitigation here. You do have some magical burst, and you can drag someone into a hook shot, Rubik chain stun, and then kill him before his BKB comes out. But the duration you have, but
I think I would be perfectly fine where Geek Slate is if Skem wasn't near the bottom of the core net worth.
yeah.
I think if he was like somewhere, closer or above the Bat Rider, because I think like Marcy's got to be a pretty decent hero against Lina with all the
Oh, for
mobility
sure.
and the
Like,
lockdown that you have.
I mean, he's getting there. He has Basher, BKB, Titan, Sliver Blink. Like, he's not that poor, right?
Sure.
He's behind his other cores, but that's just because they had a lot better games. And TA is the natural one in this game. She's going to take a lot of those ancient stacks unless you assert dominance. Gem's too nice, so that didn't happen. So you kind of play this role, but he can still do the most damage in a fight easily. I mean, this is Marcy we're talking about. Marcy does not need items. She just needs to not get nerfed for like a year in a row, and she'll still one-shot you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I still think you want to find the fights during this if you're Geek Slate. Or
Yeah, you don't want to risk it going to that point where we're talking about what the game looks like at 50 minutes.
But I don't think maybe the late game is not that bad for them. Like,
No, I legit think it's pretty good.
yeah, I just
You know, Lena. You know.
I just feel like
He's trying to get his AC. Raven's going to go for his AC, and this could be
Oh.
really weird.
Yeah, he's backing off.
Hook shot. It's
Pretty
going to
good.
grab. Oh, they get the Force Staff away, but immediate follow-up.
what a
and
find.
it got into the cogs he goes.
Chain
They're
stun?
going to try and chain stun it off of that. They get some stuns out, but Raven does not go down easy. They got the Doom onto Cogs, and now the Scotty is slowing him down. Oh no, he's trying to get to the high ground, trying to get away from this Lena. Narvin says, take me instead, and they will take him. Skem is going to be able to hop off of his dead body, though, to get away to safety. Carl, though, the trap goes off, but the toss lands, and it finishes off Cogs.
What? That's so much damage.
It did do a lot of damage there, and Bosku catches Force as well. Fortunately, he gets forced away by Raji with the telekinesis.
Wait, what? Was that like the biggest toss of all time? That looked like it did so much damage. I thought he was gonna live for sure. Guy tossed him to the stratosphere or what?
How did he do that much damage with that? Oh, that was pretty wild.
I don't know. That was. I can see the death summary here. Tossed it 450 magical. I don't know. I guess you just hit him with the club with the echo.
Yeah.
And that's enough, but it looked brutal.
Oh no, Geek Slate is getting
This is just crumbling.
picked on. Oh, they're gonna buy back to try and stall this Roshan. I mean, I think they could feel like if Lena gets this, we can hardly kill her once.
Force is gonna try and steal. Okay,
Okay,
angle.
all in for Force. Can he do it? He's got the empty slot.
Gotta
Can
go.
he get the timing right? Oh, the flame break goes out.
He got
goes
it.
in. He got it. Aegis is picked up.
The
Force
dream.
saves the game, perhaps.
Can he save himself? He has Gem. He
BKB,
dropped Gem.
BKB. He gets it off. Force staff to the side. Raji trying to help out with the telekinesis. A little bit of movement speed.
Oh,
The
what an
overgrowth is going to
overgrowth.
be able to catch him. Oh no, the cookie on top of the two as well.
That's Gem. That's Gem, your life, everything. At least you got Aegis out of that, but the momentum in this game is just gone for Geek Slate.
Yeah.
Absolutely gone. Carl is catching up completely. Might is paying off at this point. Devour paying off. You have your BKBs. Nobody is fighting this AC Lena anymore. I mean, what is your hope now? That was probably one of the best case scenarios, and it didn't even feel good.
No.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, it did not.
I don't know what you need in this. You need a prayer to be answered at this point, I think. This game looks rough.
Watch this time again. The flame break push back.
The
Perfect
cookie missed,
timing.
too.
The cookie barely dodged, and he gets it before the avalanche toss can come through. Almost got the shard, was still on the ground as well, too.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if he should be getting that Aegis either. You have Blink, Hoof Stomp, you have Avalanche from Tiny.
Yeah, you
And he has
definitely could have covered that. Seeing as he didn't use BKB.
Yeah, he
I
didn't
agree.
BKB. That's the thing. I mean, he should BKB too. That's another thing.
Yeah, true.
But honestly, I don't know if Blacklist care.
Is
Like,
under attack.
Aegis doesn't even really matter for this game. It's just about Raven getting to the critical point, which he's pretty much gotten to. He has Shadow Blade now as well. 3,000 HP AC Paladin Sword Lena with living armor on top. He has a toss save. He has 4 staves.
I mean, despite the fact that Force has gotten a couple of lassos, the scan is seeing them, by the way, so Blacklist know what's kind of coming here. Despite the fact that he's gotten the lassos on the Lena, I have never seen the Lena being hit by Marcy and TA during that lasso. In fact, they've hardly been hit at all.
Yeah,
during lasso.
it is not synced up at all. The fight coordination's not been there for you, and it has to be with this kind of lineup. Like, you have to make that lasso count.
Yeah.
This Lena does not die in the lasso. He just BKB sits there and says, I will maybe see you in Lima.
Yeah, like I'm kind of expecting like a rebound off of the lasso, and then you pop Unleash, maybe you get lucky, you get a bash as well, prolonging the stun even longer.
I mean, you have Rubik Lift too. You have the chain set capability. like you said.
Well,
rebound.
not off of lasso though. That one's kind of hard.
Sure, but it's there. It's
Yeah.
just you gotta hit the guy during it.
Sure.
There's also a lot of interrupt at this point. Like, oh, there's a moon shard on this Carl Time. Okay, he's dealing some damage now. Boss.
Slams that tier 2, and Bosku tries to get the initiation blind.
I mean, he wants him to go on because he has Aeon again. And he's just like, please lasso me. So.
Yeah, he got him with that once in game 1.
What's the counterplay here for Geek Slate?
I legit think that there isn't one for right now, and they just have to farm. I think you have to get to a point where Cox hits is level 25, and you get the Marcy to a point where looks like Nullifier is his choice. I would have thought maybe completing the Abyssal, but or Daedalus.
I honestly don't know. I'm trying to look at like. There's not really anything Force can even get that makes the displacement better. He already has Blink Force Staff. You can get some small stuff that helps the chain stun, like level 25 TA with a Meld Bash or something, but I don't know if that's really changing it too much. You have this overgrowth to worry about.
I kind of think a refresher would be kind of legit, just because so much. It's a 4 protect 1 strat basically, right? Whenever the Lita is being run, so if he can get that initiation once and chain it himself.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer. Just refresher bat, lasso him twice.
Yeah, I like that more than the Octarine that he's got.
Yeah, I don't think Octarine does anything here.
I saw that ending from miles away.
I think Satanic on Schem could be interesting, but he's just been getting doomed every fight too. Doesn't feel great. That's a hard situation, hard puzzle to crack. And this is kind of that ultra late versus Alina where it becomes very obnoxious to itemize the gap closer and itemize the fighter, while you have 2 other cores who are no slouch in their own right.
No, certainly not. I mean, Carl is got to build to also carry when it comes to the physical damage aspect, since Bosku has gone the full utility tank route.
I mean, he is a carry. Might is Moon Shard.
Yeah,
He'll kill you. He'll kill you fast. Maybe you just have to play the map or something, try and split them up.
Yeah.
Because the lineup doesn't have the greatest catch in the world. Like, it's not like you're too afraid of shoving these Silings with the potential TA Ags, this Bat Rider, you abuse the clock vision. Like, maybe the answer is just don't take the 5-on-5 and don't give it to them, right? If the only way they can get a 5-on-5 is they go high ground, and then that's a very different scenario. Because then you can lasso into tier 4s and all these shenanigans. Otherwise, you just play the map and go for the pickoff. Your lineup is technically better at it.
that is 100% my idea for Geek Slate. I just don't think they can take the 5-on-5s anymore.
No.
At least not for a while. So let's just try and draw out the game. Does look like Geek Slate is maybe going to go for a smoke, as they are completely 5-man grouped up.
I don't know if I like this 5-man smoke, though. Just feels like you're going to end up in the 5-on-5.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're winning that. This is tough. Your best bet is you find Tiny, I think, actually. Because he is a clear free initiation that you might be able to burst. I don't know if you burst as Lina. That's my issue right now. Let's say you find them and you jump this Lina. Does she die? I vote no.
Is Cox, I mean, I think he's trying to get Nullifier plus buyback, but he does have 7,200 gold in the bank right now.
Buy Divine. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
I mean, if you lose a fight at this point, you probably just lose the game anyway. I also don't... They're prioritizing these nullifiers because Cuckoo has this Aeon disc, but I don't know if it's actually that important. I don't think you really want to jump the Doom anyway.
Yeah.
And the Lina doesn't have anything to nullify. It's not like he went Pike or something or getting buffed. So I don't know. I'm actually not I'm not super on board this nullifier plan. And I guess he isn't either. He changed it up. So he finishes the Pike and he's thinking about Swift Blink here. Interesting. A lot more mobility. Maybe they're just going to try and gap close this Lina or kite the fight out more. I still feel like Skem is just getting doomed and ran all the way. Sometimes the best defense is just better offense. Gotta create a damage threat.
Yeah, otherwise they just kind of run at you, right?
Yeah, otherwise what do they care about?
Radiant's bottom tower is
Right
under
now, they don't
attack.
care about anything. They're just waiting for next Roche.
Yep, and that Roshan potential spawn time starts right now, and it is going to be a fast Roshan, which I think is to the advantage of Blacklist.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
20
is under
seconds.
attack.
A brutal Roche to give up. Shiva's on Bosku now.
He is stacked for armor.
Yeah, this is just not a target you can go on anymore.
My favorite part about this build of Doom is now you can go for the Aghanim Scepter,
Tower is under
which
attack.
makes your walking tank utility also feel amazing for, you know, damage and
What do you
disrupt.
go for? You just take it from Roche,
That's true.
Radiant's
which is what this one is.
is under attack.
You cannot give this up if you're Geek Slate. Carl has DD.
Oh, they're actually going to smoke out and try and fight back with this DD. They could have finished up the Roshan, but Geek Slate. Oh, Geek Slate's going to be found on
Have
the low
all the
ground.
vision though.
Smoke's going to break. Carl misses his blink. Now they're going to get the lasso initiation on. They're going to pull him over to the side. Bosku looking for a way to be able to jump, but he can't. They're going to deal with the vision while they can and try and fight on this high ground area. They have a buyback on Carl.
You just go Roche here? I think you just go Pit.
Oh, they're going to try. This is kind of a crazy move. Bosku tries to go for it now. Immediately gets bashed up by Skem. Overgrowth is going to stop him after
Only
the
on
BKB,
Skem,
but
though.
they're finishing up the Roshan right now. Cox is going to be able to get it right now. Then stolen Overgrowth, put back onto the tree. Skem's going to try and finish him off with the help of Cox. One last shot, almost gets him. Meanwhile, inside of the pit, Cox is still here, but it gets a 4-step Hurricane Peg over the hill. Not a way to safety, though. They're going to catch him. They're going to take away his first life, and he does not have a BKB for the second.
I don't know if he can blink out here.
Shiva's going to cover it. Avalanche is going to cover it. Too many AoE hits.
Well, he got the Aegis and the Ags.
Yeah.
There's some
Who got the
decent value.
cheese?
He left the cheese and Carl took it.
Okay.
I mean, nobody cares about cheese anymore.
No. It's kind of sad.
Decent fight for Geek Slate, though, all things considered. I mean, you get the tiny buy, you get the Roshan out of that. It's a pretty tough scenario to do it in. The problem is now you're in a base defense and you don't have lasso for 40.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
they're
under
going to be able
attack.
to force buyback likely out of the TA, and they still have a buyback on the
Radiant
lead.
structures are
So,
fortified.
again, Raven seems kind of untouchable.
I mean, that
as
is
a roundabout item.
I still feel like that is the best target, though. If you can get this lasso on Tiny before BKB, which is exactly what they found.
Yeah, now that he doesn't have buyback, do it again.
Yeah. Because he has no defensive item. He doesn't have an Aeon or an Aegis or anything.
Oh, dude, Tims is... Oh, Tims didn't take that 20 talent.
Dire's structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
took the kisses damage, which is way more popular.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the other. What, do you think he's going to have Daedalus this game or
No.
something?
Why? It's because the stupid Arcana thing changes the way the shot looks.
Ah.
It made my brain think that he did have damage.
Yeah, well. Learned a lot about
They're going to go for it. Lasso on the Lina. See if they can get the chain stun here and prevent the cheese
Got
from
the
being
stun.
eaten, and they do manage to get her. They have to be careful, though, of the buyback. Well, actually, she doesn't have bots, so there's no way that she could get here into this fight. So
I don't think you want to buy back into this either. It's like, that was just a, I don't know. They just sat there until Lasso came up, and then that's the base high ground with the Lasso. That's the 5-on-5 Geek Slate can easily win. Because you just drag the Lina in. And there's,
yeah, they don't have a Lincoln's or a Lotus.
Yeah, there's nothing. He's just sitting there waiting to get Lasso. He gets Lasso and he's dead. Okay, I mean,
Shocked Pikachu face.
what happened? I was kind of losing track because I was like, all right, they have no Lasso for 40, you know? So, okay, you hit high ground here, but while we were talking about your brain malfunctioning, they just sat there long enough that they'd come Lasso. Then, of course, he's just dead. Like, now what are you going to do?
Well, now they've got a double damage on Cox, so
Radiant's middle tower
Shu is on the other foot.
That's also a reason that stolen Aegis was big, because if Lina has Aegis, she could siege like that. But Lina does not have Aegis. She has the garbage cheese.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Now you get another buyback. Is Geek Slate going to win this game somehow? Pull it back with a
they've
brink.
got the 25 talent, the refraction instances. It's hard to fight into this TA.
Oh, they gave the Ags to Force.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, really?
Radiant's
That's
middle
pretty
barracks
interesting.
has fallen.
I mean, I guess it's the best one. I just didn't think about it there because he lassoed one dude, but double lasso could be huge in this game.
Yeah. I was mentally going through, I was like looking at each one of these heroes and going like, yeah, I guess that axe isn't the best. When it just comes to sheer team fight, which is what they need the most of right now.
I mean, it's a lot of team fight. It's a lot of damage. He has 2 flame break charges as well. Like, I'm looking at this Bat's net worth. I'm like, how the hell did he get it all the way up here? But he's scaling. He has Timeless Relic, too. This Bat's starting to do a significant amount of laking.
I mean, now you definitely go the refresher.
Oh, yeah, he has a cute for sure.
He did make a short pit stop for an Aether Lens to get the first lasso in the first place, but so close to being able to get a full refresher.
I can't help but feel like you wanted some Lotuses on this Blacklist side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because now Raven had to go back for a Lincoln's after that. But the Lincoln's is not really anything. Like, you can pop it with Rubik instantly, right?
Yeah, I mean, they went back for a Lincoln's on Bosku as well.
Yes.
So they definitely realized their error. I think Bosku is probably looking at that Shiva's wishing it was a Lotus.
I mean, I do think that Shiva's is nice, but yeah, I think you wanted at least one Lotus on one of these supports. Like, I feel like Lotus instead of Rage Hack was better on Tim's here. Because I don't think the Lena's worried about physical burst. Like,
yeah, when you have a tree already giving you 12 bonus armor.
Yeah, I don't think the physical reduction is that meaningful here in terms of the very late game fights. Like, the Bat and the Mars here are actually going to win you the late game fights here, not necessarily the TA.
Right.
But obviously, they still have chances to itemize here, and I don't think any of these items are terrible or anything. And I'm pretty sure Bosku is buying this Lincoln's to throw on Raven, so.
Yeah. They're going to double it up.
Yep. 2 big blue balls. What could you want more? I can't even finish
Cox. That's what you could ask for. 16-17, a dead even game in this game 2.
I just
a
hope
chance to be able to go to Lima.
If we ever have to cast this team at TI, I'm getting fired for sure. It's the end. I want people to know that. I try, but it will be the end of our casting duo. I will hold my hat high, but there is only so much a man can hold back.
Well, you know, some sacrifices have to be made for the good of entertainment. Dead even game, but whoever wins this series is guaranteed going to Lima. Whoever loses is going to end up in a tiebreaker for the 3rd spot to Lima for the major.
Game's sweaty.
It is a very sweaty game.
You can feel the sweatiness right now. This is when teams clump up, start hugging each other, sometimes in real life.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Hold
under
my
attack.
hand, Carl. Stop touching me.
Stop touching me with your sweaty gamer hand. Ew. They got refreshers coming up all around, apparently, as Cox is going to try and buy one for himself. Force has still not gone for that, so.
I Smoke from Blacklist. But I don't think they're going to find anything. You know who is the sweatiest, I have to say, you know who is the sweatiest gamer I ever interacted with?
Like literally, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack. Dude, Jack is... That guy plays one pub, and then you like pat his shoulder, and it's soaked. Like, I'm not even talking about the old, like, you know, Sylar would play, or Sylar and these guys would play, and they put, like, tissues on their mouth.
On the mouth.
Their hands would sweat. That's reasonable. This guy is like he went swimming in the humid south in the summer.
I mean, okay, understandable, though, because Jack has to put a lot of effort into flaming his teammates.
No, he doesn't.
Well,
he sleeps through half the game. Why is this guy sweating so much? It's disgusting, man.
Well, he's awake anyway.
Hope he's listening right now.
Probably is. Like, what the hell?
He probably fell asleep.
Not in this game. It's an exciting one.
That's true. Bosku Shiva's in mid. That's a verb now. Also has the Cloak of Flames, farming up these camps, tempting them to go on him.
Yeah.
Take my life if you dare.
That is the one thing I feel like Geek Slate learned from that game 1. I haven't seen them initiate on Bosku once.
One does not simply go on the Bosku. They want to find anybody else. Because he doesn't do that much damage. He's just that tank.
Yeah.
Like, even if he dooms somebody, I don't even think he would care.
Yeah, that's why I think you need the axe on Doom now at this point to be more of a threat. Roshan time, it's a late one. It's a late one. Gonna wait the full 3 minutes. Of course, neither team knows this, so they're still going to be playing around the Roshan pit, which just might tempt a fight to occur anyway.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Accidental courier kill. Nice.
So Cox went Refresher. He's level 25, so he has the extra refraction instances, which are pretty big here.
Yeah, lower refractory period for Cox.
And he has double BKB, which is also pretty big. Swift Blink on top. He has another 6k gold. He's so farmed, actually. Holy crap.
Yeah.
So he gets to buy another item here on top of 6 slots.
Which there's nothing really left besides Moonshard and Aghanim Scepter at this point.
Pretty much it. You could buy a 7th item to swap in after Refresher.
Yeah.
That would be the Eternal Envy move.
Yeah.
Could buy Divine over Deso is another option. Like, Deso is actually not that amazing in the ultra late.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't have the maxed out charges.
Yeah, you're pretty much just looking at damage, because 6 armor is whatever.
Yeah.
So I think swapping out Deso sometimes not the worst move. This is a stalemate for Roche, and it's gonna probably come down to Force's jump. Like, if he finds a good target, gets a good lasso, maybe the double lasso, you have to keep that in mind. Might just break the game. This is the target they do not want.
They don't. Raji. Oh no, are they gonna get into this? Okay, BKB goes down on Bosku. Did they blow anything big on Geek Slate?
No,
I mean, they used Unleash.
Just trying to poke the Aeon. If they can poke the Aeon, then he becomes a lasso target.
Right.
That's why that goes a big deal, and why he's BKBing. Honestly, you could even like backpack it in the middle.
Careful there.
Oh, Carl went forward.
Stole Avalanche. That's a nice spell to hold on to for an actual engagement.
Yeah, and he's playing aggressive there because Skem is showing bottom, shoving this in. Trying to gain some map control for this Roshan. If you can ever force people back, it's going to open up the window for you. And he's level 25 as well, so he has sidekick spell immunity.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially another big deal in this game. Popping it on someone who's getting chain stunned or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also think it gets you out of overgrowth.
I think I remember it doesn't actually apply Dispel.
Is it not? Okay, I'm 50-50 on that one. But
yeah, I'm not totally sure.
I wouldn't be surprised either way, because I know it's like a buff that gets placed on you that's spell immunity, and it's not activating BKB or something.
There it goes.
It is Marcy, so I wouldn't also not be surprised if it just dispelled that shit.
Yeah, I mean, what is the most broken option? Yeah, probably means it does. I'm going to find it for you, though. Oh, it does. The Talon also applies a basic Dispel, so it would work against Overgrowth.
I knew it. This disgusting-ass hero.
Stuns, it wouldn't be able to undo the stun, but it would undo Overgrowth.
Yep. So that's also a big deal for this TA, right? I mean, I don't know if you're really using this spell in that sense. Like, I don't know if you're holding it that long in a fight, but the spell can come up multiple times in these long fights. It's only 12-second CD.
Sure.
So it's something else to look for here. And again, these fights come down to initiation. It's Force finding someone with the Narman Rocket Flare vision.
They have the scan. You know the heroes are here.
Shadowblade on Carl too.
Jump.
Yeah, and there's double Shadowblade, and this tree does not have Shard, but there's double Shadowblade. You kind of want this clock level 20 Rocket Flare True Sight almost.
Yeah. It's packing double dust right now.
I actually think you take that talent this game, because I don't think there's anything that really leash.
Yeah, for sure. Skem's gonna find a haste rune.
Sweaty game. I'm starting to sweat.
Oh. That sidekick talent got me there for a second. I saw him golden. I thought he accidentally popped his BKB. I mean, you still have a straight up Abyssal to be built. Like, Skem still has a huge amount of growth, even if the TA doesn't.
Yeah, the TA is pretty slotted now. Ended up getting the Moon Shard, 8-hit. So you're looking at Ultra late outside of the Ags and Shard. He doesn't have a Shard, actually. I mean, it's not the most amazing Shard game, but
Radiant's bottom tower
still a little room to grow. And of course, it's the 60-minute items, right?
Radiant
Probably going to hit those.
Yeah, considering the fact that everybody in the game does have buyback. Shout out to AU still rocking the Philly Stone. Don't worry, guys, I'll catch up.
55-minute.
Oh, are they going to smoke and wrap around and then just Geek Slate at the same time? It's just like, all right, let's just do Roshan.
Yeah, you can't commit for this, though. Have to take the fight.
I mean, they see all the pings. They see the action going on mid lane.
If their ward dies mid, so
they're
they
going to
know.
start backing up.
They have high ground and high ground vision.
Oh, get the lasso, pull back on the Snapfire or freebie.
Easy.
Oh, and actually, Skem going in. Skem already popped the BKB. He's going to try and fight this one out, going straight for Carl, but
Another
gets a decent amount of heal. Another lasso. There goes AU. We got the lead trying to burst him down. Raven, turn around, throw the damage. The bash goes out, but it's not good enough. They're just going to be able to overwhelm the Lina. Now Carl's going to be caught by the nullifier. Slowed down. Shadowblade gets himself out of there. Geek Slate, nice reset, though.
Oh.
They do not overcommit off of those buybacks, which could have got him caught.
A beautiful fight reset. Got double lasso. That is refresh for Bat, so he doesn't have lasso now. If you're Blacklist, do you force this without lassos?
Look at all the traps on the ground.
Yeah, there are way too many to deal with. I don't know. You're just going to buy back 3 heroes from Blacklist and not even force anything? That feels really bad. There's DD bottom as well. Raven just doesn't seem interested in forcing this.
And if they don't, they have to, right? Though, because otherwise the refreshers are going to come back up.
I think you have to force it here. Like, conceptually, I know it's difficult. You don't have buyback on Selena, but they don't have TA BKB. He used refresh as well. So you're missing a lot of double BKB, double lasso. You don't have any of this. Yeah, it's a scary Rochian test through Rocket Flare and traps, but
oh man,
if you don't get tested now, Geek Slate will just walk in a minute.
They've got the Ags on Narman, so they're getting full vision of Blacklist. If they don't force something soon, then Geek Slate is eventually going to get an opportunity. Also, force ping the fact that the power rune is bottom. The only reason that is of consequence is that it is DD sitting down there.
It's a big rune. I mean, lasso's up in 15 cap. What is happening right now? You got to make a call, one way or the other.
It feels like the mid lane push all over again. In some ways, you know, just keeping things static, and Lasso's going to come back up and ruin them. Or TA's going to sneak the Roshan.
I mean, Bosco has Ags. You were talking about this. He can be aggressive.
They're going to commit it.
Lasso's up.
They're finishing it up. Roshan's dead.
Okay, that's just another Ags and a refresher shard. Who even takes this? That's a refresher shard for bad. He can't even use it.
Ags goes to Raji? No. He took it and then passed it over to Skem. Skem will take it. So now he's got the AoE on spells.
Is this still the pulses at silence?
Yeah, this is the pulses on spells, but then if you took the talent, then those pulses would also silence.
I see. Okay, so you just get the pulses now, and
the more important thing is it lowers the cooldown of Unleash. I think that's the only really.
I mean, this Axe is good in the late game. Like, it's not too bad. The pulses are annoying. The cooldown's super nice. You get a basic dispel too, right?
Oh, they caught Carl!
No BKB.
Pull him into the Marcy. Marcy's going to get some chain stunts in. Carl's going to try and fight back with the Satanic going to work. He actually heals a decent amount. Meanwhile, Clockwork stopped the kisses and is going to try and fly away if he can, but caught by the Avalanche. Tossed up.
Cheese.
And I think he was the one who bought back, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's a dieback.
Didn't even get the cheese off. That was very aggressive. I was going to say, how did Skem not bash him there? But he actually had Basher in his backpack.
Yes, he put the refresher shard in.
Yeah, so a little awkward.
Yeah, a little awkward.
Well, that's another lasso dodged by Blacklist. That was Aegis window as well.
I mean, with some of these heroes, I still can't believe that Skem doesn't see value in completing the Abyssal.
It's a little surprising. I mean, I could understand not completing Abyssal if you just wanted more raw damage.
Yeah, I was fine with it with like completing Daedalus first and stuff like that, but now he's thinking about Refresher before he gets Abyssal.
Well, we'll see if it pays off. I mean, these ultra late game fights are very much a feel thing, and thinking about like, oh, we're gonna be able to jump this guy, or the fight is gonna go this way, and then this item just becomes that much better. I tend not to judge super late game item decisions, especially when you have like way too much gold.
All right, Cox can maybe get one more item. And then he legitimately is either gonna need to go Divine Rapiers and start stacking those up, or buy a Moon Shard for Skem. Because we're at 60 minutes, by the way, so we got some fresh items to add to the pool. Fallen Sky immediately dropped for Blacklist. Oh, Mirror Shield, that's a much better one for Geek Slate.
I think Blacklist with the Mirror Shield here. That would be huge for any of them. Geek Slate thinking about smoking. They do have them. You have double lasso up.
Yeah, I always feel like this is a time to go smoke and fight right at 60 minutes because you know people are going to be trying to farm those neutral items.
Yes.
But then you potentially are fighting without any neutral items, and they may get one.
It's a double-edged sword. Giant's ring, my favorite.
Oh, that adds some big power to Carl.
Who's he gonna give it to?
Oh, he's actually going to give it to the Doom?
Bosku.
Wow, that's nice. Oh, yeah, well, maybe Bosku can at least be a bit more of an offensive threat.
Oh, look at the growth.
He's huge.
The biggest guitar anyone's ever seen. A true demon. He's on the cliff, too.
Do they have vision in this? What's going on?
I don't know.
Where did Skem go? He just blinked down the cliff to the other side. He's going to get a helping hand thanks to Raji. The Fallen's guy's going to land right on top of the Rubik.
That Doom He is a monstrosity.
It's Godzilla.
Bro, that ancient ice shaman has never been more outsized in his life.
Oh, they caught Carl. Carl still has the satanic, but they're going to double lasso him to make sure he dies. He does have a buyback. They're going to chase after Bosku here. Get him out. Oh,
it got
no.
the
Lina out of position.
No
Rickman stuck a little bit, though. Force staff gets an LSA onto Cox. The mirror shield, though, causing some issues.
There's just no Doom to commit to the fight with.
Carl held his buyback through that all.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a monster right now. He's a monster, but a little too much of a monster.
It's like the weepiest centaur stomp. This giant creature just has the smallest AoE stun.
This Doom model is so big, it's frying my brain right now. Like when he BKBs, it is the final boss. This is Elden Ring. Dota 3. Dodge for your life. I hope your side rolls and everything are intact.
Not since the 80s has the satanic panic been more real.
This is Diablo. I am Diablo now.
They got I actually think this is kind of underrated. They got the Book of the Dead. When you are ahead and controlling the map, I think these things are kind of annoying for the enemy team, always pushing in lanes.
I mean, I hate this item, but I see the value. It's like effective vision, then it pays off.
Yeah. What they need to do is make those they need to make them stronger, so they just don't die so easily and feed gold.
Bosku walking some cliffs. Cliff walker.
It's like an elephant seeing a mouse. He spotted the clock working. Eek! Ran away.
Oh, we got another one.
Giant's ring, this time on Geek Slate. Which, do you get that to the Marcy? She's the only strength hero you got.
Freeing up the slot. Where is it right
now? I think it maybe got sent back, so now it's on the courier.
Oh, it's coming out, yeah. So Giant Marcy.
Giant Marcy.
Versus Giant Doom.
Illusion.
There is someone very specifically in chat who really enjoys this game now.
I mean, yeah, but they didn't make a giant Cox cap.
I mean, lost opportunity for sure.
Like, why? Just do it for the memes and then switch it over, you know?
Yeah.
You got to think of the casters. You got to think of the chatters here.
Why won't anybody think of the chat? All right, Abyssal Blade is now complete for Skem. So he did
finally got there.
Item. Yeah.
Praise
the
heavens.
Almost at level 30 on TA as well, which will add in the Mailed Bash. So more opportunities for just chain stunning whoever they lasso.
Is this Doom model like extra bigger, Sling? I feel like this is way bigger than most of the...
Oh yeah, you compare it to the Primal Beast who gets limited.
Yeah, like Marcy gained like 2 feet. Okay, she can go play in the NBA, but this Doom is like... this Doom is a walking national force.
He's actually the tallest thing in the game.
He's so big.
Like these cliffs and stuff are just...
Yeah, we need a Doom cam. Just keep a Doom cam up all game.
Every single cliff is like a step stool, dude.
This isn't even him BKB too. I mean, BKBs, it's just...
I mean, Geek Slate are getting a little tricky with it. They're like, Narman's throwing around rockets into side jungle areas, thinking that, you know, like maybe Blacklist are smoked out or hiding somewhere on the side of the map. Bosku.
I think the cliff is on top of him. It's getting hard to tell.
The shoulders
He is
of
the
giants.
He is the cliff.
Radiant
Ward the
scan.
Doom. Ward the top of the Doom.
Somebody's got a 3D monitor right now, and like Doom's coming out of the screen at them.
Yeah, this is why Valve added the like wide resolution support. Because they knew this was coming.
Yeah. So in other words, you need to like you need to get elevation to go for the head on Doom.
You know, step ladder.
Otherwise, you're just punching his kneecap.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, let's do a quick few item updates.
Okay, item update. What do we got?
So Cox did indeed swap out his Deso for more damage, which is Bloodthorn at this point.
Okay.
So single target burst from the TA, a bit higher, right? If you double lasso somebody, you bring them in, throw that Bloodthorn, it helps schem as well. Single target physical burst is there. And Bosku does have this Ags recipe sitting in his backpack. Is there a reason not to just eat it?
Yeah. The stats. He wants to keep the stats because he doesn't have an item to replace it.
Yes, he has 6K. We'll see if that pays off. But
Bosku back up to the high ground, goes for the stomp, does immediately catch the Marcy. The AoE Ags is also there as well. Force couldn't get the lasso because of the Doom. He's still trying to get it in. He's not going to be able to. Bosku sticks on top of him with the Doom and ruins the Bat Rider's day. Clockwork's going to get caught as well, so they get 2 pickoffs for that.
Well, that's awkward. Just can't get in there with the BKB timing.
And that means
You're gonna have to buy back.
Roshan?
You have to buy back if you want to contest this.
I mean, my question was, do they want to contest it? Is Roshan worth using her buybacks for?
I feel like it is just because you have Lasso up and they don't have Doom up. I say that, and Bosku did buy the refresher out after ENG, so now you do have a Doom.
Yeah,
you
but
might
now
be
you
trying to bait
can't
him.
sneak the Roshan nearly as well because they have a Seer Stone on Tim's.
That is also true.
And also Bosku can just kind of like walk back and forth into the pit over and over again.
He is the pit. You have to walk into him.
Oh, they got him! They broke the link and they got the Ags! They're gonna try and quickly kill the Snapfire, double it up, and it's pulled right back in.
That's why you buy back right there. Force says, I am the biggest force in this game. I don't care how big you are. Giants can fall.
Force goes in, Force goes out, gets the double-double, and now they're going to be able to take Roshan for themselves on the side of Geek Slate.
That's another Ags and a refresher shard. Is there anyone even left to take these, though? That is the question. Who doesn't have Ags? It's only Raji.
Raji
Win it by
did not.
default.
Nice.
Feeling good. I mean, he's got Arcanus armor. Some extra AoE tank ability. This game's getting nuts.
Yeah, overall neutral items, just a quick update in case somebody hasn't seen some of them. So we got Apex on the Dream Protector because nobody else wanted it.
And he has Refresher Orb, by the way, so there's potential double overgrowth.
Yeah, that is really nice. Carl has opted for the Fallen Sky because obviously he's trying to get some initiation. Chain stun it up. Raven has been using the Force Boots.
Makes sense since he doesn't have a boot.
We've already seen the Giant's Ring on both Marcy as well as the Doom. Force is still rocking the Timeless Relic for the debuff duration, the 20%. Because obviously he's just all about the lasso.
I mean, he's about the quad lasso, baby.
Yeah.
Bring them all in.
Which means the one neutral item that they're not using, what is it? It's, the Book of the Dead. Not even in a backpack.
Yeah, because that item is absolute dog.
Yeah, but you could just pop it in, pop the thing, and put it back in your backpack.
There's literally
they don't dispel.
items that just give you double your stat, or like free pathing, or
free gold,
built-in
like
Lotus
the pirate
Legions.
hat.
Yeah, and then there's just summon a Necro.
2 Necros.
I feel like it has to be like 6 Necros for me to be, all right, I'm taking that. I mean, I guess I still have the D-Ward and stuff, right? You can run them around. I mean, the item is fine, but like... No, actually, no, the item's dog. I'm not... That item's terrible.
Maybe it just needs better... I mean, the active has to be better. It's all about the active. 30 in strength, 30 intelligence is pretty decent, but... Compared to...
Does anybody have level 30? Nobody has... Oh, Cox does.
Cox does, yeah. You got his milled bash up.
That's a size 30 Cox. Got up there.
Yeah.
DD as well. The Rune of the Gods, level 30. 6 slotted. Deso and backpack.
He's going to be a little bit behind his team.
It's destiny.
They're going to start making their way over. Force going for it.
Smoke, though.
They've got the rockets on the right areas, but they're still smoked at the side of Blacklist. The smoke is going to break eventually, surely.
No gem on this bat anymore.
Yeah, he couldn't see the Tiny. The Tiny was the one who broke the smoke on the Bat Rider, but he was silver edged.
If Raji has the gem and he doesn't want to go anywhere near the front line. Little awkward for Force. He does have Aegis though, so he could just like force the initiation.
Carl is just about to hit 30, which is the -8 seconds Avalanche cooldown.
He's just running in.
He is.
Fallen
Guy straight up, gets the toss up in the air over and over on Raji, but Raji the
Double lasso.
protects him for now. Double lasso sets it up. Cox starts laying into the Raven, but he didn't actually do nearly enough damage to finish him off. Now he's got to kind of reset.
Get by.
Focusing on the Tiny while Tim's trying to help out. Bosku protecting Raven at all costs and leaving Carl behind. Bye-bye, Carl. They're going to hope for the buyback. Narman gets the +1 thanks to Raji stalling up AU.
Yeah, you just got to get out of here. Skem buyback, way too dangerous.
That means they will be down a hero for this high ground fight. They do have a buyback on Tiny and the Treant Protector.
Ooh, looking for Raven.
Yeah, I don't have high hopes of that one, actually. No. When he hit the lasso on the Lina and then like Cox started putting damage onto Lina, it was kind of sad. It wasn't actually that impressive.
Yeah, that didn't look too great. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The real late game damage of this game is actually the Bat Rider. Like, he's the one killing you, right? Because the BKB wears out and he has all these flame break talents that just start to melt you. Because you have all this physical resist, you don't really have that good of magical.
Yeah, I mean, the damage on that last fight, 9K from TA, 6K on Bat.
Wait, what was that?
Toss back, I don't know. He's getting a nullified here. And they have no force staff to be able to protect him. Carl's going to try and protect him, get off the toss back into the LSA, but Cox got off the BKB. He's going in, TP's out, or does the astral projection or whatever it's called.
Yeah, no one knows what that's called, but he did it. Carl, toss back on Narman, trying to find
now
something.
the toss back, just keeping him away. Narman does have a hook shot. Oh, they go for the lasso.
He has a double again.
They need the TA. They've got the lasso to be able to get it. Oh, that Avalanche covered it nicely. Carl, they finished stolen over. Immediately buyback. Raji, he tries to go in with another round of the Avalanche. The Stolen Overgrowth did what he can, and he actually gets the kill on the Tiny Esper.
Raji,
now the leader has to fight it out all by himself with maybe some help from Bosku, while the full 5-man of Geek Slate runs down.
Oh, Raji just destroyed them in that fight. Stolen Avalanche and Overgrowth. Stunning him for days. I am the true ultimate rock. You are just a true Tiny.
Monster performance there from Raji in that last fight.
Yeah, they got the book of the books here too.
Oh,
everybody's here. The Deso back in for Cox to kill these buildings. Every little bit's gonna count here. You still have a defense. You have Doom up.
Yeah, I mean, Bosco is hard to work through, and they've got the Sapphire ready to go with the ultimate.
I mean, he is the throne.
Just live inside the rock. Raven's gonna try and sneak one in. They're gonna go for the kill quickly onto TA. Tossed away by Raji though. Instead, they have to help save the Raven. Raven cookie back in. That's not what he wanted. Oh no, Tims! What have you done? Raven turned the wrong direction and immediately calls GG. Geek Slate will hold through. They'll persevere and take game 2.
Grandma, what are you cooking? What are you cooking, Grandma?
Cooking up in hell. That's what she's cooking.
They wanted chocolate chip and they got game 3. It wasn't the flavor he wanted, man. Not like this, but I mean, honestly, the game is probably over at that point. I did not think Geek Slate were going to power through into that ultra late there. Like, that was looking so rough for a long time. And somehow, those Roshan fights just went terrible for Blacklist.
I mean, one of them, they got a Roshan totally for free. They just kind of snuck it in there.
Yeah, there's the one where Force just stole the Aegis.
Yeah, they
whatever,
stole the Aegis.
Then
That
they go
big.
high ground with Lino with no Aegis, and she just sits there until Lasso's up and gets pulled in tier 4, dies. I can't help but feel like that was one of the biggest turning points of this game, honestly, even though that was like 30 minutes ago. They just never got to that high ground again. And then slowly these Roshans go Geek Slate's way because their Roche control is honestly beastly, right? You have Clock with these rockets, you have Bat who can fly over the cliffs, you have a giant ring Skem who doesn't care, the TA trap vision. Yeah, it's just disgusting the Roche control they can play around with. Impressive performance, pushes it to game 3, even sweatier. I cannot wait to see what that one. If this was a 70-minute game, that is going to be a 90-minute game because this was sweaty enough.
All right, one more game, game 3 coming up, but first our panel.
I'm sorry, Geek Slate daughters, sons, nieces, nephews, all of you looking so foolish. Yeah, maybe Geek Slate dropped the past 5 games that they've played, but not the 6th one. Not after a 60, how many minutes was that? 60...
60 something.
68?
I'd say 62.
60... No.
Oh, it has to be more than.
Oh no, it went 70. It went 70. It went 70. Yeah,
I think it was like
Neutral items
72.
were in for so long.
Yeah, which honestly, that mirror shield stopped a lot of the potential momentum that Blacklist Rivalry had up their sleeve. But the fact that it even got that late in the first place is just a testament to how evenly matched these two teams are, which means that's a good thing that at least one of them is going to be locked to go into the Lima Major after this next game. But for right now, I have to absorb the past, I guess, 70 whatever minutes of this game because Lena looks still a force to be reckoned with, but at least Geek Slate had solutions. And I took an executive decision. I won't spoil it yet, but I was very impressed with Force's performance throughout this game number 2.
No, for sure.
Like, I feel ever since they went to the high ground and they got the lasso and the Lina, like, Blacklist didn't know what to do. Like, and they tried to itemize, and many of them bought Lincolns, but I felt like they needed one Lotus, and they can just cycle and then try to hit high ground. It was still going to be hard, but I just felt like ever since then, they were just like, guys, we don't really know what to do anymore.
Yeah, no, it turned out that fighting around Roche, it just became harder and harder. Like they pointed out, I think Avery pointed it out, they have Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork. It's just given vision. It's just, there's traps everywhere. It's just really hard to maneuver around there. I mean, this is the...
Imagine if they had a Lotus Orb.
Yeah. But it's not even, I don't even know what they're doing, because this is...
They could have done it sooner.
It's not, yeah, it's sure, but it's like... They do this over a minute, like slowly siege their base. And you know they have lassos, so like what is your plan there? Like what are you doing? But yeah, you just get, it basically turns the momentum and they gain like a 10k gold swing from that play. So that was...
I felt like the last like 30 minutes of the game, the majority of the camera was just around the Roshan.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw the bottom lane for like the past 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, no, it's hard to like commentate on these when it goes past 50 minutes because it's like very intricate team fight things that happen. Like actually Kuko had a couple of like really nice jumps, like somewhere in the 60th minute, I don't know, maybe it was the 50th.
Post Giants ring.
I mean, I don't even know, maybe it was the pre, but like there were really good plays being made. But like if you want to go, for me the two biggest, because actually like if you can remember back to like 20 minutes in the game, Geek Slate were like looking really good, like they were ahead.
They were like just running in.
Yeah, but then like there's a minute till Roche spawns, and instead of sitting around that area, they like chase them across the map, like try to initiate through a ward, they get wiped, and after that it's just, they're behind. But then they try to push high ground with the Lina, she gets dragged in, and yeah, by the MVP Force.
Yeah, I didn't consult you guys, but based off of the 2 double lassos, that it was the first one was on the Doom and the Snapfire while they were dewarding, and that suddenly put Cuckoo's buyback on cooldown.
Oh yeah.
And then the one at the very end where he caught the Doom and the Lina, which you couldn't ask.
Dude, he soloed like, it was just him and Clock, and the Lina went from 100 to 0. Like what?
That's wild.
But yeah, he definitely had some clutch plays.
Did he get a Ag's blessing from one of the Roches, or did he buy it?
It was supposed to be going on Rubik, and then I don't know who called it, but definitely played out in the long run.
That was the right call. Which I guess also shows why Blacklist were so intent on not trying to lose these Roches, because did they lose like the last 3 Roches, I think?
Yeah, I think they only got the first one. And then the other one that they got, Force snatched it.
Yeah, that's true. He snatched it, yeah.
And then they decided to go high ground.
Which did actually look like a pretty expensive loss, because he snatched it, he activated BKB on his second life, and then the gem carrier.
Yeah, he lost the gem.
He lost the gem. Who was the gem carrier at that moment?
It was Force.
It might have been.
It was.
Yeah, he blinked in with the gem, got the Aegis, but then died.
Yeah. So
was Tiny alive when they were sieging that high ground? Because I could only remember Lina like hitting. So it's like why isn't he hitting like and speeding it up?
I would have thought that the plan was like, oh, if Batrider lassos the Lina, then like a Tiny jumps in and tosses you back or something. But like that's gonna activate BKB, so I don't really know.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that did Treant ever hit 25?
No. That was the one thing.
I was like saying he should get priority. He had Refresher, and he could pretty much solo win them the team fight.
And it's a huge deal. like that overgrowth. It's like what? But if they have
5
status
seconds, right?
resistance, yeah, it's like 8 to 10 seconds of just they can't move, they can't hit.
Yeah,
they can cast spells, but that's it.
TA doesn't really. Although, yeah, because TA can't dispel even if she had meld dispels. You can't take off that overgrowth.
You can't get rid of it.
And they had a Book of the Dead to theoretically give him experience. Like he could push some side lanes, hide in the trees, get Book of the Dead. And
no, I'm just wondering, like, who ate all the tomes? Like, I hope it was not Tiny, like trying to get to level 30 or something, because that would be.
Probably is.
That would not be okay.
Scores. That's okay. I am very, very satisfied that we are taking this to a game number 3 because this is the team that is going to be attending the major and representing Southeast Asia. So we got to get the best of the best. And we'll get the best game 3 after the break.
Three, two, one.
Time to take up like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
One more game to decide who is going to be Southeast Asia's second representative in Peru. Will it be the full Filipino squad of Blacklist Rivalry, or are we going to get a little bit of... Well, actually, where is Narman from? This flag... he's Mongolian. Yeah, so 3 Filipinos, 1 Mongolian, and 1 Malaysian. Rodgi's Malaysian.
Yes.
So I don't have a favorite anymore. After the past 2 games, I think that these are evenly matched teams, at least in this series. Before today started, I would have definitely given it to Blacklist because it was definitely a downwards trajectory for Geek Slate in week number 3. But that game 2 inspired confidence, not only because they won it, but also because for at least like the first 25 minutes, Geek Slate were in control.
Yep. No, they were. I mean, I still can't get over, like, how much gold did that Roche get? Like, they must have gotten like 24,000 net worth or something from just Aghanim blessings.
And then I think a couple buybacks.
Yeah, it's
like once the I think the Doom buyback was really costly.
So much money. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I mean, I expect like these games to go long. Like that's how it feels. The way Blacklist. I mean, oh well, what a controversial opinion I have, but I don't know. Like Blacklist are a bit like Blade, but not quite. Like they have a little more killer instinct.
Sure.
But they're very. I mean, they're better at doing it than Bleed, where they like to just run as 5, like let the enemy come to them, and then like if things are not going there well, like they'll delay,
mm-hmm.
And that like makes for potential games like these where it just never stops, it just keeps going.
Our average match duration has actually slightly gone up since last I brought it up. Southeast Asia's currently average match duration is 44 minutes, 55 seconds. After 9 days of play, 45-minute average.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know, everything's on the line now, so teams are like it's only natural to play safer.
Sure.
You know, each mistake's gonna like slip away.
Well, I thought the other thing that goes hand in hand with that is like, oh, if we're gonna stick around with everyone, I want big team fight ultimates all the time. This is like why Shaker and Tidehunter always reemerge at TI is because in high stress situations, what feels better than knowing you have a big R button?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Naga.
Yeah,
Need the response to the Brood,
Yeah.
the Disruptor. And then you were just talking about the Rubik
As a counter.
as a counter to this
Re-explain it, why?
sleep. Yeah, go.
No. Yeah, no, because I saw it in the OG versus, I think it was Liquid series, where OG are like really struggling to set up their combo, you know? They get the combo and then Rubik, 10-second cooldown, just
Lift them
saves
out.
his teammate, yeah.
Yeah, sleep into Static Storm is just not reliable against this Rubik telekinesis shard.
And this was kind of like the adjustment that I was thinking in my head that I wanted Blacklist, Blacklist Rivalry to make. Put Tim's on this kind of hero that, like, sure, he can play a good Snapfire, but
Yeah.
it just, I feel it like limits his potential as a player.
Because he's too far away from the fight.
And it's like that, and also like the Cookie, you know, like he excels when he can do a lot with his spells. And I feel like Snap is just like Blast and Cookie.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you treat him like as a mech carrier now, and it's good when you like 0 to 30, you have that strong timing, but late game Snapfire isn't really the best like go-to support.
Yeah, no, you're especially right after they changed the shard. Because before then, you could at least make some sort of like, you know, you see them lining up, you blink in, scatter
Oh,
blast,
yeah,
stun
yeah.
everyone, like you can combo. Now it's more positioning. Or you can go crazy, you know, you can try to get like a dataless, like become a right clicker, but not much spell casting. But what I found interesting here is the first game where Blacklist, they got the Brood, they banned Naga because they know Scam loves Naga. But now they had to play versus Force Bat, and it wasn't that fun.
The mind games.
Yeah, they didn't like it.
Pick
So
your
like-
poison.
Exactly. So they were like, all right, we'll play versus Naga.
And
Or
they-
maybe they thought like, they won't pick it.
Yeah, and also like I believe Geek Slate already picked Naga twice, right? One was Kooks, and then the other one. So it's like in the series, I mean in the games prior, you know, it was such a high priority for Geek Slate. So they're like, maybe we can get away with a Naga going through, and
Yeah. There you have it. I don't even know how good this lane is for Naga. Like, I see Naga versus Brood in my pubs. I'm like, yeah, nice. Okay, I have a Naga. I check back down there, and my Naga is jungling at like level 4. I'm like, okay. Is this, I don't know. Is this how it's supposed to be? I guess.
in my mind, let's see, Naga Disruptor, the Rubik, I feel, you know, you can punish. But it all depends on when they decide to go. Like, I think it's best when he has like the mirror image up to remove the mischance, and then they can turn with the net and the, what's the lightning called for Disruptor?
Oh, Lightning Strike?
Yes, lightning strike.
Is it? Yeah, that
Either
sounds
that or
right.
Thunderstrike. It's one of them.
Thunderstrike. It is Thunderstrike.
But then, who cares about being aggressive here? Is Naga and Disruptor just playing defensive?
Naga's just like, I'm just gonna farm.
Okay.
Like, she's technically a lane you don't really think of killing, but she can opt to like level a skill point and ensnare if there is that chance.
Yeah. No, usually I guess how it would be is if the Rubik runs for a rune, they can try on the Brood.
Oh, okay.
And if the Disruptor is like too aggressive when he's harassing, like the Rubik will toss him back and they will
Yeah, Naga
kill
can't
the
help.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see Naga dying in the lane. It's more like the Disruptor and the Rubiks. And then there is a chance with Brood dying with the Glimpse. So yeah, I like this. Put Tim's in a hero that he can show that X factor, you know?
Yeah.
Make plays.
The Pango is nice too. I mean, it feels like they really are crafting a lineup versus Brood here. Because we've seen, I think Bleed were the first to do it. They just play Pango. He plays normal and then he just rotates down and lanes versus his Brood Mother.
I will give credit to Cuckoo though. His Brood play has been improving since week 1. I also saw him opt to go for an Aghanim's build when they're like in the state where they're just controlling. So yeah, it really limits the map that Geek Slate can play in. And then that's a Carl hero. I'm not sure about the matchup in mid. I guess they're just trade farm, no real kill potential until both of them are level 6.
Yeah. Now, I mean, what can happen is if you're too like lackadaisical,
That's correct.
That's a word. Yeah, with your spells as Pango, you know, you're just using your swashbuckle. Like he can, and you don't have any mobility. He can kind of run you down.
Yeah, or like, you know, proper rotation from the sports.
Yeah.
The ward's not there. He gets greedy and uses both his spells.
Yeah. So then there is a little potential for the Primal to do something. But if you're paying attention with Pango, you should be fine.
Yeah.
But I think I like this hero for Carl. Like, we have seen, what's the Corden, right, from Bleed?
Yep.
We've seen him play Primal. And we also saw, Yopash play it. And they were doing really well. They're playing good. But somehow, somewhere, later on in the game, they just end up with a net worth that's not good enough.
Yeah.
Like you can't feel the impact anymore.
I feel the one thing that I felt like Carl didn't really do in the last game, he didn't buy Aghanims. I felt like he should have gotten to a point where he's just like throwing trees and you know, you either catch someone not able to blink, and then that's when you can go on. And
especially if they have a Treant on their team, you're going to have opportunities where you'll have multiple heroes in the same place.
Yeah, I mean, he had basically infinite gold, right?
Yeah, also, yeah.
So you have the Force hero with Viper.
Basically my point with Carl was that he will get farm on this Primal. He can, like, you can say, oh, Naga can net him. Well, he has a talent he can dispel. Like, he will get Axe. He will do stuff this game.
And he's pretty good against Naga once he has that Axe, because you can find the real one pretty easy. The one downside I see in Geek Slate, you know, aside from Pango, they don't really have a lockdown. And I mean, you have the ensnare too, but no stun. So BKB is pretty strong.
Yes.
For Blacklist. And then, so they have a support for last pick. Probably, I don't see, I mean, I might want to put the Disruptor 4, just because you do want that early Ags, right? And then, what would you pick for, there's no more Rubik, because I think Rubik's probably the one of the better 5s this current meta, just because of that shard build.
Yeah. I mean, the Viper probably wants someone who can protect
like a bodyguard, right?
Yeah. Because the Disruptor is kind of just there flailing.
No, I know. There's no Tiny.
Tusk is still in the pool.
That's probably the best. No Marcy.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Nyx, but then you're playing Nyx into a Rubik, and that can really backfire in the later part of the games. Such good spells to steal.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Blacklist Rivalry looking for a Raven hero. Lena and Drow taken out, Nature's Prophet taken out.
Yeah, you have the lane versus a Viper. There's like
There's
Naga.
not the best, because you're playing into Viper. I'm thinking Slark. But then they might need another like Naga counter hero, right?
Yeah, it's always a little awkward to pick carries versus Naga. Curious what he wants, because like the
Alchemist could work. It's a bit greedy, but you know, if you can get away with the lane,
I can see it. Yeah, I don't know how the lane is. Like, because the you could go like a Juggernaut, right? But that hero is not
Morphling. Yeah.
Mr. Morphling.
Yeah, I wanted a ranged core. Brood, Primal, and a melee carry seems kind of awkward to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the Morphling has its problems this game, though. Like, Naga has a pretty good matchup versus Morph. There's also, like, Static Storm. It's a really good spell against him.
Yeah, I mean, but you can always get that Naga illusion, and then you can also push out the wave. So you kind of, like, negate the
You're right.
Naga.
And the Aghanim Scepter of Morphling, right, is, like, very good versus Naga.
That's true.
Does it affect her even though, like, you steal from the Ilu, or you have to...
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's so annoying. It's so obnoxious.
I actually didn't know that. That's brutal. Geek Slate need to figure out. You're expecting it to be a 4, or you're expecting it to be a 5 because you would have preferred Disruptor 4?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Ags, and then if it's just strictly counter basis, I see AA like as a AA or a Lion. But again, it's. But yeah, you're right about the melee.
That's a little Tusky.
It's just like you save him all the way to last, but sure.
Oh yeah, the last pick again. They're so awkward in how they do things. But I mean, their lineup does look good, you know? It looks like a real lineup.
No, yeah. I think I'll just give Blacklist Rivalry the edge because of this Brood. Puku's been practicing this a lot, so.
I hope so. He first phased it now, and game 1, it was successful. Game 2, clearly Geek Slate would have expected it because they banned out the Treant and Mirana instead first phase. And this is their strategy against it, which probably better than game number 1.
Yeah. No, I'm very curious in how the lane matchups go. Like this Morphling, Clockwork versus Viper.
Tusk.
Like I know what I would do in a pub with Clockwork. Like I would get like Orb of Venom and just run at
You want to
this
go
Viper.
offensive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And just try to kill this Viper early.
Because Viper's really weak level 1.
Yeah.
So like they could start off
I mean,
like
Tusk is next to him, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything.
you could start off like 3 heroes bottom and try to get a first blood Viper and then go from there.
And I'm also curious, like in my pubs, the Nagas, they have not been doing
That is true.
what they're supposed to be doing. So Scam, please show me.
All right, it's time to decide who of these 2 teams are going to be going to the major. So, hey, Cap.
Don't talk to me, Neil.
Hey, Cap.
Avery will answer this question. What do you want?
I will answer on behalf of my client. Thank you, Neil.
Hey, Avery.
Yes,
Can you ask Cap what he thinks about these 2 teams?
I plead the 5th.
All right, let's see if you can plead the 5th for an entire game long. Cap, enjoy a solo cast for game number 3.
Thank you, Neil. That's right. It's right into game 3. We are not going to be pleading the 5th because we're focused on the third game of this series, which is going to determine who's going to be heading to Lima, Peru for the major. And we have put all our eggs into a couple of baskets here. One for the side of Geek Slate, Skem Naga Siren. I think this is how we're going to go to Lima.
I plead the 5th.
You plead the 5th about your opinions of Naga Siren?
Wait, what did Neil ask you?
He does very generic questions. He just asked me what I think about these 2 teams.
Oh, what do you think about these 2 teams, Cap?
I think they're good teams.
Wow, okay.
30 seconds.
I mean,
Sure hope to see them in Peru.
Scam can play anything, right? What I'm more curious about is he has Orb of Venom on Naga. That is aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to try and bully the Broodmother. But, like, why the Naga Siren? Why do they feel so strongly about this hero they're willing to pick it up in the first 1-2? Because Naga Siren has been up and down for a little bit with his recent, like, Orchid build and stuff like that.
It's a brute answer to some degree.
Okay.
Like in the late game, you definitely manhandle him a lot. It's also just a well-rounded hero in terms of it's the best lane shover in Dota right now. So if you abuse that for other heroes and play towards their strengths, she can always be useful. I think this is one of the things that was a bit underrated at TI, for example. Like, this hero's not about man-fighting through late-game carries and matchups. It's about playing the fights off the illusions, setting up the lanes in the map in a way where you outfarm the enemy, and utilizing that advantage for your other 2 cores to go ham. So if you can do all that, in theory, the pick is almost never bad. But obviously, a lot of that is very much easier said than done. This hero is an extremely team-based hero. You need a good Naga player, number 1, and you need to be a good teamer about playing around Naga strengths. So you need to understand how to take fights with the heroes, how to abuse the map, how to take the Roshan fights, how to play around Song, all these things, right? And if you mess those up, then this hero looks really bad. But if you do those well, it's honestly probably one of the most theoretically broken heroes in the game.
So I thought, when they did this opener, I was like, okay, like maybe the whole concept of being one of the best lane shovers in the game is okay, maybe we're just going to go late game again.
She is the best lane shover in the game, Cap.
Okay, excuse me.
Name me one better.
So if you have that, especially with Kampango combined, right? So maybe they're just going to push it to late game and stuff, and they have this Disruptor combined with the Song of Siren, like that's an OP late game combo. Then they went for Viper, which is probably one of the worst scaling offlaners in the game.
Oh, I don't think he's that bad.
Really?
Yeah, you can do all kinds of builds on this hero now, you know?
I mean, the Bloodstone Aghanims build, sure, I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah, there was another game this season we saw where the Viper went late and he was like untouchable. He was so tanky. He had like 70% physical resist, 70% magical resist, and he's just sitting there. It's like, what do you do about him? And then he can just, and the thing is, you'll say, well, that's not too good if you just play around him, but the Viper can start sieging your base, right? With the shard. So he kind of forces you to have to deal with him at a certain point.
Where are you watching?
He's annoying in the late game. Like, all I know is if Amar was playing this hero, he has to be good in the late game.
Okay, all right.
That's just a law of life. So,
Carl, making a dive for the water rune. Cox was probably just going to be like, okay, I'll take the other one, I guess.
I don't know. I kind of like Geek Slate's draft. I think if they have a good laning phase, they're going to get a pretty good position. The one upside, though, is I think this Rubik pick looks pretty damn strong. Like, you can save from the Static Storm combo. You can steal pretty decent spells from the Viper, breaking back. You can steal the Pango spells.
Can you get people out of Kinetic Field? I know there's really weird interactions with the Kinetic, because it stops Primal Beast.
No, you can throw people out of it.
So you can throw people out of it.
Yeah, which is why they picked it here.
Okay, cool.
So it's like one of the best saves versus... Of course, you can Static Storm the Rubik, but, you know, nobody ever thinks of that. That's like way too 10 head.
Wow. North American captain, everybody. Nobody ever thinks of just silencing the hero. That's the counter.
I mean, you know how many like stupidly simple counters there have been in Dota over the years that took a really long time to arrive at? Like, you laugh at that, but the game is so complicated that you get stuck in these modes of thinking, and sometimes it's hard to take yourself out of that box.
Just look at the simple answer.
Yeah, it's like Octum's Razor. Sometimes the most straightforward thing is the thing that gets the most overlooked because everybody just assumes it's either true or not.
Okay. Can you give me an example of that?
No. Okay. But I just want you to just trust me.
Is it because it's too simple for you to think of right now? Oh, man. Primal Beast is such a weird hero. When like, people... Like what Carl just did, make the rotation at 3:30 to get the bounty rune and then be in position to take a refill as well. In fact, he's going to have his onslaught up, so maybe he can still get the water rune. Yep.
He's definitely going to get it. Raji will secure the other one, but yeah, he's putting in some decent work with the early PB here on the lane. I think Cox has had the slight upper hand in most of the laning phases of the series. So if he's getting a good start here for Carl, that's pretty nice.
You mean lane matchup or performance-wise?
Like just the early game, I think.
Because I thought Carl did pretty well in the Pango versus.
Yeah, that's true. That lane was pretty good, but I think the early games for him has been like the Pango and the Tiny both felt like it was just awkward.
Right.
Like that transition was just weird, right? The previous game especially, he had this glove and then he went back with a Midas, and he kind of had some decent impact later on with the single target burst build, but then it also felt kind of underwhelming at the same time. Like, I don't know how you felt, but I felt like that Tiny's net worth just didn't do it for me.
There's definitely both games a period of time around 20 minutes that felt like he was not being able to be as useful as you would expect. Look at that. The AU tried to go for a pull, and Narman blocked out with the shards. They're going to keep the pressure on Raven. They're going to keep forcing him out. I mean, Tsunami was talking about how he wanted to see a ranged core against Viper, which I think is the right idea, but even this Morphling cannot seem to do anything against Viper.
Wait, wasn't AU just dead there?
Maybe he wants to keep him alive, you know?
He didn't want his wave going under tower, so he valued that wave more than the clock kill, but that's first blood. He was 100% dead. He got max poison, level 2 poison tag stacks on him, showing mercy.
I mean, it could be, again, like the simple thing, the simple, straightforward thing was just to go for the kill. But he was too focused on how to keep Morphling down, you know?
Potentially.
Glimpse him back in,
this
Carl.
Is pretty simple. Overextension into the Glimpse TP. And Raji is happy to make that play because this is a hero that really likes the extra levels. If you're not killing your lane, you kind of want to go kill something.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really do a whole lot to pressure Broodmother, I think.
No, so. And the more solo XP he gives to Naga, the better.
Yeah, it's also true.
Like Naga in the Naga Brood matchup wants a lot of the solo XP. So you can get the stronger Illus with like the stronger Riptide and stay up here longer.
Right, okay.
And mess with him. That's what I think Skem's game plan is, because this hero's not a building taker. He can't really rotate anywhere else, and he can't leave a support up here if he goes to jungle.
Shield Crash trying to get away, but gets grabbed. Tim's going to try and chain it here, stopping the Rolling Thunder, and Cox not able to get it off. Very nice.
Not enough. Gets beat down.
He really chained that perfectly.
Yeah, he really did. That was his DD too, so wasting that rune. Feels bad. But I would fully expect Skem to want to stay up here for a very long time, as I expect the Raven to want to stay down here as long as possible. But this lane is much harder to do it in because this is level 5 Viper now. You just throws poison on you and says, what do you do about it? There's not much you can do about it.
He tanked a couple of shots to the tower, and it was not enough. If he tanked one more shot, he could have kept the Siege Wagon alive for probably another 100 damage or so.
This is going to be a game that I think a lot about is who gets kicked out of these side lanes first. going to determine a lot of the tempo for these two offlaners and how much they can swing it to the rest of the map.
So it sounds like to me you're already favoring Geek Slate in that regard, because it feels like the Naga Siren is going to stay alive.
I feel like Naga should be able to stay up here a little bit. I mean, his brood matchups are weird, but he has like a full level advantage over Bosku. He has free farm. His brood's a little delayed. I think he should be chilling. Raven did get the mask, so he has a bit more sustained bottom as well. It's an interesting dynamic. We'll see what happens.
Well, maybe then the break comes from the mid-hero rotations and who successfully rotates and kills the enemy carry.
No, 100% possible. They're just fighting each other.
Yeah, they really are. Narman being a bit of a sacrificial lamb there, but it does set up Cox to maybe get the kill. Oh, careful with that knock-up. Doesn't want to knock him up to the high ground, but Cox actually just gives up on fighting him entirely.
There's no way to all-in kill him there. That'll be a rune for Carl as well. Nice little regen. This PB is winning the mid-skirmishes. He's winning the runes, winning the battle. This Pango not getting what he wants out of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fight Primal Beast.
He has too much strength.
He has phase boots and a wand. He's got 1500 HP.
And here's the move. So this is the best move they can make, which is bring the PB to kick this Naga out, hopefully kill her. Because he has more than enough spell damage early.
He committed his level ups too, so he cannot skill Song of Siren. He's actually going to back out at the right time, though.
Good read.
Good read indeed.
This will still do a lot for Bosku, because he's 6, so he'll just take this tower for free. And it opens up his game. So this move is still kind of good, even though they don't find the Naga. They don't have any wards on them, which is kind of sad. You could also get a deep jungle ward off this. Instead, there's a sneaky Radiant Ward, which is going to spot them going deep here, so Skem is ultra safe.
Look at Tim's even blocking out some of the camps. Pretty smart.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent move here.
Same rotation is going to occur from Geek Slate, as Cox is going to position himself to kill whoever is hanging out bottom lane. AU is here, and we'll see if he gets greedy for the CS and shows himself at all with a rocket.
I mean, the real question is, do you want to try and defend this with Carl? I think there is a world where it's doable, but...
Is there? I mean, you can't bring the Broodmother to this fight.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're outnumbered. I think Geek Slate committed enough here that now it doesn't look good, you know?
Yeah, sure.
When you see all these cores.
Moment like Cox is showing, probably not. Where they still found him.
Yeah, you cannot hide from the Nar, man.
Did they get a scan or what? Seriously, how did they know he was there?
Just knows. As long as you just know this stuff, man. You know, you play in this region, you play against someone for long, I'll be like, this guy's here. I can smell his fear.
You just think maybe just AU's got that pattern. Oh no, a haste rune for Carl. That is a big rune pickup. Geek's like got to be pretty scared for the next 2 minutes.
That's huge. And he is having the game of his life.
I feel like just like TPing bottom and killing Viper would be pretty value.
The thing is, kicking Viper out doesn't necessarily achieve much. Like, Raven can just sit down here anyway.
So you think with this smoke rotation, you would rather them go see if they can find the Naga?
I think you kind of just chill and farm until your brood's ready to connect with the PB. Either aggressive in the jungle or go to mid. Or you try and smoke and hit the Naga, yeah. But that move is probably the harder one. I just think this smoke to Viper is super obvious because nobody shows mid. Like, it's instant. There is nobody mid right now. Okay, well, where are they going? I mean, you know where they're going, right?
They get an Ancient stack and block the 11-minute Ancients as well.
Yeah, this type of thing is okay because this is the move where it's like maybe you find Naga here, but even if you don't, you're stealing some farm and you can get some vision up.
And maybe they'll still catch Narman. Haste rune, lasting a few more seconds. They snowball over to Tim's instead. Okay, that shard was incredibly awkward.
Yeah, that did not work out. That was an anti-shard.
A glimpse? Oh god, they're so close to being able to... He actually just lived because of that.
Yeah, he got saved.
Oh, you can't afford to be making those kind of mistakes here in this very crucial game 3.
He said sorry. He said sorry. We'll forgive him. A genuine sorry.
Maybe Geek Slate will forgive him. I'm not forgiving him.
You're savage. That's all I've learned casting with you.
I mean, you've watched me play pubs. All right, well, you know, AU got caught in the end, so.
He gave it back. You know, he's like, I felt bad. Cap was shit-talking you, so I'm going to throw the kill back your way, and then you don't look so bad.
Just full camaraderie here in Southeast Asia.
Brotherly love. What more can you ask for? This is definitely going to be a bit of a stalemate game, though.
Yeah, it feels like this is just going to be a farm fest back and forth.
It is. Because you don't really have that many moves you can make. It's the nature of the carries versus these offlaners. Like, you have these two static, kind of slow pressure offlaners that are not the best at initiating. And you have these two carries who are just brick wall carries. It's pretty hard to catch them, pretty hard to smoke on them. Your mids are the mobile fight starters, but that's kind of it. And there are also heroes that still want to keep them on the farm, like every mid does nowadays, so you don't want to just keep bringing them into moves and moves. Like this thing top, right? Carl charges in on Skem, but now he probably just dies for it. This is why this game's kind of stalemating, because you try and make these aggressive moves, it's just not going to work.
Oh, if they get the vision, he got him. Doesn't get the Broodmother, which probably would have been nicer, but did spot Tim's.
Brutal.
Well, I mean, with an opening like that, I see that Cox is kind of closing in on Diffusal Blade. He's probably just going to keep farming. I was going to say maybe that could snowball into more. You know, like you smoke out just to get back on the map. Maybe you just keep hitting them.
I think not.
I just like letting that chat line go through the silence.
I know how many in the audience love it too. Like, that is actually pretty funny just from a brand perspective, because him spamming that line, Blacklist have already muted him, right?
Yeah.
So it's only annoying the audience at this point in time, and potentially his teammates too.
That's true. It could be some self-inflicted damage. You know, Force hit himself in confusion.
Or maybe he's trying to train a Pavlovian response, you know?
Train who?
I don't know.
The Twitch chat? Every time he gets on the screen, they flee.
Where are you watching? That's how it's done. Oh boy.
Well, that's kind of how I'm feeling too, Narman.
Even went 4-staff this game. First I had 4-staff on Viper.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
Yeah, instead of the Dragonlance.
It's Midas, dude. I don't know. This kind of feels like a Midas Viper game. I hate to say it, but like, I just don't see this game progressing quickly. In that scenario, it's going to come down to who just farms more and scales with the space they're given. Naga's not going to give you a lot of space, right?
Yeah, so you got to get as much out of as little as possible.
The extra levels and stuff are nice on this hero. Like, honestly, Midas didn't seem too bad. 4-staff is going to keep him alive, though. I mean, he's basically invincible, right? Like, how do you kill him now? Hook into, he gets forced and GG, so...
Yeah, they hook shot you, you can get a cogs, the Primal Beast gets on top of you and pulverizes, you can 4-staff after to take less trample damage.
I mean, he's also going to go Hurricane Pike here.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Hurricane Pike game. If you ever Hurricane Pike morph, it really messes up his fight. Can Hurricane Pike the Primal charge in too, right? Pretty obnoxious, so... In that sense, I get it. And he's top of the net worth. It's not like he's lacking the gold here. But he'll just sit mid, keep farming it up. Skem moves into bottom. We'll start hopefully cutting. If he can get to behind these tier 2s and cutting it, it's going to be super nice. But he still has to worry about that PB coming and killing his illusions, which is their best point of interaction for this Naga. It's pretty much only Primal Beast system. I don't know. It feels like it favors Geek Slate. They have their Diffu Pangu.
Oh, Bosku moving the spiders around at the really opportune time. Gets a lot of information where he could have been caught otherwise.
You ever watch that movie Cool Hand Luke?
Extremely long time ago.
All right.
So any references you're about to make, I probably won't remember.
No, I had nothing. I was just...
Oh. It's that kind of a slow game, huh? Time to pull out what... Let's find out what movies people have seen.
There's nothing wrong. It's a good movie.
Gonna run into the Rubik here, maybe. Tim's getting a lot of information with this Invis rune. Oh, that was a bold move, Tim's. And how did Raji not get the glimpse back? I guess he didn't know where he was before he showed.
I mean, you want me to make a reference for that movie? No, that's a hard movie to make a reference. I mean, I feel like the most famous scene from that movie is was it Paul Newman, Ray Newman? One of those two.
Coincidence?
He takes a bet that he can eat like 60 eggs or something. And And he eats a lot of eggs. So maybe the reference for this Dota game, in case you're wondering, Cav is losing his mind right now. The reference is, how many eggs can Skem gobble up in this game before time runs out?
Okay.
Look at that. That's the face of a man who could probably eat 60 eggs.
When does time run out? Is it coming soon? I hope so.
No, this game is going to go for another 40 minutes.
He went Manta. He's going to go back to Fusel Blade. All right, talk to me about Naga Siren item builds and when you go what?
You ever seen the movie Dirty Harry?
Is it 5 items or 6?
You're feeling lucky, punk. What is the Naga item build? Diffusal. What the hell is this?
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. He went Diffusal Blade, charged on through, but it glimpsed backwards. Primal Beast, goodbye. Still though, Force actually stolen. Oh, no, he got Force stepped over to the side.
Too fast.
Oh, Force is moving right now, and now Scam is going to show up to this fight. Primal Beast has an onslaught. He has BKB too. He has plenty of ways to get out of here. Narman almost caught him though with the Walrus Punch. That was that would have been a sick catch if he got him there.
All right, so that's a big 300 gold swing after all said and done.
Look at the difference in damage done. They did over twice as much damage, but nobody died.
Yeah.
Oh, Rubik died actually.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, this is how this game's going to be. Early gem pickup for Raji. Round Boots gem, pretty interesting. Once it just take the map control over. Makes sense in kind of a slow game where you're not too worried about dying, I guess. So what is the Naga? We'll go back to the Naga build here.
Yeah, because this is not the normal build to go Diffusal.
Diffusal is some ancient technology. This is, I don't know if you were casting around back then when this was popular.
Dire are scanning.
Might have been before your time, Cap.
Yeah, before my time was before Dota All-Stars. So.
I think this build was mainly about just hitting like the early Manta Diffu power spike when Diffu was stronger too. That was like back when you had the Diffu upgrade 2, which helped a bit scaling. Yeah. And you just go and fight. Like you send these Mana Burn illusions in and no one can deal with them. We don't see it a lot anymore because most of the ability to deal with illusions comes in the early game, like these spirit heroes and stuff like that. So this power spike just isn't that good. Honestly, I don't know why Skem wants this game other than he can burn Morse mana. He can burn Primal Beast mana. It's like decent mana burn targets because they're pretty susceptible.
Yeah.
But otherwise...
Inhibit is another slow against Primal Beast as well. That's something small.
Yeah. But I don't see them really like wanting to go and fight with it, right?
Yeah, particularly since if this is going to be such a slow game, why wouldn't you just go the normal like Yasha, maybe Manta, Hearts, you know, and then
I feel like the best build in this hero is just Manta Heart.
Yeah.
Because you make the illusions way too tanky for the early spell damage to deal with it, and then you can just start cutting behind towers and really blowing up the map control and forcing people around, which is, to me, what this hero is about. Like, this hero is not about killing people or slaying or this type of thing. At least anymore. Certain games, sure, but in general, not. We'll see. Maybe this Diffu will pay off later. I don't think it's going to pay off now, but this item isn't that inefficient in terms of just agi and farming speed. I think Heart would have been the more interesting. I think Heart, Scotty,
Radiant's bottom tower
Butterfly,
is under
Radiance
attack.
even.
Well, I would disagree with
Bloodthorn.
interesting. It's definitely the more standard, but I don't know. I mean, if he starts getting active with Diffusal, that would be interesting to me.
I mean, if they went and fall with it, I could see it being cool, but I just don't see any world where they want to go and fight, so. And by the time they fight, I think Blacklist are going to have BKBs.
Oh, Cox, you're in trouble. He got the roll up, though. Now Carl is the one who has to use the BKB, but he's going to be slowed down by Force, so he has to TP out. Now, with no Primal Beast, everybody else is on the run. Where's the Disruptor? Can we get a glimpse? There it is. Glimpse back on Tim's. Cox has got to be careful, though. He's got 12 wand charges. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive? It will not. They're going to catch both of the supports, though, for that
Diffusal Naga.
Diffusal Naga showing up to the fight.
There's that big impact. I mean, he doesn't get that kill if he doesn't have it. For sure.
No, I think he definitely gets that kill.
They gonna bring the gem out again? Where is it?
Do another sweep.
Where'd it go?
It's on the ground on the foul.
Oh, okay. So I guess they just had the D-ward anyway. Yeah, so pretty hard to get D-Vision. Makes the game even more stalematy. It's gonna be a big farm fest. It has been a big farm fest, but it's gonna continue to be. And somehow we don't have a single Midas. What happened?
Yeah, like this slow of a game and nobody builds Midas?
Yeah, this is the game Midas pays off. Because everybody's farming, so you get the extra levels out of confined space, and it pays for itself eventually, you know? Now you're just trying to out-farm a Naga, which
Dire's
does
bottom
not happen.
tower is under attack.
Gem is pushing towards heart. And that is going to be a pretty strong timing. Like, what kills these heart illusions? It's only Primal Beast. If he uses his spells to start a fight, for example, I feel like Skem just has free reign, which to me should signal Roshan. So if you're Blacklist, do you try and force Roshan now before the Naga is contesting it? Do you feel like you have that ability without morphing BKB? He's still a little ways off. They're going to smoke here. To me, this is they want to find a pick into the potential Roshan.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of information thanks to the spiders from Bosku.
They might just go in the pit here. I don't know. This feels very, like, what else do you do?
Oh, Cox. Oh, they stopped the Rolling Thunder. Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, he must have barely gotten that off in time. Now, Carl, once again, is going to be forced to use his BKB to get out of here, I think. He gets glimpsed back. He's still not popping the BKB. Pops it now. But he's just kind of stuck, and he's going to have to roll away, and Clockwork once again, the Diffusal Blade.
Shreds him.
I mean, Skem is getting active. They still got the snowball onto the... How did Carl not get out of here?
Just late.
I think he stopped moving at some point. I think maybe he was thinking about, oh, can we turn around or something?
I mean, his team definitely wants to stay TP'd out of there. Now that's Roche for Geek Slate. Like, that was your one chance to take the fight to prevent this. I think it's just gone now, 100%. This just feels very passive. Like, I don't think you're winning this type of game if you're Blacklist here. Because I think Primal Beast is terrible in these types of games, personally.
Yeah, that's it. That is an active killer hero. Yes. It wants to be go, 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 nonstop.
Like, his late game is kind of okay with 4 or 5 items. Look, it gets weird, but in a game like this where you have Viper to deal with him, Pango, that it's difficult for him to interact with, this is not, does not look like a game where PB is going to scale that happily for a very, very long time. I think you're going to have Naga problems now. If Skem starts cutting waves and playing aggressive with the illusions, he's happy to join fights with the Diffusal. Nobody can really man-fight him.
Yeah, I mean, what's the hardest up on Naga? Game becomes real difficult. So with that being up, we are in full rat territory, and Geek Slate are just going to get more and more map control. More and more map control means you can more efficiently farm.
Yeah, you still have Raji running around with his gem. Like, he's killing your wards. You're losing on the lane push.
Yeah, and he needs the gold because he wants to be able to get Aghanim Scepter so they can have the iconic Sleep Static Storm combo.
Into Rubik listing, yeah.
I mean, if you catch more than one hero, it's still good.
You can get the cog back.
Roll up again. He accidentally pulled him back in with BKB activated by Raven, just delivers the physical damage required to kill the Pango.
You know, honestly, I would like Valve to open an inquiry into this cog pushback, because I think that should have pushed it back. And I feel like I've had that happen a lot, where it sucks you in.
Yes, I agree.
I want an
it is far too inconsistent.
I want an Overwatch case for the tribunal.
What do you want the cogs banned?
I don't want them banned. I want them investigated for tampering.
Who's been tampering with these cogs?
I agree. Who is it? I blame Avo personally.
Where is Avo?
Tampering with the cogs.
That makes all sense. I didn't see him this morning, so.
Honestly, I think he's just eating all of your donuts right now.
Probably.
Cap brought in donuts today for everybody in chat. Give him a nice little round of applause. That was a very cool move.
Yeah, chat, you can have donuts if I brought them for everybody.
That's a classic Talon suck up to the production maneuver. In case you guys didn't know.
I knew this couldn't just be a nice thing to be saying. I knew it had to have some evil turn.
It's a classic maneuver. You bring in donuts last day, and then you make sure to write in like the whole production Talon chat. You're like, hey everybody, I, Austin Capos Walsh, brought in all of those amazing donuts that cost me this much money that I personally took out of my college fund to donate to you to make sure you had breakfast to eat today.
I have kids.
I, Cap, did this. Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't obvious at all, bro. But I think Avo ate like 60% of them, so it kind of didn't work out.
Yeah, it really didn't have any effect. I mean, it's not like Avo's a player in the scene that I need to be worried about, so.
That's what you think.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, stop distracting us, Cap.
Okay, sorry. My bad for that tangent I went on.
One of these teams is going to the major. They gave the Aegis to force back.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be going to the major for like another 25 minutes because I don't think this game's speeding up anytime soon.
It's not. But This Viper's farming into the late game. He's got BKB. They gave him the gem because he has Aegis.
Okay, what about this Viper build? Because I thought he was going to be going Auras. And
why would you go Auras if the game's going to go Ultra Late?
Okay, I agree. So if you're not going to go Auras, why don't you go the Bloodstone Ags build?
Could Auras do that?
That build
Could Auras do that?
The Axe Bloodstone build could have done that.
Yeah, but nobody goes that anymore.
Why not? It's legit.
Because somebody said it was bad, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, it's just outdated. Even though nothing changed, no patch hit it, just no.
That's how Dota works. Just one day, the Dota player cabal decides something's bad. They all agree.
Dota player cabal.
They all agree never to buy it again. And then it's just left to ruin pubs for all eternity.
I see.
See, now we're at the point in the cast where it's definitely why are these casters chatting and not casting.
Raji is dead. Does he still have the gem on him? No, he does.
Somebody got up here.
He TV's out. He's fine. Oh, man.
Or nobody's dead. Why did I think anybody? That literally, all that did was just drain Force's mana. Now he has no mana.
Got him. Okay, hook shot away to the safety. AU still going to be snowballed on. Gets the Cox pushed back, but the telekinesis save is there. But Cox is on the other side of things, and he manages to just route and kill AU. Now they're going to catch up to Tim.
Oh,
well, both the supports are dead. That diffuse up blade.
See your mana later, son. See your mana in hell.
I mean, nobody really has mana in this game. Double diffuse up blades. Force is throwing his around nonstop.
All right, this is the time to basically take the game over and end it if you're Skem. You have Hart, you have Scotty, you're Force slotted, you're level 20 on this Naga. He's super high level for Naga.
Is there a danger to, like you're saying he needs to end the game right now? Is that just purely because this is going to be one of his biggest power spikes, or do you think there is a danger of letting this game go?
I don't think he needs to end it, but I think this is where I don't see what's stopping you from taking the map over, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, I feel like he's farming way too defensively with most of his illusions.
Yeah, I feel like you could just kind of camp out in their triangle and split illusions between mid and top.
I actually feel like his Naga gameplay is far too conservative here. And in general, a lot of Nagas are, but maybe he just feels like they can't lose the late game no matter what.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is coming from a coach and captain of North America. If any team knows how to, if any region knows how to farm.
I know how to AFK farm. If you're going to AFK farm, you better do it right, you know? And I've played against so many Arteezy Nagas over the years. Like, I know these patterns.
Hook shot goes out, pushed back. They do manage to get the pulverize, but at the same time, it's on Iantis targeting, managed to get the roll away. Tuz keeping up with the Primal Beast. BKB is going to wear out. At the same time, the Broodmother's just getting slowed down for a crawl. Diffuse the blades, poisons, all kinds of things. And Skem is going to use the song to catch the extra heals. Oh, Narman! Snowballs just in time before the battery assault hit him. He blinks away to the side, but the rocket, get him, AU, get him! Oh, it's too late! He regen too much. Anyway, the real fight is happening, which is Raven getting away, TPing out successfully. AU on it. 1 second, 2 seconds, get him! Rocket!
Bam! Yeah! See you later,
Oh my God, he got out too.
See you later.
The most exciting gameplay of this match was the 5 versus 4 matchup.
That was honestly pretty hype, yeah. That was pretty cool. I don't know what the hell was happening in the rest of that fight. There was a lot of spells that didn't do much. But Cuckoo died. So we got that going for us. And I was going to say, Raji has an Axe, and that Static Storm hit nothing. So that was kind of sad as well, yeah. Everybody got out of it. But he has Agon's Disruptor, so you kind of have to think about this now.
Yeah, now every song it goes from like being a weird, mild annoyance to now deadly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you hit a clump. Because sure, you can throw one guy out of it, but like, you ain't throwing everybody out.
Oh, really? What astute analysis. Wish somebody else had said that before in this cast.
Wait, what? Why are you so toxic, man?
It's because you don't listen to me.
That's Dota. What do you mean? The first lesson you learn of Dota is nobody listens to you. That's why you just have to shout your ideas louder than everybody else.
Is that why you just have to repeat them over and over again, like Envy?
Look, I played with Eternal Envy. I know this tactic. That man tells you to drop your stick, you're dropping that shit.
Because otherwise you're going to hear it 10 different times. 32-minute power runes, anything? You're going to find an invis for Cox to refill that bottle of his.
Even went A on disc. I don't know if he had to go A on disc.
I'm just, what is the game plan for Blacklist at this point?
I don't No, that's what I've been trying to figure out. I feel like you're just getting outfarmed and outscaled.
Radiant's
10K
middle
down.
tower is under attack.
Your Morph has Ags. So there's an interaction that is interesting, right? Because you can steal the Naga Agi attack speed off the Illu and all that nonsense, and you can make your own illusions.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
you remove a huge chunk of the damage.
And then you can use the Ags and Snare on, say, the Pango. That sounds pretty legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can send the illusions on the Viper who can't clear them. I don't know how much damage.
And maybe he should go Diffusal Blade.
Radiant's top
That's what I
tower
was
is
thinking.
under
Dude.
attack.
That might could be spooky.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, Narmi gets a jump.
He rolls through him to go
Oh,
for the
this
next hero.
song.
There it is, the setup.
Where's the storm?
Raji.
Go,
get him.
Raji.
He doesn't have the kinetic fields.
Oh, no.
Oh, he already used it on it.
Not like this.
They're still going to be okay, I think. Okay, the Tuss is dead, so's AU, but at the same time, Viper fighting strong on top of the Primal Beast is going to start walking away with that
Raven's
BKB.
here.
Raven turning into the Viper, starts throwing some damage at Skem, trying to slow him down, see if they can catch him. Nice use of the Hurricane Pike, but it doesn't stop Raven from striking.
Raven's
now,
going ham.
the Ags going out. Carl doing a decent amount of damage to the Naga Siren.
Stolen
Pango's
net.
going to try and finish him up. Aeon Disc pops. Carl trying to limp away, turns around, pulverized. They're beating the Pango to a pulp. He doesn't have mana anymore. Carl runs him over. They're chasing down Skem, slowed down by the Viper. And how do they win this game? They turn it around with a monster team fight mid lane. Blacklist are back.
I don't understand this region, Cap.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Every time I think some team is just getting out, scaled or farmed, it just goes horrible. I mean, that fight comes down to there's no kinetic field, right?
Yeah.
If there's kinetic field, that's a very different fight. And let's keep in mind that was double support buyback here for Blacklist.
I mean, they're also, just because you don't have kinetic field, like, you could still hit stuns on top of this
Yeah, you
static
could have like
storm.
run an incognum in the static storm or something.
Well, that's
sorry,
the other-
ice hole,
Rolling
right?
Thunder, sure.
Like you can ice shard
shard.
him in and then punch him, and
Yeah.
you know, there's some stuff you can do.
It felt like
you
they
could get
panicked,
AU
he
to
gave up.
cog his own guy into it, slip him some money or something. But
Well, they're going to get Aegis and Shard.
yeah, that's big. I mean,
And
Raven did work that fight with the stolen Viper. I must say, like,
yeah, he did.
he's getting some damage in. It's an 8K gold swing. We're gonna see this again.
I mean, they decided to go back for the clockwork instead. They get hit by cogs. Everybody gets out of the static storm. Also, Carl drew a lot of attention on himself throughout the fight.
Yes, he
And
did
got
a
off
lot.
like multiple rounds of his Ags. Like this one.
He's killing the Illus too. Like he kills this whole round of Illus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's huge.
That's a good point.
Stolen spells by Tim's, very nice in this fight. He had multiple control mechanisms, and this Primal Beast just lives too long. Honestly, he's the best target for them to kill. I feel like if they kill him, then Skem has a free fight, and he can just man fight everybody else. But not if this PB's alive, just killing all his illusions.
Yeah, that's supposed to be one of the big advantages that Naga Siren has in this matchup, right? It's Morphling's very single target oriented.
What happened to Raj?
What did happen to Raji? What do you mean? Huh?
Disappeared.
What?
Coincidence? Coincidence? I think not.
All right, Sam Braley, we have a little bit of Steam Peak issues. Raji is going to go back for a Blink Dagger, so maybe that'll help with their coordination issues of the song plus Static Storm. And I feel like that usually isn't a hard combo to execute, but
He just didn't have it out.
third
Yeah,
time's the
Walter.
charm. Third time's the charm.
Butterfly on Raven. So this is his kind of big timing to like go in these fights, man up, and not take a huge amount of damage from the Naga counterplay or the Viper.
Yeah.
These are not heroes who deal with evasion very well, if ever, outside of, I guess, like the Bloodthorn type build. So this Blacklist strike back, and they're striking pretty hard. They are getting to it.
Dire's top
Very
tower
strong
is
timing
under
here.
attack. Dire's
Yeah,
top
I think
tower
this is like
falling.
Primal Beast's like biggest timing, and then I think you just kind of keep falling off from here. Except for maybe the pulverized, then you just become a pulverized bot with the 25 talents.
I mean, that thing is pretty dumb.
Yeah, the pierce is, if you get the pierce and the duration,
Yeah,
that
it's-
is actually kind of
Radiant's
bonkers.
middle tower is under attack.
That's a long way away, but
But the enemy team does have some BKB piercing disables, so.
it's true.
They got Walrus Punch, they got Basher on Cox.
Lincoln's on Skem. This is pretty defensive.
Yeah.
He's trying to block the
Radiant's
morph,
middle tower is under attack.
I guess.
How does that work? Because of the whole, like, you can do it on illusion.
Yeah, it's not even that good.
So
I don't know what he's trying to block, honestly. Why did he go Lincoln's?
stop getting
Pulverized? Yeah, but like if you're getting pulverized on your main hero on Naga, I don't know. That fight is already weird to me, you know. I feel like you just go more damage. Bloodthorn, Butterfly.
That would have been the standard as Bloodthorn.
Playing like this. Because you just need to kill them.
Yeah.
Especially in the Static Storm if you land it. Like if you get Static Storm the Primal Beast +1, they have to save the Primal Beast. Then whoever else is in there is just dead.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the combo, you can not only silence them, mute them, you can also break them with Nether Toxin. So they're literally every hero is just a default base model.
Just a blob.
Yeah.
Turn you into a blob.
It's just a meat sack.
An interesting concept.
So very important, like Blacklist, yeah, they may have the advantage right now, and they've got a little momentum going their way, but they have to be super paranoid about their positioning at all times.
Yeah, you still want to get to this Pango Axe too. I think that's a really big item in this game. Because he pretty much has everything else at this point. But the Axe is where this Pango really starts to be obnoxious in the late game fights with Basher and Diffu and bringing this Morph's ability to right-click people down.
For sure.
So that's kind of the other big item here on the menu for Cox. It's level 21, so he has the levels to go with it.
And they're trying to push into Naga Siren and Nether Toxin. This just looks kind of, unless you're really going to commit with
again,
this Aegis.
This type of thing, I don't think all of Naga and her Illu should be here. I think the other two lanes should be heavy in for Blacklist, and even this lane getting cut. Like if Naga's on the enemy side of the map or their jungle, right? This is the type of pressure she can put on you, but Blacklist are happy if they're just sitting here shoving lanes at burst Naga and containing her. You don't feel any bit of pressure. You're just like waiting for next Rocher lane.
Okay, Raven's going to show top
Agents,
lane
so
for a
that's
second
a long
here.
way away, but
Geek Slate, this might be a time to make a move, or maybe they just see it as, okay, well, we'll just let the Aegis expire. Scotty is going to be complete pretty soon for Raven. It's going back for the Bloodthorn on Skim.
that voice line. Now I'm starting to notice because people talked about it so much.
Yeah, you know,
I didn't notice it before.
We hear chat lines so much that I feel like it just blurs into our, you know, subconscious. It's just background white noise, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I have to listen to you every day, so at a certain point,
yeah, that is why you don't listen to me. It's all white noise.
I tune you out like I tune out the voice lines. That's true.
But now that we pointed it out to you, chat, because you guys pointed it out to us, now it's just become a vicious cycle.
I can throw impersonations of it on top. That'll really enhance the experience.
So Nami's already doing that on the panel, so the full experience going on.
I mean, your morph doesn't get much stronger than this, though.
Yeah.
Kind of your morph at peak morphness outside of you eat the Ags. I guess 60-minute neutral items.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like what both teams are playing for at this point.
I told you this game was going to go late because that other game was way too sweaty. And now you're in a game 3 that's even sweatier. This is for the major.
With even slower heroes?
Yeah, it's just people are going to play ultra conservative here. They don't want to be the guy who messes up and loses, right? Like, if it's somebody else, that's cool. I just don't want to be the guy that costs us a trip to...
Yeah, and that is where Naga Siren, I think, is the most inner element, because if the enemy team's playing conservative, you just gobble up more and more space.
I agree.
Naturally.
But he still hasn't really been, like, cutting waves or anything.
Yeah.
He's just farming jungle with illusions, which he's very farmed. But I can't help but feel like the pressure on the map has just not been there as much. Like, he's not forcing people back. The base isn't getting hit and making you at least think about it, you know. Here, he's fine. And now, see, this is the type... Oh, don't just send him into the tower, man. But, you know, this is the area you want they lose.
He wanted to cut the wave, but he just missed, you know.
This timing's just weird, man. I don't know. Naga's like all this stuff syncs up and it's smooth and it's really annoying to play against. This just feels a bit like here's another set of 2 Illus that
now they're smoking. The top lane is being hit, but mid and bottom are being pushed in. Top tower is taking a lot of damage. I think Skem's gonna have to go back and deal with this.
This is not what you want to have happening though. Again,
yeah, everything is weird about this.
This is not the Naga forcing.
Now there's no Naga Siren here, so they're gonna try and take a fight. Force, he gets away with thanks to the Force Staff, Hurricane Pike, away from
see
Carl.
a glimpse though. No glimpse. Just a voice line. Voice line.
Mental damage.
Thrown into the abyss of emptiness. I mean, at least he's pretty consistent with these, you know, I respect him. A triple.
Do you think it's like just
spinner snare?
He has it tied up to like his right click or something like that?
Oh, it's just
It
automatic.
just goes off automatically every time.
I could see that. I wonder if you're allowed to use like foot pedals. You can like put a foot pedal, just be like clicking it the whole game.
Yeah. Get some motion controls enabled. Every time you move your hand.
Well, that's pretty spicy.
All right, Ags could be done on Cox, but he doesn't want to be the reason they lose the game, so he's going to hold on to buyback.
Exactly. See, when they still had Aegis and I was saying they were thinking about the next Roche, that was not an exaggeration. That is the type of game this is. You do have Octarine on Bosku, Octarine Ags, so he has very low spinner snares and all that. You have Shiva's done for Carl with Spell Prison. So now this is the late game where the Primal Beast is kind of scary again. Like, got over the mid game hump. I mean, got over is kind of maybe an exaggeration because there wasn't much there, but now he's really tanky and he's clearing these Naga illusions.
Hey, he actually is.
So again, like, why is Skem just sending them into this guy? I don't get this. If you're fighting, then you do this so you can see stuff in enemy vision. But otherwise,
it seems like his team maybe wants to fight, maybe get a glimpse.
Yeah, but you're giving vision of the one guy you see anyway. I don't know. This illusion micro is kind of baffling.
It's a little suspect.
Yeah, why not just send it? Like, look at bottom. You could be bottom, cutting mid, and pushing this in. And if you want to fight, okay, then you fight. But then send the Illus in and start poking supports and stuff like this, right?
Right. Make them have to run farther out of
like,
position.
look at this. Look at this. This is already good, right? You're forcing them off this ward spot. Now you're regaining some control. Look at how much these little 2 Illus did in terms of pushing people up.
Yep, they quickly de-ward the high ground, so now they've got a position up here. There is lots and lots of Broodmother. Little spinner snares everywhere.
Yeah, and these illusions don't pop them, so kind of have to just tank it.
Which means you always know the real one, which is interesting.
That is true, yeah, if you watch it. And he did get the Bloodthorn, so he has Bloodthorn on Naga. Which is the highest damage item he probably could have bought, considering the evasion as well. There was a lot of evasion on this morph. It's up to 48%. So you needed this. And you need to use it wisely too. I don't think you can just throw it around. There's Lotus on AU though. Bit awkward. Charge. Oh, dodged it.
Forced to use the BKB, does manage to get the Pulverize on the Tusk instead of the Walrus Punch turnaround. Slowed down by the Viper Strike, but Raven is immediately going to go for Force, popping his BKB, committing, and will be able to get the kill. Hook shot off the mark, but it doesn't matter. Still, though, now with the BKB down, they can catch him inside of the Static Storm. He's cocked up. They're going for everything they have, but he's already got the Stray Shaft going bit by bit. Now the Snowball goes out. A Snowball save from the Rubik. Now the Song of Sirens to try and reset off of this as the buyback comes out from Force. They have to keep this fight going, but
the Naga's out.
He's already waiting for him to weigh. Naga Siren popping the illusions. Carl stuck inside of the kinetic field, unable to move, unable to kill these illusions. Will go for the charge away. Actually gets glimpsed back into place, so they will get Carl, even if they couldn't save the or couldn't kill the carry of Raven.
So beefy, man.
Yeah.
7,000 HP he morphed up to. Jeez. Now you got a double buy out of that too. Super happy with that if you're Blacklist. Roche is up. So maybe you have to buy the Primal Beast here? You probably do. But it's a question of how much do Geek Slate force it. And this Viper can just die instantly to the morph. Like, that's the big problem right now.
I feel like mid should be hard pushing in right now with illusions.
Oh, yeah.
Like just 1 or 2, because you got double siege wagons. That's another way to put pressure on the enemy.
It is pushing, so maybe you just man up for the Roche as fast as you can or force the PB by. He can't get here that fast either. He doesn't have the outpost or anything.
Yeah, that's true. Hook shot over to the side. They got the disruptor, a big kill.
He is by.
Gem dropped as well. They have the Rolling Thunder on through, which is doing a decent amount here. Trying to control up the Morphling, does kill the Clockwork. Immediate buybacks from both the support tier for this one. And now with the Primal Beast buy, they're going to reset.
Everybody committing the buybacks for this. There's not many left. Just 2 per side. The decision making here has to be crisp, or you're just losing the game outright, I feel.
I mean, they stalled this out. You've got the 25 talent on Naga Siren. The illusions can just constantly be pushing lanes and getting harassment in.
And you need to abuse it right now because your Viper cannot frontline, and your Static Storm is probably the most important spell in the game right now. So you need to protect your backline, be the frontline as well. Make sure you get the vision. Skem has to do a decent amount here, but he has all the capability to do it.
Smoke wrap around, deep vision onto mid.
Yeah, but they're just in Roche. Raven's killing it. Illusion scouts.
Okay.
But are they going to get
They may have the song to save this.
Yeah, I think you have to just song here.
Oh, Skem, he's actually going to leave the pit. They do manage to get the Static Storm onto the Rubik, so they kill the save,
Raven's
but at the same time, Force Staff needs to be able to get away. He does get a Force over to the high ground. Raven's going to try and stick with the BKB onto the supports, but the song, it holds him in place for a time after the BKB wears out. He did go for the Viper. So he has that Nether Toxin inside of the pit. They're going to commit finishing up Roshan. And Geek Slate, they don't have anything to stop it anymore. Let's the blink at all! He just picked up by Raven just in time. Now committed suicide as a result.
Got it all.
They got everything picked up on the side of Blacklist.
Even the cheese nobody wanted.
The Blacklist. Now they've got this Aghanim's Blessing they can give away to somebody. It's not the Morphling.
Oh, they're giving it to AU. So, Ags for this clock, pretty nice. You get a lot of extra damage off these rocket flares and stuff. Can't underestimate him.
I mean, that whole fight's with them getting a Static Storm on Rubik.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know how that's supposed to be good.
I mean, I understand that play because you're removing the save, but then you remove the Static Storm regardless. So, like, you don't really achieve much. And you know he has buyback, right?
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think you could just use it like that there. And it's going to cost him a decent amount there because now you're dead on this Static Storm Disruptor for 40 seconds, no buy. And they know he has no buy. So you definitely force the issue here. This is where these illusions become annoying, though. Now you're stuck in the battle of attrition.
Constant illusions, ice shards being thrown out, Nether Toxin, but Raven stands up to it all, gets the melee barracks.
I mean, Raxes do not matter in this game.
That's true. It is a Naga Siren.
They have absolutely no impact unless you have Megas. Even then, I don't think it's going to end it. You're more looking for
look at those illusions go to work, though.
Oh. Those are some big boy illusions. Oh, that's a nasty
initiation onto the Viper. The song goes out, though. Where is this Static Storm? Raji, he's trying to run forward. He's maybe not going to get there fast enough. He's going to use it on the Morphling. The Morphling is going to be caught, but he has the Aegis.
There's the lift. It's too late.
Telekinesis, throw back. Oh, the grab. Pulverize actually grabbing the Cox. Pango goes over to the side. The second life now into the Morphling. Going to be able to waveform down. Spinner Snare slowing down Geek Slate as well.
That's the Aegis burn. We saw how fast he dies with Blood.
Oh, they smoked up. They're trying to get out of here as quick as possible. Narman was actually pursuing them, but everybody was able to get away.
Decent base hold here. Like, you don't have the buybacks to use, so you really need to play that well. They do. You waste that Aegis, and now Blacklist too scared to push in again. Very clutch sleep by Skem, too. I think if Morph gets his BKB off, maybe Viper dies? I don't know. He might have TP. It might have not been as clutch as I thought, but it looked
I don't know. I agree. I think that Force was actually going to die if the BKB went out.
Butterfly for Skem.
Force is going Mjolnir. Surely the Aghanims has some value. Like when the Morphling is going a right-click build and not shotgunning?
Maybe. I think he wants to get it off Roche, but that might be a pipe dream.
There's so many stupid illusions in this game.
There are
Naga Siren, Morphling, Rubik steals the mirror image. Now he's got his own illusions.
Illusion on illusion action. What more can 1-1 in a game of Dota? 60-minute items, Giant's Ring, Giant Illusions.
Another 9 minutes and we can have some 60-minute items.
Pray to the Dota gods that we get a giant. Who even uses Giant's Ring in this game? I don't even think there's anybody. Primal Beast.
Primal Beast, but
He doesn't grow that much though. He's a
yeah, it's not that exciting.
yeah. He's just a
Gigantic
show off.
Viper, the biggest bird you've ever seen.
If he gets the nosedive, then we're talking. Yeah. I mean, we're only 8 minutes away again. Quite the series. Still comes down a lot to these sleeps and static storms, it feels, but the saves are getting there. Carl has a Wind Waker. There's another static storm save.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you have that to think about. You have this lift to think about. The Lotus is also pretty big versus Bloodthorn. I still think Raven is dealing the most damage in this game if he can sit there and right-click people. So it's about the control that Geek Slate has versus this Morph just killing you. And you've got to play around these Naga illusions.
Oh, we got him!
Blinked in.
Kinetic field! Oh, but the telekinesis was there again.
Yeah, I mean,
you just can't go for that.
This is just not the... You can't do these plays.
Well, that's an opportunity. I mean, 60 seconds. Blacklist are surely going to try and...
I mean, yeah, but how you or something, right?
I don't know.
Naga illusions get sent down the lanes. They're killing mid here. There's just no play. You got to find the catch. The catch is way too hard. Honestly, what I would kind of like to see is bots 2
Radiant's middle tower
on a
is
couple
under
of
attack.
these Geek Slate heroes. And then the type of thing Raji's doing right now becomes deadly.
Okay. What is he doing?
He's getting D-Vision.
Okay.
And playing on the... I mean, honestly, probably not, but because Blacklist is just clumpy. But I think it could be cool. I mean, in theory, this should be like a type of pick-off game you can play because Naga can control the map. But these illusions are just getting slain.
Yeah, between the spiders, the Primal Beast, and the Morphling Zone illusions. Yeah. We got the stat. How much gold has been given up by spider deaths here?
How many deaths? How much gold's been given up by illusion deaths? That's what I want to know.
300 spiders have died, and still not 3,000 gold.
Yeah, that's...
You could just kind of like throw those around, and it really
they are
matter
just
too much.
spiders, and spiders are not a very good currency.
What? I think you would say bounty, not currency. Oh, he's hunting down spider.
I'm just saying, in the history of human civilization, I don't think spider trade has been very high on the tier list.
Okay. Illusions, though. Very high on the list.
Yeah, if you could create an illusion, that would be worth a lot.
Almost 10,000 gold on Raven.
What's he going to do with it? Invest it.
Consume his ags and then get a satanic.
Buy some crypto. Orf coin going to the moon, boys.
3,600 off of just the Naga Siren.
I knew it. Another win for me, another loss for Cap.
What? I was trying to articulate the fact that spiders, you could just throw them away because you don't have to worry about feeding that much gold.
Yes, but the real stat in this game is how many illusions have the spiders killed?
We need to go deeper.
We must go another level down. I bet you they're actually going to try and find that now, and I don't think that stat exists.
576 off of the Rubik illusions.
Wait, 14 Rubik illusions have been killed. Why? That sounds like a lot, actually. He could not have had this for that much time.
Well, they die pretty easy, and I don't think he's just kind of throwing them into the base.
They look kind of cool, though. They all dance together, too.
Yeah, they all do the taunt together. That's
like
nice.
the Rubik 5.
Wait, what? Is there an item that changes this game? I feel like it might just be Disruptor. I think Disruptor needs gold.
Power outage? I don't know. I mean... an item that changes this game?
I think you need, like, Refresher.
On Disruptor? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. You can drop 2 of them.
Yes, that is what Refresher does. 2,800 off of the Morphling illusions.
There's nothing that counteracts a lift.
Yeah. So actually, I think you just need more of them.
Is there? If you Yule someone who's been Rubik lifted?
Yeah,
I think it does
stop them, sure.
That's an option here. And then they just fall back into the static storm and you still can't press anything, right? Or can you?
I mean, technically you could force taff them And if they're still in kinetic field, they would get knocked down from the
I think that's
telekinesis, but
actually
still
like,
be in it.
Yeah, you can like pike him or something. You gotta think creative, man. You gotta be creative in these moments.
Yeah.
Because that's what's really screwing them is the lift and the saves during the static storm. That, or you just have to be able to man fight this Morphling, which hasn't been happening for a while. Maybe a fight here. Naga rooted.
Real one telekinesis back, but I don't think Blacklist is super itchy for a fight because
look at the illusion battle.
They might as well just chill until
the Rubik Illus going in hot.
just constant, just blue heroes battling constantly.
Blue everywhere.
I'm blue. God,
what's happening?
I think you just chill out until Roshan, right? Like if you're Blacklist, you control this. No. Not another Roshan, please.
I mean, Roche is up. Ags and Refresher on it.
Do it.
Don't they all already have Ags? It's only Tim's.
Once again, the Rubik is the last one to get an Aghanim Scepter.
Well, I guess they're just going to get it.
Yeah.
No contest here. Abyssal finish for Skem. He has a Moon Shard sitting in his backpack.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Slate is finally getting out on the map. They probably know why. Because Roshan is being done. So back to base they go. Abyssal Blade, yeah.
I mean, you can also just farm Tusk Ags.
Yeah, I think that
does something. You can either kick someone in, they're super displaced from the Rubik save. You can kick the Rubik away from the guy who Static Storm, right?
Yeah, I mean, the more you displace them, the more powerful Disruptor is going to be, both off Static Storm and Glimpse.
In theory, yeah.
I mean, because like if they telekinesis them out, but if you just glimpse them right back to where they got
back in, dude. He gets thrown out, you kick him back in the Static Storm.
That's true. Yeah.
There
I was thinking you kick them back, then they get away, and then you glimpse them back, and then you kick them back after they've been glimpsed back, and all of a sudden they're twice as far into your base as they were.
What, are you trying to get a Reddit thread or something, man? That's way too complicated.
You said you needed to get creative.
Yeah, I'm creatively giving you shit.
Minute and a half till we get 60-minute items. A grand total of 35 kills in this enthralling Game 3 between Blacklist and Geek Slate.
All for the major, all on the line.
Yeah, that's exactly what's really going on here, right? Is the pressure,
the sweat dripping
of trying to go to the major. The real Naga Siren is there. They know it too.
Okay,
but
Raven
jumped in and kind of awkward. Does have an Aegis, so Flicker actually dispelling that little bit of slow. Naga Siren's going to be okay. Fresh round of illusions going out. A little bit of damage being done to the buildings. Go, Rubik Illusions, go!
Oh, big Rubik
50
right
damage to the melee barracks. It's already back.
I think it out heals the Rubik Illusion.
Yes. Raven got the ranged at least.
Yeah, that's something. He's satanic. He's healing. He'll back out.
Horses
going.
Rubik
Illusion
so
back.
hard with this Mjolnir build he's got.
Damn, they do like 4 damage a hit. Big deeps.
Maybe forceful. I know he's doing other chat wheel lines too. So it's definitely not an automatic bind.
I mean, we are back to 9 buybacks are up. So we got at least 2 more team fights.
60-minute items. Here we come.
Oh,
no, the question is,
I didn't even notice. It's my favorite time of the day. Who gets Giant's Ring?
How does Geek Slate get out to get the items in the first place? We actually need to do like a smoke down into the enemy jungle type play.
True. These Rubik Illusions are blocking your way. Gotta get around them somehow.
I have to assume that these Rubik Illusions are actually doing more harm than good.
Yeah, I think they're literally just feeding gold.
Yeah, I think you're just boosting up. Like you could be up by like 18K instead of 15.
I think they're literally just extra GPM. I don't think they're serving any purpose here. Minimal vision. The thing is, you have unlimited vision anyway, and you know they're all stuck in base. This is a brutal game of endurance. Who wants it more?
Who's gonna snap first?
Who needs to go to the bathroom less?
Who's farming these neutrals? Are Blacklist just getting unlucky? I think they might be.
I think they just didn't remember.
Well, like Bosku just cleared out of camp. There's nothing there.
I mean, they're going high ground without farming them all. So they obviously don't care.
Well, that was the static storm used.
It was actually, yeah.
Didn't actually get anything for that. They still have another minute left on the Aegis, so this is full-on commitment for Blacklist.
Another Rax.
Carl,
The Glyph.
tried to get the grab there with the Pulverize. Melee Barracks gonna die. There's too much stuff around for it to possibly live.
Yeah, there's a lot of gunk in here. I mean, this is not really a defense from Geek Slate. They're kind of just giving up the buildings. Why not just go for Megas here? Cox is desperately trying to farm the neutral items right now.
Cox is trying to get something back to send home. All right, one lane stands left, and there is no tier 3.
Are you just going to get Mega without a fight?
Surely not. They're going to try for it. Oh, punching the wrong Morphling. Snowball trying to get the save.
They fooled him.
They really did. Yule Scepter in the air, still 4 staff away, and he does manage to get out. Narman's going to stay alive.
What did he hook?
I don't know. AU is in. Now he's out with the jetpack. Glint's back, though, at the same time, so he will be picked off. Finally, somebody dies. First kill that Geek Slate has gotten in quite some time.
Yeah. Raji has to heal up his mana right now. All right, he's coming back. He's got Static Storm back up. So now you have another solid defense time here. They're
finally, the first neutral item got dropped. It's a Fallen Sky. Nice. So Cox did all that, by the way, didn't find a neutral item the whole time he was there.
Yeah, that also requires an inquiry.
Somebody's messing with the neutrals. Somebody's messing with the cogs.
I'm not going to say this game is being tampered with right now, but the game is being tampered with right now. Where are the neutral items?
Where are the neutral items?
Where are they?
They farmed Ancients. The Ancient stack, it's supposed to have.
Raji isn't even carrying it. Okay, he just got one. I was about to say. This guy wasn't carrying a
He
neutral
wasn't
item.
carrying an item at all.
All right, there's 2 more. Book of Shadows.
The double book, that's an oof.
No, wait, Book of Shadows is pretty good, though.
Is it?
Because you can save from Static Storm.
Okay.
Right? Untargetable for 4.
Yeah, I guess so.
So if someone gets caught in Static Storm, you just Book of Shadows them. I mean, Book of Dead is useless, but we've already been through this. I mean, it's definitely useless in this game. You already have a map.
I don't know. I feel like okay. They got Pirates Hat though. It's all made up in the end. Now, if you go to 75 minutes, you'll get a monster advantage thanks to Pirates Hat.
Oh, Ex Machina for Force. That is probably the best he could have gone.
Yeah, they got an Apex as well. Which
there's another one, Desolator.
Ooh, that's a nice one for Pango to have.
Cox is getting some good RNG right now.
Yeah, those are the kind of items you want, not Book of Shadows.
What is this Book of Trash? Get this Book of Trash out of my game. I don't understand. It's like you can have 2 Necros, or you can have an item that gives you 20 armor and refreshes everything.
Yeah.
Oh, he gave it to somebody else. Oh, he gave it to Skim.
Well, they both got a book, so
Yeah, double Abyssal, double Bloodthorn, Apex on Viper, so he gets a crap ton of attack speed.
Range Barracks, the Rubic Illusion.
Oh
the Rubic Illusion.
Wait, you didn't target.
1 HP. Oh, come on. All right, the spiders. No. The Rubic Illusion again. Oh.
Take that.
Fed 4,000 gold away.
Mental damage.
It did the 20 damage needed to kill the Range Barracks.
Mirror Shield on Cuckoo, by the way. Flame gets reflected. There you go.
Okay, we got a Mirror Shield on Geek Slate as well. Nobody's using it yet.
Right, Cuckoo's poking here.
Yeah, there goes that Mirror Shield. Actually caught the real Naga Siren. They're going to go for him. They managed to get the sight. The Pulverize there as well. Narman trying to help out. The Rolling Thunder on through to control the Fruit Thunder. But there's the Wind Waker. The save away for the Telekinesis, though. Raven is going to be able to stay alive. Inside of the base is Carl. He's still stuck, and he's just getting ripped apart by the Naga Siren. Hook in. AU trying to finish off Narman. Does manage to get him while they don't have a save for Raven. All of a sudden, Skem is alive. Skem is big. Skem is winning the fight.
Who do you want? Maybe he wants them all. Why settle for one?
Every single hero left in the fight. Oh, Tibbs jumps away. The book
is killing the Rax.
Bosku, he's getting away. The Barracks needs help. Cox is going to be able to stop it at least, and they do finally manage to finish up Bosku at the same time. Where was the
sweatiness?
How did all of a sudden Skem actually start outputting damage?
Because he started right-clicking people. And also, Raven morphed into him, which helps. I mean, Raven had a rough fight. He went in, he BKB'd, he wants to think about killing these racks. Then he like failed, but then he walked back in, and then he walked into a Static Storm. So he had to be saved from that. So he got thrown out. Then he went back in and morphed in.
have a Dagon?
Roger's a Dagon.
Get a refresher!
Why does he have a Dagon? It's for the Illus. It's the Rubik illusion.
Oh
the
my
pressure is too high, Cap.
He's being broken.
The pressure is too high.
The Rubik is taking our objectives, guys. I have to stop him.
I mean, it's a decent Lincoln's breaker, but there's no Lincolns in the game either. So yeah, I don't really know. That's an odd pickup, but
Tap. You missed it, but Raji just.
Oh, I saw it.
He cleared 2 Rubik illusions just like that.
I mean, Skem has double Bloodthorn, double Abyssal with the Sex Machina. Like, he destroys the Morphling if he doesn't get that dispelled.
All right, who wants an axe? Force, you want an axe?
I mean, you give it to Narman for sure, right?
No, Force says it's mine. Oh, no, he gave it to Narman.
There you go, son. Wait, they have 2.
Radiant's middle
Or no,
tower
is this a blessing or just... That's a blessing.
Oh, yeah, no. Force took the axe because Tusk already had it.
Oh, Tusk, you're confusing me.
Well, it was also confusing because Narman put his in a backpack and then put it back in.
Yeah, I mean, they're confusing themselves, but it all works out here. Now I think we have all the Ag Scepters.
Go, the Book of the Dead. Go.
It's going.
It's going at D300 gold.
AU's also dead.
It's fine. He'll drop off.
This game is absurd. So, I don't know what's happening in this game. But just enjoy it.
Narman has level 25, so he has the constant snowball being up. He didn't go for the Walrus Punch. Understandable, because
you know what these
utility.
You know what these games are? These games are past the point of analysis.
Yeah, we just come along for the ride. That's all it is.
We didn't get any Giants Ring though. Kind of
that is
crap
the biggest
is that,
disappointment.
Man? Hello?
That should be a requirement.
If there is not an inquiry into this game, I don't know what to say.
Out of all the things to be investigating right now.
Wait, we're still missing a Tier 5 neutral item for... No, we're not. It's just people swapping in Book. Sigh. No Giants Rings.
All right, well, Raji is almost ready to go back for the refresher.
After a little Dagon side quest.
A little Dagon detour, you know?
Like one of those side missions, you know? Yeah. You can slay the evil beast in the forest with a Dagon. I'll give you an extra 1,000 gold.
Plus 500 gold for going to Lima with the Dagon.
I will gladly help you. I mean, yeah, I think Refresher was probably pretty influential in this game. I will not decline that idea.
He almost has the level 25, so you can get the Static Storm radius as well. So you could just have two gigantic AoE Static Storms.
I mean, it's pretty big. Like maybe you misthrow the guy, you still get stuck in it or something.
I mean, all you need to do is just control the map and not let it slip out of your hands. And I feel like you're in a decent spot as Geek Slate. Thank you for the analysis once again, Avery.
You're welcome. That's why I'm here. Hey, they don't pay me past 70 minutes, so you know, like, I got 10 more seconds on the clock, and then
you're punching out.
Yeah, that's what Avo told me. Like, we only pay you for the first 65, 70 minutes of the game.
That's true. It is under contract that Avo has to come cast the game once it's past.
Yeah, I'm waving to him. You gotta wake up, bro. I'm gonna tag you in a minute here.
He's sleeping under the desk right now.
That's how it's done.
All right.
I mean, one interesting thing is you're getting to this territory where everybody has like bots too.
Yeah.
Something I was talking about a long time ago. I didn't think we'd get to it, but you have it on Naga and Viper here. You can get one on Pango. This is where if you have buyback on Raji, you kind of play these like tree lines and maybe you find somebody solo, right? Like on a good ward.
Yeah.
You Static Storm and you bots in, you just kill the guy. I think these are the types of plays that can be really good right now.
Raji's really pissing me off right now.
What's he doing?
he delayed his refresher again.
Oh, he got a shard.
He bought a Boots of Travel.
Yeah, but he got a refresher shard.
Yeah. That's fine.
makes a little sense, you know, because if he dies, then he can bots back in.
True, true.
I think he should look for these side lane setups, though.
Yeah, he is. Again, as long as they're controlling the lanes with this Naga Siren plus Pango, I feel like you really... There's no way that Blacklist get back out on the map without some sort of slip up.
I mean, the thing is, Skem still farms a lot of jungle with his Illus, so... I feel like he can.
That's what you're saying, it's Skem's fault.
I'm not saying it's Skem's fault, I'm just saying he has a
Oh my god.
peculiar Naga farming pattern.
The 25 talent on Rubik. Minus 10-second cooldown on telekinesis. 12 seconds, rather, so it's a 10-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. We got any other crazy level 25s? Well, we may as well look around. There's a clockwork one we haven't gotten.
We almost have 30 on Primal Beast, so he can get the duration finally. That one's...
Yeah, that one's pretty nice.
Massive. I mean, it would be bigger if there was like a carry that was dependent on BKB timing, because then you would just ruin their entire BKB. Naga Siren, obviously not one of those heroes.
What about this Tusk 25? He took the snowball cooldown.
Yeah, I did say that, yeah.
What about this Tusk 25?
Oh, the 25, yeah.
7
he
seconds.
didn't go Walrus Punch, you're correct.
It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Just perma snowball in the fights. So Raji is on this side lane. And Carl's up here.
Oh, the smoke's gonna break.
But he knows.
Oh, no, he didn't blink for it.
Not like this.
He might have been scared.
Oh, God.
He was scared.
That was his correct play, though. I think this type of thing is good. He has the ward for it. You can run back there now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's no rush in this game, right? I think we could be here for another hour.
Yeah, sure. What's the longest game of the DPC again? It would only be fitting if Southeast Asia were to wrap up with
That's true.
another record breaker.
I think the previous one that got broken was like 74, and then the one that broke it was 76.
We're well on our way.
Sure.
I mean, the spiders are just getting thrown down lane, and for whatever reason, it just kind of is working.
Yeah, I don't get how these lanes are not in.
78 minutes and 16 seconds, so we have 5 minutes to go.
78.
Oh, hey, look, Abba woke up. He's here now.
Oh, this fight.
Yeah, they're going to try for this.
Fight.
That's the real Naga Siren. They clear out the illusions.
Okay, Glimpse.
He has another round of it. Glimpse back. Force a BKB.
Good.
Nothing.
Good.
Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
Silken Pole slowing him down. Scythe.
Hex to steal.
Nether Toxin stolen.
Rubik Illusions.
Rubik Illusions going out. Carl using his Aghanim's Uproar.
This is the most casted fight of nothing.
A lot of spells not hitting any heroes, but they are hitting creeps and illusions. Oh, a Fallen Sky hits an illusion.
Damn.
Boom.
Kills the rune. No haste for you, Carl. You'll have to walk at normal speed.
Cox is in some sort of battle with creeps at bottom lane. They're getting the lane pushed out again. Like, Geek Slate are backing down. They're like, no, we don't want to take this fight. Like, I feel like nothing changed. It was literally just the attitude of one team. Like, Blacklist is just like, screw it. Let's just go see if they want to fight. Geek Slate's like, no, we actually didn't want to fight. We were bluffing the entire time. Pick off, maybe? Broodmother? Nope. Lincoln's going to protect it against the kick. Well, he knows that's there. Was it the Lincolns or Mirror? Oh, yeah, it was Lincolns.
You ever seen the movie Dirty?
Oh, boy. He's just dropping Book of the Dead. Oh, probably because
it's trash. And it belongs in the trash.
I'd throw it on the ground.
I would throw it on the ground and kill it in front of them.
I think it's
Smoke.
They're actually gonna go for it.
Something's gonna happen. They're sending the book in. The scout. Dirty book. Purge him. Purge him. Purge him like a dog.
Spider. A little bit of swashbuckle. Skem just staring up the high ground.
They don't know it's him.
They don't know it's the real one.
There's too many illusions in this game.
The Morphling illusions are going to go out. Song? Okay, there's the setup.
Rachi's in.
The static? They're going to be able to catch two.
Can they stop the Rubik? He managed to blink away over the side, but he's too far away for the telekinesis to snowball on through. They've already blown up Carl. Now they're going to be able to catch the Broodmother as well, but Force is dying.
Boxing in.
The cheese. Raven trying to finish him off. Goes for it, managed to finish off. Now Carl's back in. Pulverized. Bam, 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 bam. The Naga Siren controlled up. Skem trying to limp away with his BKB. Another round of Song, another round of Illusions, but it's not going to be enough. He's dead. He's going to be forced into a buyback. Cox. Aeon just popped on him. He needs to be able to get out, but he's got no mana to be able to do so.
Another static.
Static Storm. Another round catches the Morphless. But where's the damage? Here comes the Naga Siren, but he actually can't fight. He's got another round of Illusions. Oh no, he's getting torn apart by Force, and Skemmy dies. He gets thrown away, but he still dies to the poison. At the same time, stuck inside the cogs is Carl. Telekinesis away. Aeon Disc not going to protect
Raven back.
Norman trying to catch him. Raven back into play. The carry for carry, but he's being controlled. Again, the real one, the BKB. There's no ball on top of him. They're trying to pop the Illusions, but they're baiting him down. There goes. He's dead inside the kinetic field. It's all over.
What?
Blacklist. They've lost their carry. They've lost Carl. There's nowhere they can play this one anymore.
And the book didn't even kill the Rax because it was in the fight.
No.
Wait, now they're going to try.
They needed to get the Megas.
They're botsing in Cuckoo.
They know go for the Megas at some point.
It's do or die. You got to find something here.
Yeah, you got to get something to slow down this game.
Where's the book? Where's the book when you need it?
You need
Get it out of the trash. Get it out of the trash.
Pick it back up. You should have recycled it, you idiots. You should have recycled it. 20 you still needed that item.
No, there's no book for 20.
Oh, they're trying to stop them, but like they're just going down mid.
Nobody cut the wave.
They're just running down mid at this point in time.
The book could have cut the wave.
Oh no. The Broodmother's being caught inside the Static Storm.
Yes, they are.
Oh no, no, you're in the Static Storm as well. Might be able to crawl away. Boss Coup getting out over the cliff. Cogs pushed back on the roll, but they're thrown at the same time. Tier 4's back over to the melee. They're going to try and stop it. It killed the supports. Maybe they can TP back, but just over. They're dying too quickly. The Tier 4s are both about to die.
Tim's is smoking back across the map.
He's running for it, but the throne is dead. GG is called.
Oh my
and Geek
lord.
Slate will be the second team going to Lima.
What is this region? What is this region?
Game I've ever seen.
I don't even know what that ending was. There's like 6 fights. There's literally 6 different fights going on, and like none of them were doing anything. It's just people fighting each other uselessly with like illusions and books and random crap. Somehow that end fight works out for Skem better than it does for Raven, and that's it. And I guess Skem is just a boss.
Shit. Well played, Geek Slate.
I don't know. I mean,
that was a game of mental trials.
I got mentally tried for that game. I knew it was going to be a sweaty one, but that was like put a bucket under the chair sweaty. You know, that was brutal.
I mean, both teams were obviously like super psyched out about the fact this was for the major. Geek Slate.
I guess congrats.
They held on to it long enough. Congratulations. They're going to be going to the major. They're the second team to do so. Blacklist. They will end up in the tiebreaker against Talon, so they still have another chance.
And that is
they still have more Dota to play today.
Yeah, but that is a absolutely brutal game to go into a tiebreaker.
From where it started, clean game 1. Blacklist looked way far ahead. Game 2, 70-minute game. Game 3, 78-minute game. They lose both of those. I mean, if they bounce back from this and they still qualify for Lima, like they are gods. They obviously do not tilt because losing both of these has got to be a pretty harrowing experience, and I do not envy them going into their next series. But what a game!
I mean, well deserved, I guess. Like,
well deserved.
What can you say? Geek Slate had a good start to the season, ran into trouble, but when they needed to pull it back, Stone Cold Skem.
Stone Cold Skem.
Pulls
That's
it
what we
back
end on.
from the
Stone
depths,
Cold
baby.
Skem is going to Peru. Back to the panel.
I can't speak for Blacklist, but I know that I'm pretty tilted after that game number 3. But Geek Slate take the second slot here from Southeast Asia, joining Execration in Peru. Blacklist Rivalry, they still have a chance, but the mental fortitude necessary to take these 2 losses and then go up against Talon in, well, I would conservatively say 3 hours, but who knows what Bleed versus SMG will give us. We'll take some real resilience, because this is this the worst possible way to lose this series play? Give me a worst case scenario.
I'm trying to imagine something worse.
What could be worse than you win game 1 definitively, game 2 goes 70 minutes, back and forth you lose it, game 3 against the Naga Siren, you had the game in multiple points. It's hilarious that this is like almost like only the halfway point of the game.
No, because they have 1 melee Rexy left, right? And then you wait for 30 minutes before you do, like, initiate the fight.
Yep.
And then the game just ends.
Yep.
No, that has to be up there.
That has to be up there.
That must be
Like possibly the worst way to lose.
possibly the worst way, yes. Yeah.
I felt like they gave this Naga so much respect. Like there were so many times they knew the real one was like in the front lines, and by the time they had Hex on Cuckoo, like I feel they could have bursted her down.
Yeah, you're saying so much respect is like in a bad way.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, like you're too scared to touch. And here, this fight in the screen.
Oh yeah,
both the cores were the Spider and the Primal Beast was going on the Naga, and then Raven's trying to hit the racks. I'm like, why don't you just do the same thing?
Yeah.
It's just weird. And then that started like the whole collapse. Like they lost that fight, and then Geek Slate got the Aegis, and then it became another stalemate for another like 10 minutes, and then I don't know. I just felt they were too scared to touch this Naga, which I felt they could have done it.
Yeah, because I guess the only problem is he can Tusk Snowball Saber.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's just like
but you can do something about
put the fear, you know, like put the fear in the opponents. You guys are so ahead for so long, and you're just like watching.
Yeah, maybe a cog pushes him away. You're fast. I mean, you have infinite gold, right? Maybe someone has a Hex. I don't know.
Yeah, because they even gave the Clockwork the first Ag's Blessing instead of the Rubik, which I would assume implies that, hey, Clockwork, get really aggressive. Go fly around.
No. Clockwork, scout them with rockets.
Oh, of course, yes.
We cannot
shoot rockets everywhere so we know where they are, so we know not to fight them there.
Yes, and that's unironically, yes.
And let's say they touch the Naga one time and like the Tusk saves. Then next time they'll be like, okay, hey, you gotta scout out the Tusk.
Yes.
And then that's how you kind of like formulate this plan to finish out the game, because I feel like it went back to like game 2. Like they kind of just became clueless towards the end.
Yeah, a bit, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, props to Geek Slate for holding out, and that was...
Yeah, what you have to say about these games is you need to... It can be very hard to keep your focus up for, especially when it's like it gets boring in there too.
Dude,
like when you're in the game.
Imagine being that disruptor in that game. You could like even the moments where you think you can get a kinetic field static storm, Rubik just plucks them out, and you're like, what am I even doing in this game?
Yeah, and the problem is when the game goes that far, like anything just kills you. You just die instantly. Anything. You tank a creep wave for too long, you're just dead. Like you're actually just dead everywhere. Oof.
Force takes the MVP yet again, the rivalry MVP for Geek Slate, which I don't know. I suppose
I'm not really. I mean, I think the Naga combo, like the Naga Static Storm combo, is probably the MVP.
Okay. I mean, sure, you had that one fight in the high ground near Roche. That, you know, he was pretending to be an Elu, and like none of them checked.
Yeah, that was pretty slick.
And then just swung and cut the Brood and
that
Primal
was very
Beast.
Clever.
But it just messy, but entertaining in a way.
Much as how Winter gets paid by the word on the panel, I think these players get paid by the minute for playing in the games, because they were working overtime in this series. But you can understand the justification. This is a chance to make it to the major and also get second place, which even if you can beat Talon in the tiebreaker, the difference between second and third is 60 points, 180 and 120 DPC points.
Yeah.
And as we've emphasized many times over the course of the last 3 weeks, every point matters. Every point could be the difference between a Fnatic or an outsider's making it to TI. So 60 points here and there, $2,000 here and there, it can add up. And Geek Slate, I'm sure, are very, very satisfied that they were able to pick up that victory and join Execration. And now Blacklist Rivalry, you have, let's say, 3 hours. Would you watch the replay in this situation?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean, you have to discuss what went wrong.
Okay.
But I think it might be too heartbreaking for, it being so soon.
I agree. What do you do then? You have 3 hours to kill.
I mean, I hope what you can have is your coach can watch it.
Sure.
Or like, because you can't be, okay, let's be honest. It's a best of 3, right? Oh, but it's like 3 hours of gameplay where, I don't know, you can point out so many things. So I think you have to focus on things more within the first 20-30 minutes maybe.
Yeah, or look to
hopefully.
Talon, see what you can
Yeah.
bring up against them. But what they were able to bring up against Geek Slate wasn't enough, because Geek Slate is going to be our winners and our interviewee. And we got Sheep. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that we finally get a chance to speak to you, because I've been seeing you on the webcams. You've been very energetic during the drafts. How do you feel that your team is going to Peru now?
Well, we feel really good right now. We're so happy that that we managed to get there. We have had a tough couple of last 1 week. You know, ever since the Lunar New Year, it's like kind of like a debuff that we got. Didn't play very well. Glad we fixed it.
Yeah, you guys are like a phoenix, and it was like a Night Stalker lunar moon debuff. But now you're in the driver's seat again. And did you envision any of these games going this late when you were putting these drafts together?
Honestly, yes. We kind of did expect it to go a bit late. Obviously, like we made some mistakes in the mid game that dragged it longer than we thought. Yeah, but we were confident even going late game, because I think our decision making is pretty good even in the late game.
Yeah, it proved superior throughout the series, and it was both these game 2 and game 3. The late game superiority was in your favor. Pi, you got any questions for Sheep?
Yeah, so I'm not completely sure about your background. Like in, did you play the Dota 1 and stuff, I'm assuming?
Sorry, can you say again?
Did you play Dota 1? And like, were you a pro player before?
Oh, yeah, I used to play Dota 1, and I guess I was okay at it. When I was studying in UK, I was scrimming with people like Lacoste, Papa Siong, etc. Right back in Malaysia. So, but then I'm really old now. I'm like an uncle, so I can't even like move my fingers well enough.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, were you there like watching behind them during the game, or were you like in another room?
Oh yeah, I was downstairs. So we have a duplex here, so I was downstairs, and then it's 3 or 4 minutes delay. So when I heard them shouting, I was like, oh, I gotta get back here.
Yeah, because I just wanted to ask, like, what was the vibe and the atmosphere in the team? Because, you know, it was very tense, right? You guys were like, one mistake, it's over. You're going to be playing the tiebreaker. So, yeah, that was going to lead to my question. But since you're downstairs, never mind.
Right.
So, besides you, who comes up with these drafts? Because, like, you're the one team that's kind of, like, creative and willing to take risks. Is it like mainly you, or is there someone else in the team that?
I guess like in our team, of course, we discuss all drafts together as a team, like heroes and everything. I guess the players are quite open-minded, and I guess they don't think I'm that dumb. So maybe some ideas get adopted. So yeah.
Oh, okay. A follow-up question. Oh, who suggested the troll? Was it you, or was it like Scam specifically? Because troll has a pretty bad win rate. And just curious.
Right. Yeah. But then again, we don't normally care about what's the win rate or how other people does with the troll or anything like that, because we're just confident about things just ourselves. You know, sometimes it backfires, sometimes it does well.
For sure.
So yeah,
like there's some truth to the stats, but you know, I just wanted to know who.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, to be honest, I can't really remember who suggested it, but we had 2 or 3 choices. And we just decided to go with troll because we were feeling it. That's it.
Okay. No.
What if I take you back 1 week ago? Who suggested the Meepo against Talon?
Right, Meepo. Against Meepo, I think could have been me. I'm not sure. but we tried it before. And you know, we're not the team that is we're not the kind that is like scared. I guess, you know, people maybe thought we were trolling or anything, but no, we were taking it very seriously. And that's why other people started to ban it against us, right?
Yeah. I noticed that. So you definitely showed that it was potential. And then I've been following you guys since you founded in 2016. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
And now this is going to be your very first major. What are your expectations looking forward to international opponents?
Well, we did qualify for the LA majors, and we were in US
right.
for 10 days.
Oh, no.
Before
Pandemic.
before it was announced,
yeah.
pandemic, national borders closing in
I was
24
there
hours. Yeah, that sucked for us, I guess. You know, I was really excited back then. Back then, we were with Carl, Cuckoo, Raven as well.
That's right.
Yeah, but now that we are going, hopefully nothing happens. Hopefully we get to go.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, congratulations on the win. And as the founder, any shout outs that you have for Geek Slate, the organization, or your players, or anything?
Well, I think that I think that I like to thank all our players for putting the trust in me as well. You know, I'm just a scrub, and they're open-minded enough to listen to some rubbish that I say sometimes. I'm glad of having a very good backroom support staff and my team, my manager, you know, and my social media people. Not forgetting, of course, all the family support that we have from whether players or my own family. You know, I think that brought us further than we could just being alone. So I like to thank all of them and know that, and I'm happy that they have our backs.
And I'd like to extend my thanks to you, because like you said, during the LA Major, during the pandemic, a lot of Southeast Asian organizations were not able to survive. And the fact that you've kept up with Dota, kept up with the, putting this much effort and putting this kind of investment, and I'm so happy to see it finally paying off. So congratulations on the win, and can't wait to see you guys in Lima.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
All right. See you soon. That was Sheep, the founder and draft coach, and perhaps selling himself a bit short. I don't know if any scrub could just make it to the major just like that. I think you gotta have something cooking up if you're gonna be able to bring your region to success, because they are joining Execration as the qualifiees. But that's the first series of the day. The second series of the day, slightly lower stakes, but just as exciting. It's going to be Bleed versus SMG, determining the 5th/6th place spots, playing for money, playing for DPC points, and playing for pride, of course, and also playing a little bit late because we are quite a bit behind schedule. So we're gonna jump right into that series after a quick break. Hope you enjoyed the first qualifier. We got 2 more series right after this.
Three, 2, 1.
Take up like the Flame Cloak, that's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
What a great first series we just watched, and now on to the second series of the last day of Tour 1 of the SEA DPC Division 1. Welcome back, everyone, to the SEA DPC. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with Pi and Winter. How you guys doing today?
I'm good. I'm doing
Come on, guys, wake up!
great.
I know we just had a very long, excruciating, but also quite entertaining game.
Yeah. No, it was like a big build-up, and then a lot of stuff happened.
Such as?
There was a lot of spells, there were a lot of illusions,
I mean, that's
a lot of buybacks, and a lot of gold being thrown around.
Yeah.
Too much is on the stake, so the players were like, they're
Panicking.
playing too safe.
Very scared, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Giga buyback, everyone dies,
Yeah.
and then Morphling dies 2 times in a row, and that's it.
That's
Game.
it. You
That's
work
it.
for, what? You work for an hour, and then it all ends in a minute.
Huh. Well, we're going speed mode right now. We're not even chatting about last game because we got a draft coming up for the next game, which is SMG versus Bleed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the stakes for this one a bit lower, but
a bit lower.
but still, some people keep harping on it, right? The
Yeah.
Fnatic situation.
Yeah,
last
the
year.
DPC point.
One
So-
point.
A miscalculation in Liquipedia.
Oh,
So people thought wrong.
that is true. They did think wrong. I mean, yeah, the money isn't really that much. It's nothing crazy. Who cares? 5th, 6th place. But DPC points,
Yeah.
because that's what's going to take you to TI.
Yeah. It's the first pick Kotl, you know.
This is the hero that, I mean, they played it before, right? So it's not new to SMG.
Yeah, but first pick?
First pick is interesting.
I mean, they first picked the Kotl and follow up with 8th pick, Nature's Prophet. I mean, the Nature's Prophet I get, but the Kotl, I feel like if you want the hero, you're going to get the hero anyway later.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I mean, the synergy, I guess they can kind of push together early on. Like 10 to 15 minutes, they have a decent timing together.
So would you think that the idea behind this is so you have like a mid Kotl and you have a carry MP, so the game is going to be like, it's not going to be like a 60, 70 minute game. The goal is to have like a 30-minute game.
I mean, the goal is at least to kill some tier 1 towers. Then you never know. You can play a 70-minute game with these heroes quite easily if you want to. I think it can be an offlane Prophet too. Dude, it can be a 5 Kotl, it can be a 4 Kotl. Let's be honest, they did play Kotl Bristleback, right?
They did do
And
that,
Apple
yeah.
played the Kotl.
Did they play like a mid Kotl? One game, right?
Yes.
The Kotl is like a...
Their flex pick.
Their flex
And we
pick.
also remember like their worst game. Then it was a position 4 Kotl, right? With Amber.
Oh yeah,
Save line.
that game, I will never forget that game.
So they've had a few Kotl games.
And for Bleed, we have a pretty standard opening, I guess.
Oh.
Mirana with Tiny.
I'm really surprised they don't do Ricky here. Because they were the ones to... No, maybe it was Talon. It was Talon or Bleed to do it first.
Execration did a lot initially. In the
Initially?
First, yeah, in the
Okay.
first week. But I feel like the Ricky Mirana isn't that potent anymore. I feel like as much as we go on about the 1400 gold shot on Ricky, how game breaking it is, but the hero doesn't offer that much later, you know.
I don't know. Have you played against that Cloud? Like it's so... it offers a lot.
Yeah, but I feel like
And it scouts.
he scouts. Yeah, you do a lot of the annoying shit as a support, but like when the game goes late, I feel like I would rather have like a support that does something in the team fights.
Maybe. But is that Marcy? I don't think so.
Yeah, because if you look at the game, right, a lot of the offlaners right now, they're getting the aura items, the pipe, the mech, and they're grouping up as a unit as 5, you know. When the game is going to that stage, I feel like no matter how much of a good early game you had as a Ricky Mirana, then you go into that mode where, oh, the enemy's 5-manning. What do we do now? Okay, the Ricky's going to go into...
You split push,
you split push
you
and
see
scout.
them, you put
And then
good wards.
It's going to come to a point where you can't do that. The enemy is going to force you into a 5-on-5 engagement. And Ricky and Mirana, you're not going to do as much.
Yeah. We'll just agree to disagree then, because I would just put Cloud on them. If you want to stand that close to
Cloud.
each other, I'll Cloud them.
Well, what about SMG straps? Now I'm kind of confused. Who's their supports? What do you think? Or is this?
I mean, Rubik Undying, probably.
Well, yeah, Rubik probably, but Undying Kotl?
Undying Kotl what?
Like the
The lane?
Undying. I mean, people shy. Maybe we could see a 3 Undying. That would be kind of poggers.
Yes. Well said.
But probably not. I mean,
Chakra, decay spam.
Yeah. I mean, it would be cool later on.
Used to be a thing, you know?
so would that
Yeah.
be the off lane?
What could be? Now, I mean, I'm guessing now they're You're just gonna
I mean,
pick another
there's probably
offlaner,
a
right?
mid lane Coddle.
Not against the Naga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Kotal offlane, I think it's pretty decent against Naga. You can do like Rubik Kotal against the Naga lane. I think that's pretty good.
Jabs did offlane Coddle, I think, a couple times, 2 times.
I think it was Execration team. Who's that guy? Tino, I think, played offlane Coddle too.
Jabs did it as well. He
Jabs
did,
too?
yeah, 2 games.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. Nice memory.
Sheesh. Naga.
Okay, so they have the Naga Mirana here again, similar to what Geek Slate did in the previous series.
Yeah.
They have Marcy and Tiny as their initiating / buff hero.
It's an interesting Viper ban. Like if you would play Prophet carry here,
Yeah, why
would you want to ban out Viper?
What is the Viper ban for?
Yeah. Very curious.
They're cooking up something we don't know about.
Yeah, this is a...
There's no way MP loses that lane, right, against Viper.
No, I mean, eventually, like, it will get annoying-ish, but by then you'll be up like 1k gold, and you'll be like 6, and
there's no way the Viper
away.
can play the first couple of waves against the MP. That's rather strange. He doesn't really do particularly well against the other heroes. Like, Rubik's really good against Viper. So that's really strange.
It's a strange ban for sure.
I mean, we might be able to shed some light about it once they pick the last hero.
Yeah. I mean, SMG have been drafting real quick. It's what it feels like, at least. Maybe I'm in a... maybe I'm time dilated.
I mean, they definitely have a plan here. Undying with MP Kotal, it's a very, like a liquidish kind of draft. You group up. I mean, the old Liquid, the Kuroki's team, when they like to run a lot of 5-man, no stuns, just balling together, the Kotal healing everybody, then you have like a front line, some lone druid hitting the tower, and you can't kill the lone druid, and you just look at him, he's taking a Rex.
Yeah.
That's the kind of game that I feel like they're envisioning right now. And for Bleed, since they have the Naga, they're going to go for more like a split pushing, try to play the map, delay things kind of route, you know?
Yeah, for right now, right, Bleed, I don't see, at least for a long time, how they team fight here. Like you sleep and what happens?
Yeah.
Can't do anything, right?
No combos, no Disruptor, no Jakiro. I think those are the 2 best combos with Naga that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
It's going to be more about like pick off, splitting the map. I mean, you have this Tiny that can go for kills against. Okay, I mean, I guess I can understand. I mean,
now we understand the Viper ban,
yeah,
right?
the Ursa, I mean, the lane's pretty annoying. But if their draft has Viper, it's just so weird, you know. So there's no synergy with the Viper. But I can still understand the reason, you know. They're just worried that the Ursa gets demolished in the lane and then he's going to be useless in the game.
Yeah.
This Ursa hero's looking really good in the CDPC, though. I think, who was it? Was it Tsunami that said that out of 9 games Ursa's been played in, 8 have been won?
Yes, that was the stats. 8
That's
wins,
crazy.
1 loss.
Yeah, it's pretty good against like illusion heroes, since if you get the real one, he can't really get remove the stack, so you always know which one's the real Naga. And I mean, in the game, Ursa, you can play a really fast-paced game with this lineup. You do Roshan and then you just ball together and you keep pushing. It can be very annoying for them.
Actually, with he has a level 10 talent, right? So yeah, it's the 10 where he puts 2 stacks.
Yeah, so when you
just jump into
when
the
you jump in, you'll know which one's the real one right away.
Oh.
But Ursa overall is just a super obnoxious hero. Like if you play support, right? Like it's so little effort for him to kill you.
Yeah.
Like he barely invests anything and you're just dead. Yeah. And you didn't get to do anything.
This is a pretty good pick, I think. Their heroes don't really kill the puck until they have like Gleipnir's Hex. They need a lot of items to kill the puck.
I don't know. I gotta be honest, I don't like Bleed's lineup.
I mean, that's how they have to play their lineup, right? The first 4 heroes, you're already going into this split push kind of like puck definitely does fit the build. You know?
Yeah.
You're going to go for pickoffs and you try to like, okay, cut some creep wave, you know, defend the tower. They need a hero like this, you know. I mean, I agree, I don't really like puck in general as a hero, but I do feel like it fits the way they are building the draft.
I mean, it seems like they'll kind of cast their spells, and then Coddle will throw
heal
one
everybody,
blast that will heal everything.
Then they have a pipe on someone, then you do no damage, you look at that.
And
I mean,
I'm also curious about that matchup. Like, I'm pretty sure Coddle does very well against Puck. Like, it's one of his easier matchups.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. I think he's just going to outfarm the Puck for sure.
Yeah.
But this season, the later part of the season, SMG have been looking really hot, and Bleed have not. So who do you got your game on?
The hot one.
The hot one?
I always go for the hot one.
You go for the hot one? Hot and spicy? I feel like I always have to play devil's advocate here. You gotta, give some love to everyone. So
it's hard when the players don't give you a chance to say
that's
something.
true.
Like, yeah.
I'll be bleeding bleed, but Avo and Richie, are you guys bleeding bleed? Or are you oranging with SMG?
I'm going for the hot one too. Let's go.
I would also agree. It's hold on, I have it written down. It's been I don't know how many days, but January 18th is the last time Bleed won a game here in the league. They've been 2-0'd since then.
Wow.
Do you bleed?
I think I don't think Bleed will. I don't know. Do you, Winter? We'll find out after this.
All right, you guys, take it away. Do you bleed indeed?
Is that what he asked? Do you bleed?
I think that's what I think is.
Is that a genuine question or like I can't tell, man. Love your shirt, by the way.
Yes, thank you. The new El Clasico with revitalized EG now in South America. Beast Coast did clean that one out, 2-0.
Yeah. Think about it. Even in an SA, NA loses.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. We'll see how well that holds up with the Lima Major upcoming here next month. Put it on your calendars, everyone. February 22nd is when we kick off the action down there. I think the NA team's already secured. We have one more slot to assign here from the C region, which is not this match. This match, of course, only for the 30 DPC points, $1,000, and the honor.
Is it
placing
2,000?
5th and 6th. Maybe it is 2,000.
I think it's a whole $2,000 for you. You know how many Nasi Lemaks you can buy with $2,000?
That's actually quite a lot of Nasi Lemaks.
That's a lot of Nasi Lemaks. I'm checking now. It is not. It is only $1,000.
That's still half as many Nasi Lemaks.
Yeah, what would you say? 5, so 20, 200 Nasi Lemaks, more or less, if you're buying like the nice ones?
Well, I think you're getting ripped off if you're buying Nasi Lemaks for $5.
Oh, right. Shit, no, I was thinking ringgit. Yeah. Right. Oh, you can buy 1,000 Nasi Lemaks.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, my God, that's a lot of Nasi Lemaks.
And I think...
I think if whoever wins this matchup might just get a heart disease.
Too much savory breakfast for them with the Nasi Lemak. We shall see as we get underway. With match 1, I kind of liked SMG's early tempo that they were drafting for. I thought they were going to really look to put their foot on the gas with something like another Bristle pick. They were the only team, I think, in the entire DPC so far to pick a Bristle, and it actually won. They won with it in their last match. I thought they were going to go with something similar, but they didn't. The Ursa, though, still a fast hero, and like we were talking about, has his superior lane matchups, not to mention the core-to-core versus that Naga Siren.
When you said all DPC, do you mean all the regions or specifically SCA?
I believe all regions. Oh. I'm pretty sure like no one has been picking this Bristleback here, but I'll go ahead and double check.
Pretty wild. I mean, yeah, that's why I like the Viper. I did agree with Winter that it feels like sometimes SMG just does this thing where I want to play something, and in this case it was the Ursa, and they don't really care if they could do other things to make it still work, right? But in this case, I think it's fine. Bleed's lineup, we were talking about this before the game. It doesn't have a really strong identity. It's clear they have some split pushing ideas. They have really good pickoffs, so they play an information game with this lineup to a degree, but it isn't. There's no combos to be done, right? I actually don't love that the Marcy is the offlaner.
Okay, yes, I want to agree on that. I slightly disagree with the no combos thing because you do have toss arrow, and at this level, you should expect to be able to hit that.
No, sure.
That being said, it's no Static Storm Naga Siren song, right?
Yes.
It's no Naga song
it's not
Ice
even
Path into
Chains
Macrofire.
Arrow or X Arrow.
I'd agree, right? I think normally it's not the kind of combo you're looking for, and then you throw like the Marcy in here, and at least I like it that she's a core because she really doesn't have a hero to use sidekick with this game, which is still a little bit of a problem, I'd say. In fact, I'm a bit surprised that they haven't decided to run the Mirana down here because we have seen that lane kick some butt. A side-kicked Mirana really hurts in the lane.
Yeah, I guess they just assumed that if you put Tiny plus Naga versus Nature's Prophet and Rubik, you'll lose that lane pretty hard, which I think is fair. But it is true that I think bottom is going to be difficult for them too. Maybe Marcy can make up for this a little bit, but eventually level 3 and onwards, I believe Ursa just dominate.
That's a really good point you bring up there. I think Mirana excels in lane versus an Undying, right? Is my personal opinion there.
No, that's why I love the Mirana bottom. I just think that...
The bottom.
Yeah, you just have lanes that feel very weak. Your support combo is meh, and a lot of ganking potential. That seems to be the name of the game for them. Just get pickoffs, split push, ignore the laning fizz.
That's for SMG, is it?
No, for Bleed.
For Bleed? Yeah. Well, I would say SMG can actually look to do almost entirely the same thing here, especially with an off-lane NP. You do expect these guys to get online a bit faster and play more around their team.
Right.
We'll see what mid one decides to queue up here. As I recall, the only game that I'll try and reference here is the one where he played the off-lane Bloodseeker. which he basically played as a carry.
Yeah, it was carry Bloodseeker.
Yeah, from the
he even played in the safe lane, I think, because they did a lane swap, remember?
Oh, was that so?
Yeah, they did a lane swap that game.
Your memory's a bit better than mine, so I'll believe you on that. But we might end up seeing pretty much the exact same thing here on the NP. We'll see what he decides to queue up first. Either way, it'll probably be a Maelstrom, and then from there we won't be able to tell.
I am hoping Cuckoo build, personally.
With the Ag Scepter, right?
Yeah, the Ag Scepter first, and then either into Pipe. This game, I don't think you need it. You can go for other aura items, or just straight into Maelstrom as well. That's fine, too. But I do like the Ags first. I think the root is very impactful here against Bleed.
Yeah, I actually think that's a good point. Perhaps maybe the Ag Scepter first should be the move. We'll see what he decides for. For now, it's just stats with the double Wraith Bands and into the Power Treads first. But speaking of lanes that can be ganked or lanes that root is very strong against, it's certainly this Puck, right? Is primarily, I think, who you're going to be looking to root. You can phase shift in Puck, but you can't jaunt to your orbs anymore. Not a new change, but just in case you needed a refresher on that. And that's going to be quite difficult for Corden, right? This has certainly been a comfort hero for him. I think even from his very first series now as he plays his last series, it's something that they've tried to give him. And he's looked good on the hero. It's just that the hero, I think, has a pretty short ceiling compared to a lot of other mid laners, and maybe even a Coddle this game.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty decent Puck performances though as well, right? That's the thing. Like, we have seen some Pucks who have actually styled pretty hard in the SCDPC, and of them have been Corden's, which is surprising because Corden, like you said, is one of his comfort heroes. I would say hit the comfort hero, because all the stats we have of him before the DPC all indicate towards Puck being one of his most played heroes.
With Pango probably very closely behind his second.
Yes.
I would actually prefer him on his Pango personally.
I also do, but the Pango seems a more recent addition if you check his Dota buff and Dota Pro tracker, where he's been practicing it with Bleed, right? Maybe it's because the style that Corden likes to play is not as impactful with Puck, right? Puck is not as easily a mobile hero as, say, Pango, right? His 6 is strong, but not as strong as Rolling Thunder.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, and that's maybe my issue, right? Is you say this is something that he was playing with Bleed, whereas the Puck hasn't really been working with Bleed. And that's what I want to get to, right? Because Puck does feel like one of these heroes, and Corden has the same mentality about Dota, which is it's not a 1v5 game. You know, you win or you lose as a team here, as Fu's dropping the tombstone here as he does get tossed under tower. They shouldn't really look to get too aggressive. Playart's holding onto a stick and a mango, only with an avalanche. Okay, curious little bit of aggression down bottom. That's kind of the point I was getting to, though. I don't think this is a hero that's necessarily been working for Bleed. So I don't know if even if it works for Corden, I feel like something's got to change there. Yeah, it's more of my concern. Whereas this Coddle hero that Moon's playing has been working for SMG. They're one of the few teams that have been actually making it work, and it's because they like to go for these early, more tempo-based lineups.
Ironically, it's only them and Fnatic.
Yeah.
Two of the teams that have struggled, but...
two Orange boys.
Yeah, two Orange boys. 2 teams from Malaysia, 2 teams that are struggling as well. Well, actually, I guess Fnatic is in Philippines now, so that's lost. Moon? I think the Coddle, the way that both Armil and Moon played, is much more impactful. They just try to be a massive space creator. I think they really abused the lanes hard as well. And I was surprised with the Puck Pit. He can shove lanes. It's decent, but it's not as good as a lot of the other quote-unquote Coddle counters.
Right. Yeah, maybe that's the point here. Corden thinks it's a good match. It was a 24th pick Puck, right? The very last pick Puck.
I mean, it's good against the Ursa, so I think that's what they're considering.
Right, and I think that's something that Ursa's going to have to worry about a little bit, is everyone's got a little bit of control for him, which is super annoying for Chidori to play through.
Chidori, he just got baited by the fact that he thought he would win this matchup, and instead he dies to Masaros and play hard. Obviously, it was the rebound the whole time,
Moon is
which is why he stayed close to Masaros, but now the one staying close to him is Moon.
Yeah.
Moon, blinding lights him, tried to get him with the Illuminate, unfortunately that fails, and with the Dispose, he gets rid of Afu as well, as Play Hard joins the fray. He has Toss, he also has that Avalanche, but unfortunately a Tombstone gets vision, and Play Hard is forced to retreat.
Yep. Quick little kill there in favor of Masaros. He's going to be able to flex those early phase boots. But speaking of things that are early, this Urn's already finished for Moon. Normally, you tend to see the BOTs online at that stage. First item for the Coddle. Instead, it's going to be straight into this Vessel Rush.
I like this. You got to be a little more active, especially with that little mess up in the bottom lane. But top lane, the one being active is Corden. They're going to find the Just Prophet behind the tower, and they're going to get rid of him. Dubu is being attacked here by Boomy, and Boomy will secure the kill with the telekinesis. As another TP comes by from Afu, unfortunately, it comes down Tombstone, which means no threat.
At the same time, though, SMG looks like they do want to scale a bit more on this Ursa Warrior. So they will be getting that most likely Battle Fury online. We were talking earlier, yes, I think our panelists, I don't remember who said it, but, you get to track the real illusion hero because, of course, you cannot dispel Fury swipes. Doesn't really matter, as you said, what you're hitting with Battle Fury. You're just going to kill anything on accident.
Yeah, I said that off stream, but yes, you're right.
Yes.
That's going to be Moon now in the middle lane trying to push this middle tower. The help of Mid-1. Mid-1 is committed to this tower push. He's okay with dying, but also would love to survive if possible. And that's exactly what he'll accomplish. Just play hard. Is now stuck in the trees. He'll fall to the auto attacks. Moon is the target instead. Blinding Light does get in the extra mischance, but Korn is lucky enough. Dubu, in a similar vein, does die, but at least SMG get the tower they were looking for, even if it's at the expense of their mid laner.
Yeah, out of spells, though, SMG are going to be forced off of this tower. Jackie, I think, realizing that it needs to be a little bit more active, has actually stayed his presence here in the top lane, even getting some of those illusions to do some more chip damage to the tier 1 tower. It seems to be like SMG are wanting to play this very quick, and I don't necessarily blame them for doing so. My only question is, when is the Ursa going to kind of come online in this kind of lineup? You got a pretty nice 4-man potential death ball that you could run here on the side of SMG.
Yep.
Maybe with first or maybe second Aegis is when you recall Chidori to actually start sieging with the team,
yep.
With a little bit more safety behind that Aegis. But you can see, they tank very well, this mid-1 hero. Let's see, what are we missing here? It was the Illuminate, of course, that really saves them, and I think a little Soul Rip as well.
But it was mainly the Illuminate, like you mentioned. There, I want to see, I think the Blind Light doesn't actually hit the puck, and that's actually what gets him the kill. Oh, no, it does. He just got lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Or maybe the auto attack was in mid-flight. Top lane, they're going for another fight, though.
No, that's... Undying does die here. But there's a Dream Coil now used on Mid-1. Mid-1, though, he finds himself pretty confident. He is. But he's unfortunately leash. And he won't be able to kill Corden. Jackie might be the target. Boomy's just charging in as well.
I really want these kills. I mean, there's a song. Oh, actually, pardon me, there is no song.
Telekinesis, there we go. Illuminate now used as well with the Blinding Light. Jackie is done for.
Wow.
Play hard in the trees, but he's a rock. Now the master of the trees is coming by, sprouts the rock. Play hard tries to grab one to get away, but they know where you are. Play hard kills the creep. Oh, sorry, kills the courier, but that will be his last kill before his demise.
He says, I'm the only one that can dig up these trees. Get this shovel out of here.
And yeah, by the way, when the attack is flying, whatever debuffs you've applied to you, apply when the attack hits. So if you're blinded after you send the attack, it'll hit. You just don't get the blind.
So you have that chance.
Yeah, which is why actually if you move up to the high ground before the attack hits,
miss.
You don't miss actually. No, if you move up to the high ground, you don't miss. If you're in the high ground when the attack hits, even if you shot it from the low ground.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. If you're the person who sent the projectile, not the person that the projectile.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, sorry, that was my confusion.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's why a troll melee trick works.
Yes. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. But I mean, look, SMG, the thing I had considered was all this damage that it's being done right now. Early pressure as well. SMG forcing the issue into Roche. They go with this Flesh Golem additional damage. It's going to make this Roshan even faster. And that'll be first Aegis here very early on here. Still only 11 minutes. Good moves out from them. Bleed, not many tools in the belt right now to try and contest this. Are just going to have to hear that jingle and prepare for some more SMG action here early on.
It's pretty crazy that the Ursa can still be relevant while he's building up a Battle Fury. Like, you're playing a purposely defensive build, and you're still in the situation where the Ursa is capable of taking an important objective early, threatening people from the lane. If you can manage to do this with a Battle Fury carry, you're golden as SMG, right? You were talking about this really nice Sword Protect 1 they have as Death Ball, but these small things, which Winter talks to talk about in the panel, right? These small things that carries can do, even if it's not a big deal, really, really matter and differentiate the Tier 1 from Tier 2 carries.
Yeah, and not to mention, you're right on that, but I also think it has a lot to do with whoever the shot caller in-game is, and usually that same person also tends to be the drafter, right? Because for me, this is one of the biggest differences between the SMG lineup and the Bleed lineup. The Bleed lineup might have a chance to play together much later, but the SMG lineup, they have timings like this for first rush, for second rush, around tower timings, around objectives, right? Dota's an objective-based game. So lineups like these that get the chance to play together and have really nice synergies, like we were just talking about with Flesh Golem and Ursa, really securing early Roche.
Yeah.
It's that, +1 kind of effect that you're talking about.
Right. And then you combine this with the MP that you talked about being like really early oppressive hero as well because of his global spells. The Coddle on top of that, which gives you the vision game. And all of a sudden, this almost wishy-washy idea from Bleed's lineup doesn't look as impressive, right? Yeah, you do have the same idea as SMG. It just feels SMG it's just tighter about the draft.
Yeah. They get to propose much earlier as well, as you can see. They have sustain. They have heroes up front who, I mean, are just deceptively tanky. Curiously enough, I'm surprised by Afu's build. He's actually maxed Decay. And these kinds of lineups, and I believe previously for SMG games when he has played the Undying, he's gone more for a max Tombstone or a healing build. But
yes.
The max Decay surprises me just a little bit. Oh, hold on. There's a fight top.
Okay, they're going to catch the Nature's Prophet. Mid one is mostly going to die this time. Right? As he just fights back with the full rip, and Blayhard was left alone. Corden left. Corden had no more spells. He didn't want to continue attacking the NP.
Yeah.
He went back to farm instead. Corden got a little bit cocky perhaps there.
Yeah, he only needed like one more. Cocky, and I think a little bit of that as well, not wanting to end up sacrificing himself.
But it's not the Geek Slate game. They're already in Lima, so why is he being coxy?
Okay. Very well. Mid lane, though, you can see SMG moving on immediately to their next objective. They get a kill. Oh, by the way, another reason...
Top, wait, mid one wants to die. Yep.
Okay, and he will.
He will. Good job, mid one.
Good job, mid one. However, also wanting to die is Playhard. He's TP'd right in the middle of this. I
think he didn't mean to die. Okay. This is a real play. He didn't mean to die.
A bit too fast. I like Moon's build of prioritizing this vessel because now that he's got this first point in the Solar Bind at 10, it really chews through these tanky heroes. Tiny usually gets a lot of... just utility out of being a tanky lad. It was Playhard a lot of the times earlier, I remember in the season, where we saw him play in his Tiny and just being like a little loco, and that would end up drawing his enemies into some really, really bad engagements because he was just tanky enough, right?
Right.
But you don't get that option when you're against a vessel and all this magic damage is going to cut right through you. They are making a play for the Rubik now.
They are, but there's an Ursa nearby.
Uh-oh.
Bear finds Tiny. Avalanche, inactivated Rage in times. Avalanche stuns him for quite a lot.
Look at this vessel.
Vessel plus the slow by that Playhard. Moon actually get that kill, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I think he probably did more damage there.
I think that's theft, though.
Okay, he really didn't do that much. It was most of the Ursa, but still, I think my point shall stand, especially when you consider, I think, one of the strengths early of this Marcy, especially as a core, is going to be on this early BKB basher timing with level 2 Unleash and Sidekick. So without BKB active, you will not be able to, sustain as easily using your additional lifesteal to try and fight.
And they are heavily farming on the cores on Bleed. Like, besides all the pressure we talked about in SMG, that hasn't really stopped Bleed's farm at all.
You're right. It's mostly because Bleed have not really been contesting over these objectives much.
Sure.
And I think that's the best way to play around this. But there will come a time where you're unwilling to give up an objective. I'm not sure if Tier 2 top necessarily is that one, but a Tier 2 mid perhaps might be the sticking point here for Bleed. Or maybe even this Tier 2. We'll see.
Okay, they're taking turns tanking the tower. Tombstone's nearby as well, making it difficult for Bleed to initiate. There's the Moonlight Shadow. Corden has Dream Coil in 2 seconds. They initiate with the Avalanche first, going for the Undying. Goodbye to the Undying. No more heals here. However, Bleed only has 2 members of their team defending this tower. Now
slow commitment.
Still no TPs, huh?
And there's also a ward behind tower. Now they're going to make a play.
Can they actually kill him? Yeah, they got rid of his Aegis.
Aegis was up in 20, so not the worst play from SMG still.
And they stole Illusory Orb as a result.
Blink Dagger delivered for Corden.
No TPs, Masaros. He's playing SEA offlane this game.
I think their initiation's a bit awkward until either he has BKB or Playhard has Blink.
They caught Corden with Telekinesis. Fatebolt as well. Illuminate hurts a lot there.
Wait, Boomy.
Another Illusory Orb from Boomy. Do not jaunt. Yeah, Boomy knew. He's not waiting just in case. He got to the high ground. The second star almost finishes him off. But with 10 HP, Boomy will run away.
I don't know how far he's going to be able to
He runs right through the enemy vision, and that allows them to kill him.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to be able to get out of there. Unfortunately, it gives the amount of gold required for Playhard to get his Blink Dagger. Corden now also has Blink, and Masaros with a BKB at the ready. So I think this is the first time we're really going to get to see Bleed make a move, and it's a pretty good timing for them. If they manage to find someone off of this smoke, they wrestle back control over their jungle, and they put SMG on the back foot right as second Roche could respawn.
It seems like they've weathered the storm, though, if you're Bleed. Like, now you're hitting the timings you talked about with the Marcy, with the... I mean, I guess Naga doesn't really have a timing, just continually scales, right?
Yep.
But she's about to get Orchid, so that would be a decent time to play around.
I think that's a big one here, actually, now that you mention it. Hold on. Apu should be a free kill here. Good blink in.
They even got a... Oh, no, he got the bounty. Never mind.
You thought they stole it?
I thought they stole a bounty, yeah.
To add disrespect onto the kill.
It was just a random creep.
They looted him after he died.
I mean, truly.
They went through his pockets.
Yeah, and he's digging the grave, right? He's the Undying. He's the grave
You're right. Oh,
Moon?
Oh, but this is...
Oh, no. Guys, dementia's a very serious thing. This poor man lost. Someone get him home.
Where am I? I thought it was 7 minutes in, not 7 minutes, 17 minutes. What year is it?
Who's president again? Is it still one of the Bushes? Anyway, that kill on Moon, kind of impactful for Bleed, because he's the one that's stopping this push, so now they can start doing the information game again, right with Jackie. And this is the Orchid timing, the Blink Dagger timing, actually double Blink Dagger timing, because Cordos was his.
Right. I think the only thing is that SMG have been getting a lot out of this map as well, especially with Chidori not going for this all-in kind of bristleback lineup. He's got Battle Fury, he's got Blink Dagger now coming his way. He's not sure totally man fight mode ready yet. He's not going to be able to solo carry the game, still needs a BKB, I would say, but he is still continuing to scale. Maybe not as well as this Naga, and perhaps that's the concern, and what Bleed need to be concerned with is establishing now a better foothold in this game. But SMG also have a full Gleipnir now for mid one. He did not go for the Acceptor build, went for that Maelstrom, and then, of course, upgraded into that. And I saw one more item. Nothing quite yet, but
Blink on Ursa, maybe?
Blink on Ursa I've already brought up, but Coddle's getting there as well, a little bit on his Scythe device. Still needs a lot more, but he'll get there.
No boots of travel, though, which is interesting for Moon. I thought he would go back for them afterwards. But no.
I mean, maybe it's, well, yeah, I think it's a weird move. I was going to say, well, maybe it's because he doesn't have anyone to play with around the map, which is just inherently false. Top lane.
Mid is where Masaro's just...
Well, top lane Chidori, though, is going to be blinked on double blink, initiation, and he's dead with the silence.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Dementia apparently is spreading.
Onto the bear. He needs something to something to pick himself up there, you know.
And Jackie's pretending to be the illusion down bottom. They realize that's the real one, Jackie.
Jackie?
What's happening?
What?
He's going to die. I think he missed microed there because he had an illusion up in the high ground, and the real one went down. So I'm pretty sure he missed micro.
He's trying to pull. What's the name of the carry now from No Longer Drink Water? They're called. What's his name?
Miracle.
Oh yes, Miracle does this. Miracle does this as well.
Oh no, he's back to carry. It's true.
Yeah.
He also does this?
Yes, he just kind of runs around on Naga Siren and sometimes
pretends
you're not
to be
sure.
an illusion.
Uh-oh, Dementia.
No, it strikes again. The poor Coddle still silent, slowed now as well. Moon being hit by a tree, not enough damage. And here's the Gleipnir plus Boomy with the rebound. He's whole phase shift actually. But he's safe for now. Corden though does fall.
Good arrow into the bear.
Yeah, it stops the angry bear. Masaro's forced to BKB TP, so they're quite happy with this.
Okay, that would have been disastrous if Roshan is up right now. This is what SMG are hoping for. You're going to be able to see Chidori's deflated face here, unfortunately, because they realize they're not going to get blessed by RNGesus here. Rosh up in 90 seconds, so Bleed will still get another go at this. And of course, even though it's not the scariest of combos here, any sort of setup-enabled ability, like an arrow, like maybe a rebound, or even a coil, is going to be even scarier when you have a Naga Siren to just move in with Song and just, you know, give you the intel you need to really land these kinds of abilities.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was the goal for Bleed the whole time, honestly. Finally, we get to see it execute a little bit. We have Basher as well, about to be finished on Masaros. He's like, what, 800 gold away?
That's big. That's
the big item I think this team needs. Because then they'll justify the Marcy pick. Because, like we said, this is no psychic here.
And the smoke play, of course, neither team knows if Roche is up or not. It's a very long Roche, so this is a very normal move under those circumstances.
Finding the two supports here, Moon at least gets some alarm so he can retreat in time. As mid one decides to leave his support
permanently silenced, though. First by the Puck and then by the Orchid. Bleed now moving to Roche. They will be the disappointed ones to see he's still not home.
40 more seconds. But if they can find the Ursa, not home, but taking a walk, no. Ursa knows the mama gets mad if you don't get home before 7. So he TPs.
TPs all the way home.
Yeah.
Okay.
If only I could do that too.
Very good bear.
Very good bear.
I don't know if it's going to be Bleed who can bear this next volley of items from SMG, though. Because mid one, what? Don't look at me like that.
Unbearable.
I know. Mid one is going for that BKB. Almost has it online, actually. He's already got the Mithril Hammer ready to go. And I think Chidori, he's a bit further back, actually. I think, unsurprisingly, being out-farmed by the NP. But this is kind of what I was referring to. This is just kind of a straight-up carry NP build.
Yep. When mid one told me in the interview that he thinks offlaners are now the win condition, I didn't think he meant literally, but it does feel like that's how he builds every single game.
Right. Roche has respawned. Roche number 2 is going to be pretty much scouted now by both teams. I know it's already online.
Okay, Bleed is making a play of.
Do you think he can be the win condition here against the Naga? Is that possible?
I don't think so, but he's farming like it. I mean, I guess his build is like somewhere in between, right? Because Gleipnir and BKB are both somewhat also team fight items.
Yeah. I guess.
I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that he seems to be taking more safe farm than the Ursa, though.
Right, especially when I think this BKB is pretty crucial for Chidori.
Yes, exactly.
We'll see, though.
Oh,
Smoke on smoke.
Too. Mid one, though. He's not smoked.
No, because he's the carry.
He's exactly. Oh, okay. Ruben discovered the smoke, and he'll promptly die. Tombstone has set up, but they just ignore it and retreat in time. High ground is still an edge for SMG, but mid one, they TP really defensively.
Yeah, quick D word there from SMG is going to leave them a bit sore. They're not too happy there. They lost the Rubik. I don't know if Bleed can do Roche in 20 seconds. The issue now for SMG is that they've committed Tombstone in that fight. No BKB committed, and I don't think they've revealed the Scythe of Ice, so they still might be able to get the jump onto someone like Corden here, or maybe play hard? No, he blinks away in time. But Corden's still very vulnerable to this. Remember, he has the Aeon Disc ready in his inventory here on the puck. He just needs to be able to right-click and unlock that VIP booster, and he'll get that Dispel. However, when you are hexed, you are also muted, which means you cannot interact with your items. So this very well still could catch him.
I'm always surprised by that. I had never considered the fact that interacting with your items meant unlocking them, right?
Yeah.
So if you're hexed, you can't sell. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or if you're doomed, you can't sell either.
Sir? Shopkeeper? Sir? Just
like,
ignoring the pig.
He's like, get the devil out of here.
We did see, what did Avery call him? Diablo? In the last game.
Did he?
Yeah, when Doom had Giant String. This is the real Diablo. I can't even call him monstrosity anymore. He's beyond that.
Oh, well, we'll see. I think the second Roche is going to...
It's okay. Cuckoo's playing later. We will get to see some Doom.
That's true. That's true. Yes, they do get to play again versus Talon.
Yeah, get to play again. It's a reward.
It's a reward.
It's a reward
More
for doing.
Dota. They get to play 10 matches this DPC instead of only 8. SMG and Bleed playing their 9th now against each other. As a reminder, this was a Bleed victory 2-1 last time they met.
But SMG is looking a little better. Bleed is not looking... We'll see what happens now as they go for the Naga first, but she's surprisingly tanky.
She's very tanky.
And they just ignored the Ursa. Now the Nightmare might help out, but they're going for Mastros instead. Mastros activates the BKB. He has a Quelling Blade, can get away from the Sprout. Nobody's dead from Bleed. The TP immediately from mid one doesn't want to fall here. They use the song just in time to cancel this TP. Mid one will be caught like the sailors of old.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Classic Nature's Prophets, these little tree men.
Yeah, he forgot to tie himself to the Sprout.
He needed to tie himself to the mast and instruct the rest of his crew to plug their ears with cotton so that they would also not be swooned by the song of the siren. Unfortunately, he was not as lucky.
No, he was entirely swooned.
He was completely swooned, and Jackie as well.
When Jason is starting to TP in the ship, he moves his stick to TP back home, and that's when the siren gets him every time. That's actually classic mythology.
It was Odysseus, right? Wasn't it?
Was it just Jason and the Argonauts?
I thought it was definitely Odysseus on his ship. I forgot what his ship's called.
It could have been. It was one of those mythical heroes.
I know for sure it was Odysseus also did it. I don't know if Jason and the Argonauts would have done. I mean, they were the Greeks. They probably did it just to flex, honestly.
Right. I think every ship decided to purposely go by the sirens.
Pretty much.
It's like, that one's a good one. That one's good looking. I like that one.
I think that's the allure of all of them, though. I think they've gotten you as well, Avo. And they've also...
It's the fish part, does it for me.
They've hoodwinked SMG there on that one, too. They were not expecting that hard. They thought that Naga Siren was going to go down very quickly. They turned her into a pig, and they were like, why is this pig so tanky?
Yes. Also, can we just point out this Naga without any armor items has 20 armor?
Yeah.
Just because of her base armor and her agility gain, dude. Every 2 levels, she gets 1 point of armor.
Not bad at all.
Yep.
And now this game becomes very awkward for SMG, doesn't it?
She has some agi items, to be fair.
Yes.
But no armor.
Yes. She's got Reel In now.
What? No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
That's the Ags.
That's the Ags. I always forget. They need to make that the Shard. Enrage,
no,
down
it's
bottom.
A stupid ability. They just need to get rid of it. Chidori.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't have the Shard, so that's Enrage done. And I think that's his life done as well.
He popped the BKB on that one as well.
Jackie also sees an opportunity, goes for mid one. Mid one keeps hitting. Jackie's like, okay, guys, I'm actually not so strong. And in comes Mastros. They're taking turns being beat up by mid one. Who has to TP? Can we get a bash?
Okay,
no bashes.
Good luck, supports.
The supports are now...
But now Boomy's here?
Gonna fight back. They're going for him. And look, mid one came just to get the kill.
Okay. And they're looking for more. They have a ward here for SMG, so they got pretty good intel as far as to what they're running into.
My favorite games of Dota is when neither team knows if they're stronger or not.
Yeah.
And they just both are kind of guessing in the dark.
Mid one was like, I'm going to be right back. I just want a little bit more HP. TP'd out, and then, of course, had the ability to get back into the fight.
So I take back my statement from earlier. I think he can be the win condition. I think he's better than the Ursa. He just smacked her. He's 5k behind, and he actually beat her.
He really did just smack her, honestly. I think some of the strength skill had a little bit to do with that. Zombie stacking up, and of course the fact that Jackie wasn't able to actually get any auto attacks onto that NP was pretty crucial as well. So good Sprout usage there from mid one. So far proving that he can be the carry. He's got Hyperstone now, so he is not slowing down here on his ambitions of carrying this game. Boomy, though, he might be stopped here.
He has Blink Dagger, though. So looking just first. Oh, the Fate Bolt. Oh, that was cheeky.
Oh, Afu, though.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo that was an escape point.
He will turn both cheeks and be promptly slapped back to the fountain.
Yeah, we call it an applause. I told you.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Hurts more when there's nothing to move towards, right? That's how momentum works.
Yeah, he wasn't really moving towards anything. Inelastic collisions, I believe they're called.
That's entirely it. Yes, yes, yes. That's what happens when he gets tossed and hits the ground as well. Inelastic. Yep. The force of the ground right into your bones.
Yes, it absorbs all of it.
Yes, yes, yes. Which I'm assuming zombies have some bones left.
Probably, but they likely very quickly shatter, right? Because they can't drink milk, which is how you keep your bones alive.
You mean eat yogurt, but yes.
Yes, that's right.
That's exactly how you keep the bones alive.
Well, for now, SMG needing to keep their bones alive here, at least into this Aegis. I think they're not losing too hard yet in this duration, but things are starting to look a little bit down for them. Especially as Chidori still being kind of left out from getting all the farm he needs. Mid one, I mean, mid one's feasting, but Chidori, not so much.
Mid one is feasting, but he's also doing it on the safest parts of the map once again. And then go, okay, smoke gang time. Let's bring our carry and leave our offlaner farming. But of course, the offlaner has good global potential. They hex up the Marcy. It seems like an easier target. Nice toss though. Gleipnir to set up on the Marcy, but last one to the BKB. And Chidori's just being kited around.
What?
He wants to hit her, but he just doesn't have the time. He needs to bash or something. He gets sprouted. That was not helping him whatsoever. Chidori gets out of the Sprout, angry, enraged, but no help, no damage. He's dead. And now they're fighting mid one head on, and mid one will also fall as Moon decides this is not the game for him. Goes back to the tier 3.
Yeah, I think that might have been the one that's going to be a bit too much for SMG to be able to bear. This is too much. I mean, seriously, they've lost a gem as well in that fight. There was a buyback out from the Rubik. There's still Aegis, by the way, on Jackie. There's still a Song of the Siren available. I mean, Bleed don't really have to commit too much. It's just these brilliant plays from Playhard primarily, I have to say, on that toss back, on the 4-staff away,
on
to
the
kite out Chidori, on the rebound as well, right? Masaros then rejoining the fight, and now they're going to get a kill onto Moon to boot.
Yeah.
Oh, he snapped the coil.
He should be dead here. Toss to secure the kill, and the waiting rift on top of that. Playhard is now running away as Puck goes up to the high ground. Corden.
It's too tanky.
He wants to punish them if they go up, so they won't.
Yep.
I just gotta ask, what was the Sprout? I mean, I was checking if there's a Rubik on Bleed or a Morphling or what happened there, because that's Sprout.
I didn't quite see it, but they're going to go for another play here. This could be the end.
Boomy's dead. Afu, he's posturing. He's posturing. Oh, in comes mid one.
Corden.
Song.
Nice.
Once again, they forgot the cotton, but they will surely receive the steal, as now mid one has been silenced. Corden, he fears no man except his own captain. Yeah. They even bash Chidori, who activates BKB and Enrage, throw the zombie in for good measure, collateral damage. They've put them together and killed them together.
Two age-old questions answered there. What's heavier, a pound of cotton or a pound of steel? And what's stronger, bear versus anime girl?
Yeah, yeah.
It's, I mean,
nobody is surprised by either answer.
Yep. It's the steel, obviously.
You dummy.
Yeah. But most importantly for Bleed, I mean, like I said, game's theirs for the taking right now. I don't see a way back into this one, honestly, for SMG Esports. I'd be surprised even if Bleed back away from this push. Phenomenal turn there on that game. Kind of just hung back and pushed. That's why maybe I was expecting SMG with this kind of a lineup, especially on that Viper band, to go with something a bit faster that would enable their push, like the Bristleback. Seems like the Ursa wasn't really that condition, and now everyone is just paying the price. One by one, they shall fall.
Yep. And now it seems like Bleed just, once they hit their tallies, man, we doubted the Marcy, but frankly, the Marcy alone. There was not much use for the sidekick, not much use for the hero in general, just needed the unleash with the Pasher, and that was what they abused her.
But funnily enough, I just felt like Bleed needed to unleash her. You know, it's because I think SMG correctly identified that this Masaro's hero was going to be pretty powerful and one of the bigger problems to deal with in this early game, this part of the game. Now it's all Jackie, right? Sure. But for the previous 10 minutes, I'd say it was mostly this Marcy hero. And Bleed, you know, just always in position to counter-initiate. And even if they did lose the Marcy, were in a position where they just got way more out from the trades. Not very valuable trades for SMG. 2 lanes of barracks here, at least a lane and a half. They'll get the important ones in the mid lane. But for SMG, I mean, not an easy way back into this one at all.
No. It's still not entirely lost, but it is difficult. We did mention how Bleed, you know, as the game went on, especially if they have this difference in net worth, where Ursa's being just doubled by the Naga. It's kind of difficult for you to match that Naga in the late game.
Would you say that like Ursa no longer has the qualifications to take on the Naga?
Because Koala's a bear? Right. Yes. Yes, I would say that Ursa and Naga right now are polar opposites.
I see.
Yeah, so it's getting a little bit grisly for them.
It is. And so are these puns. Perhaps we should pause them?
Yeah, we should bring in Black.
What?
Throwback.
Man's own greatest hits right there. Himself.
That is a kind of bear, though.
That's true. However, also a type of dead is this for the Tiny.
No. Oh, mid-one is committing. I love that rebound. The rebound, the corpse of the Tiny.
Jackie, he's stuck.
He is stuck, but he's TPing here, and Jackie does have an absurd amount of armor.
Yes, and HP as well to boot.
Yes, and
3,700 with that heart and Eye of the Scotty. And now he's at a BKB, excuse me?
Yeah, it's crazy because I think... Oh, Chidori? Is he going to die to the Bastion? Yes! Masaros! He kills 1 core, kills 2 cores, looking for supports now.
Need Jackie.
Goodbye! Unleash the Masaros!
Bash? No, they don't have detection, of course.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yikes.
I will say, if we're looking at Naga Siren's items, does she have, except for Butterfly, I think is in this category, and the Blinks, of course, she has, I think, the most expensive items, right? Scotty, Heart, and Bloodthorn. What other? Oh, there's the Revenant's Brooch.
Revenant's Brooch. Dagon 5. If you really want to be
Dagon
quite pedantic.
Sure.
How much?
And then the Blinks, right?
The Blinks, yeah. Radiance is more expensive than the Butterfly.
Oh, really?
Divine, I guess. I mean, it depends how, you know.
My point was is you've gone for the most stat efficient.
She's big, yeah. I think, as some would say, she's a little bit of a monster right now.
Yes.
This isn't so much, you know, the allure of this Naga Siren is now, oh, wow, look at that beautiful Naga over there. And she's actually just benching 500 kilograms right now. She's big. She's strong.
It's true. She has her own TikTok page.
Yep.
1 million followers.
She sells fitness supplements.
Yes. You're not really sure if they're real or not, but you know.
But they do make her a lot of money.
Alex Jones also endorses them. This Naga has some weird thoughts, Richie.
Yeah, she's
Marcy doesn't hang out with her anymore.
she sells like, what would she call them? Probably like Omegalodon brain or something like that.
Yeah, they're vegetable pills.
Right.
Meanwhile, Masaros is the blossoming YouTuber. He also wants to be part of this, but he doesn't want to sell any fake supplements.
I mean, meanwhile, Chidori is, you know, trying to operate on his affiliate link here. He's not doing well. I mean, poor guy.
He's the guy that's Twitch streamer and his Twitter and has 30 followers.
It's because mid-one, you know, he's got mid-one. Mid-one is his upstream. Basically,
it's true.
You know, that's the problem is he has to get his own cubs and get 3 more, and then he'll get his items online. Because he has been struggling for his itemization. I mean, especially with Battle Fury, I'm just shocked that SMG have allocated the farm to the heroes that they have in the ways that they have.
Yeah, I think... not just the farm, even the time, right? Like, the way they did this, they constantly would gank with Ursa, which makes sense because MP can always join similar to Spectre.
Right.
But when you do that, obviously MP's farming more than Ursa, and he's also taking a lot of the safe farm, and Ursa's participating in a lot of ganks, which might not be needed.
On top of that, I didn't feel like they were quite well utilizing one of the more popular Coddle item builds, which is bots, which would allow him, much like this NP, to push another lane or be farming and not have to actively be in these kinds of ganks, right? So it felt like to me you had 2 kinds of heroes who didn't necessarily have to be in the fights that all of a sudden were, and therefore not farming and then perhaps not scaling, getting items, blah, 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 right? It does kind of end up becoming a bit more of an issue.
But it's hard to tell if the game conditioned them to be put in that position, right? Where they thought, oh, we need the call to go early, like we can't afford this 2K on bots. And it just ended up being that their overall game plan wasn't as solid as Bleed's.
Yeah.
Or if these were specific itemizations that did lead them down this path.
These barracks are dropping 45
this
HP.
barracks, yeah.
Yes, very good. I see we're back.
Wow. Yes, we are. Roshan is going to be the next target for them.
He's not a bear.
He is not. He is a... I don't know what he is, actually.
He's a creep that stole from the shopkeeper, and then the shopkeeper just destroyed his life.
Yeah, but it's like a bat.
Oh, they got megas, by the way.
A bat Cyclops. There's a song.
Oh, no.
This completely stops SMG's initiation. Can he get the arrow? Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Nice job. On top of that, bye-bye bear.
I mean, he's got a buyback bear.
He is a buyback bear. Can he get there in time, though? Where's the TV? Where's the recall? I haven't seen it yet. In fact, they're actually trying to steal the Roche. Mid one activates the BKB. Aegis goes to Corden. Mid one is now stunned.
That's smart.
Mid one is being pummeled.
Oh, man.
And they're able to destroy the Tombstone pretty easily. As, by the way, they're chasing after the bear, making sure this is a dieback for Chidori.
GG.
They haven't lost anyone. There's the GG.
Yeah. Right. No, I mean, this one was basically impossible as soon as SMG end up losing second Roche. I give them credit for sticking through it, of course. They are just playing for those 30 DPC points and $1,000. But as soon as this game plan kind of falls apart for them, I don't see a very easy way back in, unfortunately, for them. I do commend their early game tempo and momentum. I just kind of feel like they had two kind of conflicting ideas here, and had they settled on the one, either an early game hero with more farm priority for Chidori, or the early split push condition, for example, like a Beastmaster instead for mid one, I feel like this draft works very well for them.
Yep.
But they kind of try and accomplish both, and Bleed just don't play into their game. They don't kind of throw themselves needlessly at the structures, recognize that they'll hit their timings, and find the fights.
I was also surprised with that little pressure they put on to Bleed early, right? They had a very clear timing for when this lineup was going to work, and we thought, oh, surely when you get the enemy team 20 minutes, they'll find something to do in these 20 minutes besides just farming, but that wasn't really the case. I will say, though, Bleed, congratulations and really well done on the tempo they played this game, right?
Right.
In those first 20 minutes, they felt it was difficult for them, obviously, and they still found perfect farm on other cores.
It was like control, right? And this game never really felt like out of control for them. I definitely say that SMG were certainly in the driver's seat earlier, but they were still, not really totally playing into their hands and making these kinds of silly mistakes like you were talking about.
And now we will go back to our panel to see if they can predict this game number 2 a little bit better than game number 1.
Thank you so much, Alvo and Richie. You guys all went for hot, and I went for not. And SMG are the ones that ended up bleeding out. What did you guys think of the game? It looked like a SMG World Tour where they were just running around. It was kind of confusing.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to explain what they were doing. It was so, because they were set up, right? They had the lanes they wanted, everything was fine. And then suddenly, I think around the maybe 8-minute mark, like, yes, all hell broke loose. They started running around, like they're just running everywhere. Caudal is running places. They're rotating off lanes, they're switching lanes. Lanes they're winning, by the way. They're not really getting effective pickoffs. They go for weird items. They keep rotating. They keep taking fights with no items. And I believe they're just playing a normal game. They're kind of sitting in their lanes farming. And then like when someone shows up, they kill them. And eventually the Naga is way more farmed than everyone. Puck has gotten like 6 free kills. And the game is over.
Yeah, I just feel like SMG they made a cut, they made an incision on their arm and just bleed themselves out, They just lose the game.
Yeah.
I feel like the way they envision how this draft is supposed to work is totally different than what I thought it would be. Like, they go to the lanes, they do okay. I feel like the immediate plan is to play around your Caudal. He's gonna farm with the MP. They're gonna like try to get their item timings, which I feel like number 1 should be a mech on either the Undying or probably the Rubik, and number 2 they should get a pipe on either. I feel like it's okay for even the Caudal to get the pipe, but probably you should get it on the Nature's Prophet and let the Caudal be the travels holder with a vessel. And I feel like he needs to get like a mobility item so he doesn't just get picked off by the Mirana and the Tiny in the fights, like something like a Force Staff, or maybe rush a BKB, I don't know, like something just allows him to stay alive in the team fights. Because I feel like when their draft gets to the point where they have a mech on Rubik, pipe on MP, they group up together, they play around the Tombstone, Ursa kills the Roche, he has Aegis. What can the Dire lineup do against that? they can literally just watch, there's nothing they can do. Until Naga gets like 5, 6 slaughtered, But before that happens, before the game gets to that point, they are not supposed to be allowed to play Dota. But they are allowed to play Dota because the opponents just let them play Dota.
Yeah. No. I'm almost speechless. I haven't seen SMG play a game like this.
In a while.
No, not even in a while, this entire DPC. They've had games where they like played really bad, but this was just so confusing. Because I really do believe their draft is super strong, but...
Yeah. Do you think that they're playing worse than the first week now?
I mean, this is one of their worst. This is the worst. This is the second worst game they played so far.
Here's our rivalry MVP, Corden, on the puck, who played just quite outstandingly. Saw a little Aegis snatch. That was pretty fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing is, I really thought SMG looked kind of promising. They took this really early Roche, and then they just kept trying to
fight. They
kept
fight.
trying to push. Like they kept trying to force something that they didn't need to force.
They are fighting without a purpose. They're just auto-apply thing.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Aegis, we should fight. We should run at the opponent. But that's what Bleed wants to. Before you get your items.
Yeah, but I will say, like, even before the Roche, they already messed up the game.
Yeah.
Like, the game was already bad before the Roche.
They were like rotating to the Kotal went bot, and then the who went top at the MP, he tried to push top with the supports. I think it was really weird what they were trying to do. Like during that point of the game, I felt like they just need to sit in a lane. Like the Kotal can sit in one lane. Okay, fine. The Kotal sits in one lane. The MP sits in one lane. And they just farm. I feel like there's nothing the enemy can do at that point of the game. Before the Tiny has blink, before they have all these initiating items, they're just heroes with damage walking around, but they have no way of starting the fight.
Right, but that is just the first game of the second series. So this could be a best 3. It could go for 3 games or it could go for 2 games. So we will have to find out if we do get 2 or 3 games in the next game, which is going to come right after this break.
Three, 2, 1.
Take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole. This second game for the money, for the placement
but most importantly, for the points. That is what's going to be the thing that everyone wants, the DPC points, because that could take you to TI. We are back for Game 2 of Series 2 of the SE DPC. I'm Sophie, and I'm back with Pi and Winter. Let's not talk about last game, because we already know how we feel about that one. That was a little sussy from SMG. But let's talk about SMG and Bleed, the teams as a whole, and how much they've progressed or degressed. Is that a word, degress?
Regressed, I
Regress,
believe.
yeah.
But I mean, I just want to, like, the reason I would go so hard in SMG is because they've shown like times where they
promise.
Yeah, they've shown times where they look really, really good. And looking at this draft, like, I thought they would keep going, kind of, because it seems like a draft they would play, like they would understand the ideas, and that they could execute it. So that's why it's like so disappointing to see whatever we just saw.
I mean, do you feel like in this case, like for a team in this kind of scenario where you're doing good, you don't want to actually have the Saturday Sunday break. You want to be playing all the time.
Probably.
And the break probably did them more bad.
I mean, something happened.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just for one game off. I mean, the thing, I didn't talk anything about Bleed. Like, Bleed did play it well. Like, they took every opportunity that was given to them. Like, we put Corden as rivalry MVP, right? And like, he played it really smart. Like, he pushed out a lane as far as he could, and like, he refused to let it go. So he would just stay up there, and like, he would get some free kills.
I actually feel like maybe the puck screwed them over, because they saw the puck last pick, right?
Yeah.
And then you see the Coddle trying to buy Hex.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
everybody's like playing so weird. And then the Rubik's
get blinked.
The Rubik's rushing like, oh, we can't kill this puck. Our heroes cannot deal with the enemy's 24th pick.
Yeah.
And then they are trying to, like, they don't have to deal with the puck. They just need to group up together and push. What is the puck gonna do? And I felt like that might have been, like, now that he mentioned it, I feel like maybe they see the puck, and then the puck misled them into thinking that our game plan needs to be different now. We need to deal with the puck.
Right. But that's the thing, is like, we've seen the start of Bleed where they look pretty promising right at the start of the season. And then, as you guys have said, like, nearing to the end of the season, you're like, oh, Bleed is not looking good. Like, you guys have just been, they look
Yeah,
opposite.
but I
They
don't
look-
feel like
but-
they regressed, or I just feel like everybody got better, and then maybe they regressed a little bit, but initially I felt like when I watched their games, when they're winning, I didn't feel like, oh, they played really well, they deserve to win, they have amazing drafts. I mean, they have their own ways of drafting, I don't really like a lot of their drafts, but, they win, they have a plan around it. But overall, I didn't feel like, oh, they have that one special thing that makes them really strong as a team, But sometimes when I look at, say, at some of the later SMG games, and I feel like, oh, this team actually has a lot of promise. They've shown a lot of maturity as a team, even though they did really badly the first 2 weeks. But you don't go from 0 on the first 2 weeks and then to like hero in week 3. I feel like there's already something inside that they couldn't really utilize 100%, and somehow during the last couple of games they were able to figure things out.
Yeah. So Bleed didn't have the secret sauce.
I mean, I'll agree with most what you're saying, but I think Bleed did have something. Like, they had like extreme discipline. I think they always had that.
I see.
And that can easily like turn over into, you're just too disciplined. You're just very passive. You're like, can we fight this Roche? No. Then you give up everything. Just give the entire map.
Well, let's see if they have some extreme discipline with the draft coming up. High risk, high reward. That's what you want to see then from Bleed.
I mean, a little more. They don't have to go overboard. They can just, they can try to like fight for both sides of the map.
I mean, do you feel like they just need to have some flexibility? Sometimes I feel like they have this idea about the game and they're just sticking to the idea so much. This is how we play, and no matter what, they're doing this in the game, and then they're not really flexible when the game is not the same. Sometimes.
Yes. I mean, and I would say that's like mostly in terms of rotations of their heroes. Like, sometimes let's say you have a Pango. Like, sometimes he has to TP and like walk through the trees and try to set up something. Or like the same with, like, maybe if Dubu is playing tree, like suddenly he has TPs to where the enemy is and he like walks through the trees, gets a nice ward up, and they like, okay, let's smoke.
I like that you actually brought up Dubu, because I feel like, I mean, he's drafting for the team, but I feel like sometimes he's really putting a lot of priority on his hero. Like, when he's playing, I remember the game when he was playing Jack Hero and the tree game, like he likes to be on this kind of more like greedy-ish post 5, like he wants to farm a lot more, and he wants the the draft to be tailored around it sometimes, because when you pick like say a Jack hero, right, you want your safe laner to be more aggressive hero. Like you want to be like a stun hero so that you can do well in your lane, like a CM. You know, if you pick a +5 CM, you want to start the game well, have a good lane, and then you feel good in the game. You know, it's not a +5 where you compare it to say like a X-Nova kind of +5. You pick his hero out, but he's just there to
By the fan.
he's just there to secure the lane, and the other heroes around it doesn't really matter that much. And don't you feel like as a +5 sometimes, like trying to pick your hero in a way where you need your team to have certain things around it can be a bad thing for the draft?
No, for sure. No, I agree. But it's even worse when you pick it kind of like it's good with the draft and then you don't execute it, which I feel has happened. Like, I think he played Omni Knight with the Leshrac once, and they never really played together aggressively. But overall, I don't know. I think he generally, I don't think it takes that much farm. Like, obviously, he thinks a lot about his hero and how it works with the team, and I think it's the downsides, upsides. I'm not really sure how to rate it.
He strikes me as a position 5 that prioritize a lot on the dead lane, like how they play around the dead lane, and how it transitions into a smoke play in the mid game.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe greedy is not the most precise word to describe him.
Yeah.
He has a very distinct idea about how his hero would impact how he wants to play in the game.
Yeah, and maybe he will hampers his cores in like how they move. Like maybe he's looked at replays and he's like, okay, I don't like you going here.
I want you to do this.
Yes, exactly, and that limits them. I can totally see that.
And sometimes, you know, when you're playing with the newer breed of core players, you know, they find it hard to accept something as rigid like this. You know, they want to be more free. They want to be able to do whatever they want in the game. And then when you're telling them, oh, I want you to do this, blah 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 blah, and they feel like it's hard for them to be on a leash.
You don't want a team full of robots. Like, you think you want that, and like it works for like one game, but then they turn completely into robots, and then it's unplayable.
Yeah. And you see this game, right? Okay, so SMG, they first picked the Tiny. So they go for the Ember draft. So we've been mentioning this a lot for Bleed, you know, just pick Colin's hero early.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have problems later, because you want him to be playing Ember, Puck, and Pangolier. And what they did is, okay, their second pick, they ban Brood, they don't want to deal with Brood, and then they ban out the Slug, because SMG, you know that they always pick the Slug Monkey King against this Ember kind of hero. So I feel like overall, they have a very clear plan here, this game. And whereas for SMG, they see, okay, there's Mirana Arrow. They need a safe, you know. So everything feels like both teams have a very good direction right now. So they go for the Omni. So they're probably going to pair with some kind of like a Lash, like you said, the Lash, some hero to go in, DP, you know, and abuse the Heavenly Grace.
Yeah. No, I like it.
You like the Omni Tiny opening?
Yeah. I mean, as long as you have an idea what you want to play with the Omni, it's fine. Because Omni, like, Tiny goes perfectly with him in the sense that you have some guy who can catch, you have a guy with stun, and then you have a guy who can like prolong the fight.
I mean, then for you, would you prioritize the Tiny as a core right now, since you have Omni?
Yeah, especially when I see the Amber. Like, I think it's a good matchup for Tiny mid. It's just, if you have a good matchup with Tiny mid, I think you can play it versus anything.
Would your Tiny be like then the win condition this game for you, since you have the Omni? Or you would just play him like normal?
How do you mean?
Like, he would be the focal point of the draft. Like, say you would consider the Tiny in this draft like the more expensive hero, so he'll be farming a lot more to abuse the Omni?
I think I would have to see more to know for sure. I mean, I would expect him to like have a good game, and then like later on, of course, you can never know what happens, but just from the lane, like, I would expect my Tiny to do well this game. And it's the same, like, he shouldn't be dying in like random pickups, right? Like, that's how these two work well too. Like, maybe they don't have the best like smoke gank where they have like insane combo damage, but if Tiny goes in, like burst someone, and like they stun him and try to kill him, like Omni Knight can bail him out. So he can help him stay alive, which is also huge when you're Tiny.
He has the get out of jail free card.
I love those.
Yeah. Monopoly enjoyer?
No, I just been to jail like several times.
Hold up.
Yeah, my dad is a lawyer. He gets me out.
I see.
Okay, so your dad's Omni Knight, yeah?
Your dad's Omni Knight.
Tiny, I'm getting in trouble. And,
Papa!
Papa, save me.
Oh, God. Come on.
Oh, no. Draft save us.
You can call him Daddy Omni Knight then.
Well, now you're making it weird. It's completely normal.
What do you call him? Would you like to say that?
Papa?
Papa?
Yeah.
Papa Omni?
Well, don't add the Omni in.
Okay, in the Chinese community, Papa is Doom. They call Doom Father Doom, yeah.
Oh, really? But isn't Doom like the big devil guy?
Yeah, I don't know. They just give every hero like very weird nicknames, you know, like Pit Lord will be, Underlord, they will call him like just big fat ass, you know. Yeah, the literal translation for the name they use for the hero is that.
That's good.
Isn't OD like Blackbird or something?
Yes, Hania.
And then the spirits are like cats, like
Yes,
purple
correct.
cat or...
Yeah, they go by the color.
Yeah.
Fire cat, purple cat, and blue cat.
See, this is an educational stream.
Yep, so they are sticking to their guns. Koto again.
Yeah.
With the Morphling here, so... Why are they showing the Morphling so early here? They don't know the offlane hero and they just feel like they've seen enough to pick Morphling here.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't mind it. It's I'm just trying to imagine. Okay, yeah, so they just go Night Stalker as trade farm, because it's kind of hard. Like you see Omni Knight Morphling. Like, can you really shut this Morphling down? I'm not.
I mean, do you think the Night Stalker's carry though? He's not going to lane against the Morph.
No, I think it's just offlane Night Stalker.
Masteros plays a good.
Yeah, I mean, Masteros it's good versus Coddle first of all, and then yeah, we've seen him pick it versus Morphling before. I'm guessing it's the silence. Thinks it's good.
Okay,
like the lane is not like amazing, but it's not bad.
Think of it like from an objective point of view. You see Morphling, they are picking Morphling blind. They don't know your offlane hero, and then you're just picking an offlane hero that allows the Morphling to farm in the lane for free for the first like 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, but there is not really a hero to pick to like stop the Morphling, and like Night Stalker will do like he'll stop him more than you think. Like it's not that easy to be Morphling versus Night Stalker. Like just when you're getting your bearing right, nighttime hits, and then that weird point in silence, like it's kind of stressful. It's not that easy to play. I mean, it depends. I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's Mirana 4.
Probably. Undying 5, I guess.
Yeah. So I don't know how that works out. Yeah, so she can at least stop the Omni Knight. Because if you had some awkward double melee lane, yeah, the Omni Knight can kind of beat you up. But if you have a Mirana constantly hitting you...
Yeah, he'll just go like one point the hammer to trade with you, right?
Yeah.
And try to block the cam so you don't pull, you don't get to arrow the big creep, and let the Morphling 1v1 the Night Stalker. I'm guessing that's how the lane will play out.
Yeah.
And Morphling should be able to kind of free farm, I feel like Night Stalker shouldn't be able to do much until night.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's going to be completely even in CS. Like, Morphling does not have an advantage early on.
I like
Just too weak.
the sound of the Omni Knight hammer. It's so satisfying.
No, Dragon Knight Stun.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight Stun is the best.
What? Bonk.
Dragon Knight Stun. I love Dragon Knight Stun.
The Dragon Tail.
Yeah, and it's always, you always follow it up with like a range creep deny, so that's like extra special.
It's true. Huskar.
Okay.
That's a good combo.
So that's like a offlane Coddle with some 4 tiny with mid Huskar, or
mid Huskar against Ember.
Yeah. Oh, this is a dirty Huskar game actually. Oi. The CCNC played this versus OG, and it was versus Liquid. I think it's the only game Liquid lost. No, they lost one to OG too.
So now the AA ban makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say it looks like a juicy AA game.
No, what can they do here against Huskar? They need like some physical damage hero, right? They can kill him.
Magic works better now than you think. Like they added a bit of magic resistance back.
Is that a magic and or physical?
I mean, he's good, right? He's both. Whatever. Like you say, oh, we need physical. Magic, and there you go. You got both of them. I'm guessing. Well, they put the Shadow Fiend mid. Yeah, they were talking about it. Like,
yeah, I think you should, right?
Can you play Umber?
Because nobody can lane against SF mid, right? Like,
yeah.
Except Koto, I guess.
I mean, Coddle is like you kind of trade farm, right?
You don't exactly lane, but yeah. But it's I don't think you want the Huskar there because Huskar will just lose.
Huskar can surprisingly lane versus almost anything. Like if you're good at playing Huskar. There's this guy in Europe, I think it's called Malreen or something. It's like an upcoming Russian player. And he plays Huskar. Like,
but no matter how well you play, I feel like SF should have a small advantage or a bigger advantage, no matter how you play the lane as Huskar.
I'm just saying, like if you played Shadow Fiend and you went versus that guy Huskar, like it's not easy, man. It's.
I mean, I don't play Shadow Fiend, so I'll have to buy what you saw, in your European.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Like Shadow Fiend does have some, like these races are spooky. Husker is kind of just in there. But he has a lot of region.
Question marks, question marks,
Question marks indeed. I have a question for our caster, Sao and Richie. Do you bleed?
Have we bled in between game 1 and 2? Not really, because it wasn't really that long of a game. I think if it went like another 80 minutes, we might have been a bit.
So what happens when it goes long? Do we like bleed through our nose, like an altitude thing, or what's happening?
Yes, I like that.
Okay, all right, cool. I bleed every day, so it's good. It's good for the health,
Dude, it's
right?
a Superman reference. Never mind.
It's going past them.
Is it?
But anyways.
What? I use the leeches. It's like the medieval ones, you know? It's good for your pores.
Yep. Totally, Avo, totally. I feel like I'm bleeding this game. I like Masteros Night Stalker, but yeah, take it away, guys. Let's see if you guys will end up bleeding too.
I don't think this is going to be an 80-minute game.
How does Superman bleed? I thought he was invulnerable to things.
Maybe if you have like a knife made out of kryptonite and you...
Give me all your money, Superman.
I mean, what are you going to do?
The switchblade's glowing green.
He uses his X-ray vision. Wait a second, is that a kryptonite switchblade?
All right, just happy to see me.
Yeah, of course. Well, hold on, Corden.
All right.
Maybe maybe
classic
Monster.
walk down mid,
Yeah,
punch him once.
They're fine. They're just getting a little bit punched.
I absolutely love. I just want to point out in real Dota. I absolutely love the Baldy move, baller move. Sorry, not Baldy. Baldy, that's a major.
I thought you said the Baldy move.
No, that's Pure and Flex.
Yeah.
The baller move of Bleed of going, oh, you're gonna play Husker versus my Ember? Do not worry. I have my Shadow Fiend pocket pick. Good luck to your Husker mid now. And I mean, I think that completely destroys the SMG plan a little bit with a Husker, right?
That's true. I think SMG have pretty good fallbacks here, though, right? Be a man. Apu. they just want to fight. No, Moon's gonna get involved here. And this is the combo that I quite like to see. I'm glad these guys are having fun over the 30 DPC points. And I mean, let's assume it's 200 a share, right? And let's be honest,
So
right?
you have to pay coaches, you have to pay your manager.
Well, I mean, for Bleed, right? Bleed's the kind of team that after Christmas, their team owner gave them a brand new iPhone 13 each, right? So these $200.
Meanwhile, SMG's a team that regularly eats at a Mamak, right? So maybe those $1,000 matter a lot for them.
I'd agree. But I don't see this game going 80 minutes, quite simply put. I think you've got two very early game heroes that can really fall on their face and have absolutely no backup plan, being this Huskar as well as this Coddle in core roles. I could really see this one falling apart very quickly, especially if Corden can get off to a good start, like I suspect he will in this Essa versus Huskar lane.
Something I've learned, though, in the SADVC is just never say never, honestly.
That's
so
fair.
It could easily go a 60 minutes just if the both teams decide this is the game.
I was just...
It's not up to drafts, right? We've seen stupid games go to 60 minutes for no reason.
I could very well have seen... I don't know about like a safe lane Huskar, but like a little bit more to help support this Huskar, right? Because you have Omni Huskar, which is a very broken combo we should talk about.
Yeah.
It's really second only to Huskar Sven, to Omni Sven, which might be a little bit more benefited by this. But this one's pretty darn good as well.
Don't you like Oracle Huskar or Huskar Dazzle better?
No, honestly, not really.
Okay. Reasons?
Reasons being that I feel like Omni Knight has other use case scenarios, and Omni can save himself while still being useful for the team around him at large. Specifically because they've changed Heavenly Grace to now Dispel, because you can, when you cast Heavenly Grace on an ally, it also, you self-cast it as well, which means that you can still throw your abilities on someone while saving yourself, which an Oracle and a Dazzle can't do. You also have just way more AoE utility on something like a Guardian Angel than a Dazzle or an Oracle do as well.
Okay, so your point is more Omni is just a really good hero right now compared to those other two, which I would agree.
Yeah.
Right? More so than the combo itself.
I still feel like, you know, I think it's harder to cancel an Omni just by running him down. Maybe that's what the Night Stalker here exists to do, but I think he's even stronger against your Oracles and your Dazzles in that respect.
Agreed. Yeah. The fact that he's a strength hero obviously makes it harder for you to do that. And usually the thing that saves him is the thing that is his issue is his positioning, right? Heavenly Grace, the range is okay, but you have to get in the middle of the fight to save the Huskar.
Right.
And that's your one caveat that Bleak can play around. Yeah. I think that's why the Shadow Fiend pick is very good, because he can easily burst the Omni if he's in a bad position.
I also think Bleed's Dubu's pick here of the Undying's phenomenal. You got one Tombstone hitter, but that's a Morph lane, but he's also kind of supposed to be doing the damage. I guess Moon can do it. It's not too unreasonable, but
Yeah,
again,
Husker can.
he really wants to get life breaking onto some heroes as well in the fights. It's not his #1 priority here. So there's a couple of awkward moments here, mostly because the supports are really bad at hitting Tombstone, especially Afu. You were talking about range. That's definitely one way the Omni Knight struggles.
Corden is struggling though in this lane. I think Moon's actually doing a pretty good job. Usually the Shadow Fiend Huskar matchup was pretty Shadow Fiend favored. But I think recently Huskar has more tools to deal with this lane, especially the Inner Fire.
Inner Fire. Yeah, I forget who we were casting, but it kind of infuriated us, didn't it? When we saw some matchups that were like kind of bad for Huskar, but they just refused to put points into the, what's it called, into the first skill, the Inner Fire.
We were casting Ember versus Huskar, and the Huskar got destroyed. Remember that? It was actually that one. And I forgot what teams it was.
I don't remember what it was either.
But it was a game where they put 0 points in Inner Fire, all points into Burning Spears, right?
Yep. I remember it also being like a Huskar spammer, which was why I was like so surprised, because I was like, he's gonna absolutely demolish this matchup, and then he didn't. Boomy, rather, to bottom is gonna until we live. Good purchase there on the Ring of Protection, keeps him alive.
I'm saying it was they were playing against Moon maybe actually.
Mid Moon. Speaking of, it's gonna receive some assistance here in the heavenly TP from the Omni Knight
with a Hammer of Purity.
Yes.
Get away from him, you fiend!
He says,
"You Shadow Fiend!"
What is that? Be a man, like the Mulan. The song. They're fighting in the coursing river.
Yeah. Except Omni Knight is not a warrior from the army.
Well, he is a warrior. He's a heavenly warrior.
That's true. Boomy dies in the bottom lane to the creeps, though.
Nicely done.
Not a real first blood.
Still no first. I feel like all of our first bloods today have been remarkably late.
Yes.
Later in the game than you expect for the C region.
I don't know, C region seems slow this year, though.
It does.
We seem to go very long games. I guess slow is not the right word because they constantly fight. They just can't close games. But I am interested to see how they'll adapt to the meta when they go to Lima. They do have 3 weeks to prepare.
Yes, they do. And a couple of third-party tournaments in between, I'm sure. Not to mention, of course, the travel and then scrimming against other teams and trying to adapt there. That's always one of the more exciting parts about following a region this intensely. Going to Major and then watching how they stack up against other teams, because sometimes it's surprising. TI is always a special beast because everyone, boot camps for like a month. This year, especially with LCQs, were a very interesting mishmash of Dota. Not to mention, of course, with the days in between main events, group stage, and everything else. But at majors, when it's still all a little bit more compressed, I think that's going to be another big change. Compared to last year, where teams had the 6-week relatively lax period, they'd go boot camp intensely for a week and then play a very high-paced group stage. And major, relatively speaking, to the leagues, it's a fast-paced league already. So I wonder if teams are going to keep, the pressure on, or how they're going to adapt.
Well, it's actually going to be Boomy who gets the first blood in the bottom lane, killing off Playhard with the Avatos combo. In the middle lane, they were trying to chase after the Shadow Fiend, but to no avail. I am also interested in how it's going to turn out. I'm especially interested because this might be the first major in a while where SCA teams will have no problems getting visas, which is usually their final boss.
It's true.
And that usually stops SCA teams from actually scrimming or doing anything for the next 2 weeks.
Top lane.
But not the case in Lima.
Not to cut you off, but Masaros, it's nighttime. Let's get his 2 points in Hunter of the Night, doing a lot of work now, and also his Helm of the Iron Will that he's picked up for his armlet. Means he can go toe-to-toe versus Chidori very easily.
Yeah, interesting build. He's going full on the relatively older Night Stalker build with the armlet build. Don't see that in offlaners much these days. I'm assuming this means no auras from Masaros and probably just a Basher build, like, BKE Blink Basher.
Yeah, I wonder if he might still have to consider a pipe just because of the tiny Avatos damage, Chidori's adaptive strikes early, and of course mid one.
Then you can afford it.
But actually, never mind. I'm not sure if we've seen mid one before on the Coddle. I don't think that'll be that big of an issue. I thought he still might have considered like an Urn or something like that, especially against like a tanky hero like Night Stalker. That build seems decent. But he's actually going for the Aura Carrier himself. So Mechanism and then pretty much Guardian Greaves. I don't know how often do you see that? Arcane Boots on the Coddle. Probably likely for, again, the Greaves.
Down bottom, there's no spirits. It's okay, they have no follow-up either. I wouldn't mind actually, even though it's a rare item on a range trade, but a Crimson Guard feels pretty good.
Dire's top tower is under
That's Night Stalker, really good against zombies, good against Ember, Mirana. Only Shadow Fiend can deal with that.
Yeah. Top lane, in trouble.
Oh, he's silenced. He can't attribute shift as a result.
Wow, not even the mech could save him.
Nope, Masaros was too strong. ITPs immediately.
Yes, he does.
And Moon comes here with mid one, all just to destroy a tombstone, as Afu fights Stubu, but Afu has no stun. He can't keep Dubu in place, can only hammer Purity him, slow him down. As Corrin is also TP to this lane, Corrin realizes it's a little bit dangerous to go on. Avalanche now from Boomy to catch up to him. A toss is ready, Dubu tossed in place, and they will at least find this counter kill.
Okay.
But a lot of resources spent for only a support counter kill with your carry still dying.
Yes, I think SMG make this play in hopes that it'll free up Chidori's lane. There's lots of pressure applied to him top. Bleed have the opportunity to rotate these heroes back down bottom, however, because they have TP scrolls. Jackie still does not have level 6, but neither does Chidori here. The TPs will be top instead is where Masaros is going to end up. So it seems like the play is going to work for now. I think it was just a move to desperately open up the map for Chidori. His lane was way too difficult up there, especially during the nighttime.
Big one got caught by the arrow here, but luckily Boomy can cover his escape for now as Corrin decides to attack Boomy instead. Almost killing Boomy, but the mech saves him. Playhard trying to commit to this, but he overestimated his damage. Now Playhard's on the retreat. Afu's coming in from the shadow.
He wants to be a man.
He does. Can he kill the Mirana? Illuminate will miss as Playhard does get the leap in time. They needed that slow and it wouldn't have worked out, but that Invis rune did nothing.
Yes, it's not the most
useful rune on Omni-Knight.
Yes, exactly. Nor would I say is Omni-Knight the most useful hero at setting up and enabling kills like that in particular.
Hammer up Purity! And that's
yes, he yells a bunch of songs and hymns, and then that's about all he can offer. In fact, the aggression is a big question I have to ask here for the side of SMG. They do have themselves a tiny, but Boomy is not getting a whole lot of farm in right now. He is 6-3 here, not for kills, that's his CS, and only has, what, 300 in the bank, barely? Who initiates these fights? I mean, does your offlane Coddle start these fights? Because it's not going to be an Omni, and it won't be a tiny for at least another 12 minutes until he gets his blink.
Don't know if offlane Coddle can initiate fights, honestly.
That's what I'm asking.
Straight Chain's arrow, everything for Chidori. I need a silence though, because he just attribute shifts away. Masaros, he's committing. Dark Ascension committed here. Now finally silencing Chidori, who has no strength.
Yeah.
He's out of agility to morph into, so he's just going to die.
He kept himself the treads on Agi just for a little bit of bonus armor, but it wasn't going to help him anything there.
Boomy's the next target. Searing arrow coming once again. Corrin joins to be with his friends, and he even steals the kill. Not a very friendly thing to do.
Yeah, and I think Bleed can very easily just defend this top tower now. In fact, yeah, they're just going to get pushed back. The push is not really all that amazing either from SMG in this early game. I think they were expecting this Moon Huskar to have a much better start, and that has not panned out really at all. In fact, once again, some familiar sights. It's Mid One who's the richest hero in the game. But he is going straight into auras this game, so more of the regular offlaner that we're used to this game, or this meta. The biggest question mark is how do we enable Moon here, SMG? What's the plan?
Well, giving him a haste rune would be a good start. Enabling him to kill Dubu, that's what we'll start with. There's the tombstone, and Dubu does not TP in time. The damage a little bit too high with Mid One and the purification there, which is actually the second point purification for Afu. Now hopefully the tower can fall from Moon.
Yep, Moon should be able to tank this. He's got Omelet as well to play with. Mid lane, though, there is a counter siege going.
Yeah, but Mid One is stopping this counter siege.
Yeah.
He's honestly, for not having travels, it feels like he does have travels.
Yeah, and I think basically what you're saying there is just you're complimenting Mid One, right? Good positioning.
That is what I was doing. Yeah. Sorry, Mike. But I think he's been really active around the map, playing pretty well, and honestly, very different to Moon's performance, which seemed a little bit more static without trial boots.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
I guess the fact that he doesn't need to scale because he's just playing offlane Coddle allows him to be much more aggressive.
Yeah, an interesting move as well from SMG, who prioritized the top tower as well, as they move into that triangle, and are just going to end up, I guess, getting their elbows out here a little bit and trying to force the issue onto Bleed. So Masaros, though, he can fight very early on. You know, they have this kind of build. I think we've seen it once before with this DPC. I'm not sure if it was for Bleed, but we saw it on one C Night Stalker game that we casted, where they did want someone else to be a little bit more of a fighting core early on than just an aura carrier. Sure. I don't necessarily disagree, right? There's a lot of ways they can actually take him down. So having a little bit more survivability, a little bit more armor, right, might end up helping you out here as the smokes will break, but Moonlight Shadow allows them to still get in here.
There's Dark Ascension. Masaros activates. The Tombstone has already been dropped as well as they fear the Spore Huskar. Moon cannot not play with the armlet this time. And going for the 2 supports as well. Searing Chains. Heavenly Grace will help him a little bit.
Big Illuminate.
It does seem like the damage and the healing for the Illuminate might keep him alive here. As the Greaves is used as well. They're full HP now.
They are. I thought that Blinding Light sent mid one to the moon.
And they might even be able to kill Monstros here. Does not all the toggle in time. The tower will fall. Mid one on point here. They even sent Play Hard back. One more leap charge is ready. Searing Chains, though, will cover his escape as SMG. They do lose the tower, though.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that Bleed are going to be at least a little bit more happy for. SMG not... Oh, okay, that TP is completed, but it's only Dubu here. You can't quite solo kill Chidori, who I was going to say is at least a little bit happy with this turn of events. He's still really quite on the struggle bus, though. Finally just broke 4K in net worth. He's being out-farmed right now by the enemy Night Stalker. Not really amazing feelings for him. Corden, though, top lane, has an Invis rune, and there's no detection here for him.
These small plays by Corden I really do like, right? He gets an Invis rune, he's like, how can I make use of this?
Sorry, cut you off. Shoot, I should have cut you off earlier because Moon was just killed by Roche.
I can't believe that happened.
It was, it was not pretty.
Got bashed?
No, he kind of just died to Roche.
Well, that's why this man is the CEO of SMG.
Yeah. Yep.
Nope.
I wish we saw it, but at the same time, I think Moon is thankful we didn't. He literally...
It's actually, we have an NDA, so we can't show it.
He just died.
We can't show those kind of kills. It's okay. It's okay. Moon is planning that. Now, look how confident Bleed is playing now, right? They feel safe, and then Boomy's going to show them. Boomy is ganking alone. Interesting play by Boomy.
He just needs to open up the map for someone. He wants some
but
sort of
he
farm.
might die as a result. Starstorm, body block from Mirana as well. We have an arrow in 1 second. So in case he TPs, he's also dead. He has no TP anyway. Arrow to get vision. And Corden gets the kill.
Yes. And again, I'm not really sure who ends up making these moves. Who starts the fight now for SMG? Mid one, is not a bad person to get initiated on with the Greaves, but they desperately need some sort of better counter initiation than just running at opponents like this. Dubu even now sets up the Tombstone, will die.
And we'll give Tombstone gold.
150, not bad for Moon. There's that CEO bonus.
That was a very aggressive vanish as well from Mirana. Did you hear that? Vanish! it was a really angry Moonlight Shadow.
It was like a magician who messes up their magic trick, for like the 3rd or 4th time.
Is this your card? God, why is this not your card?
Vanish!
Please! Okay. Mirana's anger aside. SMG, round 2, Roshan. They had to wait for it for Roshan.
Oh no, bad omen. Immediately second hit bashed.
Did you notice that they waited for Roshan to be full HP to try this again, as if like this never happened the first time?
Yes, it never happened the first time, and it's not like Moon also didn't die pretty much immediately. That Illuminate didn't heal him, it looked like. That was weird.
I think he toggled in the meantime. Dubu. Okay,
good hit by
fire. Yes, Morphling as well going in. Wave 4, but right into the Requiem of Souls. Chidori doesn't know where to go. Luckily, he did get Attribute Shift off, so he won't die here. As Moon, he needs help from his friends. Oh my god. He is just not having a day today.
Oh, Chidori still caught that arrow. It's okay, he's tanking.
Yeah, he has Heavenly Grace. He's turned into him. No, that's them.
So a couple of unique interactions here at play that I think I'm gonna hold off, but...
Look at Afu going, okay, Moon, I'll take it for you. You're clearly struggling with the bash.
You kind of was, so good for Afu for getting in there. And finally, there's first Aegis into the hands of Moon. Looks like they're gonna fight immediately, though. Jackie, thinking about it with the arrow. Boomy has a toss. This shouldn't be a problem. So
Catapult trying to kill him.
A couple of unique interactions here on things that you would expect would work but don't, and some other things that you would expect shouldn't work but also do.
Well, something that maybe we have to wait till this.
Maybe they have to do with they have to do with Heavenly Grace here. They've added something cool to this where, depending on the amount of stacks, or the amount of debuffs that you dispel, you get more stacks with this bonus. As Morphling just dies, he just walks into the 5-man smoke gang.
Interesting. That was an interesting path to take for Chidori. Especially when his team all went right, he went left, which is generally the unsafer part of the map, right? Because their tier 1 top is down. Okay, these things happen. It's okay, Chidori will respawn. Explain to me these uneven interactions.
Yeah, so on Heavenly Grace, it's supposed to work on the amount of different debuffs that you dispel. Right. So, for example, if you're like rooted and you have like Poison Touch on you and like a stack of Shadow Rays, right?
Sure.
However, what doesn't work, and that'll be like 3 dispels in that case. Hold that thought, mid lane.
Nice Blinding Light stops the leap from being effective. Unfortunately, fortunately, they have the damage.
However, if you have, say, 3 or more stacks of this Shadow Rays debuff on you, those don't individually count. The exception, for some reason, is Deathlust on the zombies. Those do all individually count for some reason.
Oh, because I guess they're from different zombies.
But it's the same stack, which doesn't work that way with any other ability in the game. For example, like Shadow Rays or Sticky Napalm, or what else is charged for stack-based like that.
So here's my question.
Or Time Dilation.
What if... Right, let's say there's a Rubik. You have a Batter in your team.
Right.
And there's a Morphling and a Rubik in the enemy team. They both they morph into you and they steal your Sticky Napalm, and they both apply charges to you from different Sticky Napalm sources.
I think those all count as the same Sticky Napalm.
Yes, they will still stack.
Yeah.
But would that work like the Death Blast? That's what I'm questioning.
No, you only get one. Even if you have like 99 stacks of...
No, I know, but like maybe because they're from different sources. Now when it's tested...
Oh, I see. You're trying to identify the root cause. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Post that on the GitHub, and maybe Jeff Hill will get back to you.
It's not even going to be a bug. It's just, Jeff, can I know?
I mean, I'm not sure why it works the way it is, basically, but that is one thing to look out for. He will give Omega stacks of the Heavenly Grace buff if there's a big number of Deathlust zombies currently applied. And you also debuff the current number of Deathlust, which is important because it basically resets the move speed slow there.
I was not aware of the fact that it didn't work with the multiple stacks of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
it would just be way too strong against certain heroes, though.
Yeah, like Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend's definitely one of them. I mean, Bat Rider, I think, is the biggest one.
Yeah.
It'd be a little bit unfair as well against Faceless Void with how Time Dilation works.
All right, because it's stacks based on how many of your employees
right. Yeah, so that's just one thing to look out for, basically, this game.
Another thing to look out for, by the way, which we've been commenting the whole game, but I just want to concentrate this again. Boomy's still really far from his blink tag.
Oh,
really,
yes.
absurdly far.
He's had a really tough game.
Although this toss in place, this will help. Yeah, this will help. Give it to Boomy. Oh no, Mid One will take it. Mid One will take it.
Yes, he will.
But Boomy at least got assist gold.
Yeah, and Moon's been farming for this entire duration on another hero who's a little bit behind the 8-ball as far as farm goes. This is very resembling Game 1, isn't it? With the way that SMG are kind of in control right now of the game, but Bleed aren't really giving any big opportunities for them to kind of allow more control to go the way towards Bleed, towards SMG, if that makes sense. Like, yes, this Huskar is really scary and strong now with BKB, Armlet, and First Aegis, but Bleed aren't really putting themselves in positions to allow him, I should say, to take advantage of this.
Sure, because you just don't have anything to do, right? Like you said, like you can shove waves and you can snowball or not snowball, sorry, deathball, and hope the enemy team attacks you, and that's it. There's a lot of hope here.
Could look for a sneaky arrow here. SMG, though, sneaking around from behind the tower.
He armor toggle in time. Might survive this, or... Yeah, he does. Just barely. And there's the waveform with the help there from the life break.
Ember gets out alive. That's the important part. You're just poking here. These deaths, I think, are fine. Especially because, like we were talking about earlier, Masaros is going for this very nice scaling build with Armlet. He's got a little bit more attack speed, damage, armor, which allows him to farm a bit more. I assume that was a purposeful death there on the Armlet toggle to be able to tank the tower, and then, of course, just utilize Aegis for the full heal. So they'll get through it relatively quickly, and down goes the tier 2 tower.
And this enables, or this gets Moon closer to his Ag, which at this point might come before the tiny Blink Dagger, and that is another source of initiation that'll help him out.
It is, because before that, their sources of initiation were very lacking. You have 2 stuns, 2 stuns, Avalanche and Adaptive Strike, and, well, Avalanche is much more of a stun than I think Adaptive Strike is.
Yes, for sure. Unless it's the Kyle support Morphling from Aegis Young.
Oh goodness, I don't think I've had the pleasure of seeing that one.
He used to theorize this is the best support hero. He tried in a couple of tournaments. It was a full strength Morphling. He played around his Adaptive Strike strength.
Interesting.
It did not ever win a game.
Oh, mid one. In trouble here. Has Greaves still. Good 4-staff away.
Yeah.
Kind of full wand. Oh, hello, Boomy.
Yep. Boomy, you want to die with me? Or maybe, Boomy, you want to hunt with me? Hunt a little kitty cat? Oh,
no, because we have no stuns.
It's true. And as you know, cats, they always TP on their feet.
That was an interesting recall there, honestly. Boomy just kind of showed up. Poor Boomy's like trying to farm a little bit, and Midwood's like, no, you can't farm. That means I'm not getting the money.
That's why it's good when the Kado's played by your captain, because you can't really say much to it when he does this to you.
Oh, is that Blink? It's Blink. 22-minute Blink Dagger about to be delivered now for the Tiny. I'm not sure where he's sending his... Oh, he's been recalled again. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes, he was recalled top. Yeah,
Okay.
I was wondering where his courier was going.
Mid lane, Moon is just making the Ember a little bit scared. But with this...
Can I just say, I actually really like this playstyle for mid one right now. You know, go for your support item.
Whoa, Fumi? Blink reveal with an avalanche? He might die for this? Or the whole team will instead decide to fight? They have enough healing. Actually tank through all the damage from Bleed. Bleed forced to retreat. Moon has the armlet on toggle right now, so he still has a burst of HP if he needed. Another Illuminate here, gets rid of the Flame Guard. We don't have BKB on Moon, but we do have Blink Dagger on Boomy, and their target is to go for the Ember. Requiem, though, will surprise him. No armlet toggling, no Tiny either. In goes Jackie. Searing Chains dispelled immediately, but Chidori could be in trouble. Still has the Manta, uses it, and goes up to the high ground, as now Jackie sees an opportunity. Still has a Searing Chains combo, with a Sleight of Fist, gets the Omni instead. Ooh, they silence the Morphling though. Monstros just wants to finish him off.
The Greaves, the fourth.
But Dark Ascension ends, and they can only kill Afu. As now, the Illuminate hurts Dubu. Monstros has been left on the low ground. He wants Scorn to help him, but the raises miss. Chidori, he's keeping his distance. Jackie wants to close the gap. And with this, Chidori will be able to escape thanks to the waveform, as mid one wants to keep his assault alive. This is the classic SCA team fight as long as possible.
Even more, and it is going to be extended here. Mid one's going to get a catch and force that flip away from the arrow.
And thanks to Boomy, who's back alive because this team fight went on for too long. He even got recharged thanks to the coddle.
But they have BKB and still remnants on Ember. I don't think they get this kill.
Oh, but if they toss the Morphling, if they might work. They might just work. Jackie has not activated the BKB, gets hit by the tree, Sleight of Fist avoiding some of the damage, and instead go for play hard. There's no BKB on this man. Moonlight Shadow has been used, everyone's been vanished, and now Avalanche into 3. Jackie once again keeping that BKB still off cooldown.
They got the Tombstone as well, so they can continue fighting here.
It's kind of hard to tell who's winning this fight.
Wait, Huskar's back? Hello.
He is back, coming in from behind. Boomy, he knows no fear, but now he'll experience death. Dubu, however, might just die.
What the hell?
Burned to a crisp. Corden, they know he's here.
Him.
They have dust. They activate the BKB on Corden, finally forced out a restore. As a result, Afu gets disintegrated.
Wait, no, Bleed, chase them back the other way. You have BKB Dark Ascension. Go.
No.
Back the other way.
No. There's only one SCA team. There's only one SCA team, and that's SMG.
All right.
CMG.
Bleed, they're not going any further, but Roche is up, so this is going to play perfectly into the hands of SMG. Bleed with the opportunity to counter-initiate, though. They will not have BKB on the SF a bit more awkwardly, nor this Ember Spirit. They have BKB and Dark Ascension both. The question is, can they get into this Roche pit in time? Mid one, I have to say, is playing a really strong game. Of course, one of the quickly forgotten things about this hero is that you get increased cast range on Spirit Form, which is really helping him out as far as saving the Morphling on this Force Staff.
Agree. I don't know if you can see him now. Oh, the Moon seems to be blocking the arrow. They'll get the Roche just in time. Moon taking the Aegis for himself.
And the Shard.
Executive decision made by Moon as Dubu dies. Masaros goes after the Omnight first. There is no possibility for the Guard Angel because he's still silenced. Someone help him out. There it is. Guard Angel finally alive, forcing BKB on Masaros. And SMG, they want to fight. Chidori knows no chill. Neither does Boomy. Tossing back the Ember Spirit. And Moon flies with it. He has the taunt. Goodbye, Jackie.
What in the world is this, man? SMG,
this is SEA!
After playing, you know, their first 3 series, which were complete, basically clown fiestas, they have absolutely mastered the art of the circus, and they are really just kind of dancing all over Bleed right now in this game. I have to say that, like, the way they're taking these fights shows very good understanding of how their relative strengths and what Bleed has left to fight with there. They know that there's no BKB on the SF or Ember in that fight, and the way that Boomy plays that is just about pitch perfect. Here he goes again.
Another time for the Mirana, but impossible for her to leap away with that annoying Ags on the Huskar.
This is like, what? SMG.
I think they're doing it.
They are doing it.
This is when their strategy works out, and they win in 25 minutes.
What is this? Huskar Shard again? Oh, inner fire upgrade, reduce
You can use it while stunned.
Right.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
Dubu's been caught yet again, by the way.
Heals you.
He was 8th death. And that'll be...
the Rex will fall. I honestly doesn't even feel like Chidori's the carry here. It feels like it's Moon and Boomy, ironically enough.
Chidori as well, who's, I mean, still gonna scale. He has not gone by any means for, like, this ridiculously early game Morphling, you know?
No.
Like, he's gonna scale nicely here.
He has his Ags, I think, now completed.
He does, if he wants to purchase it, and has. on its way now, being fetched to him in the courier.
Good luck to Corden having any sort of impact in the next fight if he has no attack speed. Shadow Fiend's AG game is pretty decent, but usually doesn't go for attack speed items early. I guess you consider Shadow Blade.
This is going to be 2 lanes of barracks. And by the way, mid's already, bottom's already down. Dubu.
Okay, they caught the arrow, but the tree will kill off. Or Dubu.
Moon will just take down this tombstone. Not going to heal it back up. Shows Aegis for 3 minutes.
Someone has to stop Moon. He's just going to kill the Ember
so
like
strong.
This. They forced the BKE from Jackie.
Jackie is dying as well to Burning Spears. Down he goes.
Wow.
Tried to avoid it there.
Couldn't. Masaro's been tossed back. He's forced to use the Dark Ascension as well to just run away. But Dark Ascension and BKB down. Corden also used his. And Corden has been jumped on. Corden's not getting killed off.
No buybacks here. That's Aegis, but SMG are into the base. Into the breach they go.
Yeah, but they're not going to go to Div 2 this time. They're going to go and get those extra 1,000 Nasi Lemas, my friend.
They're going to Game 3. That's where they're going. Unbelievable performance from SMG. I mean, that really just stems from that incredibly long and awkward team fight chase back from Tier 2 to Tier 2, where SMG, they just get the better of them. Look, you can't believe it.
I love that most of the team, Bleed was completely passive when they won or lost this game because there's nothing much at stake, right? Look, they're even having coffee here. But SMG is just about winning Dota. I don't think they know what position they are in the league. They don't care. It's all about winning every match. They take it one match at a time.
It's about winning every fight.
Every fight. It's true. Yes. Big One's already given them the speech. Guys. That was not a good game. Even though we won, that is not a good game. It just seemed like SMG is... I mean, Winter said it, right? They seem to be one of the teams with the most potential, whereas Bleed is kind of losing their identity a little bit.
I actually think that's what KP said in one of his interviews, in his only interview, right? Because they only won 1 game. But I'm pretty sure they asked, like, where do you rank the relative teams in C? And I think he said the team with the highest ceiling, with the most room to grow, especially, is SMG. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that. Like, you can really start to see a little bit of that strategy and probably that shot calling really come through for this team in moments like those extended, long team fights, right? That do always somehow end up going SMG's way. I mean, I'm sure there was like 2 or maybe 3 different team fight recaps there summarized, but you know, whereas Bleed before was in Game 1 was playing that very controlled and measured kind of game and never really let SMG dominate like this. This was a game where they kind of stuck their fingers in the mousetrap and ended up getting caught.
Yeah, and I'll see if our panel caught that game and are able to make sense of it as we go back to them before the game number 3.
Thank you so much, Avarachi. SMG really looked like SMG again. Like, they looked like what they looked like before this game, basically. They look strong again. What happened?
What do you think? Why me? I'll start. I feel like I figured, when I looked at the game, I was looking at the, I mean, okay, we can start from the lane first. I think you were right, Pai, about the Morphling lane. He did have a very hard time against the Night Stalker initially. He was at like, I think 20 last hits. Night Stalker at like 45. But after that, I feel like Mid-One's itemization kind of helped them a lot with his, he was rushing a mech. He had like a 6-minute or 7-minute mech. He came to help this team. He was trying really hard to help the Morphing farm. I think that was good. And I mean, Huskar just surprisingly also, like you said, you know, the lane is not as bad as I thought it was, like against the SF.
No, it's one of those, I think you have to be a Huskar player to know how bad or good that lane is. Obviously, Shadow Fiend is better than Ember versus Huskar. Like, no one can argue that. And then, like, Huskar did win the lane. I don't know if that's supposed to happen. But yeah, like I'm not sure if that's how it's supposed to be. Like it's
but talking about that, you know, the Ember and the SF change up. Bleed has never put Corden on the win condition because if you look at this draft, like the win condition is the SF.
Yeah,
and this is the first time they've been doing this. And if you look at his items, he went for Dragonlance, then he went for Shadowblade first. I feel like my only criticism for that is your Night Stalker went armlet into BKB, so he wanted to fight with his second item. Shouldn't you then be able to time your item with his BKB? So say you go Dragonlance and then you rush BKB next. Do you feel like they would have a much better chance of like taking maybe the rush fight, you know, or some of the tower defenses? Because if he went Shadowblade, then when are they going to fight, you know? It's more like he just wants to get a pick off or maybe get a Silver Edge, you know, later.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I also think that comes down to like, I don't think he had enough farm. Like I think if you're a Shadow Fiend, you're supposed to be more farmed than he was. He was only like, what, 8 or 9k net worth maybe?
How much of that is from the lane though?
It's a decent amount from lane, but it's also like the thing when you're a Shadow Fiend, you can like decide how much you want to play the lane. Like after you're level 5, you don't even have to lane anymore. You just double raise the wave and you go do something else. I think he was trying to stay around like the night creeps, like really laning. And if you feel like that's not really working out, then stop doing it. Just go farm. Like you need items. So like maybe you could have had Shadowblade and
give the support a lane, right? Just go jungle.
Yeah, sure.
At some point.
Yeah, here's our rivalry MVP, Boomy on SMG. Do you guys think he performed exceptionally well this game? He had to do everything he did?
I think he played well. I mean, I think mid one was like the catalyst. Like he did most
Catalyst?
of it. Yeah, the catalyst of the engine, so to speak.
Yeah, feel free to say the big words.
Yes. But I mean, his only real partner for a long time was Boomy. And they kind of teamed up. They did some cool, crazy dives.
I mean, to be fair, if you look at their overall draft, they have Omni Knight, Morphling, no stun, no stun. Huskar, no stun. Kotal, no stun. So in the game, it's obvious that you would see a lot of action from him, you know. He's the only one that's going to be doing everything for him. But then again, obviously he did a good job. That's why he deserves to be the MVP. But then again, their draft was around Kotal. So we see in the last 2 games how much SMG is prioritizing the hero. And they have a very good idea of how the hero works. They can play on the support role, position 5, position 4, mid, off lane. So it's a very key pick for them. So if I'm bleed, you know, I might consider banning it if I have extra bans.
I do agree with you. Like Boomy had a big role to initiate to stun, but yeah, mid 1 played really well, and he got the super early mech, which was pretty clutch at certain moments. Like we were just sitting there watching the game, and we were like, oh, he's about to die, and then the Greaves,
yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah, no, it's so much sustain, especially when he has such a good game. He has high levels. Well, I mean, Mech was at 6 minutes. I don't know when Greaves was, but it was also super early.
Yeah.
And that's like, what, 600 heal maybe?
Yeah. Plus the heal from the Illuminate, which that was crazy. But you know what's even crazier? Actually, this is really not crazy because this is Southeast Asia and we are going for the 3rd game of the series. You heard it right here. We always got to do the most in C. So we're going to go for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Stick around.
Three, 2, 1.
Take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
think, is that dinuguan? The blood cubes?
Yeah, looks like it.
Have you ever had that before, Winter?
I mean, we have them here, but I don't like it.
No, he only drinks raw blood.
You like blood?
You think I'm vampire?
You must like bleed too. We are back, everyone, for the third game of the second series, Bleed versus SMG. This game is riding on a lot. And what is a lot, you might ask? 30 whole DPC points. That is going to be insane. It's going to matter a lot because you know what happened last year? The whole Fnatic situation, right? That was like riding on points. There was like some miscalculation.
1 point.
Yeah, it was like they kicked some players and blah, blah, blah. You know, it got deducted. And like you were supposed, it was a rounding error, basically.
Yeah.
So they rounded up instead of rounding down, right?
It was something rounding before you added them together. And I mean, Liquipedia were sure they were right. But I mean, Valve had the final word. So they were like, nope, you're not. Fnatic, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah. So this is going to be intense. If I were Bleed, I would want the 30 DPC points if I were SMG.
I mean, honestly, this series is more for like peace of mind right now. Like it's too hard to see like, oh, maybe like we qualify for the next major and then like we place fourth and then like if we have these 30 points,
it adds up.
It's impossible.
But I think whoever loses this game gets 0 DPC points. Yeah.
Yes. That's what
That
Winter
is
said.
Crying.
Don't quote me.
Are you crying?
Winter told me.
Winter, does it affect, depending on your DPC points, does it affect like what seed you're in when you go to majors and stuff?
I was asking you to check it.
I'm asking you because I want the answer. But I guess you won't give me that answer, so instead I'll be answered with the giraffe coming up. Kunka giving us a good old twerk.
You're right, Coddle is gone. Bleed have had enough.
No more Gandalf.
No more Gandalf.
Hey, did they change the ban? Or did they ban Puck and Naga the last game too?
I don't remember actually. I mean, I'm guessing they did.
You got Tiny chilling by himself.
Yeah, so I was talking to you guys about it, like during the break, how like if I'm Bleed, I have this mindset of picking Corden's hero early and he plays Puck, Ember Spirit, and Pango. Because otherwise you're not getting the hero. But on the other hand, when you're playing against SMG, you always have to worry about if I do that, they always have all this slug, Monkey King mids that I have to deal with, you know.
Yeah.
I felt like that was the dilemma last game. They picked the Ember, the Mirana opening, and then they banned on, I think they banned on the Brood and Slug, the first 2 bans. SMG 8 pick Omni Knight, and then somewhere down the road they pick a Huskar, and then, okay, shit, we can't lane the Ember bait.
Yeah.
We have to put Ember safe lane. Okay, Corden's like, okay, we have to give Corden SF, but SF means that he's the win condition. And it's extremely uncomfortable for this team, I feel like, when Corden's on the win condition. I feel like he wants to play the Space Maker and Jackie be the win condition, or Masaros is the win condition. So I feel like last game, even though we felt like that their draft was overall, in a strategy point of view, it's fine, but with the team's play style, it might not be the best.
Yeah, no, how he thinks about stuff. Because he was really trying to shut down this Huskar. But he kind of ended up shutting down himself.
Oh, man.
It's like a children's storybook. A fable, so to speak.
Look who's back.
Back
Lina?
again.
Back again.
Lina's back.
I mean, you need to win a game.
But you are right. Bleed got scared now. They're like, yeah, we're not picking Ember this early. What if they Huskar?
He played DP one game, right? Am I
Corden?
Yeah. Or was it?
Yes, I'm pretty sure he did.
I think Masaros played it.
Masaros has mostly played it, but I'm pretty sure you're right. The Corden has played it.
There's one game, I think one game he played it and they had no stuns or something. And then their draft was really weird. He was rotating around and then he couldn't do anything after that. I think they lost that game.
But they know what they want to do because they picked that clock DP super fast.
Yeah, but it sort of feels like it's in a draft perspective, they feel like they're in a corner. They can't do what they wanted to do. And they feel like this is kind of sort of like a compromise.
Plan B.
I think it's only good if your off lane and mid laner are truly comfortable with this hero. And I feel like based on what I remember, when the game Corden was playing this hero, they don't really look really good when he is playing the hero. I think it was fine when Masaros was playing it, but not so much on Corden. So it might be just an off lane hero here.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of FPC has shown me is that it doesn't really matter what you lane against. With Death Prophet, that hero just seems insane in the offlane.
Every game. You're fat every
No, but
game.
it's so hard to kill him, especially when it starts hitting level 5. Like 3 people come and gank him and he lives. It's insane.
The Gigas suck.
That's right.
That is right.
That's what they call it.
That is exactly what they call it.
I mean, if I were to ask you, right, you're the drafter, second phase priorities. With what you just said, wouldn't you just prioritize DP every single time if it's open, like second phase? You just pick DP +1, like with Tusk, with Tiny, whatever it is, you know?
Yeah, kind of. But then I would look at Boom and like, why they pick DP every game? Why they lose?
Don't blame the DP.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they also it got banned the last game, so they couldn't pick it. Yeah, no, it seems like a very strong hero. I would have to scrim with it to see like being abused somehow, because so far I have not. It has owned every game.
I mean, do you feel like TB is kind of like the better solution or something like Lina? Because you want a long range hero that builds like Skadi to reduce the healing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Lina needs Skadi. She just deals too much damage. Like when you get to Silver Edge or Daedalus, she just hits too hard. But you just have, there's so much time until then. And DP can herself get items. Like she can get Halberd, she can have Blink. There's things she can do, so. I mean, and she's still useful, right? Like even a level 1 Exo helps a lot for Roche. Level 2 Exo is like almost guaranteed Roche.
Silence.
The silence is strong.
Oh, we saw
Utility.
FBZ pop off with the silence. That was wild.
Okay, so they go with Dark Willow. That's general team fighting position 4.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick.
Strong in the lane.
Andean Beast.
Because that's kind of weird. Like if you're doing DP off lane, I guess.
Clockwork, I guess the Willow is a 5, right? Then,
yeah, we did.
but
I don't know if I've seen Dubo play Willow. Maybe it's just trying something out there.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean. Like if you were to put Clockwork on 5, it's weird, right? If you have Willow on position 4 with the DP. So it might mean that the DP might not be an off laner.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows, you know? Sniper, so.
Yeah, that's a carry sniper for sure.
Tombstone Killer. I'm trying to outrange the Lina, the machine gun Lina. Will work, we shall see, you know.
It's generally a very good lane versus Beastmaster too.
You have to go X, right? Is this lane for the Beastmaster?
You have to go what?
X build.
Oh, on Beast? Yes. I think you almost do that every matchup nowadays.
Oh.
Would you say the matchup is like 60-40 for Sniper?
I would say it's like 70-30 maybe.
So he should free farm this lane. No problems.
Yes. I mean, it's mostly more that like, maybe he will miss a few CS, but the Beastmaster is always running. He's always low on HP. Like the creeps are awkwardly in his tower. Like there's shrapnel on his face. Arms are heavy.
Knees weak.
Exactly.
Mom's
like it's just it's just very hard to play.
Can you play the lane without sharpener? Like just headshot and range, take aim?
I don't think so. Like first of all, you don't get enough levels, so like you would never have shrapnel. And if you don't have shrapnel on sniper, you actually don't farm that fast.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Bleed Ben Pango. So you think it's gonna be a? Because I mean,
I think
no
it's
more
mid,
Pango,
yeah, it might
no more
be a
Emperor.
mid DP. It might be a mid DP because Pango is good against sniper.
And those are like.
So they are leaving Masaros hero to till last. They want to see their second pick, right? Yeah, their second pick, first pick Tiny. So they have the overall last pick. They have the 24th pick to counter the whatever they feel necessary later. So they finish their draft with a Tusk, so it could be a. Wait, Tusk or Tiny will be the mid. So I guess, would you prioritize the Tusk more, right? Because it's a sniper, right? You want Tusk to be richer? Or would you rather Tiny be rich? The lane matchup is probably DP, right? So Tusk would lane better against DP? Or
yes, I think so. I think Tiny gets right click too much. He has like Tiny has the potential for a really good level 1 wave, but after that, I think it gets hard.
Yeah. Plus, on the other hand, you can just farm like normal. I think the lane is okay for you.
Yes. I just don't know about the lane. Beastmaster Tiny.
I mean, Beastmaster Tusk is not much of a difference.
I mean, at least you can snowball on him, I guess, in certain situations.
Yeah, I guess that's true. The lane might be a little bit stronger.
But they might also just pick like a Void Spirit mid. That would be their style. Just get Corden one of those. Like, or a Primal Beast. I don't like it though, but...
I feel like he's playing the DP though. They're gonna pick some Masaros hero.
I mean, when I saw the Willow, it kind of felt that way.
Yeah. It's gonna be a melee hero. Like some
That's what I'm thinking.
Weird as.
Oh, you're thinking?
I am.
Okay, which melee hero are you
Using my 5-head.
Centaur?
Masteros?
Centaur against Lina?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay.
I'm just thinking like Bleed's draft looks hard to kill because like, I mean, I guess you have Tusk to get on top of Sniper, but Sniper behind all those bodyguards, just pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, and you add a Stampede on top.
Yeah, exactly.
You will have Hawk Vision Oven though.
And what would you rather have then? Like they need
for the last pick?
Yeah, they need a team fight, like frontline hero for sure.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Maybe they'll show me something.
Timber. Okay, I was thinking Timber, but then
yeah.
I swear I was thinking Timber. That's a Masteros hero. But then I was like, would Timber really be it? Because then, you know, Lina's probably gonna get silver.
I mean,
edge.
they have 1, 2,
That was
3.
the thought process.
That was my thought.
Four
It was
strength.
quite
They have
short.
4 strength heroes, right?
Yep.
But I just in general, I feel Timber is not that good of a hero, you know. Like even if you pick him in a game that's like 5 strength heroes.
Do you see Playard smiling? He is ecstatic. I think. Who has had success? I mean, they have a decent success with this hero, right? They're like 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, this is a draft that fits this team, you know. They like to last pick Masteros hero. They give him some weird ass bounty, timber, whatever it is. Kind of half win condition or full win condition hero. And Corden is more on like the playmaker. But the thing I'm worried about is like the draft setup, right? So none of their cores are going to have some initiating tool. They are heavily reliant on this clockwork, you know.
Yes.
And he's on position 5.
Yes.
Everyone else does not have a way of starting the fight. So in games like this, I feel like it'll be difficult to kill the Lina if you didn't snowball the game hard enough.
No, you're right. You're right. This could get awkward.
Lina's like running around, max move speed, you have no stun.
Yeah, just farming, right? Yeah. How do you actually stop this Lina from farming?
We saw a clock game versus Beast before, though. You know what happened every time? The clock got hawk blocked.
Oh. Nice.
He did, though. You didn't see that game? I forgot who it was playing, but it happened a couple of times. But Avo and Richie, I've asked you guys this before, gun or one, but we have gun or fire hand today.
Gun.
Right? Gun?
Hey, play along, man.
No, I was just gun.
So I was just checking fire hand.
Fire hand is
I guess,
Lina.
yeah, I guess,
you know,
yeah.
Lina
Yeah, I'm gun. I'm team gun.
Your team gun?
No teamwork. No teamwork.
I am team Lina Tusk, honestly, because you have Fire Hand and you also have Ice Hand. See,
That
that's
is
me
true.
playing along. And I think both of those, you got Gap Close and you can outrange her, I think, on that Lina. I like that over Gun.
All right, take it away, guys.
We shall see. I thought we were ready for another bleed line.
Yeah, I was watching Superman v Batman in the meantime, like on 4 times speed.
Mm-hmm. I was also struggling through one of the many Schneider cuts, which was 8 hours trying to digest it. You know, it's like when you try and cram the night before for a university
That's
exam.
actually the worst part about Winter, which is he has all these references to movies, but they can only be bad movies. Like if the movie has more than 5 on 50% of Rotten Tomatoes, he doesn't watch it.
Right.
You make a reference to like Reservoir Dogs, or you make a reference to Parasite or whatever. He doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. Oh, but he's watched every single one of the Snyder's Batman for some reason. Hasn't missed a single Marvel film, but Guardians of the Galaxy, that one he hasn't watched. It's
You're like, wow, he really time-lapsed there, but maybe he shouldn't have. It's like that one scene in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and Winter's like, what?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
And it's Memento, and you're like,
you mean Eternals, like the Marvel film that only got 20% of Rotten Tomatoes? I know that film. I watched it 5 times.
I watched it 5 times.
Yeah.
Do you bleed?
Do you bleed? The other reference is Gossip Girl, which he watches every night with his wife. That is a real fact.
Is that true?
Yeah, he watches it with his wife.
We've exposed him.
It's very sweet, actually.
Yeah, Upper East Sider. Who knows?
I don't know. I don't get
That's a part of New York where it takes place because they're all very rich. How do you think this match is going to go, though?
I guess I'm team gun. I wasn't really team gun. I will be honest. I'm team buzzsaw more than anything. That was actually my logic. I feel like the Masteros Timbersaw is pretty brutal. I think it's a pretty good way to deal with the lead.
Your team sophist.
Sophist.
If we're gonna go like Fire Fist, Ice Fist.
Right. Sophist. Yeah. That sounds good. Yeah. I just think they have a lot of ways to deal with the lead and get close to her. So I don't think the sniper matters as much as it matters that you have Clockwork and Timbersaw.
Yeah, Winter was talking a lot about that, and Pi was heavily agreed to them as well, was how do you actually get on top of this, Lina, which is maybe potentially an issue, right? You do have Clockwork at the once, and then you have to basically land everything else from there. My question becomes, you know, there's the stage of the game where even if you're playing a phenomenal Clockwork game where you're hitting all your spells, you're hookshotting onto the right heroes, you're getting the cog pushback, that there becomes a stage of the game where eventually they just pop BKB Satanic and then kill you. And and that's where I start to get a little bit concerned about this Lina, especially because I feel like this timing for Lina, as we've seen time and time again, comes like 26 to 28 minutes in.
Yeah, that's... I think the Satanic timing is a little bit later. I mean,
sure,
like
on Satanic, but damage issues still are going to be a thing. Sure. And you've got some sustain, you've got counter initiation on Tiny and Tusk, and then heals, right, as sustain for the Afu Undying, which is why I'm like afraid why that timing still might be around 28. Sure, maybe not with Satanic, granted, but I feel like she still lives through that.
I see your point. I think that Timbersaw makes that timing longer. Like, you need Satanic against Timbersaw because otherwise he does kill you. Obviously, the BKB is not really that big a concern, but what you do with the BKB happens... Sorry, the BKB is a concern for the Timbersaw, but when that happens, you just send Timbersaw in to tank as opposed to damage, right? And then you just wait it out with Sniper's range. I don't know. I'm trusting in this Bleed idea if they can play this well. I feel like their lineup shouldn't let it go that late anyway, which is obviously another concern.
Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid, though, for Bleed, because the second part of this is I think Mid1's just a phenomenal Beastmaster player time and time again. He started with the full ring of Bazzi, by the way, so it's going to be a heavy spam lane down bottom where we can see that, because Afu is going to be very eager to, once again, get more points in Decay, which makes Dubu's trading even less efficient. The one thing as well that's way different is you have Moon on like a regular mid laner for once. Well, game 1 was the Coddle, game 2 was the Huskar, which is like a regular mid laner, but very much like 2 extreme tempo based mids. And now it's back to a more meta, flavor of the month kind of guy. I wonder how that like affects him.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's too crazy, right? But considering how much I think was kind of riding on your shoulders the past 2 games, maybe this is a little bit easier for him. Chidori as well on a much more standard win condition. It's like SMG have gone back to basics here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's your point. I'm just afraid of the Tusk win rate when I see that. I always think of the Chinese Tusk win rate, right? And I feel like this is very much the sink or swim kind of hero. Though it is very good against Sniper, so it's a good kind of swimming game, right? Right. Any sort of wall response, even later in the game, if you just play Tusk 4 essentially, and you just buy the Ags.
Yes, exactly. Or yeah, maybe even just counter initiate, right? Snowball for Yulina. By the time she comes out, she's no longer stunned and just activates all of her items and kills people on the way out. Sure. You know, like I agree. I think that there's places for here. I will say though, it's these types of lineups that have never really convinced me out from SMG. But I will also add the caveat that those were, you know, the first 2 or 3 series of SMG. Right. Right. And they've looked a lot better in more recent times.
Yeah, there's a little bit of self-serving bias here, right? Where you, in the beginning, you see this and you go, oh, it must be SMG's problem, right? Because these lineups look fine. Right. And then now you're seeing them with an actual identity, and now you trust them more. Even though there's nothing different about these lineups, there's just more, they just managed to gain that trust. Because it's clear that they have a very clear idea of the game.
Agreed. Agreed. And I think that's what we're going to see SMG eventually look to take. I'd imagine here, especially on that first Roche, with the Tusk buffing up the Lina, especially with the additional attack speed from Inner Beast. Like SMG, again, with these kinds of lineups, I like it when they draft these kinds of lineups. I think they're one of the clearest teams to me that really prioritizes this, right? Yep. Is they heavily focus on being able to take objectives and force fights around objectives. Yes. And this is certainly another lineup that does that.
Yeah, whereas Bleed, not as clear on those ideas. I think they also they prioritize the individual power of those heroes more. Like a lot of more comfort heroes come out for Bleed. Right. But they usually tend to succeed with comfort heroes.
That's true, especially on the off the back of the Masaro's Timbersaw. Yeah. I remember one particular series where he almost went unkilled through 2 games, which was phenomenal considering he was like beyond godlike in both of those matches. Yes. That being said, they still have a decent amount of tower taking and objective pressure themselves, right? Just on the back of this DP alone, especially because it is a Corden DP being mid lane. You're going to get that power spike a bit early on. Eager to see how Moon is looking to play around that. Usually mid lane Tusks, they take like a very standard DK approach where they just like nuke the wave and tank through it and then just ignore you. So DP tends to want to gank to side lanes, right, on that first usage of the EXO. We'll see if that ends up becoming something that is a consideration. Especially because Mid-1 so far has not dipped a point into the Boars yet.
Right, because you could argue that in the case of Bleed, right, that one of the things that differentiates them from a lot of other teams is the Corden playstyle, right, of like super aggressive, ganky mid laner. And this also leads to Masaro's needing to be more of a safe for win condition, which is why these picks like Timbersaw work much better for Bleed than for other teams. I would say mid one actually excels in the opposite position. I really like his Beastmaster. I like the Coddle he played last game. I think he is much more of the less safe, you know, offlaner that creates a lot of space and sets the tempo of the game. And Moon usually joins him in that, but perhaps not as aggressively as Cord.
Agreed. And it seems like Chidori just plays these flash farmers and eventually is able to join the fights and become online. And that's kind of when these team looks really good, in my opinion. Mid one though, falling quickly.
Yeah, Dubu will get him. The Axis did nothing. That was playing on that battery assault level 2 timing, which is so valuable for Clockwork. But this lane just feels impossible. Clockwork plus Sniper, what are you going to do?
Yeah, Boomy as well rotating towards the mid lane here at the 5-minute mark. Of course, he might stick around here for the contest for the power runes here in just a minute. Corden without a bottle, of course. He's going to be trapped there by the shards. Boomy looking for a tossback, perhaps, and we'll find it.
Corden is not going to be helped much here by the Willow, but he's going to fight back against Moon. Thanks to Spirit Siphon, he's healing back up and will be able to outrun this tower
charges,
now.
Though.
We have Tombstone for Vision in the high ground if Alpha wants to commit it. Corden still with the boots of speed, and fast enough not to outrun the Ice Shards. It was the Ice Hand all along that will kill the Ghost Lady.
Yes, Ice Hand over Ghost Hand, as we can see.
Yes, Ghost Hand, yes, because that's what creates the thing.
Comes out of her ghost. I mean, it is a ghost.
What is a projectile even? And why is it so
slow?
Yes, and why is it curved around? It's like one of those really weird pitchers, like those relief pitchers they bring.
The submarine pitching style.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Exactly, see, you've gone back to baseball, friend. That's where I got your back. That was when you go to your animes and your.
It's true, but I will want to point out for everyone that's going to point out American, they play a lot of baseball in Japan too, and that's Southeast Asia.
Okay, so you're still an otaku, is what you're saying.
For sure, I watch the MPB. Play hard, will die.
It's a good league.
It is a good league. Dubu tried to get to the high ground, but the Ice Shard prevent him. And Moon's like, maybe we can kill him. Dubu still has the double damage, but he's running away. He's gonna go for Moon. One hit, doesn't get the second one.
Good effort with the D, dude. I really appreciated how SMG took pause there to really consider the trap. They studied it. You know, they rolled their investigation check, and then they rolled a nat 1, and Moon went directly straight into it. Didn't matter.
I love that Moon is the one that leads. Like, everyone's on full HP. Moon's on the third, and he's the one leading the charge.
Exo mid here.
Yeah, Corden wants to find the Tiny. This time the Brambles will help out as Boomy's gonna get stunned by the Cursed Crown again. And Corden wants to finish off this Tiny. Now
he's getting dragged away from the tower though.
Yeah, but now Boomy has no creeps to tank these ghost hits.
Yes, he does.
Finds some. Nice. Unfortunately, Spirit Siphon is targeted, and those creeps will not help him enough.
I still think this is not a bad death from him. I mean, kind of sucks, but, you know, and once again, it's going to delay this Blink Dagger yet again. Last game, I think we got it 22, 23 minutes in. But it's Corden's first use of the Exo, which is just used for a kill onto a support and a little bit of tower damage. You know, it's not bad, but I think certainly less than he was hoping for on his first cast of Exo. Especially considering that Moon had been dragged away into your own jungle pretty far. Masaros, though, things are looking good for Bleed up top lane. He's level 6. He's getting ready to really bully this Lina.
Chidori, Playhard will find him with that Cursed Crown. Brown has also been set up. Chakram on top of that. And Chidori, maybe a kill. He fights back, but not enough damage. Dragon Slave level 1, not going to do anything.
Not at all. Yeah, really, especially against this Infuser range ops that the Willow's holding. So Boomy will do his best here to try and clear wave after wave and make sure that Masaros isn't able to take down the tower too early. But, of course, there's always the danger there that if Timber gets on top of the Tiny, he'll chop right through that stone. There's nice Ice Shards here. Is Moon considering it? He is. All right, goodbye, Dubu.
Goodbye, Dubu, indeed. Okay. I mean, I don't think that's that much concern, considering Masaros is going to start to dominate the top lane now, and Belina will have to find some space. That Vanguard, by the way, that he went for, could even be a Crimson Guard later.
I wouldn't mind Crimson, actually, this game. Looks pretty decent.
Zombies, yep. Lina.
Yes.
Beast.
Yes, very true. And speaking of Beast, more specifically focusing on the Sniper, although mid one is about to get the Helm delivered. Jackie has had a phenomenal start. 52 CS, 14 denies, richest hero in the game. Might look for another kill here, and should have it. Mid one still commits the roar, but I don't believe that'll save him. Oh, Jackie, he's turned around. He's scared of the counter initiation, and he will let mid one go. Never mind, pardon me. A fair move from Jackie. I don't think he necessarily needs to really overcommit for that kill. He just decides to play it safe. With Shrapnel, he saw multiple TPs coming in and didn't want any of that smoke. SMG, we're probably really hoping for a kill there as well, because of course now that Lina naturally can no longer tank the Timbersaw top lane, she's been given the boot, so she'd love to now transition and start farming in this bottom lane.
Dire's top tower.
So I think that's especially a good reason as to why Jackie just plays that super safe.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to keep the safe lane an unsafe place for the Lina.
Exactly.
Means that now SMG, they need to decide what core is more important. They said mid one, I agree. Helm is more important right now.
Right.
But it'll be tough for the Lina to recover. Like
in the meantime, I mean, Bleed, they're applying pressure on all fronts here, basically, right? Top lane, Masaros is pushing in. There's the Exo, which is dual purpose. It continues to tank mid lane, as well as for that top lane.
Oh, but
SMG, they're defending.
Yeah, Lina even joins in, allowing them to kill Dubu. Chidori finding some use.
Nice combo there, the toss into Walrus Punch. That looked good. Not playing though, Masaros eventually
flying combo.
Right, flying combo.
Yeah. There's not much of it. There isn't any combo there, but it looks nice.
I mean, guess not.
It's
like one of those combos in fighting games that just like has a name when you do it, you know?
Sure, it feels like Rocket League overtime. Just don't let the ball touch the ground,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Don't let the Undying touch the ground. Or who was it? The Dubu Clockwork touch the ground.
The Dubu Clockwork touch the ground. Yeah. And now he's forced to buy Shard, so you can get the jetpack.
Really good readout from Jackie. He will TP out in time. SMG had scanned and Moon was on the hunt, but didn't want to commit the Ice Shards for vision.
And now you have two heroes bottom, and Jackie can just push mid.
Yeah.
Nafu defend?
I don't think he's too committed on defending here, especially now that Jackie's shown what you've...
Top.
Oh, whoa.
Top.
Whoa.
Masaros says, guys, I don't think Lina's dealing any damage to me. And that's exactly what allowed Masaros to slice and dice right through her.
Literally 0 damage to the point where Chidori tried to start taking down the courier instead. And now Masaros, he's down bottom.
Again, he feels invincible. He just killed the enemy carry. He knew he can't take any damage, but now his stacks are depleting. He has to be a little bit careful. Never mind.
Nope.
Moon's already dead.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, yes. That's the real slice and dicing we're looking for. Magic damage.
He wasn't expecting access to be maxed, I suppose. I mean, yes. Otherwise, I don't think there's any reason for that. And maybe he, quote-unquote, forgot that he didn't go for, like, even the cloak. I mean, he's very vulnerable to magic damage at this stage of the game.
Look, when you kill that many people, you develop a god complex, and narcissism just gets you, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you think you're too good for the game, and you realize, I am still killable.
And mid one is going to collect a nice little bounty on his head as well, 350 golds, as he immediately goes next into the Helm of the Overlord, so it'll be the Vlad's upgrade there. But overall, it's SMG who are still struggling a little bit now on terms of map control. You can even see Bleed specifically play hard on some of these wards in the Dire jungle, setting up some more aggressive moves that Bleed can look to make, especially now that Dubu has hit level 6. He's got his Tranquils online. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some really aggressive smokes through the map here, trying to continue to kill this Lina.
Nope, hook shot. Finds the poor Undying. Afu trying to... I think he's trying to summon Tombstone.
I think he was trying to...
Sorry? Dance?
He was trying to, yes, he was trying to reflect and repel him using the power of dance there. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him.
The Tusk goes in, trying to kill Dubu, but now he's close to his...
Oh, hello, Corden.
Yeah, Corden is joining him, and thanks to the help of Jackie, I think Moon's dead.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Meanwhile, from behind, Masaros was fighting his own fight against Boomy.
Nice vault.
Does get over the cliff thanks to the Tumbler's toy.
Yeah, but now Corden's going to get some one-on-one time here with the tower. This is a problem. SMG needs to defend this. Once again, Afu 3 points in decay.
Yeah, silence. Avalanche toss combo. They can't toss back Jackie at this rate, but they get him with a Primal Roar instead. So Jackie might just die in place, unless they lack the damage. Mid one of boys terrorize.
Okay.
They got him finally. It was all Chidori. But he's dying to the Timbersaw. Corden, though, he's just dying to the 3 remaining heroes of SMG. As Dubu sets up cogs in the middle of the lane to try to annoy SMG, and they are annoyed enough to kill him apparently, as he gets punched to death by an Undying. Masaros cuts down Boomy.
He's big.
Looking for revenge against mid one. A big Undying though, standing this way, and that's exactly what he called out first.
Can he
do so? He has Chakram, but he's lacking the mana now. He's gonna have to recall it soon. He doesn't have the mana to keep it up anymore. And now Masaros, he's just a big tank, but without mana, he has no damage. He has no life any longer.
Wow, really nicely done. Yeah, I think against an Undying with that much HP, you just have to hit him with Whirly Deaths there. I think even with the Chakram, even level 1, it's not going to be enough. That man's way too big. They're not really respecting that Afu likes to max his decay. The biggest deal here is going to be the cooldown. The damage, sure, it's fine, and it allows you to farm, which is why he likes to do it. But it's the amount of HP that he's just able to accumulate. He's at 1,400, 1,500 HP right now, pardon me. He's huge. You can't kill him even more when he's got Flesh Golem active. I mean, you just have to put some respect on that. You're not killing him with just a chakram there.
No, no. Also, the mana calculations were not ideal there. Hookshot, Fine Tusk as well. Moon.
It's fine time.
Okay. Snowball should... Oh, nice. The cards were actually really well played.
Here's Masaros yet again.
Dubu's fine for now as a result of those cards.
Tombstone's up.
The creep is still hitting Dubu, and now it's Masaros' turns to hit as he goes for Afu. Avalanche, allowing Afu to retreat for now. They have to break the Tombstone first. Masaros wants revenge. Chakram is slow, unfortunately, doesn't get him with the return Chakram, so he's not going to get the kill on the dying he was looking for.
Big fights here for SMG. They're recovering pretty nicely on the Lina. She did join that last fight in order to defend the Tier 1 tower, which has 14 HP and did die, but has since just been straight up farming, which is pretty nice because she is catching up very quickly to now the start that Jackie had. So that's at least good moves for her.
Fascinating they're not denying it, huh?
Yeah, I guess they...
I think it's just one hit away, right?
Masaros should just kind of walk in and hit it, honestly, at this stage. Surprised why he hasn't, as we'll take a look at that previous fight from before.
Yeah, so here, the importance of the team fight. Like, it seemed really good that you forced the Primal Roar to be wasted on... Or not wasted, but used on Jackie, right? As opposed to just tossing him. But the fact... And that's allowed the kill on Chidori as a result, right? Because he had to get out of position. But it just seems like SMG had a much stronger team fight regardless.
And a good smoke break there as well. In the meantime, here in the live picture is going to prevent maybe another death on Chidori. So SMG recovering nicely from this early game. Pretty disciplined play.
We're still watching this really long fight.
Just watching him run out of mana there. There it is. Big old Walrus punch, and eventually they get through him.
Needed more slow-mo.
Mid lane, no. Oh, Moon's not going to have any spells here. He's already used his one bout, but they're thinking about a toss back.
And they get it. The cogs might have helped him a little bit. As Dubu just tries to hookshot himself. At least a little bit more stuns.
He's out.
He's in the middle of this fight.
But Jackie's here too?
Jackie is here, but the Walrus Punch gets rid of Play Hard. And Jackie's a haste rune, so he can just... Sorry, Moon is a haste rune. So he's going to outrun Jackie.
Yep, easy enough there for him. Still see himself out of trouble. Oh, I thought he was going further. Does need to be a little bit careful. Of course, this is a carry sniper who takes literally no points in the assassinates. He has, however, maxed both of his abilities, so no points in the stats. It's not stat sniper like we used to see. But eventually, Jackie now is going to have a couple of points in assassinates, which might end up making a difference there. But you can see how difficult it is for these melee heroes to get on top of a sniper. Even with a haste rune, there's absolutely no way Moon reaches in there without Snowball, of course. That's really going to be the make or break thing here for Bleed's game, for SMG's game as well, is actually getting on top and threatening the sniper a bit. This is the start of the itemizations where snipers start to realize this could be a problem. So you see Hurricane Pike in the quick buy. Maybe we'll also see this concussive grenade chard, which I hear you're quite a big fan of.
Oh, did you hear that cast the cap?
I did.
It is the best shard in the game.
That was actually this is the game, the matchup that maybe you brought it up in. You did cast this game with Cap originally.
What?
This matchup, Bleed versus SMG.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was the game where you did 9 games of Dota and then got on a 3 a.m. flight, though, so I don't blame you for misremembering.
I don't remember any of that day. They're killing Afu here in this fight. Boomy is also going to get destroyed. Both supports are dead and expands for Dubu, sorry. Not that big a deal there. Corden, though, he is going down to Moon, who does the Walrus Punch available. It could punish Masaros.
He's just
and nothing is stopping Chidori right now, as the fire and flames are killing off Masaros. Playhard is the next target here for SMG, and it feels like Bleed just don't have the damage.
Was that Chakram defective? Or all those blades blunt? Why did CDR take 0 damage there? Did you see that? He was just standing. It's level 1 Chakram.
Oh, it's called Vlad's.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. It must have been the Vlad's aura, because they just didn't care.
I mean, his level 1 Chakram is pretty bad. People overestimate the level 1 Chakram.
Nice little hook shot. It does get Dubu onto the high ground. Not a bad initiation.
It just feels to me like Corden needs to last longer in these fights. They just get rid of him like he's an afterthought. Look at this. Okay, he's like chasing down Moon. Great, fantastic. Primal Roar. And all of a sudden, oh, Corden, bye.
And then look. And then CDR just like the heals through Chakram.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, wow.
Chakram level 1, the damage per second is 50. It's not great.
I guess you're right.
It's more about the pass damage than it is about the damage per second as well.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And speaking of Corden, he's trying to pass through, I don't know, into the next realm here, the way he's kind of playing. He's got Kaya and Sancho. He feels strong, but unfortunately just isn't, as they'll initiate onto Masaros.
Yeah, they're going to kill Corden first. Corden seems like the easier target. Much squishier. Spirit Siphon on everything.
Wow.
And that's not going to keep him alive. Boomy will be the exchange here. That exchange rate is not favoring Bleed.
No, it's not.
Play hard. Will just die to the auto attacks. They didn't have Shadow Realm.
They didn't know there was a ward here. SMG set that up just as the fight started there. Afu, some spectacular warding might actually earn them the first Roche here. Moon is rejoining, has a fresh BKB, so he's going to be really itching for a fight. This could be a moment, big one here as well for SMG. They don't have Tombstone, but even then, they don't care. It's Tombstone level 1. They really are not maxing or prioritizing this ability whatsoever. It's about the heals, it's about the decay, and it's about tanking right now for Afu. As Roshan number 1 will go the way towards Team SMG. There's a BKB now and an Aegis for Chidori. He is strong. He's very strong. Into the BOTs next already. My goodness, he's almost got the money for that. And Boomy eventually will get his Blink Dagger online as well.
Find Clock, kill Dubu.
Okay.
All response to the Stratosphere.
But Masaros?
Next target. He is getting hurt by a lot of magical damage, but now stacking with the armor doesn't seem to matter, apparently, as they just kill whatever's in sight here. Masaros is capable of timber chaining himself to safety, but Playhard will not be so lucky.
Okay.
And the Tusk.
Whoa,
Moon?
whoa,
Moon?
whoa,
That's
whoa,
Force
Moon.
Punch, right? Moon, oh no! Moon? He's okay, it's okay. He has a Soul Rip, everyone's healing, and Moon is fine. He calculated this perfectly. No other man could do what Moon did, kill his own teammate by accident, and still survive. Look at this. Look at the bait Moon did. This is all Moon's doing.
And Boomy's maybe looking for a counter initiation. No, he's going to get out. They're not playing this too risky, and I said it's going to have to be mid 1, who seems to be the one to pay the price. He's going to try and sneak away in pick form, and does at least snatch a bounty rune.
This little piggy went to the bank.
Yes, he did. He invested. There's stonks for him right there.
And this little piggy now has a retirement fund.
Yeah, there's a 401k growing. mid 1.
Doesn't exist in...
Oh, no.
And do you want to know a fun fact?
Yeah.
DJ's first ever team? I forgot the name of it, but the team name was based on the Philippine equivalent of the 401k fund. Because it was just 30 players that all rotated in the same team.
I see. Execration.
No, that's not execration.
Yeah.
It was actually 30 players that were constantly on the roster. It was Dota 1 team.
I see.
Yeah.
That's no flame towards Execration, but if you look at the team player page of Execration, you'll see, you'll recognize a lot of big Filipino names on that. Everyone's been through Execration.
Not DJ though.
Not DJ.
Boomy? Because he was in Korea by that time.
Oh, yeah.
He was the MVP Phoenix guy.
A lot of TPs coming. SMG are going to fight. I'm a little bit more surprised by the fact that Bleed seemed to be quite eager to fight as well. Does someone have a Witchblade, by the way? I thought I saw that debuff on...
I don't see the Witchblade. I also don't know who would buy a Witchblade.
Yeah, I don't know who would buy the Witchblade either.
I think the Witch is dead though.
Not Witchblade.
The Witch is dead, Richie.
As she is.
Dubu is the next target. First you go for the magic, then you go for the technology. But unfortunately, tech is better.
Yes, it is, and quite
Ask
tanky.
Steve Jobs. He fought many witches in his life.
That's right, he did. Hook shot is to get.
And that's why he won.
Not a Witchblade. The Mage Slayer is the item I thought I saw with like the debuff on.
Oh, Mage Slayer.
Yeah, there's no Mage Slayers up.
Okay, Richie, I think you're going crazy.
I don't know. I swear I thought I saw it, but I was very clearly wrong there. Not to worry though, SMG. And once again, pressing their advantage with the Sage. There's still 2 minutes left on this thing before the Lina. Shaki clears wave after wave.
Oh, I see. The Assassinate with the Immortal looks like
oh, yes, it does really look like Mage Slayer, doesn't it?
Mage Slayer, that's why. It's okay, Lance value. It's never been affected.
No, not at all.
At least we don't have Ursa that looks like a Swiss man. That would have been destroyed the game.
Alpine Warrior.
Yes. Bavarian Ursa.
I don't know, bears can't do that.
Yeah, it's only elephants that can go up the Alps.
It's true.
We don't have an elephant hero though.
Well, maybe walruses. He's got himself a Blink Dagger on top of his BKB, which by the way is still 8 seconds long, so Moon very strong here. Also getting a pretty serious siege going here, courtesy with this Lina. Yeah, give her the Frenzy, there you go.
All right, Fire Sulphur's Frenzy, that sounds like a...
And Inner Beast.
All right.
It's good.
And in drums as well.
Oh, yeah.
Now you gotta get AC for max attack speed Lina.
Get the AC, get her, someone get her a Moon Shard.
So attack speed bonus on Lina with 7x4 is what, 280? Just with the Fire Soul alone? Another 100 from the Frenzy, right?
I'm always 3
Wait, 7 times 80.
10 times 40, sorry.
Yeah. 7 by 40, you mean?
Yeah, 7 times 40.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's all 280.
Yes. Okay.
So 10 times 40.
That's the number we're looking
And then you could have 75, so it's like 355 just from the bonuses alone. Then Inner Beast on top of that, which is another extra 40. You're almost reaching 400 attack speed on bonuses.
It ain't bad. I mean,
that's incredible.
Just ask this tier 2 tower. Plus, by the way, she's hitting out from outside tower range.
Of course, because he has Girl Bow.
Yep.
Then you have to buy Dragon Lance for this game, even though Hurricane Pike is amazing. Lenas don't need them anymore.
I mean, you could just see the difference from when mid one's standing next to her. There's the Frenzy. There we go.
Oh my god.
It's 640 attack speed right there.
Bottom tower has fallen.
What's the cap? Like 800 on this hero? Maybe 700 something?
I think it's 700, right?
That's pretty scary for her already. And this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, I feel like we're already getting to that stage of the game because of all the buffs that they have for her, the save counter initiation, where like, okay, Dubu, hookshot onto me, see what happens.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I mean, Aegis has been reclaimed, right? So SMG with a little bit less wind in their sails and Bleed perhaps with an open ocean ahead of them, but it's still, I think, rough seas if I'm going to continue with these sailing metaphors, especially for Masaros, who has been really chopping through these waves quite easily in the early game and has kind of just hit a brick wall.
Yeah, frankly, I had more trust in the Timbersaw, but it just seems like Lina has enough damage. Now Avalanche, toss as well from Boomy.
Oh, they got Jackie.
And you have a Tombstone as well here. Difficult place to fight for Bleed, but they will get Boomy first as they retreat back to the high ground. Unfortunately, Clockwork will retreat to the wrong high ground.
We got Dubu, boys. We got what we came for. Dubu takes his 11th death of this game.
The highest of grounds for Dubu.
Dubu always quite well known for being that like very sacrificial support player, isn't he?
Yes.
There's many who now hold that title, but to me, he's still one of the most.
Yeah, one of them is in our panel.
Is that so?
Yeah, Pi.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Pi was the first position 7 support.
Really pioneering there on the Enchantress, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Pi quite literally was the one that's like, if you died, you're creating space for your team. And then people in 2K was like, I'm dying creating space. Pi actually made pups toxic for like a whole 2 years. That's why he had to retire. He felt like he was bad for the community.
That's right. That's right.
But he was, I think, the original like sacrificial support.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. Pi's a legend, dude. Back in the Cloud9 days.
How much did he pay you to say that?
Nothing. I was just a big fan of the old Envy.
Fair enough.
Envy's dying on one side of the map, Pi's dying on the other one. You're like, no, guys, it's all space for mid lane.
All space. Boomy is probably going to be killed here unless he gets out of the way of this one real fast, trying to get his Blink Dagger online. Let's see if they can find him here. Play hard into the trees. Ooh, nice. Just off the mark. They see him, but they don't have a Yule, so.
Oh my god, this is the longest TP. He TP'd to an outpost. He almost not.
Yeah, he did. He TP'd all the way back down bottom. That's because SMG are poking and prodding here. They have a ward set up, so they actually have vision on Masaros. And he probably knows because the creeps chased him here.
Orden's trying to kill off the dinosaur.
Oh, and they've roared Corden.
They can toss him back. Mid one moves to make sure they can finish off Corden in a matter of seconds.
He doesn't have buyback, and the hook shots onto the Lina, but Dubu's got to get out of here.
Now a Ghost Scepter on Afu just in case this sniper gets even more cheeky.
It's Tombstone down at least, but now you're without a mid laner here for Bleed. SMG, they are looking pretty good now for securing that. What are they playing for? 5th place, right? 5th, 6th, I believe. Yeah, because we have a 3rd, 4th tiebreaker to play.
5th, 6th, you're right. It's easier to just say they're playing for 1,000 less than the bot. That's the only way I understand
and 30 DPC points.
That's hard for me to comprehend.
Well, it depends what TI is, right? Who knows?
Where TI is?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because then they have to play the Vs again.
Yes. Well, I was going to say, because then, perhaps, for example, in this last Singapore TI, I'd say then it's 30 more potential chicken rices, right?
Right, I see.
I mean, hey, we are in the region where it came down to 1 point, right? You can't underestimate these things.
No, I completely agree with you.
I think even when you start looking, at years previous in the TI qualifiers and the regional qualifiers, some 30 points is can be a difference between upper bracket, lower bracket, or different seeds and getting a much easier first round.
That's exactly
a big deal.
This is why we're playing all the tiebreakers this year, guys. Valve rules. Right. Thank you to them.
I mean, you have to think about it. Like everything that teams do in DPC is for TI. It's why these guys are still playing this game carefully and still looking for ways back in if you're Bleed.
You mean they don't play for the honor of being an RTPC broadcast?
Not quite.
You sure?
No. I mean, at this point now, the team's out of the major. The next 2 teams, however, will. So they're going to be playing for a chance in the major. That'll be coming up next, as we've had a couple hour-long games in our first series, courtesy of Cap and SVG, which has delayed this one.
Courtesy of them, as they forced the teams.
They did.
The scariest part of the broadcast when Avery brings his gun and he starts telling teams. Avo and Richie got the longest game of the DPC. This cannot stand.
You know, we beat him just by like 20 seconds, right?
26 seconds, I think.
That was a close one. A little too close, I think.
Yeah, because I also have my own tools.
Here they go.
Dubu. Oh my god. Dubu, bye-bye Dubu.
They're on the Corden again now.
Afu has the Ghost Scepter. He's fine. They're trying to finish off a Tiny. This would be a good target.
Onto 3.
Get rid of this toss back. Goodbye to Tiny. Okay, close support one. Dead. Corden fighting CDR head on. And the hook shot from Doom with a true sacrificial support here. Making sure his cores don't have to sacrifice anything.
Nobody kills Dubu 12 times in a row without him getting an assist. That's what he said right there.
Great hook shot, though. Great buyback.
No, it was a phenomenal buyback from Dubu. Absolutely. I don't want to distract from that. Really good, strong fight as well from SMG. I was impressed with Moon's state of just his awareness to really try and keep Corden out of that fight as long as possible, because things started looking really poorly as soon as he does rejoin that fight. Moon, by the way, with a completely YOLO play, he might try and steal this. He still has BKB, but no Blink Dagger for 8, so I think he's out of range here. So, bleed. Oh, well, hold on, Jackie. Oh, there he is. He figured it out. He's picked up the Aegis. Scared me there for a second.
Yep. And they gave play hard the Shard. The Shard is absolutely incredible. Despite how great Concussive Grenade is, I respect Jackie's decision to be a team player.
And that's really, I mean, that's all Corden in that fight, by the way. That's the reason that Selena dies. I have to give credit to Bleed for, once again, just being in the right position to break that smoke. I do think SMG were perhaps a little bit too hasty. Once again, maybe back to their earlier season format where they kind of just force things a little bit too much without all the pieces quite being there. I mean, if I'm SMG, I'm thinking, hey guys, we still have this max attack speed Lina with tag team, a phenomenal Roche controller in the form of this Undying and Tiny with Hawks for vision. Maybe we can just chill and wait for Roche, right? And then they say, no, actually, let's take this fight. I mean, it just... I feel like they could have waited there, if I'm being honest with you, especially with the way the position of the map where that smoke was broken was a pretty precarious position to be fighting around. Like, sure, there's no more tier 2s at that stage for Bleed, but you're just outside of their high ground.
Yeah, but all of the other team fights went so smoothly for them, so maybe they just came in thinking they were much above the rest, right?
And they're still at a 7k difference, but... Oh, okay. Ubu.
They want to make sure this is a dieback. That was immediate with a double damage Walrus punch.
Yes, it was. That's a...
Also Assault Caress.
Oh yeah, good point. Even more attack speed now for the Lina, who has not had to build that.
And minus armor, and extra armor for your team, which helps against the Ghosts.
Lina nearly at Satanic now. So even with this Aegis, it's still an AK net worth lead for SMG, so they are still pretty strong. It's just a matter of kicking off these fights in the right way. Again, this DP hero, even with level 2 Exo there, by the way, still finding a really good impact in the team fight. He's disassembled, by the way, the Kaya and Sanj, so he's taking the Sanj for this Heaven's Halberd. We'll see what he decides his Kaya will turn into, maybe eventually down the line an E-Blade, but for now it's about getting this plate mail online. And a more rare item there on the Tusk, as you can see. Only the 6th Tusk AC. Does give a lot more credence to his 25 talent.
In CDPC?
In all of DPC, it looked like.
Interesting. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
Gives a lot more reason and helps this 25 talent, which we like to see, right? The 12% Walrus Punch, more attack speed, more chances to profit. But
I feel like if the other talent was not so meh, this talent wouldn't be as strong. But with the other talent being pretty meh, I think this is by far the best talent.
Well, not to mention, well, I think actually one reason, sorry, to get back to the rarity of the AC, is probably because it's, what, a 5,000 gold item or so, and Ags is 4,200. And I'm starting to get to the point of the game where, whoa, guys, you're playing against a sniper, you're playing against a DP. We've got to kick these heroes out of position.
Dubu will fight an Undying, who's trying to de-ward.
He exacts his revenge.
He does. However, you don't want to lose anyone else. Unless
Moon, you just go in.
Yeah, but Playhard might not be the best target. They help Shadow Realm here. They help with Boomy, and they almost kill Playhard here. Shadow Realm is available in a second. Now Playhard should be fine.
Jackie's just
Tree doesn't kill him. Jackie is blasting, forcing away the reinforcements, and Moon will die for this, even using his BKB in the process. That was another one of those fights you would talk about with SMG.
Yeah, I feel like they're just really forcing the fights right now. I'm not exactly sure why they feel so pressured into doing this, especially because like it's not like they Moon knows that there's an Aegis online. Like, he completely ignores Sniper in the fight as much as he can, because of course he hits like a truck. They're going in again, Avo.
Yes, they are. But this time, Story's leading the fray, Boomy as well, and they go for the supports. Jackie, however, will force Boomy to TP. Unfortunately, the TP will not be successful.
He's got a lot of damage now between I Have Scotty and Daedalus.
I don't get what these are accomplishing.
Do you remember the very first game we casted? It couldn't have been an SMG game, was it? Where we saw this very similar play, where they're like, he's capturing the outpost. We can't let him do that. Do you remember this?
Yes, but I also remember the opposite play, which also I think was from this team, which was, I will capture the outpost solo.
Right.
I think it was Fnatic or Boom. And I'm not just saying it because they're 0 and whatever. Like, I remember one player capturing the outpost.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, true. Fnatic did win for ruining Talon.
That's why we have the tiebreaker series to follow.
That is why. But they were capturing the outpost solo. In the beginning, outposts were a big question mark to me, where I thought, did they patch these things to make them, like, much more valuable? But no.
Again, I'm just surprised SMG feel like they really need to fight there. I mean,
into an Aegis.
You kill Dubu, like, congrats. He's 3-14 and 10 now. But, like, he doesn't care. He's happy with that.
Yeah. Maybe they're not. It's hard to calculate how much damage Tusk deals, and maybe that's why you think that you can get away with these like surprise kills and walk away.
Dubu's been playing this position 5 sacrificial style so long, and Dota in general so long, he doesn't even know what KDA means anymore. He's like, what? What does that mean? What is this stat?
He thinks actually you're speaking to him, and he's speaking to him about the League of Legends K-pop group.
Right? Is that? Oh, right.
Yeah,
that's right. They are a K-pop group. Yeah, that's right. He's like, yeah, actually, I do have them on my playlist. And they're like, no, you're KDA. And he goes, what? I'm a support. What does that even mean?
Kada?
I just seems like such a haphazard engagement, especially because you just lost a fight where you know there's probably a ward on this cliff. So like, if you get pulled back even like 5 meters, the fight's already really bad for you. And also your Tusk has I don't know. I don't know why they feel so pressured now. Bleach certainly are strong, but they've turned what was like a 10k net worth lead into a 7. With lots of map control relinquished back. It wasn't but like 2-3 minutes ago where Bleed were just kind of, trapped on their own high ground because they kind of still felt like the pickoff was heavily favoring SMG. Maybe now that Chidori is like really big, full Silver Edge, Satanic, BKB, you know, maybe it starts to get a bit better. He's actually going as well for this Dragonlance. We used to see Carrie Lenas go for this all the time. It's kind of fallen out of favor, I think, in favor of Maelstrom instead. But against a Sniper, right, you're just looking to try and equalize that attack range a bit more.
Honestly, Hurricane Piper's Clockwork as well. Like,
that's a good point.
At this point, you kind of need it. We talked about it earlier. Like, it's a good item this game. Lenas feels strong enough. But we also were talking about how she was about to finish Satanic 27 at minute 27. At minute 27,
there it is.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And 8 minutes later, she's just now completed this item.
Mid lane, Dubu, once again. He's going to bloodlust his enemies here into diving onto it. Ah, get him!
No chill on Moon, and once again, he's going to go for a
snowball, though. It's Dubu.
That was incredible. Curse Crown onto 3. They didn't consider that. They want to go Lina Terrorize as well. They're going for the other cores, the easier ones. Moon's down. And Masaros knows no fear, but he also doesn't know how to timber chain to 3, so it's going to be okay for them.
And Dubu lives, by the way. He says, just try me.
I want to point out, a massive Curse Crown always is your mistake. There's no way that was planned. I'm surprised they got such a massive stun onto 3.
What was the snowball, Curse Crown?
Yeah, it was like a
followed up with a Terrorize? I mean, my goodness.
SMG's like, guys, these spells are so strong. How do we avoid them?
Stop. Why? Just let Dubu live, man. Leave Dubu alone. And I think SMG immediately do much better. Like, go on Masaros even.
There's no need for Moon to play like this. There really isn't. I'd rather he goes for the Walrus Kick instead of this odd Tusk. You don't need to be One Punch Man. You really don't need to be One Punch Man this game.
In One Punch Man, is there like one person that One Punch Man always punches, and that's why he needs to punch Dubu here? Or?
No, I'm saying because he's trying to just kill him in one hit, right?
Right.
But this is like a lot of tank top masters in One Punch Man where they think they're strong, but they're not really that great. And every time they meet Saitama, they realize they're weak. And this is what Moon is having. Is his arc right now. And Saitama is Jackie.
And he's like, maybe I should have invested not all my points into my right arm and instead done leg day as well so I could kick enemies out of position.
Yeah, or maybe I shouldn't have invested all my powers into a tank top, which is the weirdest power ever. There's a whole slew of them as well.
What?
They're called the Tank Top Masters.
Tank Top Master.
Yeah, they all have different tank tops of different like a tiger tank top, the classic muscle tee tank top.
And this is the anime we're talking about, right? Not Jackie?
Yeah, this is the anime. Yeah. I think Jackie also has a tank top, but I haven't seen it.
They might. Speaking of Jackie's swag and the collection he has, Jackie is one of the players for who the longest time I've always noticed is always rocking the best sets in Dota.
It's true. Jackie has a lot of style.
Yeah. This man, and no matter what hero he's playing, you better bet you that thing is dressed to the nines.
It's true, it's true. Moon, okay. I guess this time it worked.
There it is.
It worked. They kill the support finally. There's no buyback either. Moon gets to go away with the BKB, but
the disarm Chidori.
It's the classic SCA fight. You fight as soon as your teammate is dead.
Right before Roche as well.
But Primal Roar
Corden
keeps Corden in place. They have enough damage. They have a Tuskar. That damage is being increased by Lotus Storm. They'll give a lot of space to Corden, who blinks forward, gets Moon. Now he's fighting head-on against Chidori. That's not gonna work in his favor.
Corden's dead. It was the tombstone, that blasted tombstone that Jackie was not able to progress against. He doesn't have BKB, and he only has I don't know about the Hurricane Pike. So he was just trying to fight tombstone, was uphill missing. It kept getting healed as well by Afu. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know if that blink forward by Corden was necessary. I think he could just blink back. Would have been fine.
Yeah.
No Moon anyway, but
Boomy?
Boomy?
Oh, you're right. It does look like Mage Slayer.
Yeah, it does. Okay, Boomy is invoking Moon's power.
Yes, he is. But there's a toss back at the ready.
There is.
With Alina as well nearby. No mana on her, though.
They do see the Lina, though, with the set free.
Whoa!
The Hawk! Not the Eastern European, the Hawk.
Right.
This Hawk does not wear a tank top.
No, he does not. This Hawk cannot crush a watermelon in his biceps.
That is how he practices before the game.
I think so. I think so. It's one of my favorite Reddit posts where he toggles strength treads.
One of my favorite storylines always is at Stockholm. Remember how they had to give the Hawk extra space?
Oh my god, they did actually. Yeah.
He was the only player they had to move the setup for so the Hawk could actually fit his massive biceps.
It was a bit wide.
On the table.
It started off as a really good fight here, by the way, for Bleed to key back in onto the game because they actually got both 5-second halberds onto the Lina, but Lina just kind of ran away, and the rest of SMG was there, and Bleed simply couldn't follow, which is why I think you're right to be a little bit critical, or even just focus on maybe that blink wasn't the best from Corden, right? It's because the rest of your team couldn't follow through. Sniper, as you can see, he was just blasting Tombstone, didn't want to really get dragged up there, not somewhere where Bleed immediately have vision, and, well, once again, it's SMG who still have a bit of an advantage here in this game. It's still Moon, who, by the way, refuses to build this Axe for now. But third Roche has respawned and has an Axe Blessing, so maybe that's what he was banking on the whole time.
Once you commit to the one-punch build, that's all he's doing now. Like, seriously. There's a point booster at the end of his quick buy, which I presume is for the eventual Axe.
Nah, it's Ice Scotty for sure.
I hope not. If you buy the point booster for Ice Scott, it's Manta style.
What else goes into?
Oh no, sorry, no, that's not it. That's the ultimate.
Yeah. What else goes into? What else can you build that into?
Wraith Pact.
Oh yeah, good point.
They already have. Oh no, they have the other one. They have the.
Or a soul booster for an Octarine. It's probably Octarine actually.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
More Walrus.
More Walrus punches. He still has Bottle, by the way. Okay. Still has plenty of slots to play with here. Bleed are going to somehow make it on over to the high ground where they might just go and do Roche, honestly. Yeah, and they will.
At the rate of how long these games are going, I think we won't finish by the time Western Europe does their whole tiebreakers, which are started 2 hours ago.
Which, by the way, might be infinite because they got best of ones. But we have a best of 3, which you tune into next because it'll determine who's going to the major.
I think this is infinite as well, just in a different way.
Oh.
Terrorize for the time. Get rid of those tossbacks. Unfortunately, there is no follow-up. In fact, there's only TP. Oh, and they're retreating. Snowball gets the Dark Willow. That was a drive-by.
Bleed, you
Jackie with a concussive grenade. He still has the Hurricane to move it even further. And they found Corden in the trees. Being used by Lina. She's been disarmed though. Good heavens, however, Corden. That's not going to save his life as Corden. He's slowly depleting. That's going to be the Spirit's Life, but not useful enough.
Jackie, he's still fighting though.
Snowball to the high ground. That contains Alina as well. Surprise, Jackie's dead. Going for Dubu instead.
They're buying back.
He has a Ghost Scepter. They want Jackie's second life. Hurricane Pike first. He has no BKE, but doesn't have a cheese. Is he going to use it? He will. Still broken, though. He doesn't have the headshot anymore, and they're just pummeling him to death. As Lina survives this whole onslaught, Dubu can't do anymore. Everyone's stuck in the cogs now. It's time for Chidori to retreat, as Boomy allows him to do so with a special avalanche. Everyone in SMG will just slowly leave the fight.
A special avalanche, huh?
Yeah, a special avalanche for God Chidori.
Yeah, and it's going to get him out of that fight. Chidori, no Aegis, of course, so he's going to have to back himself all the way on home to refill on his HP and mana. But you better believe that SMG are going to go right back up to high ground as soon as they finish up. They've already cleared through the bottom lane of Barracks. Mid lane is shoving in hard as well as bottom. A really crazy fight for Bleed. I am shocked that they decided to take that fight outside of their high ground, even with Aegis. I mean, they do have wards here on the cliffs, which I think would explain why, but SMG, I mean, they've shown time and time again that they're not going to back away from any fight that you present them. I think that in mind, Bleed ought to have kind of trying to conserve this Aegis for the high ground defense, because there's no buyback on this Sniper Avo. He's just about 200 gold short, a little bit less, but won't have high ground, or he won't have buyback for this next fight unless he gets a kill. Oh my goodness, and there's a DD on Lina.
Goodbye, Talon.
Yep, and likely Barracks as well on their way out. 1 foot out the door, really, already.
Yep.
And maybe Bleed 1 foot in the grave here as they position 6. A little bit more secured for them.
It's once again Dubu who they target. Stuns with Primal Roar. They might want to kill Timbersaw first, but Dubu seems like an easier target. Lina can't quite decide. Masaros being chased down. Disarm helping him out, but Corden has now put himself in the eye of the tiger. The eye of Lina specifically. As Chidori wants to reposition. They want to take this fight in the low ground. Dubu will die as a result of that fight. Now cornered from behind. They're going for the Lina. They get the terrorize off. Jackie is dead though. Where's damage coming from? It's only Masaros, and he's chasing down Chidori. Moon as well. Moon will suffer the double chakram here as they just chase down Masaros instead. Cornet is falling to mid 1. Nobody here can survive. Bleed. They thought they were stronger, but they forgot their carry was dead.
Yeah, their carry died very quickly as well.
He was bleeding. He does bleed. They had a kryptonite switchblade.
They really did. Avalanche on top of him, and then they immediately just closed the gap there with the Lina Walrus Punch. And that was rough. Good jump there by Boomy, and this is looking like at least Megas, if not just straight up the game. That's a dieback there onto Corden. Oh, okay. They'll at least get the Undying for free. Dubu, though, has been tossed back.
Walrus Punch.
Moon, he can't resist the wall. Oh, no, he has to resist the Walrus Punch.
It doesn't matter. Chidori will kill him.
Yeah. It's an Axe Scepter, of course. Axe Blessing was picked up by the Timbersaw. Trying to do his best here, but that's Megas already.
Primal for the Willow. Get rid of anyone that bought back here. It's only one man versus the world. It's Masaros. He could do it in some of his Timbersaw games, but this is not one of them.
No, it is not.
He'll just be quickly disposed of as the GG is called by Bleed. SMG will get the 1,000 Nasilamala to 30 DPC points. This team doesn't care, but they win.
No, and I think most importantly for them, I think they can be happy with the way that they've progressed throughout their season. I think is really the biggest thing to take away from this, if I'm honest. Because you're right, 30 DPC points, I mean, I have tried to hype it up, and I think it could end up making a little bit of a difference once we find ourselves looking around the spring tour and the summer tour and start kind of, you know, thinking about what these points are going to mean. But for now, it's not the biggest deal in the world. They both remain ahead of the spring tour in Division 1. But it's more to me about how these teams have kind of basically switched paths. It was Bleed who started off a bit stronger, I think at 1.3-1, and have now fallen to 3-4 and losing this tiebreaker, placing 6th, but still remaining Div 1. And it's instead SMG who, you know, maybe surprisingly had the toughest matchup first, right, versus Execration. One of still, I think, the best series of the entire DPC, right, that we've had here in C, with an incredible comeback by Execration in both of those games that they ended up winning. But SMG really coming back and bouncing back fairly well, securing a 5th place finish. Sure, the $1,000 and the 30 points might not really make a difference, but I think as far as like a team storyline, SMG can be a little bit happier with how they finished this league so far.
Yeah, it's always nice to be ending on a high note, especially for a team with a high ceiling. But let's see what our panel has to say, and let's see what they have to say as we get into the interview later.
Thank you so much, Avo and Richie. Not gonna lie, I did not see what happened to Sniper. He just like disappeared. What happened?
Did you see Winter?
Did he get kicked or did he get tossed?
Probably tossed. I think it's the
like
same.
tossed into, okay, I have a picture in my mind. He gets tossed back into Undying, who hits him once, 30% damage increase. Lina hits him like 4 times with DD.
GG.
Yeah,
something like
it
that.
happened so fast, but I mean, congrats to SMG. They're getting the extra 30 DPC points.
Shaky the DPC points, you know.
Yeah, but more than that, it feels good to, because you could just see throughout the series. First game, they looked so weird.
Yeah.
And then better and better. And this game, like, obviously the lanes didn't go that well.
Well, that's a product of the heroes, right? They're supposed to lose the lanes with the heroes that they picked. Maybe they could have done better because you said that if they lane the Undying with the Lina and then the Tiny with the Beast, so overall lane result might have been
slightly better.
Yeah, slightly, a small fraction better, but yeah, overall I felt like when their lineup is online, they did what they have to do. Apart from that one particular
this play,
this thing, yeah,
it's so unnecessary. I mean, if they can fix this, it will.
Yeah, the Roche.
They will get like 2 more wins.
The Roche is spawning. You know, all they need to do is just play the Mexican stance game. Like you stare at the enemy, they stare at you. You wait for the Roche. You wait for on your cliff. They wait for on their cliff. If they come fight you, you have Tombstone on.
Yeah, no, it's so sad because the Roche is actually up while they're getting killed here.
I mean, I think they scouted before that, and then they don't find the Roche. Then they decided to let's go smoke and try and fight them. You know. Yeah, but overall, we always see this like over-aggression from SMG. They're not happy when nothing's going on. They want to fight in blood, you know. They always want to fight.
They want to make bleed.
That's right. And I mean, they did.
They did indeed. I mean, I want to give a little shout out to Play Hard because I think he had some awesome terrorizes. Like he always hit some very cool, like 3-man terrorize, everyone running away. That was nice.
Yeah.
Nice for the eyes.
But they have a lot of issues they need to fix for sure. Like Bleeds, the way they prioritize the heroes, the way they're drafting. Because if we could tell, like this DP was going mid when they picked the Dark Willow, like something is not right, you know, when they're picking the sequence like that. It gives the opponent so much information to work with. They know that you are trying to put this Masaros on another like winning condition or greedier hero. Then it's easier for them to, you know, draft around that. But like overall, the early game went well for Bleed. They won all their lanes. But then they had this move at bot lane where I was telling you about. I felt like they shouldn't have tried to push the tier 1 bottom.
Yeah.
They secured the top tower and the middle tower. They had like I think a 3k, maybe close to 4k goal lead. They should have like continued farming. Maybe going bot was okay if they executed it better. Like the Timber was frontlining. DP hitting a tower, Sniper's like just hiding until the fight starts, you know? I mean,
Sniper almost like, he can almost TP in, right? Because they have the tier 1 up and he comes in with shrapnels.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that fight was okay if they executed every single detail to the highest level. But in my opinion, the move was wrong strategically because it gives your team a lot of chance to make an error because there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong there. So I felt like if they would have been more disciplined, you know, they play around the map, try to control Roche, just let SMG have the bottom side area and continue scaling, you know. Because in order to win the game, Sniper has to be super farmed.
Yeah. And here's your rivalry MVP, Afu, who played quite well on the Undying, you know, doing the good old soul rips and laying down some
Max DK level 7.
No, Max DK.
So that connects to the fight Winter's talking about in the bot lane, where he basically cleaned everything up, like gaining, he had like 50 plus strength. Killing everyone. And then later on, his itemization was perfect.
Ghost Scepter.
Ghost Scepter was super good. Good tombstone placements. Overall, like almost a perfect. I didn't see the lane, but other than that, it was like a really well played game.
Well, we got an interview with Mr. Perfect. Avu, congratulations on your win. How does it feel to have 30 extra DPC points?
Quite good. I'm gonna have my Happy Meal later. Let's go, Metal.
Ooh, Happy Meal! Do you like the toys?
No.
No, he likes the burgers.
I see. Oh, I thought he was getting a Happy Meal. I have a question. So what changed for you guys from game 1 to 2? Because game 1, like we were really hyping you guys up before the series started, and game 1 looked kind of iffy for you guys. Like it didn't look like you guys were on the same page. So what happened during like the break between those 2 games?
After the first game, we realized they kind of like to split, and we just make a small meeting and we just talk about how to deal with it. It's like we're gonna be more greedy on the map and just make them cannot split like that, and we find our timing to go. Yeah.
I see.
That's
Greed is
how
good.
we talk.
Yeah. You guys, questions?
So apart from apart from Kotal, like the other heroes that you guys have picked so far, which of them you feel like fits the team the most right now? If you have the option to pick any of the heroes like Beastmaster, Kotal, Broodmother, which are the heroes that you would prefer your team to play right now? Like if you have the option, because everybody's banning like different. Like some games they ban the Brood, some games they ban the Kotal, some games they ban Beastmaster.
You want the real answer or fake answer? You know the Undying, you know. I just tell them I'm gonna win the Undying game, okay?
Okay, sure, you know. Classic Undying player, you know.
Strong player.
Give me Undying, you know. I
The
can win you the game.
confidence, yeah. Pi?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm kind of wondering, how have you guys done in scrims now? Like compared to, because I'm looking at your results in the DPC, and some games you look amazing, sometimes you look weird. I'm just wondering, like, have the scrims looked similar to your games here, or like what's going on?
Actually, the starting of DPC is kind of like we not really know how to play tournament, you know. It's like when come to tournament, something is like, okay, maybe you're not scared in the scrim, right? But suddenly, okay, go to tournament, you're like, hey, we're gonna ban this, we're gonna ban that, so make it a bit weird. And after a few series, we find out we just find out our tempo, and we just deal with it. Just be relaxed, yeah.
Yeah, no, because sometimes you look amazing, and sometimes you do not.
You know,
what,
SMG.
yeah, no, what can you do?
You know.
This guy, both confident and humble.
Yeah.
I like you. You're a good one. I have a question. So what's the plan now? The season's over for you guys. Are you going to go chill, mini vacation, or are you guys straight to grinding?
I think all of us is going, because if we have 4 Chinese players, right, we haven't go back to with our family yet, so we just go back to chill with the Chinese New Year, yeah. And after that, I'm not sure, need to ask my manager.
You guys didn't get to celebrate Chinese New Year?
Don't be try very hard, you know.
I see. Try hard.
They got Happy Meals.
They got Happy Meals. Any last questions, guys?
No, I'm satisfied.
You're satisfied?
Yeah.
Afu, anything to say to the SMG fans?
Happy Chinese New Year, I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, lucky we did not feel the whole DPC. Yeah, we still okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still in Div 1. And you got 30 DPC points, so it's a good day. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Good. Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Okay.
And
Thank
have
you,
a good
thank you.
break. Yeah, bye. Oh, he's lovely. Everyone is so lovely getting to talk to. Every time we have an interview and then that ends.
Meal.
Yeah, Happy Meal. He's a happy guy.
He always does that after a series, then he goes out to get Happy Meal.
No, they actually prefer
ordering in.
I was the one when I was on SMG. I preferred McDonald's. They preferred any mamak almost.
Oh, well, I thought he meant like Happy Meal with a toy, but I guess not.
I mean, who knows what it means? I'm thinking he just means a delicious McDonald's hamburger.
The Happy Meal doesn't mean the toy Happy Meal.
Well, Happy Meal usually means like a toy.
Generally, yes.
Yeah. But anyways, more important things are at stake right now because we have a series that decides who's going to Lima. Oh my gosh, that's going to be insane. Who do we got? Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry.
Yes.
That is going to be a tough one. So I'm very excited to see who gets that. But that is all from me for the SEA DPC. I hope you guys enjoy the next series coming up. And yeah, so we're going to go for a little quick break. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
Three, 2, 1.
Take up like the blame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Savoring these moments, a little bit of dessert to close out the Southeast Asian DPC.
What's that called? Taho.
Taho.
Yeah, this game is the dessert right now.
This game's the dessert. I'm getting. It's for you, Winter, I know, because you have been looking forward to putting these last two teams under the microscope. It is the final series and the final team that we are going to be figuring out in Peru. My name is Tsunami, and it's the final series with Ninja Boogie and Winter as well. Last two teams, Blacklist Rivalry and Talon. We got to see Blacklist Rivalry earlier in the day. A lot of them earlier in the day. We got to watch them for a grand total of like 3.5 hours as they just had the series slip between their fingers against Geek Slate. And now they have a chance for redemption against Talon. How did you spend the last 3 hours, Mike?
I'm not gonna tell the truth.
Okay.
Sleep dart.
Bane Nightmare, Naga ulti. But I don't think Blacklist Rivalry got to recharge quite the same way.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see if they've reset mentally. And obviously, in Talons, it's like they lost to Fnatic, the only team. So, but they had days to reset. So hopefully that loss doesn't really affect them as bad.
Yeah, they had the weekend. I had asked Pi and Mike after the end of the previous series, but Winter, if you did lose the game in that fashion, which if anyone missed it, I don't know if I would say I would recommend it, but basically, Game 2 and Game 3 were both longer than 70 minutes, and in both of them, Blacklist Rivalry had very, very, very close opportunities to win the game, and then did not convert, and lost both Game 2 and Game 3 in a late game heartbreaker. So what would you do, Winter, if you were their coach? If you were playing also, how would you recharge? How would you reset your mental?
You missed the main point.
Okay, what was the main point?
They lost with Lina.
Yes, that's true. But I have come to the conclusion that in Southeast Asia, Lina's very balanced. She has a sub 50.
Okay.
Okay, GG. Oh, God, it's Blacklist also. Well, clearly they learned nothing.
Or they really learned how to win now.
Yeah, well, what do you think the problem was? Because normally I would have thought that carry-to-carry matchup, Lina is frequently winning. It was the Templar Assassin in game number 3 that she lost. Oh, no, sorry.
Was it the Mars? Was it?
It was game number 2 that she lost against the Templar Assassin. Game number 3. they had Morphling.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost to the Marcy in game number 2 with Lina. Carry Marcy.
So that was the force bat, and I think it was pretty much just force, like controlling that game. They should have won that one.
I mean, Europe, I noticed like when they give away Lina, a lot of the teams, maybe a few of the teams they do like Rubik, Magnus, and then they pick Monkey King later. So the idea is like you have repositioning tools in a fight because Lina is going to be stationary right clicking. So you want to move her around and then either with Skewer or with the lift, and then you have the Wukong's command, and then you force her to fight inside the arena.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty,
You say that, but Lina has been picked 19 times in Western Europe, 63% win rate.
I mean, I didn't say that.
We didn't say they win. You just say they do it. Well, great.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Why'd you bring it up then?
I'm trying to give options, not because Lina's already picked, right? So what are the options of dealing with that?
It seems like EU should copy Southeast Asia's counter to Lina. 43, what was it? 43%?
43% win rate in Southeast
So what's the counter in Southeast Asia?
Just don't pick it. But yeah, I see this pairing a lot. Tree and Lina. Very strong.
Would you say Lina and Marcy is superior than Lina Trian? Or Lina Trian is better?
I think late game, Lina Marcy is superior. Laning wise, actually I don't know. No, laning wise, Trian's stronger.
Yeah,
just because of the lead sheet.
Yeah, Trian is just too strong in the lane now.
Yeah.
Would you say it's more stable with Trian? Like in the game, it protects the Lina more compared to the Marcy?
I don't know, because we don't really see position 5 Marcy's. It's usually a 4, right? And then eventually they'll like partner up. I feel like the shard rebound could help Lina, with the repositioning and whatnot.
How about offlane, if Marcy's offlane? Like a call?
Just put sidekick, But then eventually, I mean, you have that potential of reaching that level 25 sidekick, and then that's another BKB, so, that's the added bonus.
I'm still taking Treant Protector in most of these situations. Just I don't want one of my supports to constantly be glued to my carry, and the global potential of Living Armor just is so much more versatile for helping out your mid.
Yeah,
that's true.
12 armor is nothing to be
for real.
It's insane. It negates Deso.
They banned Centaur. It's rather strange.
Yeah, I think
maybe they're eyeing
Doom. They want Doom. What are they trying to do? Why are they banning Centaur?
I actually don't know, because usually they only pick Centaur against Lina, and maybe they have some inside info, like maybe Blacklist practiced the scrim, and then someone leaked it to Talon. Who knows? But yeah.
So they ban Monkey King. They agree the Europe strat.
Sure. Okay, fine. I mean, the hero, it makes sense. I'm actually a little bit surprised that it's a higher priority than Nature's Prophet. I would have thought Nature's Prophet's a more important ban, but...
Yeah, but it's not really like a 23 hero, right? Like 23 runs Monkey.
What are 23 heroes now, though? Would you have said Night Stalker was a 23 hero?
No.
It's apparently a 23 hero now.
That's a niche pick, right? But his go-to is like his Morphling,
yes,
his I wouldn't say Naga. It's usually Jabs who's been running it. Monkey. PA used to be one of it, but PA's kind of fallen off the meta. And
He's different now, though, the heroes he played.
And then, Terrorblade. His Terrorblade was probably like the most active Terrorblade.
Yeah.
I've seen all qualifiers.
He's changed so much as a player, I feel like, this season.
No, yeah, it's good to see the growth, and it's also good to see the confidence back, because I think a lot of times for players, their slump in the performance is because of lack of confidence.
Which I would say is actually something that's possible on both these teams. Raven also seemed a little bit off balance at the beginning of the season.
Oh, very off balance.
Yeah. and over the course of the season, there have been fewer times where I'm like, Raven, what the hell are you doing? And he's just reacclimating to being a hard carry.
Okay, so this is a support ET. I've seen Ollie run this.
Are they the only team that picked the hero so far?
I think so.
They are.
And then, so I'm seeing, it's more likely than not that it's a Tusk mid.
Yeah, but what do you feel is the idea of the position 5 ETs? Mainly a reaction to Lina, or do you feel like there's a specific purpose of picking the AT?
I don't know. I don't see it as a go-to counter. Sure, before the BKB, he can stun this Lina from the backline, but It really depends on how Lina itemizes, because either they go Shadow Blade, you know, or they go BKB, and like they're kind of like this front line. Maybe like the Lina greeds it out, doesn't pop BKB, and it sets the team up.
Last time they picked it, they also picked 23 Pudge with it.
I don't think you want to pick Pudge.
Yeah, that's
against the DP in the lane. It's pretty rough.
a pretty good pick against the DP and the Lina.
Yeah. I just feel like this ET could like struggle securing his early levels.
Yeah, so the lane is going to be most likely ET plus Terrorblade against Hoodwing and DP. That lane is rough, man.
Yeah. There is skill potential when this meta's up, but it's like Hoodwink, if she gets the Bushwhack off on the TB, then all kill potential is gone.
Yeah, there's so much.
Overall, I feel the lane's going to be hard for him. He's going to have a hard time in this lane. But maybe the ET can prove me wrong, you know.
I don't think we're going to see an off lane. I mean, we could, like, Tusk 4 and then ET5, like, Rubik versus Lina.
I mean, it's the talent. It's a talent thing, right? When they open a draft with two heroes, one of the heroes could be a Jet hero.
Yeah, and I feel like it can work out like a core Rubik, but it's just like your positioning has to be really good. Otherwise, like I feel Jab's lost them the game, getting lassoed countless times.
No, I remain discouraged after their Fnatic series.
I mean, I think they should just stick to, you know, the normal stuff. Tusk mid, go Rubik, support.
Yeah.
Do some offlane coddle. I thought.
I mean, that would be good this game because you have a slower lineup with the TP.
Yeah, but I feel like it only works when you have like a Pango, like a hero like Pango.
Tusk isn't that similar? Like
it's not
in
a
a way.
team fight. Like coddle's not team fight. Like so, where's your team fight coming from? ET.
ET? I mean, ET is kind of team fight.
Like, sure, if you get a 4-man stun into Earth Splitter.
Okay, so if you are looking at the Radiant's 4 heroes right now, and you have TB, right? So you feel like the way you want to play the games, you want to finish your draft with a hero that allows you to team fight. So whenever the DP's opening goes, coming to the towers, you want to be able to take that fight, right? So that's your idea.
Yep.
So I guess then you must have like some big team fight frontline hero, I guess, because Tusk is like the pick-off hero. You need a frontline setup to set up everything.
I mean, the coddle can work because like they do need like a hero that can buy time. And then I pictured they'll just wait for their BKB Tusk. I mean, dagger BKB timing Tusk. You blink in and then hit meta and then the lift. If they can chain stun it, I mean chain lock the DP, then sure, it could work. But it like the ease of execution it just favors Pango.
Pango's still in the pool, if you don't think that's too much overlap between having a Tusk and a Pango.
A little bit similar, but I think it's okay for the overall lineup. Yeah. They have the 24th pick anyway, so they can wait for the last pick. For Blacklist, they are going to...
Carl hero.
Do you feel like they'll put the DP mid, or they just put the...
No. I wouldn't want to put Carl in that kind of hero.
So you just stick to the DP against the TB lane?
Yeah. But it's like, what is a good...
No Ember, no...
Puck is still in the pool.
Not sure how good Puck is.
They can take the Pango.
I mean, they can take the Pango. I prefer they take a Pango. The other hero is like Kanka, maybe.
Yeah, Pango on Blacklist actually looks really good.
Also, I know you love purple, Winter. What about a Void Spirit? Carl whipped
Has
that
it
out.
won? Has it won?
Not won. It's been very bad.
Yeah, maybe in Voidland.
Yeah, but Faceless Void wins in Voidland also.
Puck. Okay. It's annoying. Their heroes like it's hard for their heroes to catch. This Rubik's gonna have to like be really on point for the skill usage, but then there's the A on this that's eventually gonna come out.
What is Jab's gonna play here?
And then based on just how like the games of Blacklist Rivalry goes, you know, if it hits level 25, then the Puck's coil is really strong.
True. Bro, he's gonna hit level 30 in a Blacklist game.
I feel like Jabs is gonna play every time like he plays some funny hero, you know. Like there's no obvious good, like the obvious heroes that you want to pick here is like some frontline and some tight, some underlord hero, you know, against with this lineup against their hero. But I feel like Jabs he's not gonna play those kind of heroes.
I mean, it's good against like catching the puck and whatnot, but it's like against the DP, it's never good.
Yeah, but I would like to fit that kind of hero in in this lineup because I feel like they lack a front line. Like Tas is not exactly like a frontline hero. He wants to just go pick off someone. So you need another hero standing in front, you know. That's what I feel about it. I mean, sure, you can go for Pango, but because with the puck, maybe you feel a little discouraged.
Maybe it's Mikoto's turn to go like Rubik mid and then they pick him.
Oh, I don't want the core Rubik no
please,
matter where
too much flexing is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Visage was a Jabs pick. I know it's not a traditional function.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
I think it was Coddle.
So,
fancy hero.
It's a toss mid, so similar.
I mean, I'm okay with this pick because the Kotal utilizes the ET aura. It delays the game for TB. I mean, you can chakra and then he push out. He can go fast. He gets faster cooldown.
A lot of
the
nice
illusion.
spells to steal from.
Yeah, it's just lacking the. I mean, I can understand why they pick it, but it's just lacking the front line. I feel like that might be a factor in the game where it doesn't allow them to fight so early.
How does Mikoto itemize then? Because I'm with you. Probably don't want the Desolator on the Tusk.
Blink.
Yeah, Blink BKB is
Blink BKB. The game is going to be very weird in a way where they are going to be dodging fights for the first 15-20 minutes because they can't fight without a team fight hero. They defend with the Rubik and the Kotal, push out the wave. TB is like ratting here with the illusions. Tas is hiding in some corner in the jungle, picking off heroes, and they'll fight at minute maybe 25, 30, you know. But if the game doesn't get to that stage, then who knows?
He might even opt to skip the Blink and just go BKB first.
On Tas?
Yeah, just because like if he blinks in and tries to like set up, he might die.
His pick-off potential won't be as high, though. Yeah. He's going to need that +1, which we'll see how much Oli can fulfill that on his Elder Titan. And now I got a bone to pick with Avo and Seek. Can you believe we had 2 70-minute games and you guys weren't casting it? How dare you?
You know what the best part was, though? Cap and SVG were 25 seconds away from our record because they're weak casters. They couldn't even match us.
That's right.
They only did it once and they couldn't even do it.
And I'll tell you what, Neil and panel, you know, I see a TB, I see a Treant Protector. This one's going even longer, boys. 80, 80, 90 minutes. That's right, Mike. We're not going home. We're going to have to rebook your flights.
Yeah!
Let's go. Game 1.
He's staying with me.
Great. Let's get this party started then, Avo and Seek. Game number 1. Enjoy.
That was the most tired I've ever heard Neil in my life. I think he actually thinks we have those powers.
Well, it's because I have one spare room is between Mike and Neil now. And one of them is staying there tonight. Let's go, guys.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, you know, there's one more spot for Lima, and one of these two teams is going to get there. Talon Esports, Blacklist Rivalry. Let's just remind ourselves very quickly how Talon find themselves in this position. Talon, 1 game away. They had the last match on a Friday, right, versus Fnatic.
Right. They're 0-6 at that moment.
Talon, what, 4-2 at that moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Fnatic, 0-6, as you say. All of a sudden, it's a 2-0. Like we were expecting, right? Wrong. It's Fnatic. I win the 2-0, and great for them. We got to speak with KP, who gave us a glorious interview. Please check those out.
Yeah.
They're all uploaded to the YouTube. I did those last night. If you haven't had the chance, they're very good. KP especially, always eloquent and great to listen to. We'll hold that thought, though.
Oh, no.
He just went up there and punched him.
He's walking up to the high ground with that vision, much like he did with Fnatic.
Oh,
but they're going to counter here, unlike they did with Fnatic, hoping to kill off AU in the process. Can they finish him up? They missed the Illuminate. AU's out. Nobody's dead. 23 Savages in the high ground, attacking with reflection only. Nobody's died yet.
Level 1 fights. Get in there. We're not done.
They have another bushwhack. They can't get the tree. They only got Mikoto, though. Illuminate in the face of Tims. But this squirrel, he's been foraging all winter. Doesn't want to die just yet. Tims can't go to the bathroom. Gets zapped by the Fable.
Oh, and Bosku.
Bosku staying in the high ground. Bosku's going to die too. What? 2 kills for Talon.
Okay.
Starting out strong.
And very quickly, just because there is a score pip indicator there for Blacklist Rivalry, that is not the case. This is game 1. Don't worry, folks. You're not missing anything.
Yes.
But to finish off our quick point, right, Talon, we're 1 series away from qualifying to the major. Didn't make it. However, Avo, their opponents, Blacklist Rivalry, in a very similar position, aren't they?
Yes. Blacklist Rivalry come from losing, today.
Yes,
it was their last match against Geek Slate. To be fair, this match against Geek Slate is one of the teams going to the major, so they're doing much better than Fnatic. But it is true that they come from a fresh loss here, and they're trying to recover through these tiebreakers. No matter who goes, it'll be a team that lost their last match, Richie.
That's right. No matter who goes, it's still going to be a 3rd C team joining Geek Slate and Execration here at representing the C region in the first major of the year over in Lima. So very exciting stuff here. The very last game to close us out. We'll see how long we shall go.
The 2 teams that probably people wouldn't have cared about. The 2 teams that come into the CDPC by the, let's say, less hardcore fans, probably regarded as the weakest, right?
Who are you referring
Geek, Slate,
to?
and Execration.
Oh,
Execration. I mean, even though they do well in the BTS Pro Series, not everyone watches that, so people don't know the names as well.
Well, even just off of that, let's say you're just a casual fan. You to maybe take a look at Wikipedia. You see, oh, this team came from Div 2.
Exactly.
Back to Div 2 for them. Nope.
Geek Slate literally bought a slot this season. Their CEOs, their coach, and their manager. You'd think, well, this organization. I mean, Skem, washed up Skem, right?
Yeah.
No, it's Stone Cold Skem.
Carry. Skem's a support. Nope, not anymore. I agree.
He's a WWE legend now.
I agree completely. And I think these are
smacked down.
These are two teams. I mean, sure, another new organization, right, with Blacklist Rivalry joining.
But this is the oldest Filipino squad.
Yes, exactly, right? And that's what I wanted to get to. And of course, Talon Esports with some pretty big names as well. I mean, 23 Savage, come on, 13K MMR, and he's still fighting for the major slot here?
Yeah.
It's some good storylines of brewing here. I'm excited.
Here's a fun fact. Did you know if you combine all the ages of Blacklist Rivalry, right, into one single person, he's probably dead.
What? Is that supposed to say that they're old?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, with age comes experience, Avo. How about that?
And wisdom.
And wisdom.
Which Master Cuckoo, or Bosku, sorry, brings in heaps. Talon, though, also has their own experienced offlane in
they do.
Mr. Jabs.
And I was actually about to start talking about Jabs here, actually, because with that experience, he's chosen the Coddle. This is a game that did... Was that the game Mid 101 in our previous series? This is not the first time even today we've had offlane Coddle. Jab is trying to probably utilize his range here to stay away from the Lina and, you know, be a little bit more advantageous in that sort of setup. But just curious that we've seen multiple Coddles offlane today. I wonder if that's maybe some solution to the plethora of ranged cores that we're starting to see. You know, just kind of try and avoid playing the lane stage, just blast the waves. Yeah, Jabs is like, all right, see you later, I'm out.
Right. Also, in Mid 1's case, right, the build he went for, this like really quick mech, just being all around the map, the way he played as well, I think was just really well done. I think it really takes advantage of this hero as an offlaner.
Jabs is going to go for the quick earn first, as the Illuminate will force away Raven. I mean, I wouldn't say there are too many heroes right now, especially offlaners this early, that can bully a carry Lina this hard, I'd have to say. If this is the idea, maybe one solution. Teams early on in the DPC season attempted to go for the Centaur into Lina. That didn't end up looking so good towards the mid to late game. It looked really good in the lane, though, right? Yeah. Maybe Coddle will fare a little bit better.
Yeah, I like the Bosku Centaur though. I still thought that was fine, right? I agree that you may need a little more execution, maybe a Centaur specialist. I think Bosku was that hero, but I'm interested in how this Coddle works. It's better than Rubik offlane, so I'll take that.
And speaking of Bosku and offlaners, he's on the DP, of course, this match for himself. Pretty good lane matchup here eventually. The problem is this new DP wants to go for more points in the Spirit Siphon, so 23 has more counterplay here in Reflection. Some lanes before they reworked Spirit Siphon, you'd see a couple more points, like 302, not like 301 into the DPs. But you'd see more points in Crypt Swarm just because you can just really harass the 23 Savage TB out of lane very easily with that magic damage. For now, 23 dishing some damage back. Ollie with just enough mana now with the Clarity running for an Echo Stomp.
Bosku fighting back and avoiding the Echo Stomp.
Yeah, and there's the magic damage that I'm talking about, right? You need to have that Echo Stomp ready in time. This ET hero, you know, to channel my inner fog, actually one of my favorites as well. He's super fun to play, and you have like a super back and forth, laning stage as Ollie will escape there on 25 HP.
The Acorn shot did not bounce back to him. That would have been horrendous.
Yeah, that would have been a bit unlucky for him. But already this top lane is going to get pretty difficult here with Bosku dominating and having a pretty good lead. He's just a bit shy on mana, which is really the only thing preventing him from running away with this lane, especially now that Metamorphosis is going to be on cooldown for another minute and a half. So catch up on mid lane. Another puck matchup there as Ollie is going to die top lane. Tims will find him there with the Acorn shot, but it's Makoto who is just going to punch puck out of this lane here, forcing Carl to refill his own bottle.
Yeah, this is going back to the classics of, oh, they picked Puck, let me pick Strength Hero.
Yeah.
There's not even like a specific hero, just a Strength Hero that can push out the lane.
It used to always be Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny, DK, and Kunkka. Those were the three key ones, right?
Kunkka's especially, I think, probably one of the better or the hardest counters to Puck, right? With the X Mark and Torrent, you can try and catch them out after phase shifts. You know, Pucks can't really avoid your Tidebringer too easily, right, in lane.
Just pump it out.
Exactly, right? And it just becomes a little bit too difficult for Pucks. But you're right, it's the exact same kind of idea here, right? Especially as Makoto with the skill build we see very commonly on the mid-tusks, maxing out these ice shards with a quick snowball, clears the wave instantly.
Yeah, and now that they removed the small camp, which was the solution for the Puck had against this mid lane matchup, it's much more difficult, and you can see a much bigger domination, right?
That's right.
Because before, you just used to farm the small camp, maybe go a little bit jungle, maybe even get a stack, and you'd be kind of okay. But now you have to find kills instead.
Mm-hmm. I think...
where does he rotate, Richie? Where's the Puck rotate?
That's actually what I was about to ask, right? Because he's just hit level 6. That's where I was going to go. Because I think you're right. I think, what was the last Puck game we saw for Bleed? I don't think they really had such strong lanes to rotate to.
Yes.
Because this lane, I take a look at top lane for Talon, or you know, Blacklist Rivalry's off lane here with Bosku, and I see a very easy kill on this TB, especially as a Puck. A coil, maybe by that time Exo's all ready to go. Maybe Sharpshooter's already ready, honestly. If 23's still in lane by then, you know, that it seems like a very easy setup there. Because, and even bottom, actually, ganking this Jabs Coddle, who is starting to really get his farm online, though, as he farms a pretty big stack in the triangle.
Yeah, that's the advantage of your only strength core being mid, right? The other cores seem very killable. Intelligence and agility, yeah, Puck tears through them.
I think the only thing you have to be a little bit careful for if you decide to gank bottom is Rubik is a pretty strong counter-initiator to you, which might set up Makoto to TP from Fog and then actually end up getting a kill on you between a Snowball and a Walrus Punch.
Why is he so good as a counter-initiator to Puck? Pray to tell, Richie.
I just got telekinesis, man. It's pretty good. You can catch him instantly, usually from Fog, out of range, as we can see now, onto AU. Snowball.
Oh, that was such a good play. Blinding light so the snowball would actually hit.
Yep, just to make sure it wasn't a very speedy TP away. Overall, though, I think this is a laning stage. Let me go and see how net worth is starting to pan out. A laning stage that Talon are going to be pretty happy with. That being said, I can't say Blacklist Rivalry are too worried yet. Raven's still off to a phenomenal start, and he is a Lina, right? And I still think there's plenty of time for Carl to begin rotating away. Regrettably, that first Invis rune that Ollie snatched would have been a perfect opportunity for Carl to you know, move to one of these side lanes and start kicking off you know, his snowball a little bit here. Does want to get this Witchblade online and do some more damage. It's going to be prevented from doing that for a while.
Also, isn't the goal of Blacklist Rivalry to lose every single first game of a
That's
series?
right. Yes, that's right.
So they can come back spectacular in a two-game fashion afterwards?
They did win game... Oh, well, that's why, right? They won game 1 earlier today.
Oh, that's why they lost.
That's why they lost.
Okay, so they're back to their bread and butter.
Makoto trying to sneak around through the trees, but he's going to find another tree.
Oh, no. This one moves. Well, you can always punch it. And in fact, like Minecraft, this tree dies if you punch it.
Yeah, but
Jabs, though, also dies if you just fire hand him. And Tims will catch this Walrus in the trees. Makoto is stuck for a second, slowed by that acorn shot. And Makoto trying to get up to the high ground, but waiting for him is this mischievous fairy dragon. Can Makoto avoid the extra damage he loses? He has a snowball. Does every target? He has no target. So unfortunately, he'll just die.
Yeah, really, really great counter initiation there by Raven, who just focuses onto Jabs, knows that they don't want to have to deal with that Illuminate Blast, the mischance as well. And now top lane Talon, actually, they're trying to make a play onto Bosku. There's two very squishy heroes here against him, but there's a full Vessel finished already for Jabs, and he tears right through him. Oh, goodness.
And that was why the Vessel's picked up, right? It's specifically for this early DP. And you might even force her to go... No, you go for Greed, so that's a Dispel anyway, right? Okay.
You know, honestly, I think if there any one Dota hero would be a Ghostbuster, it would definitely be Coddle, wouldn't it?
Why?
Because he ain't afraid to go no ghosts, is he?
Because he's the essence of... Oh, because he's old.
Yeah.
Like Ghostbusters in an old movie?
Perhaps, yeah.
Right, so the other ones are what? Like Enigma?
E.T.
Old. E.T. E.T. punches the ghost out of this realm.
I don't think so.
But did you know, lore-wise, Coddle is the essence of light. He can turn into any form he chooses.
Yes.
He chooses this old man.
That's right. Does he also choose the horse?
Yeah, I suppose. That's just him being lazy. Right?
I guess so. He would call it efficient, and so would you, let's be honest.
Yeah, but then choose a car. Right? If you're being plane, right? I feel like...
Right. Of course. Of course.
And the fact that he chooses an old man who he specifically chooses to have dementia as well is odd. But, you know, essence of light can't
I think it's more so of the part, you know, much like these experienced players, right? It's not so much that he has dementia, it's just that he's forgotten much more than you'll ever learn. As top lane, Bosku with the Illuminate Blast just off the mark here, but the Vessel ticking him down. It doesn't matter. 23's got him.
You see that triangulating illusion play? Really cool. Making sure that she couldn't get away regardless. 23 Savage already starting to use out the micro. Not looking good for Blacklist right now. I don't know if Lina carry is that great. I mean, she's solid, but you have a TB, which is also a really hard carry.
I'd still be hopeful here. I think Carl's off to a good enough start, and especially if he can kill Q. It's kind of tough, right? Because they are set to lose this top lane. This is what I really like about active TB players, right? They utilize their timings here much like active DP players, and when we complement them on using their ultis, TB basically with 2 of them, right? With the Meta and the Sunder, using the Sunder to also get an objective around the map as well as kills, right? You make your own space. 23, you know, being 13k MMR, I'm sure he's had to do this a couple times in his games.
I mean, he did say it was really easy in C.
Really? Did he?
Did you not see the interview?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he said it was really easy to get MMR in C. And then he said, you just need to know like what heroes the top players are good at, and you ban them. And that's
honestly. Yeah. I mean, that's only a luxury that you can do at the extremely high echelons of Dota, though, when you play the same 10 people.
But especially when you see, because he talks about how everyone's like just very mechanical, right? So if you just ban the heroes that are mechanical on, easy. That's what he said.
Carl's on quite a mechanical hero, isn't he?
He is a mechanical hero.
Going for, again, that Witchblade build, which is nearly ready, so keeping up in farm just fine, but still being out farmed by all 3 cores is definitely a worrying sign. I think the thing that Blacklist needs, though, and the copium for them right now, is they really only need 1 fight to stop this Coddle, and then he just feels like a glorified support from minute 15, right? That's, I think, the biggest concern with this Coddle hero is if he's out of Vessel charges, what does he do? A couple Illuminate blasts?
Heal.
Heal?
I mean, I guess you just heal. That's why I like the mech more, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind if he went for the mech. He's going straight Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, right? I do think like you can very quickly remove a lot of steam from this Talon lineup here. We'll see. I think this is going to be a pretty important fight down bottom here, as AU still defending on his Stream Protector, has now Overgrowth and a couple of cores smoking around behind him. Talon might not be ready for this. Jabs is the ideal catch.
Yeah, but these cores went into a triangle instead, and everyone in Talon is just bunching up around this bottom tower.
Yeah, Talon really committing for this push early. We've seen very similar ideas with this from SMG, but never with cores like TB.
It's true. But Talon was the other team that had a high ceiling, right?
That's right.
On top of SMG, so they have similar ideas here. AU, they get Snowballed, Mikoto, still has the Ice Shards, but first they want to utilize the Stomp and Illuminate, Ice
really
Shards
good
to finish
patience.
him off.
Really good patience. And good usage there by Ollie. He's just really utilizing the Astral Spirit to go scouting. You'll always know if it hits something because there's an audio and a visual cue on it, which is going to kind of give you a little bit of a radar. So yeah, really good efficient jump there. Blacklist Rivalry, no opportunity for them to counter-initiate, and we'll have to let that tower go. Carl still coming along pretty nicely for his items. And again, Raven's not farming all too poorly. I still think there's a good shot if they can get this Lina BKB online relatively safely. In fact,
Dream Coil from Mikoto, now the Light Strike Array with Laguna Blade. Mikoto will fall.
Very good.
Oh, nice little combo here from Blacklist Rivalry.
No follow-up from Talon either, right? And I think that's what's a little bit awkward about their lineup for now. Their long-range poke, harass, and kill threat is very good, right? But it kind of centers around the Tusk. He's the only one tanky enough to really go in and give vision and follow up on the Astral Spirit's vision, and allow Coddle to stand back and blast, allow TB to be a little bit safer from range with meta, allow Rubik to fade bolt in. Like, they're very dangerous from range here on Talon. But when it comes down to actually getting in close to the Lina's face, even this early on, no one really wants to do it. She's still pretty scary. Especially with the threat of an Overgrowth, maxed living armor here, by the way, so 12 bonus armor. That's what I'm saying. This BKB, I think, is a pretty big turning point for Raven. He's getting there.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see if you're correct about that. The 4K difference is a little bit scary.
Mech for Bosku as well.
That's a turning point too, I suppose.
Almost
soon, Greaves.
Yeah, exactly. Soon into Greaves as AU. Oh, I'm a tree. Yo, it worked. I got the bounty, boys.
Oh no! Trees are not so good with motion! But trees do have armor, somehow. And oh, he's beating Mikoto, but now he has lost the trees.
Yeah, yes,
he's in the ice, he's not good with those.
Mikoto, absolutely no chill. Quelling Blades that last tree just to make sure.
Out of spite. I'll kill your brother in front of you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Doesn't AU look like a Pokemon, by the way? I can't get out of it. He's looking at Trevenant here. That design is so odd. This like house on the tree and everything.
Isn't there another Pokemon that literally is a tree?
Yeah, Trevenant is a tree.
No, it's another one. It's in Smash Melee.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jabs. He's been silenced. Jabs heals himself.
Okay.
And he did put the Vessel on Carl, which deals a lot of damage to Solar Bind.
It's also amped by this Astral Spirit, by the way.
That's true, actually. That plus Solar Bind, a lot of damage for Carl.
Well, is it actually, do they have, yeah, they have 1 point in natural order, so a little bit more.
But he's going to be able to retreat. A lot of just non-factors here.
Yeah, but I think pretty soon Makoto is going to be able to factor himself in a bit more into these equations, right? He's got Blink Dagger now, on top of Snowball, Ice Shards, and all the vision that's already being given to him, courtesy of 23's Illusion and the Astral Spirits. He'll be moving around in these fights. He I think, is the one to secure a lot of these kills. Like, not even just kill steal, just honestly kill secure, and perhaps even set up for the next one, right, with his own vision that he can grant with Ice Shards. This is a serious push now from Talon. Blacklist Rivalry, not without their own new resources, though. There's a full Guardian Greaves finished off. I think the only thing that's been a bit weak about Blacklist Rivalry, I have to say, is I feel like there was a timing where Carl and Tims could, and maybe there still is a timing perhaps, where they can roam around the map and look for pickoffs, you know? Carl to set them up with Dream Coil, nice little silence, Tims from range with a Bushwhack to follow up, and a Sharpshooter. It feels very, like a lot of these heroes are very killable to this combo, even like TB especially.
I agree, but hasn't that been the problem for Blacklist the whole season? This kind of passivity?
That's a good point. That's a good point. But
I'm not saying it's better that it's happening now.
No. But that's only been the case in game 1, I will say.
That's true, which is what this game is. So perfect.
Ollie.
Okay, found by the Bushwhack. TPs are coming by. They want to force a fight. Ollie's not the greatest kill, but it's a kill. As in the bottom lane, they do finish off AU. Talon might still want to engage us, however, they have the low ground. Yeah, which is why they all TP at the same time.
Yep.
They cancel, no TPs.
Raven's coming in with BKB. There is Bosku coming in as well with an Exo. Even just Exo level 1 might be a bit too difficult to fight into without a creep wave. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange there. Overgrowth was committed. So Talon pretty happy to then just simply TP away. Mid lane, Makoto is gonna have Blink. Yeah, Bosku can't quite catch him. I think he Spirit Siphoned something, but didn't last too long.
That should help.
Next up for Lina, we'll see. Sometimes we see the BOTs. I might prefer to see, I don't know, even just a casual, no, maybe not a Crystallis. You know, honestly, this game, Avo, it's somewhat tempting maybe to go into magic damage Lina here against the TB. I know, like, we never see that anymore, but this hero used to build Ag Scepter all the time and be basically like Puck, but then you've got 2 Pucks, so why bother?
Bosku?
Yeah, full HP.
Yeah, I don't think
you're not killing him.
I don't think you go for that build, honestly.
No, yeah, I agree.
I think you need some physical damage carry.
No, I agree. I think you've got enough magic damage between the DP and, well, Lina and Puck, honestly, to take care of the TB.
I wouldn't mind entirely if this was the game where you decided to put more points in Dragon Slave. I think there's a case to be made for that one, to be honest. But
sure. Just for a bit more bonus damage.
I've never understood the whole stats thing that carries off
this is a big point, by the way, for Blacklist now. Yeah, there's 2 points in the stats in Lina, hence your reference, right?
Yes.
But Blacklist Rivalry smoking up, have taken down the ward, and would really like to take this first Roche away from Talon. Both teams, even with a minor win in this team fight, given the abilities and the Roche taking they have, could really look to anchor the game around this first Roche. This is a big moment.
This is a big moment. But who is going to take the lead? I will assume, just based on patterns, Talon.
Yeah.
Blacklist just doesn't like that.
I'd agree. And I think Blacklist want to make this move first, though. I think they should.
They should.
Because, of course, we know this. They don't. But Jabs is chugging along really nicely for this Sheepstick now. He's almost got it online. Just needs now enough for the Void Stone, which is just another 800, maybe 500 gold now that he's blasted another wave. That's a huge item versus a Puck, right? It's a pretty big item still, again, versus Alina if she can't get off her BKB. Because, again, you do get that additional cast range on Spirit Form, and you have an amazing vision game here already. Basically, every single other hero provides you vision in this game. Almost every hero provides vision, honestly, except for Rubik.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
All right. I mean, it's not like Beastmaster level, sure, but,
no, but it's good. It's good.
It's good, still good, right? Giving you that information, seeing where the Puck's approaching from, being able to track Puck through these illusory orbs and try and set up.
Yeah. I feel like Sag has also been doing a great job of that. Like, I think his illusion micro has been more than I expect the TV to ever do, honestly. Instead of just a-click growl, which is what a lot of TVs choose to do with the illusions, and it's fine. He's been always putting them in the blind spots to make sure the puck gets caught.
That's 23. 23 Savage is 13k MMR for you right there.
Right. He can control up to 23 units.
That's right.
That's what his name comes from.
Mm-hmm. He really struggled in bigger Banelane busts than that, though.
Yeah, that's why he had to retire from StarCraft.
That's true. But he's killing it in Dota right now.
He used to be a Warcraft 3 player, though. That was fine for him.
Okay, Talon will be able to sneak past this this ward here. Jabs ought to have enough. Yeah, just barely finishing off the Sheep Stick. So it's flying on over to him now. And I don't see any big items in exchange. Curious item for Carl. He's actually gone BOTs now next on the puck. Into Kaya and Sanj. Sometimes you just see Kaya and Sanj straight up after the blink.
So this helps delay the game, right? Because puck can now cut waves. Now, is this what you want to do? I'm not sure, but it does help that.
Yeah, and you're going to continue to scale, right?
Yeah.
Lena, I'm not sure if this is also bots for Raven. It is not. It's Gleipnir.
It does seem, though, like you ask Blacklist Rivalry what they have to do at any moment in the game, even 70 minutes in, they go, we have to delay the game.
We have to farm a little bit more for our next volley of items. And now we're at a point where they're happy with this current volley of items, right? Full Gleipnir for Lena, Blink Dagger for AU, bots for Carl without buyback is not immediately impactful, but does mean you can continue scaling and there's plan Bs available to you. So those are the big ones right now. What are they fighting into though? Because Talon also eager to fight.
Yeah, smoke on smoke action. Talon thought they were in the Roche pit.
23
they did catch 3 though.
Doesn't have anything huge yet, but again, I think it's mainly the Sheep Stick, honestly.
Yep. That Sheep Stick is going to surprise him as well, especially coming out of the smoke. They go for AU first. But AU has the high ground control right now. He's trying to de-ward. Unfortunately,
look at the poke.
He didn't get it off. Like I put the sentry up there, just didn't use it.
It's important to get Tusk involved in these kills. Actually, there's no buyback there.
Yep.
Jabs is going to go and scout with his smoke into the Roche pit, which means they're going to start this up with this DD rune active on the TB, even committing the meta already.
This is where being a trim protector with the attack speed of my grandma is really sucks at de-warding.
Yeah, that's true.
When you lose the high ground advantage like this, Hoodwink is also not very good at de-warding.
Nope. Very true. Worst base attack time in the game. But seems like Talon, especially aided by this DD rune, are going to be basically unleashed directly into the Roche pit. 23 now with an Aegis in his inventory. Full Eye of Skadi. He managed to get that delivered by the last time I checked his inventory. Further 800 gold, but they're looking for a pick off.
Yeah, this is the classic T1 play, right? You saw them waste resources. Even if you lost someone, it's okay.
Yeah.
And Goku was the captain of that team, so it only makes sense they would do the same thing this game.
Okay, I believe by now, I assume that was hold on a second or something like that.
Yep.
I assume Jabs has already been scouted on this site device. I don't expect that to be a surprise to anyone on Blacklist anymore at this stage. So now Blacklist, again, this is where you're going to be slightly happy that you did decide to go for these BOTs, right? The catch on Talon is not bad, however, especially with this scythe. You have to be careful in the trees here for, of course, always the Rubik telekinesis to set up a potential kill. And an item I feel like we don't see every single game from Q that he's picked up early now is this Aether Lens. It's still a phenomenal item on almost any support, especially your Rubik, because it stacks fully with your Arcane Supremacy. But he's got this as well, which means he can catch you from even that much further away.
Yeah.
I feel like you see this skip sometimes in favor of like Mechanism.
Yes, who's going for the Mech then?
Seems like no one for now is the answer. Do we have any aura items, in fact, is my question. I don't see a single one, actually. In fact, everyone's going for quite a gritty build. Seems like Talon, they've decided, hey, if we're going to play against Blacklist, we want all to have items as well, because Ollie's going for a darn egg scepter.
Here's a strat, though. You use Reflection to steal their auras, and then you don't need to build your own auras.
So we got Greaves.
Next level play. That's it.
That's it, because no one else on Blacklist has been building auras either.
That's the ultimate counter to this strategy.
By the way, if we fight here, this is the strangest place I think I'm going to ever see a first Aegis fight, especially Talon, who have first Aegis defending their bottom tier 1 tower. It'd just be wild.
Oh, they're going for a smoke, though. They're doing a wrap around. More chakra magic to get that metamorphosis up.
And of course, these illusions, right, summoned as well. That used to be like a tried and true combo back in the day. Last year.
It's very, very annoying. The fact that Coddle can refresh your meta and your illusion cooldown is... But once again, these teams, one preserves the high ground, the other one doesn't. The team on the low ground does not want to fight into the high ground. Rinse, repeat, this mid-cap SVG go crazy.
I would wager that this 23 hero right now is because, in large part, due to his chakra magic, right, spam, he's probably got a lot of blast hits. Like, he's probably still well over average. No, I mean, for real, it's
love this analysis.
It's a big part of it, right? I mean, and he's getting these items online sooner and sooner. He's got Eye of Scotty already and Crystallis, which means now Raven can't run from him, but he also might just die in those first, you know, couple auto attacks that are coming out.
Radiant's top tower
I feel like
is under
normally
attack.
this Lina is not used to being this far behind in like the item matchup, because of course on any range trio, Scotty usually is like the kiss of death. But now with Crystallis and soon to be full Daedalus online after BKB for 23, it'll be a lot sooner than she's ready for. Like, she is she's only like really half an item behind, and already she feels like she's still like maybe an item and a half.
Because our itemization, like you said, is not anti-range heroes. It's just generic Lina.
All right.
That's why the Scotty needs to... Usually I wouldn't say Lina and Scotty is a common item, but this game you need the eye.
Well, not only that, right? I feel like 23, like this TB hero can still build Dragonlance a little bit more effectively, right? It still feels like a first, it feels like a nice first item for him. Lina's don't do the same, right? The Lina builds a little bit more, you know, just Falcon Blade into everything else.
I think you still have more range, actually.
On the Lina, do you?
Oh, no. You have 20 more range on TB.
Okay. Not the biggest amount, right? But I still think that's impactful for TB, because now it means you're not getting outranged by Lina, right? And it means you can chase her down with Eye of Scotty that much easier.
Yes. Equal or more. That's what you're going for as TB. Right. Because you are a stronger hero in the 1v1 matchup. And if you're not, then honestly, this Lina needs to get patched, right? Like, it's just... because you can't beat the TB. It's just not allowed. He is the hardest of carries.
For now, it's extremely patient play from both teams. There's Tier 2 traded away.
Yeah, let's call it patient. Yeah,
Blacklist Rivalry, they'll only get a Tier 1 down bottom in exchange. But there's Metaphors. 23 on his first life, of course, which you don't come back with Metamorphosis if you die with Aegis. Siegen onto the high ground here. It will recall Blacklist Rivalry here. They're ready to defend.
Okay, TB hugging a tree. Oh.
But demolishing towers, crushing them.
Yes. He doesn't like civilization. That's why he hugs the trees.
Trying to leave the illusion.
He stayed in nature's grasp as well for a while, just to bask in the glory of nature.
He did, that's right. He's very much loves nature, doesn't he?
Yes. He was actually part of the 70s hippie movement, terribly.
Trying to come up with a, can't come up with any word, unfortunately.
He was in Woodstock.
Well, that's what I was trying to come up with, right?
But then he saw his own reflection while on Ellis. Anyway.
not bad. I was going somewhere.
I don't think we can talk about that.
No, we can't. Okay. Blacklist Rivalry, though, they're going to smoke into this Aegis here. Again, not the biggest deal, right? Normally this is maybe a bit of an unadvisable play, but again, he has no more Metamorphosis. That's the real thing you're scared about here. You have silences, and there's no BKB, so just the one Dispel that TB is operating with right now. But he's TB'd all the way back home. Full Daedalus, by the way. I thought he was going to stop for BKB. He did not. He is going to absolutely slap Lina down in these 1v1s.
I like the slapping strategy, right? Brute force it. Much like Lina has been doing in the meta, where you just go for the same build no matter what. Because this hero is just stupid. TB is trying to show her what real stupidity looks like.
Yeah. And Raven's going to be able to farm his way through the triangle and then get back out. Once again, I believe we've successfully avoided any sort of fights.
And now, Richie, we have officially reached the mark of we've only gotten a kill every 2 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
It is what they call the sad point of the...
Oh, Lakota, though, DD Rune, certainly he goes in here, right? Onto Bosku, the blink forward.
Yeah, he's copying Moon, and they're going to find a much better target. It's going to be the Lina. Lone ignored because the snowball took forever to come out. Really well played there on Makoto.
And now, Blacklist, they don't want to fight it nicely. Timed Force Staff will prevent those shards from catching anyone. And Metamorphosis is ready again, by the way. That's another Tier 2 tower down, maybe even a Tier 3. There is no Fortify ready here for Blacklist.
That's the Chakra Magic coming into play.
Yes, it is. Good point.
Yep.
This is...
Once again, it just seems like Blacklist will die by osmosis as long as they've tried anything this game.
Certainly not feeling spurred into action yet. I mean, there's no buyback here on this Lina.
And they just decide to go for a different tower.
They're going to go for a different, absolutely. That's the move to make for sure.
Send all the illusions in. 23, not wanting to get caught out. He's still the Sunder, however. But no BKB on him.
I honestly thought we were going to see, by the way, DP's 15 left talent taken, which is the -2 second crit from a cooldown. I tend to see that a lot back when DP used to be such a strong counter pick versus TB especially.
There's a lot of magic damage.
Because there's a lot of magic damage. But it feels like ever since they have reduced they've changed Spirit Siphon to not scale, because it's no longer percentage based, it's a flat number, it does feel like it's really hard for you to pass up that right talent now, because it's such a big increase on your DPS, right? It's straight up a 30% damage increase, which now feels amazing. I feel like later on, though, Bosku is going to be hurting for more crit swarm spam against the constant illusions that are going to be shoving in his towers. I mean, that's already a Tier 3 tower. for almost no commitment from Talon. They need, I mean, they do struggle to clear illusions safely from range, don't they? It feels like if Lina ever shows, they just kill her. And also, it's still only 1 point in Dragon Slave, by the way, so Raven's not doing it.
Of course. Mind you, it doesn't matter if you have 16 points in Dragon Slave if you're never going to fight, so that's also a consideration.
That's another point.
If you only get picked off, turned into a pig, and you die, and that's the only contribution you have to the fights. I just can't stress enough. I feel like I've seen this game 1,000 times on Blacklist. You know, just farm. Eventually, the team has a better late game than you. Oh no, we're dying.
Yeah, and I mean, 23 is certainly, I mean, he'll play this game. He's 400 plus last hits.
That's why I think Bosco and those Centaur heroes, you know, or Beastmaster or whatever, those heroes that are easy to play around, and like they have a stun, and they just blink and go in, are so useful. It makes your game so much more dynamic.
I mean, I still think this DP can be that role, though. They just haven't...
No,
like,
but they struggle because there's no stun.
I guess, but it's EXO, you know? Like, that is very clearly we fight. We have spirits. But apparently not here. I mean, Carl is now out on the map. He's going to be skipping one wave, cutting the next. The smoke play out from Talon is going top. Literally 2 Blacklist heroes are just sitting in trees right now, Abo. Oh no, and Raven scanned.
They did scan him.
Oh,
do they have dust? They don't.
Nope.
They did. It was a little bit too late. They caught him. Just barely at the edge of dust. Raven activates BKB, has to fight back here. A little bit difficult to avoid, like Ray with the Manta style. Bye-bye, Raven.
Bye-bye. And hello, Tims. And goodbye, Tims.
That was a quick hello, goodbye.
Yeah, and that's not even meta used either, by the way. BKB from 23 committed, but he has meta for this impending high ground siege, and you can see he's got an objective here. He's got somewhere to be later tonight. He's drawing that line straight to the tier 3s.
You know, for a second I thought Savage, like someone had the Laguna Blade got reflected. I just realized the Savage got a crit that was so strong it felt like a Laguna Blade.
Yeah, he did. 10 auto attacks there. Got a couple real big meaty ones in there.
Yeah, at the end it was a meaty auto attack, right? The last big... Oh, I can't open it.
All right, this is going to be immediately into Roche. And Roche number 2, Aegis and a Shard. Guess you can give both to TB, honestly. He is the core. Oh, and another fun item. Ollie has Ag Scepter now. That's flying his way to be completed. Q even is queuing up his own Ag Scepter. Man, this is... Look, I know Blacklist Rivalry playing very patiently, but when it's so telegraphed that this is your style, that both supports queue up Ag Scepters, these are not supports that farm particularly quickly either, I should add. Nor have they been like killing you non-stop.
I'll be honest, this looks like the Talon we have praised the whole season,
yes,
right?
Yes.
That's one of the teams that actually will look good in the major. They just need to improve a little bit on their inconsistency.
Uh-oh, AU finds that he can walk through trees, but not shards. Nope, lost the vision, just barely.
All right, well, Mikoto gets recalled. He's like, all right, guys, there's nothing to do here.
Oh, recall up from jabs. I do like this recall shard. I'm glad we're starting to see it, at least on the off lane coddles. Especially because, like, I feel like there's a lot of mid laners in the meta that actually don't end up building BOTs too frequently.
Yeah, so you got to build it for them.
Yeah, exactly. Helps to be efficient. It's cheap, right? Much cheaper than bots, and Coddle can farm a lot faster than some cores.
Yep.
Okay.
Bosco. Oh, they wanted to commit, actually, but 23 Tide was just a little bit late with this initiation.
And they've reflected the Hex, and there's no immediate follow-up stun. Telekinesis, if it's not going to throw you that far out of position, Talon will struggle here. The best they can do is just, like, toss illusions up to high ground, but even after committing meta, they're not going to push this.
Mikoto has Ags, though. So we Gucci Richie. It doesn't matter. You just Walrus punch him, then you Terror Wave him.
Okay,
they go all the way back to your base.
Oh, does 23 have X as well now?
Yes.
Oh, he does. Holy moly.
Yeah, holy moly indeed.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so you Walrus punch him, you Terror Wave him. Terror Wave, you are not afraid of the base, you're afraid of Tear Blade. So that's why you run away from him.
I feel like, even though this game is looking very promising already for Talon, I probably would not have given, by the way, Shard to Coddle. Even as much as I just praised it, I think we saw some games earlier where Rubik Shard was like the bane of theirs, of Blacklist even.
Yes, but Rubik Shard is defensive and there's no plays being made on the other side. So
and also, me core, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there's also that point too. I cannot stress enough that Blacklist have just cut waves this whole game. I mean, one thing I'll say about Blacklist, and praise, they have built just to do this. They have built anything besides this.
This was the game plan. They
are coherent about this.
They saw us on the call sheet, and they're like, oh, 80 minutes, boys. No problem. They're trying to break the record of most Dota played in one day.
I think they'll break.
They're on track. They are on track. I mean,
they're the only team playing 2 best-of-3s this whole season. In a day, sorry.
Yes, of course.
Most teams do play more than 2
best-of-3s. Careful here. Might actually get caught out. There's a smoke play coming, but he clears the waves too quickly. That's what I mean, man. This wave clear is pretty darn good from Blacklist Rivalry. Now, Talon, they're into the base. They're going to send forward the illusions. Yeah, Spirit. Ooh.
There's the Walrus kick. And there's Bosku dying.
Yeah, no chance. He has buyback, though.
He doesn't buyback. Rubik has Ags now.
23 has committed. That's, by the way, 3 Ag Scepters on this team now.
Rubik needs to get it on this courier, so not yet. It's coming.
Okay, but soon to be 3.
Soon to be 3.
Yeah, and there's that's a regular meta, by the way, not the Terror Wave, of course.
No, he's still saving that for
Oh no, they sniped his courier.
Oh, we won't see the Rubik Ag Scepter.
Oh, well. Oh, this would be a big jump if they get this gem. And I think Carl's going to be just out of range for it.
Talon a little bit confused. If
Man,
there's
everyone is far. They are literally just, I mean, AU is outside of the base, being chased down by a Kabold even.
Yep.
Wow.
Right now, Talon is actually looking. They're asking their manager, "Are we playing against people? Is there anyone on the enemy team?"
It's like they're playing like hide and seek. Back in like Counter-Strike 1.6, there were like hide and seek servers on like AS Oil Rig, and like that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Maybe they're gonna find
Raven's losing the hide and seek match now.
Oh, he is
dead.
Oh, yes, he is. Doesn't have buyback either here, Abo. Committed for the ultimate orb.
Okay.
Use mana, get kill. Okay, Carl's going to continue cutting waves. He doesn't have... Okay, he just got buyback now, but this is going to be almost certainly Talon moving up with this next wave for another pair of barracks, at least. Oh, in fact, they're already going down bottom. Big bushwhack, but these are very tanky illusions. I mean, at the very minimum, TP does struggle from this issue where he's got a lot of money, but he has no levels. Like, even though they killed Raven, Raven's the exact same level as 23, even though 23 has 8,000 more, 10,000 more gold than he does. Great man to die. Okay, he's 13K, we get it.
Yeah, we know the game has been a little bit slow when we're commenting on the bushwhacks now. The desperation has reached its peak, Richie.
Oh, goodness.
Metamorphosis.
And stay down melee barracks.
Classic. They're like, guys, I think we have one more laner axe and this game is over. Quick, we can still make it.
Okay.
Happy hour still on, guys.
I mean, Bosku, please use Exo more than once this game. I mean, come on, guys.
Or here's a counter argument, Richie. What if they just don't do anything?
That's
the whole game.
Could be an option here for them.
You know, this is like when you go to the zoo and the animal's sleeping. You go, does it move?
Mm-hmm.
Like the really mean kid.
Right.
He bangs the cage, hoping the monkey moves.
Well, you know, it's even that's a very apt analogy because at the really nice zoos they have areas where the animals can be by themselves and not viewed by the public, like, to give them privacy. Oh, and this is exactly what's going on. Hello.
Yeah.
You. Hey, goodbye. They even terror waved him.
No,
man,
the kid found the private area.
He doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, the kid found the private area.
What are they farming for,
the
Avo?
monkey. Game 2. It's a really apt analogy because I'm frustrated. That's the real reason. They're vesseling terribly at 38 minutes in. That's how slow this game is. They don't know what to do with these 6 vessel charges. They might as well do this.
They smoked under the Astral Spirit, so this isn't going anywhere.
No, but this is at least an attempt at a play from Blacklist Rivalry.
23 has a...
I'll take this.
He's got a full refresher orb.
Yes. Oh, no, Raven, no, do not smoke to hit creeps. Oh, he's just getting the fire soul stacks. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yes,
he makes perfect sense.
He does need those.
But they just got scanned. Attempt has been thwarted because they only have one angle of attack.
23's like, all right, I guess I'll just hit the other buildings, I guess.
Yeah, but this is the attempt.
Exo's used.
Exo has been used. I hear it.
He's Exo in the trees. Oh, it's so spooky over there.
Oh, no, the trees are haunted.
No, it's spooky.
This forest.
It's a haunted forest.
No,
he's in a haunted forest.
Oh, he's going to kick the haunted forest woman away.
Ouch.
Bosku's dead. The legend of Bosku was the shortest lived legend. It was like a TikTok legend. Carl, he gets a dream coil off. Is there a follow-up? There isn't. Terror Wave stops it completely. Yeah, bushwhack him so he can't break the coil. And now Raven's running away. Raven is running away. Back on your base, Raven. Here, I'll help you. Back to your base.
Oh, my.
Goodbye, Raven. Has no buyback, of course. GG.
Okay.
GG. Yes. It seemed like Blacklist Rivalry thought this was World War I, just a war of attrition. Oh, they're laughing. They thought that was funny. At least they're keeping their spirits up. I think they realized that was not the way to play that game.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, like, they know this is for the major, right? Like, there's just there never seemed to be any kind of a game plan.
It's good they're in high spirits though, because they have to lose game number 1 to do well in game 2 and 3.
That's true.
Honestly, maybe that's just the case. They just wanted to get this loss over with, and now you're going to a more serious game 2 and 3. They didn't seem to have many. Look, the only thing I'll ask is in game 2, just pick something on the map that can make plays. I mean, Carl should have been that hero, but he didn't. So pick something that can make plays. Maybe that'll make the game plan easier.
I'm honestly just baffled. I mean, I don't know what's more baffling to me, how many items 23 had, than the fact that he only did 17,000 hero damage, or the fact that 23 only did 14,000 damage, just shy of 15. Raven only did less than 4K hero damage. I mean,
didn't find them at all. Well, we're going to have to see what our panel has to say about this wonderful game. Back to you, Tsunami. Analyze this one.
I would argue that maybe it's a possibility that Blacklist Rivalry are too aware that they are playing for the major, because it seems like they're playing with fear. They're playing with some real shock after being completely dismantled in their previous series against Geek, Slate, and now they lost their mojo.
It's rough, man. Like you want to watch and see them play better, but I mean, they were laughing and whatnot. I saw Cuckoo tip AU, so maybe there was like a little fun going, but still, it's like, so. Yeah, they're like from one game away to qualifying to now being one game away, being eliminated, and no major.
In theory, they've been in that situation multiple times, because if they won their series, what was the... Oh, actually, no, I guess... they got 2-0'd by SMG and they got 2-0'd by Execration. Blacklist Rivalry did, so they were never really one game away, but theoretically one series away on 3 occasions now, because they're down 1-0. What are you diagnosing the issue with, Dr. Winter?
I'm blacklisting the Lina for them.
Okay. It's probably a good call. This is Raven that we're talking about. Why is he in this situation?
I feel like it's been a while since Raven has been playing at his best. I feel like the way he plays carry is so passive. He's always just AFK farming. He's not really trying to... Like, you look at the contrast between him and 23, right? This game, how 23, he's playing around his team. He's coming every time when he has meta, taking tower. He's farming around his team, But Lina is basically using his team's bodies to farm, Somebody's dying here. Okay, I'll go there. Okay, I'm going to go here. Okay, feed another support to the enemy, Just give them that part of my, I'm dodging. When are you going to dodge until you need to fight? You have to fight somewhere. You have to take a stand somewhere, And they did a few very uninspiring smokes. They smoked. They weren't really committed. They went to the mid lane, I think twice. They did the smoke with the Lina, but they weren't really going to a place where they could fight. It was a smoke. For me, when I see that smoke, the smoke is a half-ass smoke. It's a smoke for the sake of smoking. If you want to smoke and you want to take something away from the enemy team, you go to the triangle, you go to somewhere aggressive, you go to a dangerous position, at least to try and... Like, they just walk up the... They didn't get the mid tower, right? So they just walk up the jungle. They place the ops, place the sentry. Oh, okay. Then they go back to farming, I mean, if they felt like they were really strong at that point with the DPLT, they would have just... I would have just gone to the triangle. Find the TV, try to kill the TV. They did nothing to the TV the whole game, Like, all the smokes were like, they were smoking just for smoking.
I know exactly what that's the smokes that I feel that I pull off with my team, where I'm like, we're kind of losing. I think pro players, they smoke a lot and walk around.
Said, like, when he was looking at the camera, like, teams playing in one hand. Like,
yeah, I saw Tim's earlier. He was just like this, and hand on the camera.
Yeah, you're a support in this kind of game. There's literally nothing you can do if your cores don't say, okay, guys, come, let's go. Yeah. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go there. We're gonna do this. Take this area back. And I have BKB. I'm strong, or whatever it is. That needs to happen. I feel like Raven is so used to being like on Terrorblade and everything. Like, they just farm until the late game, and they're not doing anything in the game,
Yeah, I know. And it's a shame, because this may be the last occasion that we get to see a Blacklist Rivalry show up, but I actually want to know a little bit more about Talon, and we got a chance to speak to, I believe, Jabs, and... Oh, no, it's a... Wait. It's a video from Talon, I believe. I don't know. Enjoy it.
This is the interview with the offlaner from Talon Esports, Jabs. think you're the player that I get to interview with probably the longest career, honestly, until now.
Oh, really?
I got someone like Corden, Mid1 has a pretty long career, but I guess I was telling you in the car here, right? I remember watching you when you were playing the Tinker mid spammer. You were known for being like the upcoming mid in Thailand.
Yeah, it was fun time.
Yeah. I think you were one of the few players that changed to support and you went back to a core role.
Yeah.
As an offlaner. How does that feel for you?
I mean, just like playing video game, like you just want to have fun, and then like you switch positions, like doesn't matter to me. Like as long as like you just play the game. Yeah. Like everything is like same. Like probably except mid. Mid is like probably like the hardest, cause like you just like lose the lane and then like you cannot like blame anyone else like except you. It's very hard lane.
So when you do dual lanes, you all can always blame the support a little bit.
I mean, not blaming, but like at least like you have someone to help, and then like there's something to do.
Sure. How was your at first when you moved to the offlane role? When you were in Fnatic, right? Was it difficult to adapt because there was also a lot of pressure on you to be able to adapt to that role?
Not really, because like I just liked like playing like a lot of like roles in pub, so like you just like take time to like practice it. So like you just have to like play a lot in pub and like practice.
So do you play a lot of pubs?
Yeah, I do.
Even today, like how long have you been playing Dota now?
Now I'm 24 years, so like I actually think like maybe like 12 years.
12 years?
12 or like 13, yeah.
Oh wow. And competitively, like when would you consider that career starts for you?
Maybe like 10 years, because like I used to like competitive in like Dota 1, like LAN tournament, like when I was like 12 years old. I mean like 14 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Was there a team for you that you think like starts a professional career, like something that becomes serious for you?
Yeah, it was like started like back with when I joined Trust. Yeah, that's like was like professional, the first team in Thailand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Back then, orgs didn't help out players as much, right? There was more common to just like they give you a team house, a little bit of like maybe a computer, some peripherals. Have you seen a change in how what it means to become a professional Dota player?
Yeah, it's like become more like a professional, and then like a lot of like they put like a lot of effort on it. Yeah, so it's like become more professional.
Do you like that? Do you like that it feels like a job though?
I like it, but like it kind of goes both ways, because like back then like it was more fun like playing with a friend and like like you shouting on the LAN even. It's like more fun, but like now it's like more money but like less fun, I guess.
Was there anything that was particularly difficult for you to adapt to, especially at a young age?
Maybe like when you're like getting like older, like your body like doesn't feel the same. Like last time like you could like sleep for like 2 hours and like just like wake up and play again and like non-stop, but like now you actually like need like some time of sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have a routine? Do you like exercise? Do you eat well? Is that something you try to do?
I mean, I try to do, but like I don't think I do it well. So.
Okay, fair. Do you have someone in the team that helps you actually to do that?
Yeah, I mean like last time like I went to gym and like trying to exercise, like got a trainer, but like I got lazy and like this happened.
I understand. I've been through the same process. That's why my belly is growing. How was that change for you? Like when you first go to your first international team and you have to start communicating in English, was that a huge shock for you at first?
Yeah, it's probably like cause like back then I don't really understand like English much.
Oh, interesting.
So like when I have to like talk to like people and then like they have to use like I have to like open like Google and Translate, because like some words like I don't understand it.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever miss playing in a full Thai stack?
I mean, I would say like because like it's fun like playing in like your own like language with friends. Yeah.
This season you get to play with another Thai player that I don't think you played with before, unless my research was wrong, which is Q, right?
Yeah.
How is it nice to get to play with another fellow Thai again?
To me, it's nice, but like sometimes like you have to like explain it to Thai to him, because like like Thai English is not that good.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And so you started to just communicate in Thai with him.
Yeah.
To explain concepts.
Yeah.
And you guys lane together as well, so it must feel nice there.
Yeah, it's like easier to lane because like we speak Thai in the lane, after that like speak English.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever reminisce? Like, do you guys, for example, when you go back to Thailand, when you visit family and stuff, have you ever gone together, for example?
Not for Q, because like he's kind of far. Like he's not living in Bangkok. Okay. But like I go out with like Tree kind of often.
Okay. When you were there, actually, when you were starting out, you know, Dota 1 player playing in local lands, would you ever imagine that you'd travel all the way to America for a Dota LAN?
Not really. Like, I don't imagine like traveling like across the world just to like play Dota.
Right. Is it? Was it your dream to be able to do something like that?
I never dream about it, but like, it was fun.
So, why do you want to keep competing though? What does the competition bring to you as a player?
You wanna win?
Yeah, but why? Like, what's the satisfaction in winning?
Maybe like just to prove yourself, like you can be the best in this game, and then like, you just wanna win.
Is that so? You're competing. You want to prove it to yourself. It's a personal goal.
Yeah, personal goal.
So even if people didn't like recognize it per se, if there wasn't like the big show and you know the viewers and everything, it wouldn't matter to you.
I mean, I would say it's like it still matter, cause like you wanna like when you're like in a professional, like there's a lot of fans, and then like there's like people cheering you, and then like you have to go to the event, and like people like actually like buy a ticket and plan everything like to go to see you. Sure. Like you wanna like win and like put like good show to them.
What was there a moment when you had to play enough on stage that you thought, wow, like you can feel the pressure of the audience a bit, or did you not?
Maybe like in the Manila.
Yeah, Manila. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Manila. Like when I was in the Faces and in Manila, like one of the tournament, like we actually like did pretty good there, and like people like shouting.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
And you got to meet your fans as well there.
Yeah.
What's it like when you first met someone? I was like, Jabs, give me your signature. Can I take a picture?
It's kind of like awkward, cause like you didn't think that you're gonna be in that position, and then like it's like, why would like people need my signature? It's like,
Why wouldn't you want to immortalize? Homie's eating a banana. He's gotta energize for this next game because he wants to get that LAN experience yet again. He wants. He wants the experience of fans coming up asking for signatures, because this may be his very first opportunity to find out what South American fans are like. If he's able to win this game, or perhaps the next game, then Jabs, his other two Thai boys, an Indonesian and a Malaysian, are going to be able to make their way to Peru. But they're going head-to-head against 5 Filipinos. And Mike, you've told me stories about 5 Filipino teams. Is this when it starts to go to the other side?
I mean, I hope not.
I hope not.
Especially, like, I wouldn't expect it from Blacklist, you know, because they're very veterans and they've been there before.
Yeah.
But they seem to be falling apart. And
that may be the problem, because Execration was a bunch of new kids on the block, and it's not falling apart. They got to straight up qualify, where now Blacklist they've lost 3 games in a row now. They lost 2 in the Geek Slate series, and now the 3rd game here. And they did not pick Lina. Good job.
Time to teach you how to play Lina.
Against the first phase Silencer.
Yeah. They're the one team that I see pick it a lot versus the bat, but they...
Wait, was it a first pick bat?
Yeah. I assume it's first pick bat, and they respond with a...
block, and then Lina 8th.
Huh? Bat Rider first pick, but why?
It's a flex pick, right? Like you said, Talon likes to open up with a very flexible hero.
Yeah, you were talking about how you thought it was weird they didn't open with Jabs last game.
Yeah, but I feel like, okay, they did 2 things. When their second pick, I feel like it's effective when they pick a hero that could be Jab's hero in the 2, you know. But when it's first pick, I feel like I don't like picking Jab's hero so early in the first phase, unless there's like really a clear thing that I want to get, you know, like a Lina. But I don't like bat and Lina unless the bat is like, I mean, I would first pick the Lina, and then I would consider picking something else with the Lina, not like bat and Lina, you know. So I'm not sure what's the logic behind this, you know. If you really, if you really wanted Lina, you pick the Lina right away. Why are you just picking bat? And then...
Maybe they wanted to bait Blacklist into the Silencer thing, because they know that they love Silencer against bat. So then pick it first phase, otherwise we're gonna ban.
I
the
feel
second
this draft
phase.
this opening is okay if the Bat Rider is a flexible hero that can be moved to a support. But if it's just like core and core, I feel like I don't like it that much.
I remember you saying once upon a time that you don't mind the first 2 picks if you're first pick.
Yeah, I know, but not this kind of hero, you know. Like, I feel
so choosy, man.
How many details?
Dude, drafting is being able to choose the right heroes. That's why you have to be choosy.
Oh, that's what drafting is?
What the hell, man? Why are you complaining? Me being choosy, dude. You're a drafter. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went for the Centaur, so that's the way they deal with. I think they won like 1 or 2 games with this.
Yeah, they
Lina.
started the season.
Yeah, it was against
Centaur against Lina.
Oh, so they still banned Monkey King. The last game I thought they banned Monkey King because they picked Lina, so Monkey King was good against Lina. So this game, oh okay,
because they picked Centaur.
Centaur, okay, fine. But if you have Monkey King and Lina on the same game, like, do you feel like
no,
it would be too greedy, or
no,
you think it's fine?
I think it would be too greedy. But, you know, who knows?
Too many expensive cores.
Monkey King is a cheap core if you don't go Battlefield. If you don't go Battlefield.
Yeah, but if you're safe lane and Lina's mid, yeah, I guess you could go like Echo Saber or something like that.
BKB, yeah, Echo, BKB, Rush BKB. Okay, they go with Undying plus Rubik.
Talon draft looks really, like...
solid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Like, the Rubik pick was really good. Like,
when does the Rubik pick feels not good? Doesn't feel good for you, you know? Every game you're like, they should pick Rubik, you know? Rubik's a great hero, provides you with a save, is good in the lane, he trades well, 4 armor.
That's why it's #1 pick in all regions, okay? Like, and it's even more, it's a defensive hero now, it gets you out of kinetic field, like... Must I argue more?
Nope.
Okay.
Point taken.
We're all in agreement.
And we have to be in agreement, you know? We work together, we have to...
This is a team also. I can't wait to make some roster shuffles next season.
Are you prepared to lose some DPC points for that?
Yeah, it's true. I'm going to take a penalty. Not sure if I can make it to TI.
All right, we're so dumb. But would you put the clock as 4? Or because it's like a clock center doesn't really sound that strong. But now since it's a draw, you kind of need a bodyguard, right?
I think AU has exclusively played silence.
But I'll argue that you want a silencer to follow the bat if the bat is on the side lane.
That's true. But then the last time he did that, he didn't follow the bat. He went to the other lane.
Exactly.
And he got wrecked by a Marcy and a Pudge.
Is it Blacklist that did that or someone else?
It was
no, it was Dubu.
No, what?
No, it was Bleed when they drafted silencer against bat. It wasn't Blacklist.
Oh, yeah.
And then they did the late.
Sorry, Winter, I'm wrong.
What about wait, didn't they just play Geek Slate? And they picked the silencer against the bat earlier today?
It wasn't a game today. It was a couple of series back. They drafted silencer, but the silencer didn't lane against the...
Yeah, I think you're correct. Yeah, it's Dubu.
Yeah, but I can understand when you're draw, you want to have a melee body in the lane instead of a silencer, you know?
But then my counter argument is like, okay, so it's 2 melee against Undying. You also want that line. That lane is kind of...
Yeah, that's brutal, actually.
Double decay all the time.
So you would actually just put the clock with the draw and the silencer and centaur.
I mean...
So both the lanes feel playable that way.
Yeah, otherwise, like, what's the clock in the centaur if they go...
Pull creep lah! Just go pull. You pull the wave. Okay, what's the Undying gonna start? He's not gonna start boots, right? Then you're just gonna pull. You start with boots as clock. Okay, you just pull the wave.
I feel like
whatever, you know.
Undying will still bully like once they meet the wave between tier 2, tier 1.
Yeah,
Undying will slap you.
But if you do the wave pull and they do the wave pull, you have to.
The Lina will be out of position.
The Lina will suffer more than the Centaur. That's why you have to do it in the first wave. And then if you do that and you are able to control your wave in front of the tower and you get level 2 first, as Clock and Centaur, you can kill them.
That's why Winter's a doctor.
He's got his MD.
I watch a lot of 33 lanes, you know, he just pulls everything.
Yeah, I know. But they ain't confirmed for the major quite yet, so maybe that Tundra playstyle was only good for TI.
They want TI with it, so I'm good, you know.
Okay, what is Mikoto hero? Because
is it a Mikoto
they're
hero?
expecting it to be a jab.
No, yeah.
I feel like...
Yeah.
So
Rider mid.
Is he gonna play the... Bat Rider doesn't feel like... do you think he'll take the bat off lane and pick another mid laner?
No.
Mikoto has not played the Batrider a single time this DPC.
Oh, so it's exclusively
Always
on
been
jabs.
But I'm sure he can play it. Like, that's a...
Primal Beast? Is Primal Beast available? Yeah. I like Primal Beast against Drow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Pretty good against Silencer.
But they're very single target.
Pango's still available.
Lina is multi-target.
Marcy.
Wait, who's playing what?
I think that's a Jabs Marcy.
Yeah.
He got inspired by Palos or whoever else plays.
And Scam.
Yeah.
So it's Rubik plus Marcy against the Drow and...
I really like Talon's draft.
Or wait, what if it is a 23 and then a mid Lina?
Nah, Jabs is the one who's been playing. Well, actually, no, because 23 did play that Night Stalker that one time.
Yeah.
So it is possible.
So for Blacklist, they need a Carl hero, like the Puck Ember Pango hero. Pango's still available, Kanga's available, the purple hero's available.
Tiny, still available.
Oh, Tiny Mid's available.
They need more like bodyguards for this draw.
Kanka?
Kanka sounds good, but it's like
the lane.
If they put Pat mid,
oh yeah,
it's like
that's pretty
So
much.
who lanes better against Barrider? Pango?
Pango's probably the best.
Yeah.
Oh no, the purple hero.
What's the?
So as far as I know, Carl was the only one to play it.
No, Corden played it 2 times. Corden played it 2 times.
Did he win?
No. He lost 0.
Then that means that Void Spirit has been picked 4 times. He won once. Who won with him? He won. Bob. Bob played him versus Boom.
Yeah, that was like the first.
Why do they hate Pango so much? Every time we are talking about, they could pick Pango last. The Void Spirit comes out. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't even really.
Stats don't lie.
Because lane-wise, I feel like Pango would do better against a Batrider.
So lane-wise, Void Spirit should be okay against Bat.
He'll be fine.
It should be, yeah.
Rotation-wise, I feel like Pango and Void Spirit are on par with one another. In terms of magic versus physical, I guess no, they're pretty similar.
Void is pretty more slippery. He's harder to kill, and they don't really have a hard lockdown except for the Rubik Lift and Marcy.
And
Marcy is
Lina.
not exactly that reliable in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I'm trying to argue why they went for the purple hero, but I'm not sold.
I don't think you need to sell it, Winter. I think they need to sell it with the gameplay, unless Avo and Seek have some intel that I might not be privy to.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I was also surprised when Winter brought up Purple Hero. I didn't think they'd go for it. We haven't really seen it too much, and it's not been looking too good here either.
Yes, but they have stuns, and they have plays to make.
do.
And at this point, the bar is floor. So honestly, it can only go up from here.
It can only go up. I don't know. Boss
Why
Crew
do you
back
have
on.
such low standards? Why?
Did you watch the last game, Winter? I saw more plays being made by you in the past 4 years as an analyst than Blacklist did.
I'm done.
I need to protect them. You're getting too comfortable over there, Avo. Stick to your restaurant. Take the castaway.
I am the cook. Now we're cooking with gas.
Winter can't take the heat. Should get out of the kitchen,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, there you go. He can't reply.
There it is. Haha, the made-up Winter straw man in our head. He's so weak. We got him. In any case, back into the game we go. And hey, Avo, I mean, they got the hero you like. The Boss Coup Centaur, right? That has previously been what Blacklist have gone for as their solution to the Lina. Why do you like this better than the Coddle? Is it simply because he has a stun?
It was not the Coddle, it was the DP.
Right, correct.
But yes, it is twofold.
Okay.
Mr. Ritchie.
Sure.
First, he has a stun.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yes, that's incredible. But second, the Stampede allows you to disengage, which I can only understand will make you more keen to engage, because you always have an escape plan.
Okay.
I rest my case.
Okay. Well, we'll see how he does here.
I'm not saying this will win in the game, but at least it'll be more entertaining.
No. And he's always looked good on this hero. It's this and the Doom that's been really, really super sink or swim. But I can't deny the fact that when it's looked good, it's looked really good, and I can't help but ask for it for more games. And here we are. Bosco sees many heroes here, so he's just trying to conceal his ward. He's not actually going to make that play. He's the boss. Don't worry.
Bosco sees many heroes, but does he act on many heroes?
No, he doesn't. He's not going to act on the intel.
I will say on the Purple Man that it used to be Carl's best hero. Remember back on Geek FM? right? Back when he was like starting to really become big in Dota 2.
Do you think it was better than his Ember?
I think his that Void Spirit was his best hero.
I always remember for his Ember. I can't lie. For Red Man, not Purple Man.
Yeah, to me, Carl, when he went from Santino to Carl, the real Carl began on Void Spirit.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know. I just felt like you can be a lot more flashy on the Ember, honestly. I feel like Void, even with, you know, Octarine and an Acceptor, he's and at the old shard, now the 25 talent, right? Or the where is it? Now it's 15 talent, right? I feel like there's only so many plays you can kind of make, only so many moves you can look to do. Whereas on the Ember Spirit, it does kind of feel like you have a much wider canvas to paint on, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the only reason.
I see your point. I mean, I do think this hero is bad.
Yeah, I always saw Carl. I mean, he's got a good lane matchup, right? Which is why they picked it. But here against the bat. But yes, I agree. Oh, but this is, by the way, where the lane always meets, isn't it? Where Tim's and Ollie are fighting right now, next to the Roche pit.
Wait, sorry. I want to go back to that point. Does he have a good lane matchup? Why does Void Spirit beat Bat?
Why does he beat Bat? Just because he can always back away, right? When things get a little bit too spicy for him. Good stick fire. He can clear the creep from far away with Resonant Pulse. Aether Remnant's pretty good here as well. Dissimulate's always good.
Okay.
It's just you're a slippery hero. You've got a decent base damage and some armor as well, so you don't just like die to the eventual sticky napalm damage. Missed there on the Aether Remnant, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what the panel was talking about as well. So you know. If you want all the reasons, you should check the VOD and listen to them.
I understand that, but you know, I want the viewers who don't check out the panel to be refreshed, right? As we get into the game. I always do winter.
And speaking of viewers who do need to be refreshed, once again, a little bit of a lobby score bug. Talon are leading 1-0. Blacklist Rivalry did lose game number 1, and we are in game number 2. Fights down bottom where AU is going to be disposed out from the tower range and quickly killed.
Yep.
What is this?
A few silencer picks we've seen in general, but I think a very strong hero right now.
Hey, and let's talk about this strong combo. Even though we haven't actually seen Sidekick yet, it's going to be pretty crazy once Jabs and Q have the ability to reposition you twice, have a decent nuke, and have a Rubik with 65 base damage, with an additional 20 on every auto attack hitting you. This is like a really killer lane here. It's been surprisingly so. I didn't think this Rubik would be a great sidekick partner. And don't get me wrong, outside of the lane, I don't think we're going to see it. But it does give you a huge amount of kill threat. Yes, of course, it's for the Lina.
Yeah, exactly. So this, for example, is what I was hoping for the bleed off lane Marcy, right? Earlier we saw.
Yes.
Like this, you have a psychic partner in the lane, which is very good. That game they had Tiny, which obviously not very good. And then now you have later you have the Lina as well. Even Bat can actually work in the mid game to actually add some physical damage to his hits. So I like it a lot. I think it's very, very solid. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think the Silencer is very good against this either, because the moment you put Silencer out of position, he kind of fights you to the death, but dies.
Yeah.
It's mostly his death.
He's more about harassing you down, especially with his very OP Arcane Curse, which he may decide to max this game just for maximum damage. He might just be dead here yet again. Is going to be the disposed. There is still, of course, the rebound. Hey, where you going? Nowhere, that's right. Even onto Raven, they'll get a bit more aggressive.
I don't consider myself the best player. I don't consider myself the best player.
Who is that?
Misha, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, right. That makes so much more
sense.
sense.
Which makes sense, because he is the best player.
Yes, that's very true.
His false humility is very nice.
Right.
Kodo is running down Carl.
Yeah, but once again, I don't think he gets these kills very easily.
He does not. He has Flame Break, but it's... I mean, he kicked him out of lane, which is nice.
Oh, but there's a TP? Oh, a couple? Oh.
Yes, that's the TP from Carl, and he's just coming back to farm.
Yeah, doesn't want to miss out in that range creep. Can you blame him?
No, I agree. I think it's an important one. All the range creeps are important, mind you. There's not a single range creep that's more important than others.
You're just a very good range creep parent. It's okay.
I agree. Yes. All are equal to me. Even the stupid one that keeps repeating his lane.
Or the dumb one that for some reason doesn't come with me when I pull the wave.
Actually, you know what? They're all equally bad. Don't have range creeps, guys.
Yeah, it's true. Don't do it. But no, they are probably needing a rotation here. The Silencer...
To point out, by the way, I don't know what the panel was talking about. The batter is winning the lane.
I mean, he's still a bat, but name me another melee mid laner that is going to do it decently versus this hero. The thing is, like, Carl, he needs a rotation eventually. He's going to need some help. Top lane also needing help his boss Q. He's not receiving any. Instead, only.
Raven got disposed. Telekinesis as well. He's been flying around. Now he's dizzy. Now he's dead.
The best player?
Hello, guys. This is White Man.
What? Oh, that is actually a line. That is a very good line.
This is This is looking pretty one-sided, though. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I don't know. Maybe it's because Purple Man's not that good. We don't see a whole lot of him.
Yes.
It used to be the case where you would go with like a Null Tally and then a Quelling Blade, and then you could easily like one-shot the waves. I don't know. I'm not a mid player, so I don't know what the specific numbers were. But Valve has continuously nerfed him and adjusted him enough such that it's not felt as good. Careful though, Raven. You might take another walk of shame back over to the fountain. Fortunately, a solid gust will see you to safety, but a scary moment there for sure.
Love that concept that Valve altogether. They have a business meeting. It's like, guys, Void Spirit beat me too many times in my pubs. How do we nerf this hero? And now he's in a dumpster. I honestly don't find that the laning is that important. I actually think where he got screwed over was the shard was a really, really valuable shard for him earlier.
Yeah. I mean,
you still have it in level 15 talent, but the extra damage buff was incredible.
You're totally right. Also, his rooting, or sorry, his stun.
Simulate rooting, yeah.
Exactly. Being changed to a root does feel a lot worse. I think now it's only the Splinter Blast that does that. Tim's, by the way, there is a Flaming Lasso if they want to cancel this TP, and why not? Drag him up to the cliff too, just to make sure. Oh, no, okay.
Just Mikoto wanted to go up to the cliff. That's what you get. Yeah, so you have a hero that's like they already nerfed his early ganking in the first couple of nerfs he received. But then he still had good power spikes and scaling, and now they nerfed that too, which is why the hero feels a little weak.
Yeah.
Bosku, man, I don't think that range creep was worth your life.
Oh.
Don't have range creeps, Bosku, we just told you.
No, we just told you, and on top tower.
You kill him, Chrono style is not going to help you.
He's in trouble here as well. Oh, Carl, okay. That's a rotation.
And he seizes the opportunity.
And he's got nothing to be scared of here. Makoto does not. I mean, he's got haste, but no Firefly and no Lasso. I mean, good luck, man.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say that. No, right?
Oh, he actually been cut just bat. However, there's no cogs, and there's also zombies. It's a little bit awkward to play around this. And Mikoto has the haste room still. And Firefly in 1 second.
Yep. Raven, in the meantime, is going to take the lane mid lane. Never a good sign when you're carry Drow Ranger. There she is. Now she's level 5. She was about half a level behind Q there for a moment, which is a bit scary.
Radiant's top tower
but she's able to at least soak up a little bit of experience in the mid lane while Carl returns. Raven just really, he's begging for level 6 at this stage, though. Bottom, though.
Dire structures are fortified.
AU, Jabs trying to punch AU. And AU has a massive stick. But Dispose does break that TP still. It's odd.
It's a full wand there, Alo.
Oh, it's a full wand, actually.
It was.
And now AU continues to run. Here comes the reinforcements. Raven deciding his support life is actually worthwhile.
He's overcommitted here. Tims is here as well.
Yeah, but Jabs, CEO in trouble.
Oh.
Tim's nearby too. The rebound, never mind. He always had an escape plan.
My goodness.
The golden parachute, as they call it. Jabs will get away.
Oh no, and Carl won't even connect the 8th round either onto Q.
That's why the bourgeoisie never gets a break.
Now even mid lane here. Look who's back, Makoto with Lasso in 10 seconds. Rune will spawn top lane, which is going to force Carl away. He really kind of needed that refill to have any mana to make plays here. Will be denied that. And as you can see, it's an arcane rune as well. Purple rune for Purple Man always feels really good early on.
Yeah, it's because of the color scheme, right? Yeah, but it also feels good for Batman.
No, of course, yeah. So, but I think Void Spirit especially, of course, can take advantage of it. 2 Astral Steps real quick, get your mana regen back online. Makoto, though, is going to be looking for an excuse to lasso here, so it's going to kind of... well, it's going to be even more of a non-starter for Blacklist Rivalry for the next couple of moments, honestly. I mean, especially with a Silencer and a Drow Ranger, you know, 2 fairly passive heroes. Tim's as well behind in experience right now. He's the least experienced hero in the game, level 3 only. Ali's a full level ahead of him. And that's your playmaker alongside Bosku, at least until Carl feels like he's strong enough to go in. And for now, he will do that just onto Q.
Yeah, Q will be silenced and killed.
There it is, something. For AU. 2 int. So he will continue to scale. Oh, Bosku yet again takes a death top lane, though. He's really struggling versus this Tombstone. Level 2 from Ali now.
So with this, your playmaker's dead, and he's been dead for a while, so Stampede is super late.
Yeah.
Trail Ranger's already moved into the jungle.
Have level 6.
No, that's why. It's super late. So what? Like this time, it's not like they're playing passively. I think you just don't have any other options.
Yeah, I think at least the good news for Blacklist Rivalry is that the tower push from Talon is really not that good. Like, I mean, who's going to hit towers right now? Marcy isn't, right? Because she needs to get BKB Basher online as soon as possible. I don't think Batrider's going to do it. Lena as well probably wants a handful of items before she starts fronting for towers. Oh, Jabs and AU.
Sure, but at the same... Oh. Yeah, maybe they can kill AU.
Oh, they will.
But again, there's only support kills. It's just the fact that you're not really stopping jabs in this, right? Like now you have an unstoppable force.
It's true. I guess it's because the team fight's not really all that great either from Blacklist Rivalry, honestly. Your single target's amazing, right? And Global Silence does give you a potential cancel onto jabs or whoever else is going to be initiating. Here's a smoke play, though, and 2 bounties here. They're going to catch 23 a second time. So Carl, with only 2 kills, sure, but 2 big ones.
Okay, that's a very big one, like you said. And they've both been on Lina, right?
Yeah, they have.
No. Okay, Carl has been the playmaker to some degree and has managed to make something out of this early game.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't ask him to do much more. He didn't die to the Bat Rider a single time.
Exactly.
Still has his own tower. That's very healthy. Sure, he hasn't been able to counter-rotate onto Marcy too successfully, but 2 kills onto the Lina, and hey, maybe even top lane.
Ollie, that's again, not as impactful a kill, but will help Bosco recover a little bit. And this should get him Vanguard if he wants to go for it, but he's choosing Hooded Defiance instead.
I think the Hooded Defiance is probably the better move right now.
Yeah, that is the concern right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think by the time you're scared of Marcy's physical attack damage, I don't think Vanguard's going to do too much to protect you there. But yeah, Talon just kind of moving as they please. There's a BOTs online as well for the Bat Rider. This is also kind of a game. Remember, I think earlier we casted a game where we saw a Bat Rider go for that very old traditional Bat build of Bots Blink.
Yeah, it was Armel.
Yeah, I wonder if he would consider the same this time around, as he is going to be chased, but of course, Bats are very good with vision, with flying, not vision.
Yes,
they quite frequently don't see well.
They're good with flying, indeed. Yes,
they're very good at echolocating their foes.
Yeah, but this one's an owl, so this one actually has better vision.
True.
And it cannot echolocate.
It cannot echolocate, and it also can't get wet.
Owls can't get wet?
It's because they have spec into the stealth tree on owls, which is why they can swoop down and kill mice. However, because of the way that their feathers are positioned on their body, if they absorb way too much water.
Oh, really?
So they can't afford to get wet because then they can't fly too effectively.
But they make good sponges, though.
That's very true.
Okay. Yeah. That's good counterbalance.
Very true. I think that was the scene in Harry Potter, wasn't it?
Okay, as they catch Tim's in his own cogs, they still have the unleash for the next kill if they want to.
Or just a tower.
That's fine too. Punch tower.
A couple times, only 6 times.
Only 6 times. If you punch it 9, it's bad. Tower starts attacking back. It gets angry.
Yeah, bad vibes. As we
so is this owl thing real or just screwing with me?
No, that's. I mean, not the sponge thing, obviously.
Well, it makes sense.
I mean.
So does this mean when you shower an owl, does it have to stay grounded for like a couple hours?
Yeah. Because if they're showered, they've done something bad. So bad.
How do they drink water?
With their beaks.
No, but I mean, like, what are they? So every time they drink water, it's a risky death game for them because if they fall down, I'm assuming they just die.
Not everyone usually falls over when they drink water like you know.
You're telling me that he can bend down, put his beak in the water, and not stumble? That's common for animals?
Well, actually, there are some breeds with owls that they use straws as well.
Are those the Malaysian ones?
Yeah,
it comes with a bag in the water.
So. No, it's true actually because it has to do with the way that their forefeathers are positioned. They're positioned in a way such that it doesn't really make any noise when they fly around or when they flap their wings either.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, this is a true fact. But because of that and the way that they've got really thick feathers or something like that to make up for it, more so than most other birds of flight do, it means that they absorb way too much water, and so they can become too heavy, and that's why when it rains, you don't see owls actually because they just have to chill.
Oh, wow. That makes a lot of sense.
This is actually a true fact. I don't know why I know this about it. Welcome to Owl Facts. Press 1 to subscribe to more Owl Facts.
Press 2 if you want to hear us cast a Dota game, which nothing's happened.
Nope.
But Talon is moving in. Maybe this is an attempt at something. He scanned and all these
Blacklist Rivalry, he gusted. He gusted up that high ground.
What? Okay. But now we smoked. No. Smoke, gusting, a lot of wind.
He doesn't have gust for 10 seconds, by the way. He kind of wasted it.
But it's okay because you have Carl. Carl is your gust. Right? Ooh. Catch the Lina. Lina would be a perfect target. Not so perfect as Jazz, but you can make up for it.
Okay.
There's the perfect target. Go with Carl, dissimulate, and that's dead Lina.
Yes.
Tim's is happy to die for this, but if they stampede and save him, even better. They should be able to... Oh no, the goal sign stops the stuns from coming out. However, Tim's, unfortunately, very slow.
Oh yeah, he's going to be the one left behind, and that's actually a total acceptable trade.
I think he turned around to Rocket Flare, right? Which I don't think was the play.
I think it's because he was afraid of giving Rubik any other spell, perhaps.
Oh, that could have been it.
Rubik got Rocket Flare, which is...
meh.
meh. I think you probably want to give him Cogs if you can. Actually, you don't want to give him Rocket Flare or Hook Shot. Anything else, I think, is not that great on Rubik. But it doesn't matter. Another kill, 3 straight onto the Lina, right? So Blacklist Rivalry, they've already matched their kill count from the previous match so far, and 3 of these 5 kills are onto the carry. So 23 Savage, still the richest hero in the game, but is going to have his start a bit stymied off of this. Much like an owl, his wings are wet. Therefore, he will not be able to fly away with this game, Alvaro. See, it all had a purpose.
Sure. Can they fly away with this tower is the question. Or punch the tower away. It seems like Chav is not joining them because he's too busy farming his BKB. Which means no tier 1 push in the mid lane, giving Blacklist Rivalry a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing quite yet. That Maelstrom is really the only, and I guess just regular stat gain here on the Lina, the only thing that makes her a decent enough tower pusher. 24 damage on the Maelstrom, so she much rather prefers to hit heroes and units right now than hit structures before she has too many stats added onto her.
Which she did last game too. He had more building damage and hero damage last game.
That's right, yes. Okay, Bosku had just now gotten Blink delivered, so this is the Blink reveal for Boss. See what he can find. Marcy's maybe a bit of a hard jump, especially when there are 2 allies of hers smoked behind.
Money to burn.
Yeah, solo is going to be a little bit difficult, but he could potentially hoof stomp, ask for TPs, and then at least one person can join him. Oh, Bosku, he's coming out of his burrow.
Yeah, that's the Blink quote-unquote revealed there, so not much to be gained here on that first initiation on the creep wave, I guess. But of course, he needs money. He can't afford to let this wait any longer.
At least this time is more justified that Blacklist is playing a little bit more passively. Not only do they scale well, but on top of that, they also are losing right now. So it's okay for them to wait for some big items.
Yeah, Draw Rangers had a really tough early game.
And even then, they're still going for pickups.
Well, they have Witchblade finished for Carl, right?
No, this is fine. This is a fine play.
Yeah.
It's just they're not looking for a team fight.
No, that's right.
Bosku.
They have to be a little bit careful, though, because that's a Dire, by the way. That's Rubik's Rocket Flare. Okay, but they are going to find jabs.
Okay, let's start with a Witch Point damage. Now the Cogs, closing jabs in. Is it someone going to TP? No, so jabs can't rebound to anything.
Yep.
And they even calculated around the creep waves to make sure he couldn't do it.
As I said, that exact same thing. Very well done. They're also drawing attention away from Raven a little bit here on the map. So they're doing a great job so far. I mean, Raven's getting his items online, has the full 4-staff coming his way, so he can very reasonably, maybe not look to, start the fights himself, but he can show up and still have a little bit of defensive utility. That being said, Makoto looking to get a little bit offensive here. Silent as the owl. He dives in onto the triangle of Raven.
Right, of course. And archers, they usually are deaf. So that's why they couldn't hear the owl coming in. The lasso as well, the tombstone on top of this. Raven has to get away, cancels on TP because his other flame break instead stampeding himself to safety. That flame break would have canceled the TP, but it would have put him close to the Rubik, so he's dead regardless. Quick thinking from Raven, but not quick enough. As AU's courier also gets killed, and now they see the real AU, and they say, why not? Piggy, let's go to hell.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I always forget that Sticky Napalm applies a 70% turn rate reduction, so it's always hilarious whenever anyone slowly turns to face the Batrider and then just dies anyway.
Exactly.
But Talon, nice little pick off there. That's that ward certainly paying off. You can see right now Makoto farming over that. So even though Blacklist Rivalry do a good job, they sweep across the map and try and draw attention away from Raven. Blacklist Rivalry, with their superior warding game, are going to be able to pick up a kill, and now even a major objective. Now, 23 can actually be very considerable, or a considerable force here for the pushing, especially because he does have the Marcy to buff him up with the sidekick for that additional lifesteal. I think that's already BKB flying his way now. Yeah, this Lina's not quite fully online 1v5 mode yet, but certainly already feeling very strong.
I mean, if you consider the sidekick is like an extra item, right, then maybe.
Agreed. At least this early on, it's basically an early game Satanic, a poor man Satanic or something.
I don't even think it's that poor. 65 damage, 45% life.
It's pretty good, right? Right now, the Lina just lacks a little bit of attack speed to really have that item be super bonkers. And compared to the last Lina we saw, she just... Oh.
Carl once again. Nope, silent. But this time
they stole global?
They did steal global, which is going to punish Carl with his own dissimulate as well. How? Did he steal? Oh, because... No. When did he steal global?
Well, I suppose the last time global was cast. Which
I understand that's obviously the concept, but I just don't comprehend how that happened.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Because it's... I mean,
it's when AU did the global TP.
Yeah.
Right? That must have been... Oh.
Shot. Tim's.
Kono.
That's BKB off. Not a bad usage of just hookshot Stampede doesn't feel as good, especially because Mikoto has a lasso and has teammates as well, closing the door.
Raven. He's gonna die to the Simulate. No need, actually. Jabs will just kill him. AU has been scouted by the sticky napalm. Trying to hang around the trees, but the not breathing technique did not work against the silent as Deathly Owl.
And Talon are absolutely crushing it right now. Like everything that they do, it just doesn't seem like Blacklist have a really good solution to it, and in fact, sometimes any solution. Raven as well, trying to farm behind his allies, but Talon will swoop around.
All the elites have been caught by the Void Spirit, so Carl looking for one counter kill to make up for this. And he's been pretty impactful. If they kill him, be a huge win here for Talon. They've already killed him once, now that second time in a row, Carl's impact has been stopped.
Yeah, 23 as well. He had 2 stick charges, which was enough at the time to get Laguna, so there's no way he was making out of there alive, unfortunately. And Talon will set to work directly on a tier 2 tower. Always feels really nice when you get an easy kill like that, and then you're right next to an objective. You can see as well with Sidekick Alina. Yeah, again, not quite as good as the Satanic, but certainly good enough to continue sieging here. Bosku is going to get a Heaven's Halberd up and another 1,000 or so gold, but Raven just having Hurricane Pike here, Tim's Urn of Shadows, and a 4-step. Okay, so there are a couple more items coming online, but with this Aegis, I just don't think they can reasonably kill 23 twice. So he's kind of unstoppable for these next 2 minutes, and it's just a matter of how much Talon takes. They've struggled to kill Mikoto, especially with his BKB. He is going back for Blink Dagger at this stage. Why not? It's a phenomenal item to have versus a Drow Ranger in any game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Repositioning to be able to... Oh, hold on.
A Drow that might get killed regardless. Rebound did get the stun.
Good force.
Getting him safe, and now the hook shot. Make sure Jab stops the chase. Tims will die for this, but Raven is alive.
Okay, AU.
And Carl fights back. They taunt Lelina, but with the Aegis, there's just no chance.
Yeah. And BKB, of course, so she is really not scared. Tanking even for the wagon, as she gets to work trying to demolish another tier 2 tower. Talon just with way too much team fight here. It just seems like, I mean, they don't even really have that much team fight. It's kind of just a lot of really good single target and tombstone, which is so far enough. Even with a global, like, nothing really stops them there. Talon they don't feel pressured to dive any further. They don't feel pressured to use BKBs and go in more. Like, it's just really restrained gameplay from Talon. They don't really seem to be under any pressure, honestly.
Yep. But unlike Blacklist last game, they are making the moves when they're needed. It's just that they're being patient enough when they're not needed, right?
Yeah, of course.
It does show some... Again, we saw Talon playing this. What was it the game that impressed Winter so much? It was before the Fnatic game. And you can check. When Talon just looked incredible. And that's why a lot of people are saying them and SMG are the ones with the highest ceilings.
The best player?
As Carl gets caught again as well, you'll check the game. Gleipnir as well, just for good measure. Carl can no longer make his crazy plays around the map. Mikoto can cancel this Bosku TP, so Bosku will be able to make it out of here alive.
Must have been maybe the game versus Bleed, perhaps?
I think it was the game versus Bleed,
They had a very convincing 2-0, by the way, over Geek Slate.
It was one of those two that specifically Winter was very impressed by, and we were all impressed by, right? But it just kind of shows the talent. It's not always the domination in the game, because when you dominate a game from the start, it's pretty obvious that you're a good team, but anyone can do it.
You need to play certain lineups. It's really hard to play a lineup. I mean, they make it look easy, and they have farmed up a net worth lead of 11K, which is very respectable, especially when you consider the lean is up 6K over the Drow Ranger. It's a major item ahead. However, the point I'm making is it's really hard. It's quite difficult to make these kind of drafts work, especially because on its face, this isn't like a super aggressive, forces you to turtle for 30 minutes kind of a lineup, right? They don't cut waves extremely efficiently. They're just really good at fighting, and they can engage from range, which makes things scary. That being said, it still doesn't mean that it's a completely free game from Talon, even with now the net worth lead extending to 12K. These kind of lineups are really easy to all of a sudden crumble very quickly, right? When you're already this close to enemies, it makes their buybacks a little bit more efficient. They can get more bodies into the fights and reinforce much faster than you can. We see some smoke on smoke, so Blacklist, they're going to be fighting on whatever they've picked up recently. SNY for Carl.
Maybe. I'll just let Tims get the first kill you can find, and that's going to be Tims. Jabs, though, did get stunned. The next BKB in time, Global Silence as well, but he can just dispel it now as the poor Bosku has been sent back as a telekinesis, and Bosku lasts a matter of seconds, Richie.
And once again, just the patience there from Talon. The only thing they use is going to be Guardian Greaves, but that item has a very short cooldown now, only 40 seconds. He can be retained on the Batrider, and most importantly for 23 Savage, it's going to be kind of a, what is it? Hemingway wrote the shortest story of them all. The shortest sad story. For sale, BKB never used. Sad story there for Blacklist so far, I think, as Makoto's going hunting.
I've heard this so many times. We cast it for so long together. It's the longest used story. I feel like you...
I don't say that very often, I will say.
I don't think that's true. I'm glad you're a big fan of Hemingway. You know what his favorite drink was?
Yes, it's a Hemingway daiquiri.
Yes.
I do know that.
Did you know where he consumed that?
Cuba.
No. The place where he was consuming it for the first time is the Spanish Civil War. In a
was it really?
Yeah, in a bar in northern Spain.
Oh,
it's named after him. It's called Hemingway Bar now.
Yeah, there was a whole writers' legion, wasn't there?
Yes,
for some reason.
1,000 of the volunteers, all writing books.
Ernest Hemingway was there. Who was it? George Orwell was there.
That's where he wrote Homage to Catalan.
It's so interesting, this history, isn't it? Who knows? Maybe with all the spare time that 23 has, he might write a book as well during this one, because it's been looking fairly smooth sailing right now for Talon Game 1 and Game 2. I don't know, man. I'm afraid to say it, but it feels like that earlier series kind of broke Blacklist. I thought they might have come back a little bit more revitalized, especially off of their previous matchup versus Talon, but just hasn't really been the case. Either that or Talon have really studied and have completely removed any sort of tempo from underneath Blacklist, because this is not as one-sided as their previous match was.
Yeah. Do you reckon that's the case? It just feels like Blacklist has felt a little bit underwhelming. Honestly, I don't think it's bad. I think it's too much of an adjective, right? Just a little bit underwhelming the more that this league has progressed. It feels like their games lack the fire and the aggression, right? Seems like someone told them at one point, like, hey, we got to play a little bit more defensively, and the result was too defensive. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like, Blacklist doesn't make any mistakes, which is why it's hard to fix these things. And they just don't make plays.
Well, I think speaking of fixing things and the ease, it's actually Blacklist that won that series 2-1 after a 60-minute barn burner. Which of course,
Talon.
Which is never great, right? To be honest, when you win a 60-minute game, I mean, sure, it shows your tenacity. You can come back, bounce back, blah blah blah. But like also, Dota games aren't really meant to go that long. Especially on the pro scene, whenever you ask, it's pretty funny, whenever you ask a lot of ex-pros what happens in the late game, they're like, in the ultra late game, they're like, I don't know, man, our scrims usually end around 45 minutes.
Yeah,
it's kind of true, right? I mean, tier 5s exist to help most pub games finish up. I don't think there's like a defined meta of best. I mean, sure, there's ideas and we see certain heroes prefer certain items, but you don't pick a hero with the, Bosku's not picking Centaur with the idea to get a Giant's Ring.
Lasso?
Look at them. They're just going kidnapping basically into the base.
That one I like, Carl.
That's such a deep dive, and he can just do that.
I mean, nobody is doing anything on Blacklist Rivalry. Once again, they don't feel like threats, right?
So the point I was making, right, is Talon lost that series, and there's this kind of like, chin up sport. You learn more from losses than you do from victories, which may actually be the case here. This is completely unlike the series we saw before.
Talon, to be honest, has learned a lot.
They have.
DPC, yeah. They've looked better and better. Except for the one game against Fnatic, which was, I think, an anomaly.
Yes, that was surprising.
Hey, one of those days, you have a bad day and just play poorly. It's whatever.
That's true. I mean, they must be extremely driven, right? I mean, they should have, quote-unquote, won that game versus an 0-6 team at the time to secure their spot to the major. They didn't.
And now they're fixing it.
Now they're fixing it, right? I imagine they had a very serious talk because those were two, let's be honest, they were, because we're being honest about Blacklist, those were two ugly games from Talon.
Yep. Sunbi set them down. He's only learned the 3 Thai swears for this exact moment, right?
But he had them ready to go.
Yeah.
Hell let loose, right? Like a Korean coach fixing up a C team, apparently.
I mean,
just look at Marks and Execration.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, come on.
That's
Marks
the real
TNC.
That's the real combination.
Here we go. We're fighting.
Yeah, Makoto. They try to go on him. Global Silence as well, but they've already killed off Bosku. Raven needs to get some space. Another silence for him in addition to the customer to push him away.
He's just routed, though.
They can't. He can't stand and hit. And in fact, now they stand near him and they hit him. There's no supports. There's no hero, Richie.
AU's already moving on to cut waves. I mean,
Carl was trying to kill an Undying.
I mean,
his name is Undying, Richie.
Yeah, he lived. He was fighting solo versus Tim's, and I think Carl's going to prove to be a bit too sneaky to be caught here. But Roshan number 2 is now online.
I think the word you'd use to describe this game is helpless. It feels like for Blacklist. Not like they're making any mistakes. It just feels like they just can't quite get their plays on right.
Yeah, it just
hard to tell why.
Everything just seems like a non-starter for them.
Yes.
And it is hard to tell, right? I think this is one where you just have to look at the replay. I think much of this is to do, of course, let's give credit to Talon for playing a clean game and an overall a very clean series, as Jabs is going to kill off AU. But you're right, it just has felt helpless. Everything's a non-starter. Nothing. It's like when it's like the winter and you're trying to start your car because you're late for work and it just won't turn over. You know, the engine kind of makes that noise. You know?
Oh, winter like the season.
Like the season, not my cat.
Okay, I was thinking of the analyst actually. Why does the car start in winter? Because it's cold?
Oh, because it's too cold.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't. But I
it's a thing that happens. Not here in C, of course, because it never gets cold. But yeah. you'll have to trust me on that. I mean, sometimes
I don't own a car, and I don't know what.
Sometimes you try and start a car, and it just won't start. You know, and it makes that noise, right? yeah, exactly, right. That's exactly the noise it's making. Except more this time, it's just like Talon just running over Blacklist. Not so much that engine even starting. I mean, here they go. I mean, second Aegis,
I guess it's an improvement. First game for like Blacklist was trying to start a car and there was no wheels on the car. They're like, oh guys, I don't think we can go on the road with this. This is not legal. And now, I mean,
it's honestly felt helpless. It really has. I mean, 23K, it's such an impressive lead. 23 is just on the high ground. Doesn't even have Lincoln's queued up. He's not scared of anything.
Yeah, there's as much lead as number in his name. Now it's 24K.
Yeah.
Has to change his name.
Needs to change his name to 24 Savage.
Oh, Mikoto. He canceled that. Hookshot did not stop that initiation whatsoever.
And Raven.
Dead.
He's dead, doesn't have buy.
Carl at least now has the massive Dissimulate, so he has a lot more mobility here, but Lina is unfazed. Bossu can't even get the stun off because it's on cooldown.
That's 3 dead.
That is 3 dead.
Talon.
GG is called.
They're going to the major.
They're going to the major. Lima has been calling for a bird of prey. Talon answers. Going to Lima. With a Lina.
Ah, look at that. You liked your joke. They smiled a bit there. Blacklist, they seem to be in, well, just fine spirits. I think that's a really rough way to, unfortunately, close out your first season. But over for Talon, you know, of course, it'll be all smiles and, honestly, I think relief.
Yes.
Is the biggest thing I saw there. Sure, a little bit of happiness, but you know, compared to how Geek Slate qualified today, I mean, they were over the moon. They were all hugging. It was a great time. Not to read too much into it, right? I'm sure Talon are still very happy, but considering that they had the opportunity to get there, they maybe should have gotten there after beating Fnatic when they lose that series. It's a sense of relief. It's a sense of, okay, we have some problems, but we can fix them. And I think that's a great way to be going into a major.
And now they have 3 weeks to deal with those problems, fix them, do whatever they need to do. It's looking very hopeful for Talon. For Blacklist, you know, there has been some issues during the season, but we can also chalk it up to the fact they've played the longest games today, 2 over 60-minute games.
That's got to be exhausting.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe they were a little bit exhausted. They were not feeling this last series today, and they were unable to pull it through. But Blacklist, at least they stay in Division 1, right? They haven't been relegated or anything, and they can try out next season perfectly fine. I don't think they're in that difficult a position. It's just this major is time for the new teams to shine, right?
Yeah.
Execration and Geek Slate, these guys get their first chance at a major. Most of these players are their first chance at a major. And of course, in the last slot, a little older org in Talon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now let's talk about these storylines. Let's talk about the jolly part of this match with our jolly panel, come forward by Tsunami, Mike, and Winter.
What is it, Christmas time all of a sudden? Merry Lima to each and every one of you. Well, not everyone, not Blacklist Rivalry, unfortunately. It would have been heartbreak either way. Either Talon lose and they're constantly haunted by the fact that, man, and maybe if we didn't lose to Fnatic, we could be going to the major. Or Blacklist Rivalry are like, wow, that was an extremely painful series against Geek Slate. And then we lost again to Talon. Tough to find. There's no heroes in this story, but there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. And I think, Winter, you would have been more encouraged by Talon representing Southeast Asia just based off of the performance for the season, right? Really?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like some of
I mean, you made it seem like Talon was your most improved team.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
He's just a hater, even to himself.
But I don't want to count Blacklist out, you know. Like,
sure.
I know I've been shitting on them, you know, in a lot of the games, but sometimes they show like they remembered some of their glory days, you know, in TNC, you know, and they played well. They used to always lose the first game, and they do something different in the second and the third game. But here, I want to criticize about the draft, you know, like from what I've seen so far, this team, most of the second pick games they chose to prioritize the mid lane. But in fact, I feel like the more I look at it, I feel like if you're prioritizing a mid lane, and in the end he's gonna be either playing some Pango or Void Spirit anyway, why not you just pick those heroes in front? Those heroes are not gonna be a lane winner for 24th pick. Yep. So why not you leave the last pick for Cuckoo? Cuckoo has a lot of heroes that he plays. He plays the cheap offlane heroes. He plays the win condition offlane heroes. He can play anything. Why not use him more?
Because he gets banned out if you save him for later phases.
He's gonna have something that he's able to play. I feel like if I'm the drafter, I look at the team setup. If my mid laner is not gonna play something like a win condition hero, why am I last picking his hero? That's the question I will ask myself.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, they were in a rough position, right? I feel like only Puppy's team can really do well after like being knocked down.
Dude, look at this. Mikoto is first pick. He's the first pick Bear Rider MVP, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. But like I was gonna mention, like they had to recover with that loss, you know, and then play immediately after best of 3, and not everyone can do that. I feel like you kind of have to be superhuman to recover mentally, knowing like you were so close and then...
Yeah, but you know, you can't change that.
I know, but then...
What can we do, you know?
Yeah, and also the type of loss that they had against Geek Slate. Yeah. I think I asked Pi like half sarcastically, but also I really wanted to know, like, that has to be one of the most painful ways to lose a series. Yeah. Is you win game 1 and game 2 and 3, go 70 plus minutes, and you're just never able to finally close it out. That is mentally taxing.
You know, I played like 11 games in one day.
Yeah, you were mentioning this series. Was it against Mike?
Oh yeah.
You played 3 BO3s and 1 BO5?
Okay, so basically we lost in the major qualifiers. Then we had to play the minor qualifiers next. That was the old system.
Right,
then I met him in the finals of the minor qualifiers. After playing like so many games in the last few days.
I picked Techies.
And I got Techies.
Was it a last pick?
We would have qualified if it's the current system, because we managed to get to the finals of the majors qualifier.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. You want to talk about last pick win conditions? You last pick win condition attackies.
Yeah.
I didn't really do anything that game.
Doesn't matter.
You know, like
he first picked the techies.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know. The balls.
He would have gotten our Mikoto-esque MVP, I'm sure, at the end of that. But yeah, now Talon have qualified to the major. They will be joining Execration and Geek Slate as Southeast Asia's 3 representatives, which I think I would love to know how many people would have predicted these 3.
I mean, based off week 1, I think everyone was like thinking, okay, Talon's out.
Yeah, people were thinking Talon's out. I think Execration maybe would have been in the mix.
Execration, Geek Slate, probably.
Yeah.
Over Fnatic and Boom.
No, yeah, that's true.
And Bleed. Like, Bleed were looking good.
Coming in, like, no games played, you would have assumed there was Fnatic and Boom.
Yeah. Outed on Fnatic, Boom, Bleed.
Not really, though, because I feel like they don't have a captain. And I always feel like teams that don't have a captain don't really do well in SEA.
That's a fair point.
Fine, Winter's always right.
Tell me a counter argument, you know? Give me a counter argument.
That's why I said you're right.
Only because you qualified it with Southeast Asia, because I feel like other regions have been able to find success with not necessarily captainless teams, but
maybe no captain in game, but at least you have a coach, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
And they had kind of like a part-time coach. I mean, Hyde apparently does some drafting for them, you know?
Yeah, but
it was mostly just drafting.
Yeah, but that's not enough, you know. Somebody has to tell them this is not how you play the map. You wait for this item timing, blah, 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 blah. You move here. DJ is amazing every game, but why are we still losing?
Yeah. Well, we get a chance to learn even more about one of our players. You heard about it in the pregame interview, but now we get a post-series interview with Jabs. Congratulations on the series victory, Jabs. You want me to be quiet?
Oh yeah, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Congratulations, Jabs, you're going to another major.
It's lagging. Is it our internet, Brando? It's lagging.
We hear you.
I think he doesn't see us.
Not? You hear me?
I hear you. I can keep talking to make sure that the connection is strong. Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello.
Okay, we'll reevaluate the connection. Clearly, they used all of their good bandwidth to get the win in that game. But we'll get an interview with Jabs shortly. I mentioned another major because he showed up to Stockholm with Fnatic, and it was a very, very tough loss against OG, which I think it was lower bracket semifinals. They almost won Game 3 against OG.
Oh yeah. And that's the one that OG won, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so history could have changed, and Southeast Asia may have been able to, because I think of all the teams, TSM got completely obliterated by OG in that major. Yeah. Most of their other opponents, Tundra got owned by OG, but I think Fnatic made OG look the most vulnerable, but they weren't able to do it. And then in Arlington, Jabs was... Well, I can ask him, actually. Ding, 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 ding. How's the internet this time, Jabs?
Yeah, it's all good now.
Okay. I was bringing up maybe some more melancholic memories because your previous major performances, at least you got to show up to them, but maybe the results weren't quite what you were expecting. How about for this team? Are you feeling encouraged going to Peru?
We feel super strong. Even if we lose to Fnatic, but we still feel pretty confident to going to major.
Okay, I'm curious about this Fnatic series. How did you come into it with lower expectations of Fnatic, and you maybe took it a little easy, or they just took you by surprise with how good they were?
I would say that we didn't take it easy. We prepare everything, but it's kind of surprised that they changed the way they play before that, and then how they dive, and I would say they prepare real well, and they just play better, and they dive better, and yeah, that's why they win.
Yeah, it took us by surprise as well, and in fact we spoke to KP. I think it took them by surprise too about how well that performance was, but you pulled it together. I'm assuming, did you get to watch the Blacklist Rivalry Geek Slate series earlier today?
Yeah, I watched it.
So, do you think that Blacklist were maybe a little bit mentally lost after losing those two 70-minute games?
I mean, of course. It's two good games, 70 minutes, but yeah. But what can you do?
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and
it's yeah.
Gave you guys a little bit of an advantage coming into this series. Ninja Boogie, you got any questions for Jabs?
Jabs. Which team? Why are you laughing? Huh? I just said your name. You started laughing, Mike. I don't like you. No, I love you. Which team are you looking forward facing in Lima?
In Lima?
Mm-hmm. Do you know all the teams?
Yeah, I know, but every team is kind of good. Maybe I don't know,
do you think you can beat Team Liquid?
SEG, yeah, Liquid, every team. Pretty sure we can beat everyone and we can lose to everyone too.
Classic C.
Yeah. Hey, Jabs. Congratulations.
Hello, Winter.
Hello. Congratulations.
He doesn't laugh.
What?
He respects
Jabs, he
Winter.
laughs at me.
See, Mike's upset now. So congratulations on qualifying to the major. And so far, I've been very impressed by overall the way your team has been drafting. And I want to know that how you guys are doing the draft. How much preparation have you been doing before the series? Are you doing it alone? Who's helping you? And how are you preparing for it?
Normally, the day before we tournament, I do it with our coach Sunbi, and then after before the match, we have a meeting and we do ask each player how do they feel, and that's how we prepare.
Yeah, I really like overall how you are. I feel like you are very influential in the draft. There's a flair, when I look at the draft and the way you pick. I remember you always like to do certain things in a certain way. So I'm a big fan of how you're drafting so far.
I mean, this is the guy who stole the captain from Mushi, right?
You better know what you're doing.
I'll never forget that moment, Jabs. A 16-year-old boy. How old were you at that time?
Probably 17 next year.
going up to Wuxi and going back.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, you know. So keep it going, keep it going.
I'm proud of you, Jabs.
Oh,
just no more offlane Rubik, you know. Just no more offlane Rubik.
There are limits, Jabs.
Play your quarter, play your quarter. Don't go Rubik.
So hypothetically, obviously, you're hoping it would be the same patch, but if there was a patch before the major, anything that you would like to see get changed?
I mean, probably like just get Lina off the game.
Okay.
And Brood. Yeah, he's two hero.
You take those out. Is there anyone you want in?
Yeah, I mean, maybe like new hero is coming, right? And yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some
You
change.
You want some Muerta to be added into the game? Maybe she's an offlaner?
Yeah, maybe. Will be more fun.
If anyone can make an offlane, I think Jabs.
I know. It doesn't matter what type of hero she is. Jabs will make it work in the offlane. Last thing, the floor is yours, Jabs. Any shout-outs you got? Anyone you want to thank for getting you to Lima? It's all you.
Thank you, every fans that like shelling us. So like, I mean, the result is not like the best for us, but like we will keep it like better every like tournament. So like, really thank you for shelling us. So keep supporting us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jabs. Can't wait to see how you guys do in Peru. Hopefully getting the visas aren't too complicated, and we'll get to see you in 3 weeks playing some officials.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. It has been an Cinderella story for Talon, I think, because at the beginning of this season, we were all pretty discouraged. Similar to Fnatic and Boom, we saw the caliber of the players on this team. We saw a tie reuniting on the roster, and they weren't quite hitting the highs in week one. And then I think after that Geek Slate series winter is when we were like, oh snap, Talon, like, they know what's up.
They look like a different team.
Yeah.
Like, it was impressive watching that game, and they did it with Geek Slate at that time, you know, number one, and Geek Slate came from defeating Execration, so like, whew, I have high hopes for them.
I'm glad to hear how confident he is, although like you said, it's kind of classic C that you could beat anyone, you could lose to anyone. I don't think there's ever been an event where I haven't thought that about Southeast Asia. It's a blessing and a curse of the region, but one thing's for sure, they always bring the entertaining Dota, but only for 3 weeks, at least here in Division 1, because that is it. That is the culmination of our winter tour here in the Mamak stall. Obviously, Division 2 will be happening as well for the next 3 weeks, but we are just about done figuring out every single team that is going to be going to the Lima Major. So we can take a look at the results for this last Monday. 1 official game and 2 tiebreaker games. Beginning of the day, Blacklist Rivalry versus Geek Slate to determine winner goes to the major. It was a 42-minute game, which Blacklist won, a 73-minute game, which Geek Slate won, and then a 78-minute game that Geek Slate won. Heartbreaker for Blacklist Rivalry. What do you do after this day for Blacklist Rivalry? You probably
take some time alone.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
I'm surprised you say that, you know.
Why?
I was expecting somewhere along the lines, oh, let's go get a pint, you know, let's go karaoke.
Drown our sorrows.
I mean, but they're in their hometown, right? You can just go home, like decompress and, you know, try to reset, get ready for the next season. You know, at least they're not relegated down to the Division 2.
Yeah.
So they know that they can still contend for the next major and whatnot. And they just need a little adjustments here and there, maybe improve their drafts, and then they can, you know, compete.
Yeah, and I mean, there may be a patch in between as well, not necessarily after this, but after the major, surely there has to be a patch at that point. We can take a look at the final standings for Southeast Asia Winter Tour. 3 check marks, 2 sold out. Execration, Geek Slate, and Talon will be going to Peru representing Southeast Asia against some heavy hitters. Like every single team that I'm seeing is, there's really no surprises. From Western Europe so far, it's Team Liquid and Game & Gladiators. They still need to figure out their last 2 slots, probably right now, actually. I think one of their matches is going on right now. Eastern Europe has Bet Boom, Spirit, Hellraisers. China only has Aster. and they need to figure out their other three. North America, TSM and Shopify Rebellion, and South America, Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses.
I'd like to say, though, there is an advantage going into a major as an underdog.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have this target on your back, and you can queue under the, go under the radar a little bit.
Definitely.
And then get your momentum going, and then by the time it might be too late for teams to figure it out.
Yeah, hopefully it's just not a eliminated in group stage type situation though.
Yeah.
But if you can pull it together after like day 1 or 2 of group stage, then life's looking good. And unfortunately for Boom Esports and Fnatic, relegation winter. Do you rebuild, or you just take the punch, keep the 5 players, know that you'll come back stronger?
I think Fnatic, they probably can stick with the same 5, but they really need someone to be there, to help with the drafting ideas and the gameplay ideas, like a coach, get a committed coach. And for Boom, I feel like, you know what I'm gonna say. I feel like they just straight up need a roster change. I feel like there's a lot of issues in the team. I feel like it's already at the limit. I don't think that they can easily fix those problems, or it might take a long time. And if you really want to come back to Division 1 as soon as possible, change might be necessary.
Yeah, it's a shame. No matter how good individual players are, sometimes you put them together as a 5-man roster and they can't find the magic quite as easily. Mm-hmm. But there's no shame in being in Division 2 as we take a look at what our Division 2 schedule will be like. Now, these are some teams that I am not too familiar. Oh, wait, UD Vesuwan, are they the ones who have the He Disconnected line? I've been hearing that.
I think so.
Yeah, I've been seeing that one in North America be used a lot. It's like He Disconnected, which, and Polaris have the...
a coincidence?
I think not! Yo, these Div 2 teams have some excellent branding. So UD Vesuwan is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, so please forgive me, but it's a primarily Thai team with one Laotian, KNP, TNT, Boombui? Wait, I thought that was Boombell.
Yeah, Boombell, that's Boombell.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Same guy.
And Leona X.
Yeah.
And BB is their mid laner. Versus Atlantis, who is mostly unknown Malaysians.
Malaysian team, yeah.
Mango Rose, Wonder Boy.
Mercury?
No, Mercury's team, the other one.
Mercury's on Team Flow.
Yeah, Team Flow. Yeah.
Mango Rose, Wonder Boy, WS Sands, and Ponyo is on Atlantis. This is on February 1st, so don't worry, there will be more Dota for you in just 2 days. Polaris Esports versus Xerxia, I'm assuming. Polaris, you should probably know if you've been watching Southeast Asian DPC. It's, I guess they have a few changes. It's primarily a purely Filipino team. Akashi is their carry player, who seems to be new. But then Mac and Bach are still on the roster.
CML is there too.
CML is there too, and Jing is their 4 position. Can't say I'm familiar with Jing.
He's from Neon.
Oh, right, he's from Neon. And they're going up against Xerxia, who is Karma, JG, Rupido. Rupido's on this one. Mm-hmm. Bombi, and Tihi.
Yeah, they have a Vietnamese player.
Yes, that Bombi is...
Oh, he's the Phoenix spammer.
Yes, the Phoenix spammer.
Phoenix and like
Winter Wyvern and Oracle.
Yep.
Yeah. And Army Geniuses versus Spawn Team is the final series of the day. Army Geniuses is stacked.
Yeah, it's like In Your Dream in them, right?
It's In Your Dream, Yoe, DB, Jokam, and Veriz.
I think also like Hustler was in that team before moving into...
during the off-season, Zephyr played for them.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Indonesian connection. And they're going up against Spawn Team, which I gotta say, I saw this logo previously and I was like, Spa win? But the W is 1 letter. It's Spawn Team, and it's Jikroy Mamangdaya. Oh, these guys just got signed. They qualified as Drinkwater. Wait, no, not Drinkwater.
No, that's MAG. Drinkwater became MAG. Beef Avenue.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Winter's a C expert.
Dude, he knows. He knows his stuff. It's Jikroy, Mamangdaya. Red is their Vietnamese offlaner. Mm-hmm. The Lull and Travens it's a primarily Indonesian team, but...
Is Travens South America? No.
Says Indonesian.
Okay, then. I'm thinking about another.
Travins.
Yeah, he's been around for quite a long time.
Stop hiding.
You've been around quite a long time.
He has been around. That's why we love him. Winter, you got any parting words for your time here doing finally your home region? You've been covering South America, you've been raising fish, and now you're finally back, in my opinion, where you belong here, covering Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it's been good, you know. Haven't casted any SEA games for, I think, 4 years, 5 years.
ESL, you liar.
Yeah, but before that,
Regularly.
DPC, DPC, you know, I haven't done any. So it's a great experience, you know. I enjoyed looking at my friends play, you know, flame them, give them credit.
I think that's the main thing you look forward to.
Come on, 50-50, you know?
50-50. Well,
credit is due.
It's more like a 70-30 split, I think.
Credit is due, credit is due.
You give praise 30% of the time, but when you do, man, it feels good. You know, it's like when your dad is like always being hard on you, and every once in a while he's like, I'm proud of you.
Good job.
You did well. And you're like, you really mean it? I carried that game.
Yeah, hard times make strong men.
That is true. Wise words, Winter, wise words. Mike, Ninja Boogie, how did you enjoy your DPC experience?
It was fine until, you know, paneling Winter.
Did you panel with him on day one?
No, I know. No, it's good. I've had a pleasant experience, you know, seeing everyone. And yeah, overall, please hire me again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not?
Wow.
I assumed that this was. I'm actually happy to hear that, because I assumed that this was just a resume booster for both you guys to be back on the radar for pro teams and be like, hey, you know, we're still pretty smart. You need a player. You need a coach. You know that these guys. I mean, I hope I don't lose you, but.
No, I know, but like I'm slowly coming into terms that maybe my playing days are.
He wants to get blacklisted.
Oh, rivalry.
No, I mean this has been fun, and you know, it like playing Dota for so long. It really took the fun out of the game.
Okay.
And now I'm like, you know, just being. I guess, you know, I could say. Flaming, watching and flaming has been reigniting that passion and the fun.
Wherever it comes from. I mean, we're Dota players. Unsurprisingly, sometimes the toxicity, you know, it really hits the spot every once in a while. And I've also had a pleasure returning back here to Southeast Asia. I had done it in the very first season, had a ball watching it, and my God, I didn't remember how long these matches go in this region, but it's been a pleasure watching it. And to all of you watching, the only reason that all of this is possible is because of viewers like you who enjoy being able to watch your favorite game be played at the highest level. So we all appreciate your company here. And that's it for us. ePulse, EBN, DPC, tour number 1. But don't worry, there will be Div 2, and there's going to be the Lima Major in just 3 weeks. So the Dota never ends. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the show. We'll see you later.
under attack.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.